to need his help. Richard had rarely seen even a flying squirrel make a better leap. Despite everything on his mind, he could not help but to smile at Berdine's exuberance. Who would have thought that a Mord Sith would ever again come to be as spontaneously joyful as a little girl? She sat back, gripping his shoulders, legs locked around his middle, grinning at him. She looked over at Kara's scowl. "He still likes me best, I can tell." Kara simply rolled her eyes. With his hands on Berdine's waist, Richard lifted her and set her down. She was shorter than most of the other Mord Sith Richard knew. She was also more voluptuous and far more vivacious. Richard had always found her to be a rather disarming combination of guileless sensuality combined with a mischievous, playful nature. Like any of the Mord Sith, though, she also possessed the potential for instantaneous, ruthless violence, lying hidden just below the sparkling surface of her childlike wonder. She also loved Richard passionately and openly, but in an honest, innocent, filial sort of manner. "You are a sight to warm my heart, Berdine. How are you?" She puzzled at him. "Lord Rahl, I am Mord Sith. How do you think I am?" "As much trouble as ever," he said under his breath. She smiled, pleased by the comment. "We heard that you were here earlier, but I just missed you. That's twice I've missed you recently. I wasn't going to let you vanish again without seeing you. We have so much to talk about that I don't even know where to begin." Richard looked down the broad corridor, across the expanse of richly veined golden marble set in a diagonal pattern with a border of black granite, and saw a knot of soldiers marching toward him at a brisk pace. High overhead, rain beat steadily against skylights that let in flat gray light. Somehow that dull light managed to gather and reflect brightly off the polished breastplates of the soldiers. All of them had crescent axes hooked at their belts, along with the swords and long knives they also carried. Some of the men were armed with crossbows that were cocked and ready to fire. Those men, given ample clearance by the others, wore black gloves. Their crossbows were loaded with deadly-looking red-fletched arrows. The halls were crowded with people of every sort, from those who lived and worked there to people who had come to trade or sell goods. All of them gave the approaching soldiers ample space. At the same time, they watched Richard while trying not to look like they were watching him. When Richard met their gazes or caught them looking, some tipped their heads in a bow, while others fell to one knee. Richard smiled, trying to put them at ease. It was a rare event, in recent years anyway, when the Lord Rahl was home in his palace. Richard could hardly expect people not to be curious to see him. In his black war wizard's outfit, along with the flowing golden cape, he was hard to miss. He still couldn't think of such a place as his home, though. In his own heart he thought of the Heartland Woods as home. He had grown up walking among towering trees, not lofty stone pillars. Commander General Trimac of the First File at the People's Palace came to a smart halt, and in salute thumped a fist against the shaped leather armor over his chest. The soft metallic rattle of gear died out after the dozen men with him all saluted together. These men, constantly scanning the halls and appraising each of the people moving past, were the Lord Rahl's personal guards when he was at his palace. They each took in Kara and swiftly assessed Nietzsche standing just beside Richard. These men were the ring of steel that kept harm from getting a look at the Lord Rahl. They served in the First File because they were the most skilled and loyal of all the Daharan troops. After the salute, the commander added a bow to Kara and then Richard.
"Lord Rahl, we're pleased to have you home at last."
"I'm afraid, General Trimac, that it's only a brief visit. I can't stay." Richard gestured to Kara and Nietzsche. "We've got urgent business and have to leave at once." General Trimac, looking sincerely disappointed but not entirely surprised, sighed. He then appeared to have a thought and brightened a bit.
"Did you find the woman, your wife, who had been up in the Garden of Life and left that statue you found there?"
Richard felt a pang of anguish for Kaelin. He felt guilty for not doing more to find her. How could he let other matters keep him from finding Kaelin? How could there be anything important enough to distract him from finding her? He tried not to think of the vision of her that Shota had given him. It seemed like, with everything going on, he had pushed aside his search for the one person who meant the most to him. He knew that was not the way it really was, that it couldn't be helped, but still, he needed to get back to the keep and back to working on a way to find her. Even while working on other things, she was never really out of his thoughts. He kept trying to think of where Sister Ulyssia would have taken Kalin. Now that they had the boxes of Orden, or at least 2 of them, where would the sisters go? What could they be up to? If he could figure that out, then maybe he could go after them. It had also occurred to him that they still needed the Book of Counted Shadows in order to open the right box of Orden, so it was possible that if he simply sat still in one place long enough, they would have to come to him, since the book only existed now in his memory. The simple fact was, unless they were willing to guess and risk being wrong, they needed the Book of Counted Shadows to open the right box, and Richard could not imagine that they would risk the loss of what they believed would be their immortality on chance. They needed the key that only he had to unlock the solution to opening the correct box. Kalin was part of the key to that solution, but they still needed what only Richard had. The only method he could think of to find her was to learn everything he could about Chainfire and the boxes of Orden, and somewhere in that mix, maybe there would be a clue as to what the sisters would do next. The books he needed to study to that end, along with the people who understood them best, and had by far the most experience at such things, were at the keep. He needed to get back there. Richard looked to the general's waiting eyes. "Not yet, I'm afraid. We're still looking for her, but thank you for your concern." No one but Richard even remembered her smile, the shadow of her soul showing in her green eyes. At times, Kalin didn't even seem real to him either. She seemed impossible, like no one who could be all that he remembered, like she could only be an invention of his deepest desires in life. He could understand the difficulty those closest to him had in dealing with the situation.
"Sorry to hear that, Lord Rahl."
The general scanned the throngs moving down the hallway.
"I trust that at least you are not here this time in the middle of a mess of trouble."
It was Richard's turn to sigh. How to begin? "In a way, I am."
"The Imperial Order army is continuing to advance on Dahara?"
the general guessed. Richard nodded. "I'm afraid so. The long and the short of it is, General, I've given our forces orders that they are not to engage Emperor Jagang's army in battle, because they don't have the numbers to stand a chance. It would be a slaughter for no purpose, and Jagang would still end up having the New World all to himself." General Tremak scratched a scar that stood out white against the ruddy skin at the back of his jaw.
"What other option is there, Lord Rahl, but to meet the enemy in battle?"
His quiet, simple words had the sound of advice, of caution born of experience, of hope balanced on a razor's edge of despair. For a moment, Richard listened to the cathedral whisper of feet against stone as the crowds moved steadily through the hallway. "I've ordered our forces to set out at once to lay waste to the old world." Richard turned his glare back to the general. "They wanted war? I intend to jam their wish down their throats and see them choke to death on it." At the startling news, the mouths of some of the men dropped open. Commander General Tremak stared in surprise for a moment. Then he thoughtfully stroked the scar with a single finger. A sly look finally showed that, despite his initial surprise, he was beginning to like the idea.
"I guess this means that the first file will be called upon to keep the bastards out of the palace."
Richard marked the man's steady gaze. "Do you think you can do it?" A crooked smile curled across the general's mouth.
"Lord Rahl, my humble talent will hardly be the margin of safety for the palace. Your ancestors built this place as they did, specifically to prevent anyone from taking it."
He gestured at the soaring columns, walls, and balconies all around them.
Besides the natural defenses, this place is invested with powers that weaken any of the enemy gifted.
Richard knew that the palace was built in the shape of a spell that strengthened the power of any Rahl within the palace and sapped the strength of any other gifted person. The whole palace itself was constructed in the form of an emblem. To that extent, Richard understood its shape and the general nature of its meaning. He could read the motif of strength inherent in the pattern. Unfortunately, that spell would weaken even those with the gift who were on his side, such as Verna. He needed Verna to be able to help protect the palace, but if he and the sisters with her were weakened by that spell, then she would have a harder time defending the place. The balance to that, he supposed, was that anyone attacking would have the same problem, so they would not have an advantage over Verna and her sisters. There was no alternative but to count on Verna to do her best. Besides reinforcements, I'm sending some sisters here, along with Verna, their prelate. General Trimac nodded.
I know the woman. She's a stubborn one when she's happy, and impossible when she's not. I'll be glad she'll be on our side, Lord Rahl, and not the other way around.
Richard had to smile. The man did indeed know Verna. I'll return when I can, General. In the meantime, I'll count on you to safeguard the people's palace.
The great inner doors will have to be sealed.
Do what you think best, General.
The great doors are invested with the same power as the rest of the palace, so they are not a weak link that will provide any opportunity for attack. The only problem with closing the doors is that it puts an end to commerce, which is the lifeblood of the palace, in peacetime anyway.
Richard watched the throngs of people making their way through the passageway and along the balconies above. With what's coming, commerce is not going to be possible at the palace anyway. No one is going to be able to travel the Azrith Plain, or anywhere else in the New World for that matter. Trade everywhere is being disrupted. Prepare for a long siege. The man shrugged.
That's what enemy armies historically do, sit out there and hope to starve us out. Can't be done. Out on the Azrith Plain, they'll starve first. Will you be coming back, Lord Rahl, to help in the protection of the palace?
Richard swiped a hand across his mouth. I don't know when I'll be able to return, but I will if I can, I promise. For now, I have to put my mind to this new effort. We're going to try to kill the Order by cutting out its heart, rather than trying to fight its muscle.
And if they lay siege to the palace in the meantime, and you need to return, how will you be able to get back in?
Well, I don't have a dragon, so I can't fly in. When the man only stared blankly at him, Richard cleared his throat and said, If need be, I can come back the way I came today, with the aid of magic, through the sliff. The general didn't look like he understood, but he accepted Richard's word without question. I'm on my way back there now, General. If you want, you can escort us and see it for yourself. He looked somewhat relieved to be invited to be allowed to do his job of protecting the Lord Rahl. Richard took Berdine's arm and started walking her down the hall as all the soldiers fanned out to perform a protective perimeter. Berdine was considerably shorter than Richard, so he leaned down a bit to speak without raising his voice. I need to know some things. Have you been translating any more of Kolo's journal? She grinned like a maid full of gossip. I'll say I have. Because of some of the things Kolo had to say, though, I've had to start researching other books as well, so that I could better understand how it all fits together. She leaned closer. There were things going on that we didn't even realize before when we worked on it together. We had only scratched the surface. Richard didn't think that she knew the half of it. Do any of those things have to do with First Wizard Baracus? Berdine abruptly halted and stared at him. How did you know that? Chapter 28. Richard reached back, took Berdine by the arm, and pulled her along with him. I'll explain it later, when I have more time. What did Kolo write about Baracus in his journal? Well, what Kolo wrote is only part of the story. Kolo just hinted at some of what was going on to fill in the blanks. I started reading the books in your restricted private libraries. It never failed to amaze Richard that, being the Lord Rall, he now had access to such restricted libraries. He could not begin to imagine the wealth of knowledge contained in all those volumes. "What kind of books?" Berdine pointed. "One of them is on the way, not in the common areas, but deeper in the private sections of the palace. Places where almost no one is ever allowed. I'll show you. Part of it has to do with something called central sites." Keeping pace on the other side of him, Nietzsche leaned in. "Nathan told me that he read some things about places called central sites." "Like what?" Richard asked. Nietzsche pulled her blonde hair away from the side of her face and back over her shoulder. "The central sites are top-secret libraries. Back sometime near or after the Great War, the central sites were established as a safe, secure, and hidden place to keep books there that were considered too dangerous to be known except by a very restricted select group of a few people. Nathan said that he thinks there were maybe a half-dozen of these sites." "That's right," Berdine said. She looked around to make sure that none of the soldiers following them were close enough to hear. "Lord Rall, I found a reference where it implied that at least some of these sites were marked with the names of a Lord Rall from prophecy." Richard halted. "You mean they put his name on a gravestone?" Berdine's brow lifted. "That's right. It mentioned that these places, these libraries, were kept with the bones. They thought, from what they knew of prophecy, that the future Lord Rall would need to find books that were kept there, and so, in at least one instance that I found mentioned, it said they put his name on a grave marker." "In Casca." Berdine snapped his finger, then shook it at him. "That's the place I saw named. How did you know?" "I've been there. My name is on a big monument in the graveyard." "You were there? Why? What were you looking for? What did you find?" "I found a book, Chainfire, that helped prove what happened to my wife." Berdine glanced to Kara and to Nietzsche before looking back at Richard. "I've been hearing rumors about you having a wife. At first I thought it had to be just crazy gossip. So it's really true, then?" Richard took a deep breath as he marched through the corridor, surrounded by guards and watched by the passing crowds. He didn't feel up to explaining to Berdine that she knew Kaelin, and had, in fact, spent a great deal of time with her. "It's true," he said simply. "Lord Rall, what's this all about?" Richard waved off the question. "It's a long story, and I don't have the time to tell it right now. What is it about these central sites that has you so worked up?" "Well," Berdine said as she leaned in again while they rushed down the broad hallway, "you remember how Baracus killed himself after he came back from the Temple of the Winds?" Richard glanced over at her. "Yes?" "There was something behind it." "Behind it? What do you mean?" Berdine came to a side passageway guarded by two men with lances. As they took in Richard and his entourage, they clapped fists to their hearts and stepped aside. Berdine pulled open one of the double doors clad in metal. It had a picture of a courtyard garden meticulously embossed in the polished surface. Beyond the door, the smaller hallway of rich mahogany paneling was empty of people. It was the entrance into the private areas of the palace. "I haven't been able to figure out what, but I believe that Baracus did something while he was at the Temple of the Winds." Berdine glanced back at him to make sure he was paying attention. "Something big, something significant." Richard nodded as he followed Berdine down the empty hallway. "When Baracus was at the Temple of the Winds, he somehow ensured I would be born with subtractive magic." This time it was Nietzsche who snatched Richard's arm and yanked him to a halt, spinning him around to face her. "What? Where did you ever get an idea like that?" Richard blinked at her shocked expression. "Shota told me." "And how would Shota know such a thing?" Richard shrugged. "You know witch women. They see things in the flow of time. Some of it I put together from the pieces of history that I know." Nietzsche looked anything but convinced. "Why in the world would Baracus ever do such a thing? Shota tries to tell you that, out of the blue, this ancient wizard just happened to travel to the underworld, and while he was there he thought, what? As long as he was already there, he might as well see to it that when some fellow named Richard Rahl is born 3,000 years from then, he might as well be born with subtractive magic. Richard gave her a look. It's a little more complicated than that, Nietzsche. I'm pretty sure that he did it to counter what another wizard had done when he'd been there before. That lizard was Lothane. Remember him, Berdine?
Of course.
Lothane was a spy.
Berdine gasped. That's what Kolo thought. That he had been a spy all along, planted there to lie in wait for an opportunity to strike. Kolo didn't believe that Lothane had just gone crazy or something like everyone assumed. That was the common story at the time. That the stress and danger of his job had just gotten to Lothane, and he couldn't handle it anymore, that he simply lost his mind. Kolo never made a point of telling other people what he thought, because he didn't think that they would believe him, and also because people had started to think that it was Baracus who was the spy.
Richard frowned as he started out again. Baracus? That's crazy.
That's what Kolo thought, too. What did this wizard Lothane supposedly do? Nietzsche asked in a forceful voice, meant to bring him back to the subject at hand and to underline the seriousness of her question.
Richard gazed into her blue eyes a moment and saw there not just Nietzsche, but the powerful sorceress she in fact was. Because of her stunning features, her intent blue eyes, and the way she treated him with such regard, to say nothing of her steadfast friendship, it was easy to forget that this was a sorceress who had seen and done things he could hardly begin to imagine. She was probably one of the most powerful sorceresses ever born, and she was a force to be reckoned with. More than that, Nietzsche, of all people, deserved to know the truth. It wasn't that he'd been trying to keep it from her. He just hadn't had the time to discuss it. In fact, he wished that he had already told her about it, that he had had her thoughts on the whole thing, especially the part about the secret library that Baracus kept, and the book meant for Richard that he'd sent there with his wife for safekeeping, until the day a war wizard was again born into the world to take up their cause. Richard sighed. There just hadn't been any time yet. As much as he did want to tell it all to her, he wanted to tell her the entire story, when he could discuss it, along with some of the questions he had, so he decided for the moment to leave out most of the details and keep it to the pertinent point. Lothane was a spy for the forces of the old world. Maybe he could see that they were not going to be able to win the war. Maybe he was just taking extra precautions. Anyway, when he went to the Temple of the Winds, he sowed the seeds for their cause to rise again at some future time. He did something, at the least, to see to it that a dream-walker would again be born into the world. Baracus was unable to reverse the sabotage, so he did the next best thing. He saw to it that there would be a counter born into the world. Me. Nietzsche, speechless, could only stare at him. Richard turned back to Berdine. So, what does this business with Baracus have to do with these central sites? Berdine glanced around again, checking how close the soldiers were.
Kolo wrote in his journal that there were whispers among a group of influential people that Baracus may have been a traitor, and if he was, then he could have done something ruinous while he was at the Temple of the Winds.
Phantom by Terry Goodkind. Continuing on page 297. Richard shook his head in frustration. What did they suspect him of doing? Berdine shrugged.
I haven't been able to figure it out yet. It was all very hush-hush. They were all being very careful. No one wanted to come right out and say anything or accuse Baracus of being a traitor. They didn't want to anger the wrong people. He was still widely revered by many people, like Kolo. It could even be that they didn't have any specific accusation, but just held a suspicion that he may have done something. Don't forget, no one was ever able to get back into the temple after Baracus until you did it. Apparently, they were also afraid of that woman, Magda Cirrus. You know, the one who was made into a confessor?
Yes, I remember, Richard said. Seems odd, though, that something that supposedly had the potential to be so disastrous wouldn't be more out in the open.
No, Berdine said under her breath, almost as if the ghosts of the past would hear her. That's the thing. They feared that if people found out about their suspicions, then it might cause a panic or something, cause people to give up. Don't forget, the war was still going on, and it was still in question if they would even survive, much less triumph. Everyone was worried about the morale of the people as they fought on, and at the same time worked to find a way to win. In the middle of all that, this small circle of high-ranking people were all worried that Baracus might have done something terrible at the Temple of the Winds that was never supposed to be done. Richard threw up his hands. Like what? Berdine's face screwed up in an expression of exasperation. Don't know. Colo only hinted at it. He believed in Baracus, and he was angry that these people were doing whatever it was that they were doing, but at the same time he wasn't in any position to argue with them. He was not among those in command, or a high enough ranking wizard. But there was one passage, one mention in his journal, that kind of gave me goosebumps when I read it. I don't know if it was about the Baracus dispute or not. I mean, I can't point to anything specifically to connect it, not so as...
What did this passage say?
Along with Richard, Nietzsche and Kara both leaned in a little. Berdine heaved a sigh. He was writing in his journal, talking about the foul weather and how sick everyone was getting of rain, and he made this offhanded comment that he was upset because he'd learned through his sources that they had made 5 copies of the book that was never to be copied. That gave Richard pause and goosebumps. Not far after that, Berdine said, his entry started wandering back to talking about the central sites.
So you think, what? That maybe they hid these copies they weren't supposed to make in the secret central sites?
Berdine smiled as she tapped her temple with a finger. Now you're starting to ask the same questions I've been asking myself. And he didn't make any mention at all of what book they copied? Nietzsche asked. Not even an indication? Berdine shook her head. That's the part that gave me the goosebumps. But there was more there than his words. What do you mean? Nietzsche asked impatiently. You know how when you work forever at translating someone's writing, you come to be able to see their mood, see their meaning, see their train of thought even if they didn't write it down? Well, she pulled her brown braid over her shoulder, twiddling with the end of it, I could tell by the way he said it that he was afraid to even write down the name of a book so secret, so important, that it was never to be copied. It was like he was walking on eggshells, even mentioning it in his journal. Richard thought that she certainly had a good point. Berdine came to a halt before a tall iron door that was painted black. Here's where I found the books that mention the central sites being with the bones, whatever that means.
The place I found was in catacombs, Richard said.
Berdine frowned as she considered. That might explain that much of it. Nathan told me, Nietzsche said in a low voice, looking between Richard and Berdine, that he believes that there were catacombs beneath the Palace of the Prophets, and that the palace itself was built there in part to conceal what was buried. The soldiers slowed to a halt, collecting in a knot a short distance back up the hall. Richard noticed Berdine watching them. "Why don't you wait out here with your men?" Berdine called back to General Tremak. "I have to go in the library and show Lord Rahl some books. I think maybe you should guard the hall and make sure that no one is sneaking about." The general nodded and started ordering his men to take up stations throughout the passages. Berdine pulled a key out of the top of her outfit. "In here, I found a book that gave me nightmares." She looked back at Richard and then unlocked the door. Nietzsche leaned close to Richard's ear. "This place is shielded." Her tone was tight with suspicion. "But she's not gifted," Richard whispered back. "She can't get through the shields. If it's shielded, then how is she able to get in?" Berdine, hearing them, waggled the key after she pulled it back out of the lock. "I have the key. I knew where Darken Rahl kept it hidden." Nietzsche lifted an eyebrow as she looked back at Richard. "The key just shut down the shields to the door. I've never seen such a thing before." It must have been designed to give access to trusted aides or scholars who weren't gifted, Richard guessed. He turned back to Berdine as she worked at opening the lever on the heavy door. "By the way, did you learn anything else about Baracus?" "Not much," she said, looking back over her shoulder, "except that Magda Ceres, the woman who became the first confessor, had once been married to him." Richard could only stare at her. "How does she know these things?" he muttered to himself. "What?" Berdine asked. "Nothing," he said, dismissing it with a wave before flicking the hand at the door. "So what is it that you found in here?" "Something that connected with what Kolo said." "You mean about this book that wasn't supposed to be copied?" Berdine merely gave Richard a sly smile as she tucked the key down into a pocket inside the top of her outfit, then pushed open the black door. Chapter 29. Inside, 3 tall windows that made up most of the far wall lit the room with the gloomy late-afternoon light. Rain pattered against the glass and ran down in snaking rivulets. The walls of the small room were lined with bookshelves made of golden oak. There was only enough space in the center of the room for one simple oak table that was, in turn, only large enough for the 4 wooden chairs, one on each side. In the center of the table sat an unusual 4-lobed lamp, offering each empty chair its own light from a silvered reflector. With a sweep of her arm, Nietzsche sent a spark of her gift into the 4 wicks. The flames swelled, lending golden warmth to the small room. Richard noticed that, despite the way the palace spell diminished the power of any but a Rawl, she seemed to have had no trouble lighting the lamps. Berdine went to the shelves to the right of the door. "Near the part of Kolo's journal where he mentioned the book that wasn't supposed to be copied, I think he might have been implying that the men who didn't trust Baracus were the ones who made the copies. I think that's who he meant anyway, but I'm not sure. He refers to them as the half-wits from Yankley's Yarns." Nietzsche spun around to Berdine. "Yankley's Yarns?" Richard looked from Nietzsche's astounded expression to Berdine's. "What's Yankley's Yarns?" he asked. "A book," Berdine said. Richard turned a questioning look on Nietzsche. Nietzsche huffed in exasperation. "It's more than just a book, Richard. Yankley's Yarns is a book of prophecy. A very, very peculiar book of prophecy. It predates the Great War by 7 centuries. The vaults at the Palace of the Prophets had an early copy of it. It was a curiosity that every sister studied in the course of her education about prophecy." Richard peered around at the books lining the shelves. "What was so peculiar about it?" "It's a book of prophecy that is nothing but gossip and hearsay." Richard turned back to her. "I don't get it." "Well," Nietzsche said, pausing to find the right words, "it wasn't believed to be prophecy about future events, exactly. It's actually believed to be prophecy about future gossip, so to speak." Richard rubbed his tired eyes as he sighed. He looked up at Nietzsche again. "You mean to say that this Yankley fellow wrote predictions about gossip?" When Nietzsche nodded, all he could do was ask, "Why?" Nietzsche leaned in a little. "That's the very question to which everyone wanted an answer." Richard shook his head as if to clear the cobwebs. "You see, there are many things that are secret." Nietzsche gestured toward Berdine. "Like this business with the book that wasn't supposed to be copied. Those kinds of secrets often remain secret because people go to their graves without ever revealing them. That's why when we study historical records, we sometimes are not able to solve mysteries. There just isn't any information to be had. But sometimes there are little tidbits of information floating around, things people saw or overheard, and the people who saw or overheard them start to gossip about those tasty tidbits. There were sisters at the Palace of the Prophets who believed that hidden within this prophetic book of gossip there would be hints of what those future secrets would turn out to be." Richard arched an eyebrow. "You mean these sisters were, in essence, listening to gossip in order to overhear something?" Nietzsche nodded. Something like that. You see, there were a few sisters who considered this simple book of seeming nonsense to be one of the most important books of prophecy in existence. It was kept under tight security. It was never allowed to leave the vaults for study, as some other volumes of prophecy were. There were sisters who devoted a lot of their spare time to studying this seemingly silly book. Because people don't generally go to the trouble to record gossip, Yankley's Yarns is thought to be the only book of its kind, the only written account of gossip, even if it hadn't happened yet. These sisters believed that there were events that couldn't be discovered or studied in any other way except through this book, which predated such events. In essence, they believed that they were eavesdropping on whispered gossip about things that would happen in the future, gossip about secret things. They believed that Yankley's Yarns held invaluable clues to secrets unknown to anyone else or in any other way. Richard pressed his fingertips to his forehead as he tried to take it all in. You said that there were sisters devoted to studying this book. Do you happen to know who any of these sisters were? Nietzsche nodded slowly. Sister Ulyssia. Oh, great, Richard muttered. Berdine opened a glassed door to one of the bookshelves and pulled a volume off the shelf. She turned back and showed the book's cover to Richard and Nietzsche. The title was Yankley's Yarns. When I read in Kolo's journal about the half-wits from Yankley's Yarns, that name was so odd that it kind of stuck in the back of my mind. You know what I mean? Then one day I was in here doing research, and this book's title jumped out at me. I didn't realize it was a book of prophecy, like you said, Nietzsche. Nietzsche shrugged with one shoulder. Some books of prophecy are hard to recognize as prophecy, especially for someone not trained in such things. Such important volumes can appear to be simply boring records, or, in the case of Yankley's Yarns, nothing more than trivial nonsense. Berdine indicated the bookshelves lining the small room. Except there would hardly be anything trivial in this room. Good point, Richard said. Berdine smiled, pleased that he recognized the value of her reasoning. She set the book down on the table that occupied the center of the small library and carefully opened the cover. She leafed through the fragile pages until she found the place she wanted. She looked up at each of them in turn. Since Kolo had mentioned this book, I thought I ought to read it. It was really boring, nearly put me to sleep. It didn't appear of any importance at all. She tapped a page. Until I spotted this, here. This really woke me up. Richard twisted his head to read the words above her finger. He had to work at it a moment to figure out the meaning of the passage written in High Daharan. He scratched his temple as he translated aloud. So nervous will be the meddling half-wits to copy the key that should never be copied, that they will tremble in fear at what they have done and cast the shadow of the key among the bones, never to reveal that only one key was cut true. The hair at the back of Richard's neck stood on end. Kara folded her arms across her breasts. So you mean to say that you think that when it came right down to the deed itself, and they made the copies, they turned chicken, and made all but one copy a fake? Berdine drew her hand down her long braid of glossy brown hair. It would appear so. Richard was still lost in the words. Cast the shadow of the key among the bones. He looked up at Berdine. Hid them in the central sites. Buried them with the bones. Berdine smiled. It's so good to have you back, Lord Raoul. You and I think just alike. I've missed you so much. There have been so many things like this I've wanted to go over with you. Richard laid an arm gently around her shoulders, revealing a similar sentiment without using the words. Berdine turned over more pages in the book, finally stopping at a place that was blank. A number of the books seemed to have text missing, like this place here. Prophecy, Nietzsche said. It's part of the chain fire spell that the Sisters of the Dark used on Richard's wife. The spell also eliminated prophecy related to her existence. Berdine considered Nietzsche's words. That certainly is going to make it all more difficult. It takes away a lot of information that might be useful. Verna had mentioned that there was copy missing from the books of prophecy, but she didn't know the reason. Nietzsche glanced around at the shelves. Show me all the books you know of with text missing. Richard wondered why Nietzsche looked so suspicious. Berdine opened several of the glass doors and pulled out volumes, handing them each in turn to Nietzsche. Nietzsche scanned them briefly, then dismissively set them on the table. Prophecy, she pronounced yet again, as she tossed the last one Berdine handed her on the pile. What are you getting at? Richard asked. Instead of answering him, she looked at Berdine. Any more with missing text? Berdine nodded. There is one more. She glanced briefly at Richard, then pushed a row of books out of her way. At the back of a shelf, she drew a panel aside. A small section of the wall opened to reveal a gilded niche with a small book sitting on a dark green velvet pillow with a golden fringe. The leather cover looked to once have been red, but was now so faded and worn that the bits of faint color only hinted at its past glory. It was a delicately beautiful book, intriguing partly because of its small size, and partly because of the ornate decorative leatherwork. I used to help Lord Rall, Darken Rall, work on translations of books in High Daharan, Berdine explained. This room was one of the places he would study his private books. That's how I knew where to find the key and about this secret compartment in the back of the bookcase. I really thought it might be something useful.
And was it? Richard asked.
I thought it would be, but I'm afraid not. It, too, is missing text. Except, unlike those other books, this one isn't just missing some of the text here and there, or missing whole sections. Instead, this book is missing every single word. It's completely empty. It's missing every word? Nietzsche asked suspiciously. Let me see it. Berdine handed the little book over to Nietzsche. It's completely blank, I'm telling you. See for yourself. It's useless. Nietzsche opened the ancient, worn leather cover and scanned the first page. Her finger followed along as if she were reading. She flipped the page and studied the next, then did the same thing yet again. Dear spirits, she whispered as she appeared to read.
What is it? Richard asked.
Berdine stretched up on her tiptoes and peeked over the top of the book. It can't be anything. See? It's blank. No, it's not, Nietzsche murmured as she read. This is a book of magic. She looked up. It only appears blank to those without the gift. And in the case of this particular work, even they must possess the gift in sufficient strength to be able to read this. This is a profoundly important volume. Berdine wrinkled her nose. What? Books of magic are dangerous, some exceedingly dangerous. Some, such as this one, are beyond even that. Nietzsche waggled the book at the moored Sith. This one is far more than profoundly dangerous. As a form of protection, such books are usually shielded in some way. If they are considered dangerous enough, then they are protected with spells that make the text vanish from a person's mind so quickly that they don't recall seeing it. It makes them think the pages are blank. A person without the gift simply can't hold the words of a book of magic in their mind. You actually do see the words in this book, but you forget seeing them so fast that you aren't cognizant that there was anything on the pages. The words vanish from your mind before you actually perceive them. That particular spell is, in part, the basis for the concept of the chain fire spell. The wizards in ancient times, who often used such spells to protect dangerous books they wrote, began to wonder if such a thing could be done with a person, in effect making them vanish, just as the words in some books of magic can seem to vanish. Nietzsche gestured vaguely as her attention drifted back to the book. Of course, when a soul is involved, it complicates the whole matter beyond words. Richard had long ago learned that he had been able to memorize the Book of Counted Shadows only because he was gifted. Zed had told him that if he hadn't had the gift, he wouldn't have been able to hold the words in his mind long enough to have remembered a single one.
So what is this book about? He asked. Nietzsche finally pulled her gaze away from the pages and looked up. "This is a book of magic instruction." "I know. You said that already," he said patiently. "Instruction for what?" Nietzsche checked the page again and swallowed as she again gazed into his eyes. "I think this is the original instruction book for putting the boxes of Auden in play." Richard felt goosebumps yet again tingle up his arms and legs. He gently lifted the book from Nietzsche's hands. Sure enough, it was not blank at all. Every page was packed with small written words, diagrams, charts, and formulas. "This is in High Daharan." He looked up at Nietzsche. "You mean to say you can read High Daharan?" "Of course." Richard shared a look with Berdine. He could see immediately that the book was profoundly complex. He had learned High Daharan, but this book was something only on the brink of his understanding. "This is far more technical than the High Daharan I'm used to reading," he said as he scanned the pages. Nietzsche leaned close and pointed to a place on the page he was staring at. "This here is all reference material to formulas needed in incantations. You have to know the formulas and spells to really understand it." Richard looked up into her blue eyes. "And do you?" She twisted her mouth as she frowned at the page. "I don't know. I'd have to study it at length to know if I can be of any help in translating it." Berdine again stretched up on her tiptoes and peered into the book, as if checking to see if maybe the words might now appear to her. "Why can't you tell right away? I mean, either you can read and understand it, or you can't." Nietzsche raked the fingers of one hand back through her blonde hair as she took a deep breath. "It's not that simple with books of magic. It's kind of like doing complex mathematical equations. You may know the numbers and at first think you know what it's about, that you can work the equation, but if you then discover unknown symbols buried in the equation, symbols that refer to things unfamiliar to you, then the entire equation is pretty much unworkable. Just knowing some of the numbers isn't enough. You have to know what every element means, or at least how to find the value or quantity it represents. This is much the same, although I'm simplifying it so that you can understand my point. In this, there are not just symbols, but obsolete references to spells, making it all the more difficult to understand. Being in High Daharan makes it worse yet, because over time High Daharan words and their meaning have changed. Added to that, this text is an ancient Argo form." Richard gripped her arm, drawing her attention. "Nietzsche, this is important. Do you think you can manage to do it?" She looked hesitantly at the book. "It will take some time before I can translate enough to be able to tell you if I have a chance of being successful." Richard took the book out of her hands, closed it, and handed it back to her. "Then you'd better take it with you. When we have more time, you can study it and see if you can figure it out." She frowned suspiciously. "Why? What are you thinking?" "Nietzsche, don't you see? This could be our answer. If you can translate it, understand it, then what's in here might provide us with a way to counter, reverse, or dismantle what Sister Ulyssia did. With this, maybe we can take the boxes of Auden back out of play." Nietzsche gently rubbed her thumb over the cover of the little book. "That sounds like it makes sense, Richard, but knowing how to do something doesn't mean that you can undo it." "Kind of like trying to get yourself unpregnant?" Kara asked. Nietzsche smiled. "Something like that." Kara's unexpected analogy threw Richard's mind back to Kaylin and when she had been pregnant. A gang of men had caught her alone and beaten her nearly to death. She lost her and Richard's child. Her pregnancy ended before he'd even known about it. The memory of seeing Kaylin so grievously hurt nearly buckled his knees. He had to force the ghastly thoughts back into the blackness from where they'd come. Nietzsche's brow twitched with a frown, apparently at seeing the anguish in his face. He ignored her unspoken worry for him. "I don't need to remind you how important this is," he said. She held him in her gaze for a long moment, as if wanting to tell him that it was impossible, but desperately not wanting to say no to him. She finally pressed her lips tight and nodded.
I'll do my best, Richard. Her expression suddenly brightened. She flipped to the end of the book and hurriedly turned back the last page. She stood absorbed for a moment as she scrutinized the final page. "This is interesting," she murmured. "What?" Richard asked. Nietzsche looked up from the middle of what she was reading. "Well, at the end of some books of magic, as a precaution against unauthorized use, they will occasionally have some final step that's essential but not included. If so, then even if the boxes are already in play, we might be able to interrupt the series of specific actions required. Do you see what I mean? Sometimes, if the book is dangerous enough, it won't be complete in and of itself, but will require something else to complete it."
"Something else? Like what?"
"I don't know. That's what I'm checking." She held up a finger. "Let me read just a little of this part." After a moment, she looked up as she tapped the page. "Yes, I was right. This warns that to use this book, the key must be used. Otherwise, without the key, everything that has come before will not only be sterile, but fatal. It says that within 1 full year, the key must complete what has been wrought with this book."
"Key," Richard repeated in a flat tone.
He glanced to Berdine. "They will tremble in fear at what they have done, and cast the shadow of the key among the bones," she quoted from Yankley's Yarns. "You think that could be the key this book is talking about?" Something stirred in the dark fringes of his consciousness. With a lightning-swift spark of comprehension, Richard understood. His whole body flashed icy cold. His arms and legs went numb. "Dear spirits," he whispered. Nietzsche frowned at him. "Richard, what's wrong? You've gone as pale as chalk." Richard had trouble making his voice work. Finally, he heard himself say, "I've got to get back to Zed." Nietzsche reached out and laid a hand on his arm. "What's wrong?" "I think I know what the key is." Richard began to pant as his heart pounded out of control. Everything he knew was turning upside down and all the pieces were coming apart. It felt like he couldn't get his breath. "They will tremble in fear at what they have done and cast the shadow of the key among the bones." "Well, what do you think?" "I'll explain when we get there. We have to go, now." Worried, Nietzsche slipped the book into a pocket in the black skirt of her dress. "I'll do my best, Richard. I'll figure this out, I promise." He nodded absently as his mind raced to try to fit all the pieces back together. He felt as if he were only watching himself begin to move. He seized Berdine by the arm. "Baracus had a secret place, a library. I need you to try to find out where it was." Berdine nodded at his urgency. "All right, Lord Rahl. I'll see what I can learn. I'll do my best." She glanced down at the white knuckles on his hand gripping her arm. Richard realized that he must be hurting her and let go. "Thank you, Berdine. I know I can count on you." The others were all staring at him. "I've got to get back to Zed. I've got to talk to him right away. I've got to know where he got it." "Got what?" Nietzsche pressed a hand to his chest, stopping him before he went through the door. "Richard, what's so important that—" "Look, I'll explain it when we get back there," he said, cutting her off. "Right now I need to think this through." Nietzsche shared a troubled look with Kara. "All right, Richard. Calm down. We'll be back to the keep soon enough." He snatched a fistful of Kara's red leather outfit and pushed her through the doorway ahead of him. "Get us back to the Sliff, the shortest route." All business now, Kara spun her Aegil up into her fist. "Come on, then." He turned back to Berdine, trotting backward after Kara. "I need you to find out everything you possibly can about Baracus. Everything." Berdine raced along just ahead of Nietzsche. "I will, Lord Rahl." He pointed back at her. "Verna will be here soon. Tell her that I said I need her to help you. Have her sisters help you, too. Go through every book in the entire palace if you have to, but find out everything you can about Baracus. Where he was born, where he grew up, what he liked, what he didn't. He was first wizard, so there should be information of some kind. I want to know who cut his hair, who made his clothes, what his favorite color was. Everything, no matter how trivial you think it is.
While you're at it, see if you can find out anything more about what the half-wits from Yankley's Yarns did.
Don't worry, Lord Rahl. If there is any information to be had, I will have it. I'll figure it out and have an answer when you return.
Richard snatched Nietzsche's hand to make sure she kept up, and then turned toward Kara. Hurry. Berdine, Aegil in her fist, ran after them, guarding the rear. Richard was only dimly aware of the flashes of light off polished armor and weapons and the jangle of gear as the soldiers took up the chase as if the keeper himself were after the Lord Rahl. As his mind raced as fast as his feet, Richard resolved that he had better go to Casca first. The more he considered that idea, and as pieces of the puzzle started fitting together, he reconsidered the idea. With the Sliff, he could travel swiftly back to Casca from the keep. It was more urgent that he get to Zed. As they ran through the labyrinth of halls, rooms, and passageways, Richard heard the distant toll of the bell calling people to the devotion to the Lord Rahl. He wondered if they would all soon be kneeling before the keeper of the underworld and saying their devotions to him. Chapter 30. Six abruptly stood. Without a word, she took 3 long strides to the wall of the cave that held Violet's expansive drawing. The woman carefully pressed her bony hands against the chalk symbols that Violet had drawn there days before. Those symbols had suddenly begun to glow, the yellow chalk glowing with yellow light, the red chalk with red light, and the blue with blue light. The eerie illumination from the flaring colors shimmered over the walls of the cave the way light reflected off rippling water. Rachel glanced over at Violet, sitting on a squat, purple-tufted stool she'd had Rachel carry in for her days before. The bored queen picked with her fingernail at flaking stone on the wall behind her. Rachel had come to think of Violet as the queen of the cave, since that was where they spent more and more of their time. Violet didn't like sitting on rock when she was drawing. A filthy old rock, she'd said, was more than good enough for Rachel, but not for a queen. Six hadn't cared at all about the stool. She appeared to always have more consequential matters on her mind than cushions for sitting. Violet, though, got tired of waiting while Six thought about those consequential matters, and so she'd had Rachel lug the heavy stool to the cave. Now, the queen of the cave, under the flickering light of torches and glowing symbols, sat upon her tufted purple throne, waiting for her advisor to advise her as to what needed to be done next.
"He comes," Six hissed. "Again he comes through the void."
It was clear to Rachel that the woman wasn't really talking to Violet, but to herself. The queen might as well not have been there. Violet glanced up. She didn't look inclined to bother to stand unless Six told her that it was necessary that she do more drawings, but it was clear that her interest had been roused. This was, after all, what she needed, and the whole reason she bothered to go to all the work of making such complex drawings down in a dank and dingy cave, when she could just as well be trying on dresses and jewels or attending grand feasts where guests fawned over the young queen. Six seemed in a world of her own as her hands glided over the drawing. She put the side of her face against the stone, and at the same time reached an arm back.
"Come, my child."
A scowl creased Violet's round features.
"You mean my queen?"
Six either didn't hear her or didn't care to correct herself.
"Hurry. It is time to begin the links."
Violet stood.
"Now? It's long past dinner time. I'm starving."
Six, stroking her cheek against the chalk drawing of Richard like a cat rubbing the side of its face against a person's legs, didn't seem at all interested in dinner. She rolled her long fingers, beckoning Violet.
"It must be now. Hurry. We must not waste such a rare opportunity. Such links as we need will take time, and there is no telling how much time we may have."
"Well, then why didn't we begin earlier, when there—"
"It must be started now when he is in the void."
Six clawed the air with one hand.
"Easier to scratch his eyes out when he's blind," she said in her hissy voice. I don't see why—" "The way is the way, do you wish this or not?"
Violet's folded arms, along with her defiance, came undone. Her expression took on a dark set. "I do." A sinuous smile slipped across Six's features.
"Then let it begin. You must now complete the links."
Looking suddenly resolute, Violet plucked the sticks of colored chalk off a little ledge in the stone wall behind her royal stool. As she strode up beside Six, the woman tapped a long, thin finger to the stone.
"Begin at the sign of the dagger as I've taught you, just as you've practiced, to ensure that, at the initiation of the link, what you have wrought will be ready to slice swift and sure."
I know, Violet said, as she boldly touched the tip of the yellow chalk to the point of one of the elaborate glowing symbols off to the side of Richard. Six snatched Violet's wrist, pulling her hand back just enough to lift the chalk away from the wall. She moved Violet's hand over a few inches, then let the chalk again touch the symbol, but at the next apex in a design with a perimeter comprised of dozens of points.
"I told you,"
Six said with strained civility as she helped Violet begin the line.
"A mistake here will last us for eternity."
I know, I just got the wrong apex point, that's all, Violet huffed. I've got it now. Six, ignoring the Queen, her gaze fixed on the drawing, nodded approvingly as she watched the chalk begin to move across the stone.
"Change to red,"
Six prompted in a low voice after Violet had pulled the chalk a few inches across the open distance. Without argument or hesitation, Violet changed the chalk for the red one and started it moving at an angle from the yellow line she had already drawn. After bringing it half the remaining distance toward the drawing of Richard, she stopped without needing to be told and switched to the blue chalk. She hesitated then and glanced up at Six. "This is the node, right?" Six was already nodding.
"That's right,"
she murmured, pleased with what she was seeing.
"That's right. Take it around and back now to complete the first ligature."
Violet drew a blue circle at the end of the red line before crossing the empty place on the smooth, dark stone wall. When the blue chalk reached one of the points on the next symbol, she went back and drew a line from the circle to connect to Richard. The complete triad of lines Violet had just drawn began to glow. The blue circle ignited with a beam of light, as if it were a beacon coming through a window in the dark stone. Six abruptly held up a hand, commanding that Violet stop before she could put the chalk to the next point in the sequence. "What's wrong?" Violet asked.
"Something is not right."
Six pressed the side of her face to the drawing, this time laying her cheek right atop Richard's face.
"Not right at all."
Richard drew another silvered breath of the ecstasy, but with his urgent worries overriding the experience, it was something short of the remarkable essence of rapture that he usually experienced within the Sliff. He realized, though, that when he traveled in the Sliff, he was usually gravely troubled by something. After all, trouble of one sort or another was why he traveled in the Sliff in the first place. Still, it had never before felt this way. This feeling was not dread so much as it was a sense of the great but intangible weight of foreboding. With every breath, that phantom weight pressed in on him ever more. Within the Sliff there was no real sense of vision, as such, just as there was no real sense of time, or up or down. Even so, there was a semblance of sight. There were colors, and on occasion obscure shapes, that seemed to loom up and just as quickly vanish. There was also a visual perception of the phenomenon of mind-bending speed that made him feel as if he were nothing more than an arrow fired from a powerful bow. At the same time, there was a feeling of almost floating motionless within the thick void of the Sliff.
Those different sensations mixed together created a heady mix of the whole of the experience that suspended his urge to separate them into constituent parts. As he raced through the quicksilver essence of the sliff, he began to discount his anxiety. It was then that Richard felt the faint brush of an odd sensation against his skin, a stealthy pressure that he instantly recognized as a sensation he had never before experienced as he traveled. Tingling apprehension rippling through him. Foreboding, he realized, was not tangible in the way that this touch had been. As he drifted, held in the embrace of the vast silver emptiness, he tried to separate the perception of having been touched from everything else. Richard felt the placid isolation of the sliff surrounding him, caressing him, insulating him from the terrible headlong rush of speed that otherwise seemed as if it would surely have to tear a person apart. He still felt the balm of serenity quelling his fear of breathing into his lungs the liquid in which he floated. But Richard felt something else, even if he was not yet able to set the troubling sensation apart from all others enough to define it. With growing conviction, though, he was sure that something was wrong. Frighteningly wrong. It was all the more disturbing because he couldn't understand how he knew that something was imperfect. He worked to comprehend why he would think such a thing. It had to have been, he decided, that furtive touch. He briefly wondered if he could have imagined it, but then discounted the notion. He had felt it. It seemed almost as if he were in the presence of an unholy taint, like lying in a warm, sunlit meadow on a beautiful day, surrounded by the cascade of colors and balmy aroma of wildflowers, watching cottony clouds slowly drift through a bright blue sky, and then catching the first faint whiff of a decomposing carcass, while at the same time realizing that the vague sound you heard was the buzzing of flies. What ordinarily seemed like a timeless spell, spent racing through the smoothly silver sliff, had begun to drag out into an agonizing suspension of headway. Kara already had his right hand in an iron grip, but Nietzsche gripped his left hand even more tightly. He could tell in that urgent squeeze that she sensed something as well. He wished that he could ask her what she felt, but talking within the sliff was not possible. Richard opened his eyes wider, trying to see more of what was around him, but it was a muted, murky world where there was little to be seen other than the shimmering shafts of light, yellow, red, blue, piercing the gloom through which they raced. Richard didn't think that those shafts of light were moving as they once had been. It was hard to tell such things for sure within the sliff, though. It was generally a hazy sense of events rather than actual perception. There was something out ahead of him, Richard realized. Something maneuvering fluidly through the silver obscurity. At first it looked like long, slender petals just beginning to blossom open. As it came closer, Richard saw that it looked more like numerous arms, tapered, long, undulating objects, fanning open from a central element that for some reason he could not quite figure out. It was disorienting to watch because it was so incomprehensible. As it came ever closer, it began to appear to Richard as if whatever it was made up of segments of glass, all assembled into something orderly, something billowing open before him. He could see through the transparent expanding arms, see the shafts of color and light shimmering beyond. It was the oddest thing he had ever seen. As hard as he tried, he simply could not make sense of it. It was like it was there, but not there. And then, with icy dread, comprehension washed through him. At the same time, Nietzsche pulled his hand so hard that it nearly wrenched his arm right out of its socket. The yank must have pulled him back, because Kara, still holding his other hand, sailed around him as if falling through midair. Richard ducked. The translucent shape whipped past his face, just missing him. Nietzsche had pulled him back just in time. Richard knew now what it was. It was the beast. The sense of being in the presence of evil was suddenly so strong that it engulfed him with suffocating panic. As the beast, like some temporal vision, skimmed past him, it twisted around. The glassy arms fanned open as they reached out and again tried to snatch him. With a sharp tug, Nietzsche again drew him back from the star-shaped net of tentacles spread wide before him. Again they tried to close around him. Richard pulled his hand away from Kara's and drew his knife. With her now free hand, she immediately snatched a fistful of his shirt to hold on to him. Richard did his best to slash at the ever-reaching arms, trying to embrace him in their deadly grip. It didn't take long to realize that fighting with a knife within the sliff was close to impossible. It was too fluid an environment for Richard to be able to strike with any speed. It was like trying to maneuver in honey. He changed his tactics, and instead waited for the arms to draw in around him, waited for whatever was at the glassy center to come to him. When they did, he drove the blade toward the aware center of the translucent threat. Rather than be impaled on the blade, though, the creature only seemed to fold around Richard's knife and twist effortlessly away. And then it again came in to attack, now with a kind of abrupt, intent fury that Richard could sense. The thing moved with a fluid grace that didn't seem to be hindered at all by the fluid world surrounding them. To one side, Richard saw the shimmering shape of Kara still gripping his shirt as she tried to attack the beast with her free hand. To the other side, he knew Nietzsche was trying to work magic. It didn't seem that her magic was working in the environment of the sliff. One of the beast's arms coiled around Richard's arm, another lashed around Kara's. She seized his wrist with her other hand. The beast fastened onto her other arm as well and effortlessly ripped the two of them apart. In an instant, Kara was gone. In the murky darkness, Richard couldn't tell where she was or how close she might be. Worse, he didn't know if she was all right or if the creature had her. Nietzsche tightened her arm protectively around Richard's waist, holding on for dear life as more of the undulating transparent arms came out of the gloom and coiled around them. It was like getting tangled in a nest of snakes, all entwining themselves and constricting with great force once attached. The one around Richard's leg drew so tight that he thought it would surely rip his flesh from the bone. Even though Richard could not hear Nietzsche in the conventional sense, he could perceive her muffled cries of fury as she fought the thing that had snared them. An odd, muted form of lightning flickered madly around Nietzsche. Richard knew she was trying to use her power, but it wasn't having any effect on the beast. Richard ignored the pain of the glassy tentacles that already had him and stabbed over and over, cutting into thick arms that looked to be only partly there. With determined and focused rage, he flashed with the knife and was able to cleave some of the arms away from the core of the thing. Once severed, they writhed wildly as they fell away into the void around them, as if sinking into a bottomless sea. It seemed to do no good. Ever more of the twisting tentacles came at him from out of the darkness. It was like finding himself at the bottom of a dark pit full of angry vipers. Richard fought on with all his strength, cutting, stabbing, slashing. His arms ached with the effort. Nietzsche grappled with the thick tentacles with one hand, her other arm still refusing to let him go. He could tell by the way she arched and twisted that she was in agony. Richard abandoned the coils around himself, and with all his fury hacked at the arms of the beast, hurting Nietzsche as they tried to pull her away from him. But then she was violently torn away from him. Richard was suddenly alone in the middle of nowhere with a glassy, slippery, powerful creature trying to wrestle him in toward its center, toward something he could hear snarling, snapping, clacking. There was no way to fight such a thing, no way to get an advantage over its power, no way to escape its multi-armed grasp. Ever more of the arms whipped in to capture him. With all his strength, before his arm was captured, he thrust the knife toward the center mass that he couldn't clearly see. He made solid contact. The beast howled with a sound that hurt his ears. The arms loosened just a bit, not letting go of him, but loosed just enough for Richard to give a mighty twist of his body that succeeded in spinning him out of the creature's grip. In an instant, like a pumpkin seed squeezed between wet fingers, he squirted away from the deadly grip. Richard tried to swim away, to somehow escape the thrashing, translucent arms coming for him, but it was faster than he was, more powerful and tireless. "Here," Six urged as she rapped her knuckles against the center of an emblem. Violet raced with the chalk to the spot her advisor was urging her toward. Her fingers flew with swift and sure movements. With the back of her other hands, Violet wiped sweat off her face, then with her fingers wiped it from her eyes. Rachel had never seen Violet work so hard or so fast. Rachel didn't know what was happening, but it was obvious that something was not going the way Six had expected. She was in a state balancing precariously between panic and rage. Rachel feared whichever way it fell. While Violet swiftly completed link-switching chalk and moving to each successive point, Six went back to softly chanting her incantations. The corrosive sound of those whispered words felt as if they were searing Rachel's soul. While she could not understand the words or their meaning, they were spoken with a sinister intent that terrified her. She glanced toward the distant cave entrance, but with it being dark outside, Rachel couldn't see anything. She wanted to run, but dared not. She knew that if she caused Violet or Six to have to stop what they were doing and come after her, it would go very badly for her. Chase had taught her to bridle her impulses, as he'd called it, and to watch for true openings. He had cautioned her that if she wasn't in immediate mortal danger, she should act only when she had a deliberate plan, that she had thought out ahead of time. He said that she shouldn't act out of blind fear, but work to find ways to increase the odds of success. Despite how busy the other two were, Rachel knew that with both of them together, and both in such a frantic state, they both would react to any misdeed by Rachel with swift and unrestrained violence. This was not the right opportunity. Getting up right then and running was not a good plan, and she knew it. As Rachel sat still and quiet, trying to keep from being noticed, Six gently tapped the side of her fist against several of the flaring nodes in the links Violet had already drawn. Each bright circle she tapped went dark, with a low growling sound that ran a shiver up Rachel's spine. The cave seemed to hum with the rise and fall of Six's rhythmic conjuring. Violet, drawing with bold, slashing strokes, glanced to the side, checking on Six's progress. Six, extinguishing the beacons in sequence, was catching the queen. Violet, as if in a trance, drew faster. The chalk made a clack, clack, clacking sound with each line that Violet threw down against the stone. The sound of the chalk matched the rhythm of Six's chant. All around the figure of Richard, Six, conjuring with murmured verses spoken in a rising sing-song chant that gradually brought a howling wind swirling down into the cave, rapped the side of her fist against points in the links Violet had been drawing without pause for hours. Rachel had thought that Violet might soon collapse from exhaustion, but far from it, she seemed to be working herself into a fever pitch of effort trying to stay ahead of Six. Despite how swiftly her hand moved, each line Violet drew looked true, each intersection met accurately and completely. Six had made Violet practice endlessly drawing the symbols, and now it seemed to be paying off. The drawing of Richard was almost completely encased in the web of symbols and connecting lines. With a strange word, shouted in order to be heard over the howling wind, Six extinguished the final beacon around the figure of Richard. The wind abruptly died. Little pieces of leaves and other debris fluttered down through the abruptly still air. Six paused in her chanting. Her brow twitched. With her fingertips, she touched several of the symbols, as if feeling their pulse. Shimmers of colored light flickered through the cave. "It has him," Six whispered to herself. Violet paused, swallowing as she caught her breath. "What?" "Apogee to inferior apex," She turned a venomous look on a startled Violet.
"Do it!"
Without hesitation, Violet turned back to the wall and reached up, drawing coiled lines downward from one of the central elements above Richard's head. Six lifted a hand.
"Be ready, but don't touch the primary invocation points until I tell you."
Violet nodded. Six's eyes rolled back in her head as she leaned in on her fingertips over the figure of Richard. As Violet and Rachel watched, Six breathed a low murmur of strange words. Chapter 31. Nietzsche broke above the quicksilver surface of the sliff. The weight of the leaden liquid rolled from her hair and face. Colors and light seemed to explode out of the quiet, mellow darkness. Breathe. With all her effort, Nietzsche immediately forced the silver fluid from her lungs. Breathe. With her need overwhelming her dread, she gasped a desperate breath. It burned like drawing in acidic vapors. The room spun sickeningly in her vision. Nietzsche saw a smear of red. She floundered woodenly as she again gasped. She managed to reach the edge and throw an arm over the sliff stone wall to hold herself up. Panic threatened to swamp her. A hand seized her arm. Nietzsche managed to heave her pack up and over the wall. Another hand reached down and helped to haul her up enough for her to get both arms over the wall of the sliff. The red she had seen was Kara. "Where's Lord Ral?" Nietzsche blinked up at the moored Sith's intense blue eyes. She had never known blue to hurt so much. She closed her eyes and shook her head, still trying to clear her mind of the experience, of the confusion, of the ringing sound of Kara's voice echoing through the marrow of her bones. "Richard." It felt as if her insides twisted with the anguish of wanting nothing so much as to help him. "Richard." Kara grunted with the effort of lifting Nietzsche's dead weight and pulling the top half of her body the rest of the way up and out of the well. Nietzsche, feeling like the survivor of a shipwreck in a stormy sea, slid out over the top of the stone wall, unable to do much to contribute to her own rescue. Kara put one knee to the floor, catching Nietzsche before her limp body hit the stone. Once Kara had lowered her down onto the stone floor, Nietzsche gathered all her strength and pushed herself up on trembling arms. She couldn't seem to muster her usual strength. It was a frightful feeling not being able to make her body do her bidding. With great effort, she finally managed to tip herself upright and sit heavily back against the wall of the sliff's well. She still gasped, trying to catch her breath. She still hurt everywhere. For a moment, she slumped against the stone well, trying to gather her strength. Kara seized her by the collar of her dress and shook her. "Nietzsche, where's Lord Ral?" Nietzsche blinked, looking around, trying to make sense of everything. She hurt so much. The pain reminded her of one of Jagang's beatings, the way, during his rage, she would start to feel the pain through a half-numb fog of confusion. But this had not been the Emperor's doing. This was pain from something that had happened in the sliff. Traveling had never hurt before. It had never been a painful experience. "Where's Lord Ral?" Nietzsche winced at the ache of the shout echoing around the room. She swallowed past the raw pain in her throat. "I don't know." She put her elbows on her knees and ran her fingers back into her hair, holding her pounding head in both hands. "Dear spirits, I don't know." Kara leaped over the well so fast and so hard that Nietzsche thought she might topple in. Instinctively, she reached out to catch the moored Sith's legs, thinking that she would surely fall in, but she didn't. "Sliff!" Kara's shout again echoed around the ancient, dusty stone room. Nietzsche shared the emotion, but knew that the intensity would not accomplish anything. Ignoring the searing pain in her joints, she staggered to her feet. The spinning feeling was slowing a little. She saw the quicksilver form of the sliff's face partly emerge from the well,
her features forming in the glossy surface to look up at them.
"Where's Lord Rahl?"
Kara asked. The Sliff chose to ignore Kara's question. Instead, she peered over at Nietzsche.
"You must not ever do that when you are within me,"
the eerie voice echoed softly around the room.
"You mean magic,"
Nietzsche guessed.
"I have great difficulty being able to endure such power being unleashed within me, but such a thing could be worse for you and anyone else traveling at the same time. You must not ever try to use your ability when you travel. It will make you sick, at the least. It could easily turn out far worse. It is dangerous to all."
"She's right about that," Kara said confidentially. "When you started doing that, it hurt like an Aegeal was being used on me. My legs still don't work right."
"Mine either," Nietzsche admitted. "But I couldn't very well just let the beast have Richard without trying to protect him, now could I?"
Ill at ease for even giving the hint of an impression that she wouldn't have done anything to protect Richard, Kara shook her head. "I would have taken far worse than that to protect Lord Rahl. You did the right thing. I don't care what the Sliff says."
"Me too," Nietzsche said.
At that moment, though, she wasn't concerned about herself or Kara. She turned to the Sliff.
"Where is Richard? What happened to him? Where is he?" "I cannot..."
Kara's patience, if she'd had any, was gone. She lunged for the Sliff, as if she was going to try to strangle the silver neck.
"Where is he?"
The face glided out of reach. Nietzsche snatched Kara's outfit and pulled the woman back, standing her up on the floor beside her. Her face, red with rage, nearly matched her leather outfit.
"Sliff, this is vital," Nietzsche said, trying to sound reasonable. "We were with Richard, with Lord Rahl, your master, when we were attacked. That's why I had to use my power. I was trying to protect him. That beast is extremely dangerous."
The flawless silver face distorted into a fearful cast.
"I know. It hurt me."
Nietzsche paused in astonishment.
"The beast hurt you?"
The Sliff nodded. Reflections of the room bent and flowed in twisting shapes over the smooth contours of the statuesque silver features. Nietzsche stared in wonder as shimmering quicksilver tears formed along the lower lid of the Sliff's eyes and rolled down the glossy surface of her cheeks.
"It hurt. It did not want to travel."
The silver brow wrinkled with what looked like indignation layered atop torment.
"It had no right to use me in that way. It hurt me."
Nietzsche shared a look with Kara. Kara may have looked surprised, but she did not look sympathetic. The truth be told, at that moment Nietzsche's worry for Richard took precedence over any other concern.
"Sliff, I'm sorry," Nietzsche said, "but—"
"Where is he?" Kara growled. "Just tell us where Lord Rahl is."
The Sliff hesitated. "He no longer travels."
"Where is he, then?" Kara repeated.
The Sliff's voice turned cold and distant. "I never reveal information about others who have been with me."
"He's not just a traveler!" Kara screamed in rage. "It's Lord Rahl!" The Sliff backed to the far wall of her well. Nietzsche held a hand up toward Kara, urging a little restraint, and for her to be quiet a moment.
"We were attacked by something evil when we were traveling together. You know that."
Nietzsche tried to calm some of the menace in her voice. She knew, though, that she wasn't being altogether successful. Her rising panic about Richard was making it difficult to think. That, and Jebra's frantic warning that they must not allow Richard to be alone, even for an instant.
"Sliff, that evil thing was after your master, after Richard. We're Richard's friends. You know that, too. He needs our help."
"Lord Rahl may be hurt," Kara added. Nietzsche nodded her confirmation to Kara's words.
"We need to get to him."
The quiet in the stone room felt painful. Nietzsche was still trying to accustom herself to being back, still struggling to suppress the agony of pain twisting through her while trying to think what to do next. "We need to get to Richard," she repeated. The silver face rose up a little farther, drawing a neck of silver fluid up out of the well with it. The sliff puzzled at Nietzsche. "You wish to travel?" Nietzsche kept a tight rein on her rage. "Yes, that's right. We wish to travel." Kara, taking the cue from Nietzsche, gestured down into the well. "Yes, that's right. We wish to travel." "I won't use my magic in you again, I promise." Nietzsche motioned the sliff closer. "We wish to travel right away, right now." The sliff brightened, as if all was forgiven. "You will be pleased." She seemed eager to satisfy. "Come, we will travel." Nietzsche put a knee up on the wall. Her thighs ached with the effort. She ignored the fiery agony burning through her muscles and joints, and worked to climb up atop the broad stone wall. She was relieved that they had at last found a way to get the sliff to comply, if not by telling them where Richard was, then by taking them to him. "Yes, we will travel," Nietzsche said, still trying to catch her breath. The sliff formed an arm, slipping it around Nietzsche's waist, helping to pull her up onto the wall. "Come, then. Where do you wish to travel?" "To where Lord Ral is." Kara clambered up onto the wall beside Nietzsche. "Take us there," she said, putting on a smile for the sliff's benefit, "and we will be pleased." The sliff paused and gazed at her. The arm drew back, melting into the slowly sloshing surface. The silver face looked suddenly impersonal, even forbidding. "I cannot reveal information about other clients." Nietzsche fisted her hands. "He's not just any client. He's your master, and he's in trouble. He's our friend. You have to take us to him." The sliff's reflective face moved away. "I cannot do such a thing." Nietzsche and Kara stood mute for a moment, both at their wits' end, unable to think of how to convince the sliff to cooperate. Nietzsche felt like screaming or crying or unleashing enough magic to boil the sliff into talking. "If you don't help us," she finally said in an even tone, "then you will feel more pain than you did from the beast. I will see to that. Please don't make me resort to that. We know you want to protect Richard. That's what we're trying to do, too." The sliff stared in silence, like a silver statue, as if trying to assess the threat. Kara pressed her fingers to her temples. "It's like trying to reason with a bucket of water," she muttered. Nietzsche glared at the sliff. "You will take us to your master. That's an order." "You'd better do as she says," Kara said, "or when she's done with you, then you will have to answer to me." The moored Sith spun her Aegil up into her fist to make her point. But when she did, she suddenly froze stiff, staring at the weapon. The blood drained from her face. Even her hands stood out white against the red leather of her outfit. Nietzsche leaned closer and laid a hand on Kara's shoulder. "What's wrong?" Kara's hanging jaw finally moved. "It's dead." "What are you talking about?" Kara's blue eyes were filled with unbridled panic. "My Aegil is dead in my hand. I can't feel it." While Nietzsche could clearly read the startled dismay in the moored Sith's voice, she didn't understand its source. Having an Aegil not give her pain hardly seemed like cause for panic. Even so, such naked terror was infectious. "Does that mean something?" Nietzsche asked, fearing the answer. The sliff watched from the far side of the well. "The Aegil is powered through our bond to Lord Ral by his gift." She held the weapon out, as if in evidence. "If the Aegil is dead, then so is the Lord Ral. Listen, I'll use my power if I have to make the sliff take us to him. But Kara, don't start jumping to conclusions. We can't know." "He's not there." "He's not where?" "Anywhere. Still, Kara looked at her slender weapon held up in her trembling fingers. "I can no longer feel the bond." Her liquid blue-eyed gaze turned up to Nietzsche. "The bond always tells us where the Lord Ral is. I no longer can feel him. I no longer feel where he is. He's not there. He's not anywhere." A wave of nausea washed through Nietzsche. She felt faint. Her fingers and toes were going numb. She turned back to the sliff. It was gone. Nietzsche leaned over the wall, peering down into the well. In the darkness below, she saw a faint silver glimmer just as it vanished, leaving behind only blackness. She turned back to Kara and seized a fistful of leather at her shoulder. She hopped down off the wall, pulling Kara with her. "Come on. I know someone who can tell us where Richard is." Chapter 32. With Kara at her side, Nietzsche raced down the torchlit hallway, over elaborately designed carpets that muted their footfalls, past doorways into darkness, past rooms with oil lamps warmly lighting only vacant furniture. The keep, nearly as vast as the mountain that sheltered it beneath its stoic stone shoulders, felt empty and haunted. Nietzsche had spent decades in the vast complex known as the Palace of the Prophets, which in some ways was reminiscent of the keep, but the palace had been alive with hundreds of people of all kinds living there, from the prelate to the boys who tended the stables. It, too, had been a place of wizards in training anyway. The keep existed for the purposes of man, and yet it stood silent and absent of those who would give it life. If a place could be said to be forlorn, the immense structure of the keep was such a place. Kara ran with all her strength, driven by her loyalty and love for Richard, by dread that the worst had happened to him. Nietzsche ran just as fast, driven by fear of even considering the possibility that he was dead, as if trying to outrun death itself. She couldn't allow herself to even entertain such a concept, lest she collapse in despair. A world without Richard in it would be a dead world to her. Kara slid across the polished gray marble floor to slow herself enough to make the turn when Nietzsche hooked a hand on a cold black marble newel post and charged up the wide black granite steps. The windows far above were dark, making them look like black voids in the world. The stairwell, lit by a few glass proximity spheres, rose up through a soaring tower to seemingly impossible heights above them, making Nietzsche feel as if she were at the very bottom of a very deep stone well. The sounds of their footsteps echoed through the keep, like the haunting whispers of those long-dead souls who had once walked these very halls, climbed these very steps, laughed and loved and lived in this place. At the top of the third run of stairs, Nietzsche, her legs aching with the frantic effort, led them into a broad passageway. As she ran past the warm, reddish-brown cherry pilasters, separating expanses of brightly colored leaded glass, she pointed ahead, letting Kara know that they would be turning at the next hallway to the right. Finally, into the network of smaller halls leading to the quarters where they had been staying, Nietzsche spotted Zed in the distance, marching toward them. Rika followed close on his heels. The old wizard, looking grim as he drew to a halt, waited for them to close the last bit of distance. "What is it?" he asked, apparently knowing by the looks on their faces that something was awry. "Where's Lord Ral?" Rika demanded as she came to an abrupt halt right behind him. Nietzsche recognized the anxious look on her face. It was the same look that Kara had worn ever since she'd discovered that her Aegeal didn't work. Nietzsche glanced down and saw that Rika was gripping her Aegeal in a white-knuckled fist, the same as Kara. Those talismans of their connection to the Lord Ral were now dead. "Where's my grandson?" Zed asked, framing it in an anguished personal tone. "Why isn't he with you?" The last of it sounded like an accusation, as if reminding them of the warning Jebra had given them before they left, and of the promise Nietzsche had made. "Zed," Nietzsche began,
We can't say for sure. The wizard cocked his head, his white hair sticking out in disarray. The look he gave her was very much that of a wizard taking charge of the disquieted man. "Don't give me the runaround, child." Had the situation not been so deadly serious, Nietzsche might have laughed at the characterization. "We were all together in the Sliff, returning to the keep," Nietzsche told him. "And somewhere along the way, it's impossible to tell where you are while you're traveling, we were attacked by the beast." Zed glanced at Kara. "The beast." Kara nodded confirmation. "Then what?" "I don't know." Nietzsche lifted her arms in frustration at trying to find the words to describe the experience. "We tried to fight it off. It had all these snake-like arms. We were grappling with it. I tried to use my Hahn against it." "In the Sliff?" "Yes, but it was of little or no help. I was trying everything I could think of. Then the beast just ripped both Kara and me away from Richard. We couldn't find him in the darkness. We tried, but we couldn't find anything, not even each other. Like I said, it's impossible to tell where you are when you're in the Sliff. You can't see, you can't really hear. It's a confusing kind of place, and try as we might, we just couldn't find Richard." He was looking more angry by the moment. "Then why are you here instead of in the Sliff looking for him?" "The Sliff spit us out," Kara said. "We found ourselves here, back at the keep. Nietzsche and I were each trying in our own way to find Lord Rahl, but there was nothing. No beast, no Lord Rahl. Then the Sliff dumped us out here, at the place where we had all been headed when we were attacked." "What are you doing up here, then?" he asked again in a menacing voice. "Why aren't you back in the Sliff searching, or better yet, making the Sliff tell you where he is?" Nietzsche saw his hands fisted at his sides. She knew how he felt. She gently grasped his arm. "Zed, the Sliff wouldn't tell us where he is. Believe me, we tried. It might be possible to get her to do so, I just don't know. But I think I know a better way. Someone who might be able to tell us where Richard is. Jebra. I don't want to waste any more time, and I think Jebra might be able to provide an answer sooner than the Sliff would." Zed pressed his thin lips tight as he considered. "It's worth a try," he said at last. "But you need to understand that the woman has been in quite a state since you left. She's been inconsolable at best, and at times in the iron grip of something akin to hysteria. We've tried to calm her down, but to no avail. I'm afraid that with all she's been through, it's all the more daunting for her to have to face the sudden return of her unique kind of visions. It's obviously difficult for her to come to grips with having them again, to say nothing of the nature of this particular one. We finally put her to bed, hoping that if she got some rest, she would gain her strength back and be better able to sort out the confusion of her visions. At least she's not in a state like Queen Sorella. She's fighting not to allow herself to fall into that madness. She is aware that she needs to be able to help us, but at the moment her despair is simply overpowering her common sense. I'm sure, too, that her complete exhaustion is playing a role in her difficulty. We're hoping that after some rest she can add more to what she's already told us." "And what has she said?" Nietzsche asked, hoping the answer might provide a clue. Zed studied her eyes a moment. "She said that you would come back without Richard." Nietzsche stared at the man. "And what has become of him?" Zed's gaze fell away. "That's the part we're trying to get out of her." "My Aegil has gone dead," Rika said. "I can't feel the bond. I can't feel Lord Rahl. What if he's dead?" Zed turned a little and lifted a hand, as if urging her to calm down. "Let's not jump to conclusions. There could be any number of explanations." Kara did not look at all cheered by his suggestion. "Such as?" she asked. Zed turned his hazel eyes toward her, studying the moored Sith for a moment as he considered his answer. "I don't know, Kara. I just don't know." I've been running every possibility through my mind ever since Jebra told me that he wouldn't return with you. There are any number of possibilities, but at this moment scant evidence to go on. We will not leave a single rock unturned, I can promise you that.
Nietzsche swallowed back the lump rising in her throat.
Right now, our best chance is to see if we can find out from Jebra where Richard is. If we can get that much out of her, then we can act. If we can act, then we have a chance to help him. If he's still alive, Rika said.
Nietzsche gritted her teeth as she turned a glare on the woman.
He's alive.
Rika swallowed.
I was just saying.
Nietzsche is right, Kara insisted. This is Lord Ra we're talking about. He's alive. A tear rolled down her cheek.
He's alive.
Nonetheless, the wizard said in a pained voice, we have to be prepared should the worst turn out to be true.
When he saw the look on Kara's face, he offered a small smile.
Saying it aloud will not make it so. What is, is. I'm only saying that we must be prepared for any eventuality, that's all. It's the wise thing to do. It's what Richard himself would do if he lost one of us, and what he would want us to do, should anything happen to him. Wouldn't you expect him to fight on if something happened to you? We simply cannot ignore the things we are facing. Richard would want us to fight on, to fight for ourselves.
Page 331.
Nietzsche thought, perhaps more than ever before, that she was hearing the first wizard himself speaking. She could see where Richard got some of his remarkable resolve. Kara glared at the man. You're talking like he's dead. He's not. Zed offered her a smile and nodded his agreement. He was not able to make it look convincing. I need to talk to Jebra, Nietzsche said. Right now, that's the best place to start. What else has she had to say about her vision? Zed sighed. Not much. It's been years since she has had a vision, and this one was not only a complete surprise, but apparently overpoweringly appalling. I have begun to fear that the reason she hasn't had visions is because of what Richard had to say about magic failing. If so, then for this one to break through her failing ability speaks volumes. While she was conscious, and during the periods when she's been coherent, her ability to grasp the entirety of her vision, the events in it, seemed to have been fragmented and incomplete. Maybe we can help her to piece it together, Nietzsche said as gently as possible, despite how powerfully determined she was to make the woman do what was needed. Zed obviously didn't think it was going to do any good, but he apparently would rather invest his effort in the attempt than surrender to the unimaginable. This way, he said, as he turned in a flourish and rushed off down the dimly lit hall. At a rather small, round-topped door with intricate vines and overlapping leaves carved into the mahogany panels, Zed, with Nietzsche and the two moored Sith flanking him, gently knocked. While he waited for an answer, he turned to Rika. Go and get Nathan. Tell him it's urgent, and that he will need to pack. He is going to have to leave at once. Nietzsche suspected what Zed was going to ask Nathan to do, but she forced the thought from her mind. It would require her to think of the unthinkable. She instead concentrated on the task at hand. She had to get Jebra to tell her where Richard was, tell her what was happening to him. If necessary, Nietzsche intended to use her gift to accomplish the task. As Rika raced off down the hall, Zed rapped again a little louder. When there was no response, he looked back over his shoulder at Nietzsche. He fidgeted with the cuff of his simple robes. Do you sense anything odd? Nietzsche was so filled with frantic thoughts and emotions that she hadn't been paying any attention. They were in the keep, after all. There were alarms everywhere that should protect them from any unwanted visitors. She set aside her thoughts as her senses went into a heightened state of awareness. Now that you mention it, something does feel odd. Odd like what? Kara asked as she spun her aegil back up into her hand. She looked startled for just an instant before realization cut off the surprise. Nietzsche gently lifted the wizard's hand from the lever before he could open the door. There isn't anyone in there with her, is there? Maybe Tom or Friedrich? Zed frowned at her. Not that I know of. Those two are out on patrol. I was sitting with Jebra when I sensed you and Kara coming. She was asleep. I had wanted to be near if she awoke, and was able to tell me any more about her vision. I left her and came to meet you, hoping to see that she had been wrong about Richard. Anne and Nathan have already gone to bed. I suppose it's possible that it could be one of them. Nietzsche, her inner senses now fully alert, shook her head. It's not either of them. Something else. Zed stared off as he puzzled at the question, the way one would listen for any sound, but Nietzsche knew that he wasn't exactly listening for a telltale sound. He was doing the same thing she was doing, using his gift to probe what they couldn't see or hear, to try to sense the presence of life. As far as Nietzsche could sense, though, there were only the three of them close by. Her and Zed and Kara, and more faintly on the other side of the door, Jebra. But there was something else as well. The feeling, though, made no sense. It was a presence, but not the kind of sensation she would have were there another person lurking beyond the door. It did seem, though, as if she might have had a very similar sensation just recently. She frowned, trying to remember. I have extra alarms set all over this area, Zed told her. Nietzsche nodded. I know, I felt them. There isn't any way someone could have gotten past them. I would know. Bags, there's no way even a mouse could get by the snares I set. Could it be because of what Lord Rahl told us? Kara asked in a low voice. I mean about there being something wrong with magic? Could it be that there's something wrong with your gift, and that's why you feel what you feel? Zed gave the woman a sour look. You mean you think our gift is what? Scrambled? Kara shrugged and then added to the idea. I don't know much about magic, but maybe that's what's wrong with my aegil. Maybe that's all it is. Lord Rahl was pretty insistent that he knew that magic was corrupted. Maybe your gifted senses are corrupted in that same way. Maybe the conclusion I was jumping to is all wrong. Maybe that's why. The corruption. Zed huffed, scoffing at the idea. He lifted an arm to the side, and the oil lamps on the tables flanking the door went dark. Well, that much of my power works, so that means it works, he whispered. He laid a hand back on the lever as he gave Nietzsche a resolute look. Be ready for anything. Wait, Nietzsche said. Zed looked back over his shoulder. His features were hard to see in the dim light, but his eyes were not. She saw in them some of Richard's eyes. What is it? He asked. I just remembered something I've been trying to figure out. Nietzsche steepled her fingers as she hurriedly tried to recall the details. She finally shook a finger as she spoke. When the beast attacked us while we were traveling, I felt an odd sensation. I discounted it, because being in the sliff is so strange to begin with that it's hard to tell if anything you're feeling is important, much less really out of the ordinary. Everyday sensations can seem wondrous, even miraculous. You don't know if it's all just the culmination of all the unfamiliar perceptions or something more. Exactly when did you have this feeling? Zed asked, suddenly acutely interested in what she had to say. All the time you were traveling, or at one specific time? No, like I said, it was after the beast attacked us. Be more specific. Think, was it when the beast attacked? Maybe when it grabbed Richard? Or when it grabbed you? Nietzsche pressed her fingertips to her temples as she squeezed her eyes shut, desperately trying to recall it accurately. No, it was after I was pulled away from Richard. Not immediately after, but shortly. What was the sequence in which these events took place? The beast attacked. We were fighting it. I tried to use my gift, but it didn't help. The beast was hurting me. Richard used his knife to cut away some of the tentacles. He saved me from being crushed. Then the beast pulled Kara away from him. Not long after that, it pulled me away from him as well. It was then, after that, not immediately after, but it was only a short time later. I know because it was when I was frantically searching for Richard that I felt the odd sensation. Nietzsche looked up at the wizard. The thing is, right after I felt that sensation, I could no longer sense the presence of the beast. I searched, trying to find Richard, but couldn't. As the sliff swept us back to the keep, the feeling swiftly faded, and I forgot all about it. What did it feel like, this sensation? Nietzsche gestured. It felt exactly the same as what is beyond that door. Zed stared at her for a long moment. What is beyond feels the same? A kind of humming flow of power? Nietzsche nodded. A charge of magic that somehow is baseless. Magic frequently seems to be free-floating, Kara said. What's so odd about that? Zed shook his head. Magic isn't something that just floats around by itself. Magic has no consciousness, but this feeling in some way mimics that kind of conscious intent. Yes, Nietzsche said. That's my sense of it. That's why it feels so odd, because magic with this kind of bearing cannot be baseless. This is domination generating its characteristic controlling fields of presence, but without the life necessary to generate it. Zed straightened. That's a very good description of what I feel. He peered suspiciously at the door. I think that if we get closer, we might be able to sense it better and find out what it is. If we can get close enough, perhaps we can analyze it. He gave them both a look. Let's be careful, shall we? The three of them huddled close in the dim hallway as the wizard carefully turned the lever and slowly pushed open the door. Nietzsche sensed no more with the door partly open than she had with it closed. Zed stuck his head inside for a moment, then pushed the door the rest of the way open. The room was dark, with only the dim light from the hall revealing shapes and shadows of what was inside. At the far wall on their left, Nietzsche could see an empty chair with a comforter folded neatly and draped over the back. Not too far from the doorway on the same side of the room sat a short, round table with a lamp that wasn't lit. Beyond the table, the bed lay empty. The rumpled sheets had been pushed off the side of the bed and puddled on the floor. Nietzsche peered around along with Zed and Kara, but she didn't see Jebra. If she was somewhere else in the room, it was too dark to spot her. With the odd sensation even stronger inside the room, Nietzsche's inner perception wasn't much help. Zed sent a flicker of his Han into the lamp. The wick was turned low, so the light wasn't strong enough to chase the heavy shadows from the corners, or the far side of the wardrobe on the other side of the room. Still, there was no sign of Jebra. Nietzsche, detached from her emotions and focused instead on perception governed by her Han, stepped past Zed to stand tense and still in the center of the room, listening. With her gift, she tried to open herself to the sensation of another presence lurking in the darkness, but she felt none. A faint breeze rustled the curtains. The double doors, made of small glass panes, both stood open to a small balcony. Nietzsche knew from the balcony in her own room nearby that this balcony also overlooked the dark city far below at the base of the mountain. Atop the balcony railing, a dark silhouette blotted out the moonlit countryside beyond. Behind Nietzsche, Zed turned up the wick on the oil lamp. When the light came up, Nietzsche saw that it was Jebra out on that balcony. Her back toward them, she was standing barefoot atop the fat stone railing. "Dear spirits," Kara whispered. She's going to jump.
The three of them stood frozen, fearing to do anything that might startle the woman and cause her to jump before they could reach her. She didn't seem to know yet that they were there.
"Jebra," Zed said in a soft, cautious voice, "we've come to see you."
If Jebra heard him, she didn't show any reaction. Nietzsche didn't think that Jebra heard anything, though, except the haunting whisper of magic. Nietzsche could feel the faint waves of that alien power rushing past her, humming toward the seer, standing like a stone statue on the railing of the balcony. She stared out over the city of Adendril far below. A gentle breeze ruffled her short hair. The balcony, Nietzsche knew, while facing the valley below, was not right out over the edge of the keep. Still, Jebra was confronting a drop of hundreds of feet to one of the inner courtyards, walkways, ramparts, or slate roofs of the keep. At this height, it didn't matter that she wouldn't be falling down the mountain were she to fall or jump. She would just as surely be killed against the stone of the keep far below.
"Stars,"
Jebra said in a low, thin voice to the empty space before her. Zed seized Nietzsche's arm and pulled her close. He put his mouth by her ear.
"I think someone is seeking the same answers we are. I think someone is probing her mind. That's what we feel. It's a thief. A thief of thoughts."
"Jagang,"
Kara breathed. Nietzsche knew that would be the logical assumption. With the bond to Richard somehow broken, Jagang could, in theory, do such a thing. Without Richard filling the role of the Lord Rahl, all of them were suddenly vulnerable to the Dreamwalker. A sickening ripple of icy dread coursed through Nietzsche at the memory of Jagang possessing her mind, her will. Without the Lord Rahl, the bond protecting them all was broken. If the Emperor was riding the night, he very well might discover them unprotected. The Dreamwalker could, at any moment, without warning, drift unseen, unfelt, right into their minds and invest himself in their thoughts. But Nietzsche knew Jagang. She knew what it was like when he possessed a person's mind. He had, at one time, after all, possessed her mind, controlled her, ruled her through that terrible presence. This was different. "No," she said. "It's not Jagang. What I sense is something else."
"How do you know for sure?" Zed whispered.
Nietzsche finally took her gaze off of Jebra and looked at the frowning wizard.
"Well, for one thing," she whispered back, "if it was Jagang, you would sense nothing. The Dreamwalker leaves no trace. There is no way to tell he is there. This is entirely different."
Zed rubbed his clean-shaven chin.
"It still seems somehow familiar," he murmured to himself.
"Stars,"
Jebra said again to the night beyond the balcony. Zed started for the open doorway through the double doors, but Nietzsche seized his arms and held him back.
"Wait," she whispered. "Stars fallen to the ground," Jebra said in a haunting voice.
Zed and Nietzsche shared a look.
"Stars among the grass,"
Jebra said in that same dead voice. Zed stiffened.
"Dear spirits, I recognize it now."
Nietzsche leaned closer.
"The presence?"
The wizard nodded slowly.
"That's the feeling of a witch woman plying her power."
Jebra lifted her arms to the side.
"She's going to jump,"
Nietzsche shouted, as Jebra began to topple forward out into the night. Chapter 33. Richard coughed violently. The pain of the involuntary upheaval jolted him to consciousness. He heard himself trying unsuccessfully to groan. He had no breath with which to make a groan. With consciousness came a growing, confused panic of suffocation, as if he were somehow drowning. He coughed again, wincing in pain as he did so. He tried to cry out in agony as he curled up into a ball on the ground, arms pressed tight across his middle, trying to prevent another fit of convulsive coughing.
Breathe. Richard regarded the haunting voice that seemingly came from some netherworld place as the voice of insanity. He was doing everything he could not to breathe. He took careful, shallow, thimbleful breaths, trying to prevent another racking bout of coughing. Breathe. He didn't know where he was, and at the moment he didn't really care. All that mattered was the feeling of suffocating. He didn't want to breathe, despite how desperately he needed a breath. That sensation was so oppressive, so sickening, that in his mind it was not only completely debilitating but all-powerful. Dying seemed preferable to the feeling continuing. He couldn't endure it continuing. Richard didn't want to move because with each passing moment it was becoming easier not to breathe. It seemed that if he could just manage to keep from breathing a little longer, then over the crest of that dark hill out there somewhere ahead of him, the pain and suffering would lift. He fought to lie perfectly still, hoping the spinning world would stop before he vomited. He could not imagine how much that would hurt. If he could just lie still a little longer, then it would all become easier. If he could just lie still a little longer, then it would all go away. Breathe. He ignored the distant, silken voice. His mind drifted to a time in the past when he had hurt this much. It had been when Denna had him chained and helpless, when she had him at her mercy, when she hurt him until he was delirious from being tortured. Denna had taught him to endure pain, though. He envisioned her standing there, watching him, waiting to see if he would tip over the edge into death. There had been times with her when he had reached the crest of that distant dark hill and started down the other side. When that happened, Denna would be right there to put her mouth over his, forcefully breathing her life into him. She had not only controlled his life, she had controlled his death. She had taken everything. Not even his own death belonged to him. It belonged to her. She watched him now. Her silver face came close, waiting to see what he would do. He wondered if he would be granted death, or if she would again put her mouth over his. Breathe. Richard puzzled at her. Denna didn't look at all like a silver statue. You must breathe, the silken voice told him. If you do not, you will die. Richard blinked at the beautiful face, softly lit by the cold moonlight. He tried to pull a little more air into his lungs. He squeezed his eyes shut. Hurts, he whispered with the entirety of that shallow breath. You must. It is life. Life. Richard didn't know if he wanted life. He was so tired, so exhausted. Death seemed so inviting. No more struggle, no more pain, no more despair, no more loneliness, no more tears, no more agony of missing Kalin. Kalin. Breathe. If he died, who would help her? He drew a deeper breath, forcing it past the scalding agony it pulled down into his lungs. He thought of Kalin's smile instead of the pain. He drew another breath, deeper yet. A silver hand gently glided over the back of his shoulder as if to comfort him in his agony of struggling to hold on to life. The face looked sadly sympathetic as it watched his struggle. Breathe. Richard nodded as he tightened his fists and gasped in the cold fire of the night air. He coughed up thin red fluid and clots of blood that tasted metallic. He pulled in another breath, giving him the power to cough out more of the liquid burning his lungs. For a time, he lay on his side, alternating between gasping in air and coughing out fluid. When he was breathing again, if raggedly, he flopped onto his back, hoping to make the spinning stop. He closed his eyes, but that only made it worse. adding a kind of tilting, rolling movement to the spinning. His stomach roiled on the brink of upheaval. He opened his eyes, and in the darkness stared up at the leaves above him. He saw mostly maple leaves in the canopy of tree limbs above him. Looking at leaves, talismans of the familiar, felt good. In the moonlight, he saw other kinds of trees as well. To take his mind off the pain and nausea, he made himself identify all the trees that he could make out. There were a smattering of heart-shaped linden leaves, and, towering farther above, a bough or two of what looked to be white pine. There were some clusters of oak in the distance to the sides, along with spruce and balsam. Close by, though, there were mostly maples. With every breath of breeze, he could hear the distinctive, soft rattle of cottonwood leaves. Beside the pain associated with the difficulty of breathing, Richard clearly recognized that there was something wrong within himself, something far more basic, more elemental. It wasn't an injury in the conventional sense, but he knew that there was something dreadfully wrong. He tried to identify the perception, but he couldn't pinpoint it. It was a hollow, empty, desolate feeling, unrelated to the familiar emotions of his life, things like his need to find Kalin, or what he had done with setting the Daharan army loose on the old world. He considered the troubling things Shota had told him, but that wasn't it either. It was more a sense of a disturbing void within himself that he knew he had never felt before. That's why he had so much trouble identifying it. It was a completely unfamiliar condition. There had been something there, some sense of himself, that he realized he had never thought about, never identified as a distinct element, a discrete part of his makeup, that was now missing. Richard felt as if he was no longer himself. The story Shota had told him of Baracus and the book he had written, Secrets of a War Wizard's Power, came to mind. Richard wondered if his inner voice was trying to suggest that such a book might help him in just such a situation. He had to admit that the problem did feel connected in some way to his gift. Thinking about that book caused his mind to wander to what Shota had told him about his mother, that she had not died alone in that fire. Zed was insistent that he'd looked through the charred remains of the house and he had found no other bones. How could that be? Either Zed or Shota had to be wrong. For some reason, he could not believe that either of them were. Somewhere deep in the back of his mind, the answer ticked at him. Try as he might, though, he could not coax it out. Richard felt a pang of loneliness for his mother, a feeling that had visited him from time to time throughout his life. He wondered what she would have to say about all that had happened to him. She'd never had a chance to see him grow up, to see him as a man. She'd only known him as a boy. He knew his mother would love Kalin. She would be so happy for him, so proud to have a daughter-in-law like Kalin. She always wanted him to have a good life. There could be no better life than a life with Kalin. But he no longer had a life with Kalin. He guessed that he had life, and, all things considered, that was about as much as could be expected at the moment. At least he could work toward his dreams. Dead men had no dreams. Richard lay on his back, letting the air saturate his burning muscles, letting himself regain his senses, his composure. He was so weak, he could hardly move, so he didn't try to. Instead, as long as he was lying there recovering, he focused on everything that had happened, trying to put it all back together in his mind. He had been traveling back to the keep with Nietzsche and Kara when they had been attacked. It had been the beast. He had sensed its aura of evil. It appeared in a form different from any he had ever seen before, but it was the beast's nature to assume different forms. The only thing he could count on to be consistent was that the beast would continue to come after him until it killed him. He remembered fighting it. His hand went to a place on his leg where one of the tentacles had squeezed until he thought his leg would be stripped of flesh. His thigh was swollen and painful to the touch, but fortunately not torn open. He remembered slicing through some of the creature's arms. He remembered Nietzsche trying to use her power and wishing that she would stop, because it was somehow conducting right through the sliff, so that some of the power she had unleashed against the beast had ripped through him. He suspected that were it not for the substance of the sliff, Nietzsche's magic could have killed him. It certainly didn't harm the beast, at least not enough to slow it down. It, too, must have been insulated, at least to some extent, by the sliff. He remembered Kara being pulled away from him. He remembered Nietzsche likewise being violently separated from him. He remembered the beast trying to rip him apart. And he remembered managing to abruptly break free. But then something had happened that he did not understand. While he was separated from the beast, he had been jolted by an unfamiliar, painful sensation that ripped right down into the core of his being. It had been distinctly different from the pain caused by Nietzsche's power, or that of any magic he had ever felt. Magic. Once he had formed the thought, he realized that he was right. It had been magic of some sort. Even if it was the touch of a kind of conjuring completely unlike anything he had ever felt, he recognized that it had been the touch of magic. Even though he'd been free of the beast, he hadn't even known where the beast was at that particular moment. That was when everything had suddenly changed. As he'd gasped in pain from the abrupt assault of the strange charge of power, the sliff's essence again filled his lungs. That breath had brought a shock of panic. Richard remembered a similar feeling when he had been young. He'd been with several other boys diving down to the bottom of a pond in a contest to retrieve pebbles. Their afternoon of swimming and diving from branches overhanging the small but deep pond had churned up the muddy bottom. Under the murky water, while diving for pebbles, Richard lost his sense of direction. He was out of air when he bumped his head on a thick branch. Being disoriented, he thought that bumping into the low branch meant that he'd broken the surface and run into one of the low-lying limbs hanging out over the edge of the pool. He hadn't. It had been a submerged branch. Before realizing what he had really done, he breathed in some of the muddy water. He'd been close to the surface, to the shore, and to his friends. It had been a terrifying experience, but it had ended quickly, and he'd recovered soon enough, learning a lesson to have more respect for water. That memory of breathing in water as a boy, in addition to the natural unwillingness to inhale water, had made it all the more difficult to breathe in the sliff the first time. He overcame that fear, though, and it turned out to be a rapturous experience. But in the sliff, when he found himself suddenly drowning, there was no surface, no shore, no help at hand. Such a thing had never happened in the sliff before. There had been no way for him to escape, no way to get to the surface, and no one to help him. Richard looked over in the moonlight. The sliff was close by, watching him. He realized that she was not in a well, the way he had always seen her before. They were on the ground in a sparsely wooded place. He could hear no sounds but the sound of nature. He could detect nothing but forest smells. Beneath leaves, pine needles, forest debris, and roots, Richard felt a rough stone floor. The grout joints were fat, more than a finger wide. These were not tight joints like those in finely crafted palaces, but they were without a doubt man-made. And the silver face of the sliff, rather than looking out from within her well, had risen slightly from a rather small and irregular opening in the ancient stone floor. Ragged pieces from that stone floor now lay about on top of the dried leaves and rubble of branches, as if they had just been broken open from underneath, as if the sliff had broken up through them. Richard sat up.
Sliff, are you all right?
Yes, master.
Do you know what happened? It felt like I was drowning.
You were.
Richard stared at the face in the moonlight. But how can that be? What went wrong?
A silver hand reached up from the ground to trail quick silver fingers across his brow, testing him. You do not have the required magic to travel.
Richard blinked in confusion. I don't understand. I've traveled many times before.
Before, you had what was required.
And now I don't? The Sliff watched him a moment.
Now you do not, she confirmed.
Richard felt like he must be hallucinating. But I have both sides of the gift. I can travel.
The Sliff cautiously reached out and again felt his face. The hand slipped down to his chest, pausing for a moment to put light pressure against him. Her arm drew back into the dark hole in the broken stone. You do not have the required magic.
You already said that. It makes no sense. I was already traveling.
While you were traveling, you lost what is required.
Richard's eyes widened. You mean to say that I lost one side of the gift?
No, I mean to say that you do not have the gift. You have no magic at all. You may not travel.
Richard had to run the words through his head again to be sure he'd heard correctly. He didn't see how he could have mistaken what the Sliff had said. His mind raced through fragments of jumbled thoughts as he tried to grasp how such a thing was possible. A terrible realization came to him. Could it be that the corruption caused by the chimes might be responsible? Had that corruption finally caught up with him and undone his gift? Rotted it away without his knowing it until it had finally failed? But that would not explain the sensation he'd felt back in the Sliff, just after he'd escaped the grip of the beast and just before he'd started drowning. The sudden sensation of some dark and furtive magic reaching out when he was most vulnerable and touching him. Richard looked around but saw nothing other than the trees. They were dense enough that he couldn't see anything beyond them in the moonlight. As a guide, he hated the feeling of not knowing where he was. Where are we, anyway? How did we get here?
When it happened, when you lost what is needed to travel, I had to bring you here.
And where is here?
I am sorry, but I don't know exactly.
How can you bring me here and not know where you are? You always know where you are and the places to which you can travel.
I already told you I have never been to this place before. This place is an emergency passage. I knew of it, of course, but I have never been here before. There has never been an emergency within me before. That terrible beast hurt me. I was struggling to keep all of you alive, and then there was something else that came within me. I could not stop it. Like the beast, it entered me without my permission. It violated me.
That confirmed Richard's sense of events, that just after the beast lost its grip on him, something else, some kind of power, had reached out and touched him with its dominion. I'm sorry that you were hurt, Sliff. What happened to the beast?
After this other power came into me, the beast became no more.
You mean that this other power destroyed it?
No, the power did not touch the beast. It touched only you with its full force. After it did, then you no longer had what is required to travel. After that, the beast cast around in me for a brief time and then vanished. I could no longer sustain you within me, so I had to find the nearest emergency portal.
What about Nietzsche and Kara? Were they hurt? Are they safe?
They, too, felt the pain of what happened to me, and one of them tried to use her power in me, something that is wrong to do. After I brought you here, I took them to the keep where they had wished to travel. I told the one that used her power that it was dangerous to do so, and she must not do such a thing. I think I understand, Richard said. It hurt me, too. Were they hurt badly?
They are safe at the keep.
Then we must be somewhere between the people's palace and the keep, Richard said, half to himself.
No.
He looked over at the liquid silver face. I don't understand. We were going from the palace to the keep. If you let me out, then this place here, this emergency passage out, would have to be between the palace and the keep.
While I don't know this place, I do know its general area. We are at a place a little more than halfway across the Midlands from the keep, past Agaden Reach, almost to the wilds.
Richard felt as if the world had just lurched and slid him far from where he had been. But that's much, much farther from the people's palace than the keep is. Why didn't you take me to the closest place, to the keep?
I do not function in that way. What to you may seem like the shortest distance between two places is not the shortest way for me. I am in many places at once.
Richard leaned toward the Sliff. How can you be in many places at once?
You have one foot on that dark stone, and one on a stone that is lighter. You are in two places at once.
Richard sighed. I guess I get your point.
I travel in a way that is different from your way of traveling. This place here, even though it is halfway across the Midlands for you, was the closest place for me. I had to get you out into your world again so that you could breathe. You no longer had what was needed to travel. Your lungs were filled with me. For those without the gift, breathing me is poison. It will kill them. But for you, since you were in me and breathing me already, there was a brief period when you were going through a transition, so having me in you was not instantly fatal. You would have died soon, but there was a brief time before that would happen. I knew that the time you had before you would die was not very long at all. I thought to do my best to save you, to get you to a place where you could be back in your world and hopefully recover. I brought you here, broke the seal, and placed you out in your world again. You were hurt, but I knew that the essence of me still within you would help sustain your life for a short time.
If I could no longer travel, because I don't have the required gift, then what made you think that?
I was made to have properties to assist in emergencies. Those properties are within me, and thereby they were within you. They help to start the process of recovering. It is only intended for a crisis, and even then I was warned that it could not be certain that it would work, because there are variables that cannot be controlled. While you slept between worlds, and my magic that you still had within you was working to extract what had now become poison to you, I finished taking the others to the keep. When I returned, I waited with you until you were recovered enough to be ready to breathe again. Then I helped to remind you what you must do to live. For a time, I did not know if it would work. I have never had to do such a thing before. It was terrible to have to wait while I watched you lying there, not knowing if you would ever again breathe. I feared that I had failed you, and that I would be the cause of your death.
Richard stared at the silver face for a long moment. Finally, he offered her a smile. Thank you, Sliff. You saved my life. You did the right things. You did good.
You are my master. I would do anything for you.
Your master. A master who can't travel.
It is as puzzling to me as it is to you.
Richard tried to think it through, tried to make sense of it, but with the pain of breathing after nearly drowning in the Sliff still feeling like it was pressing heavily on his chest, he was having trouble making his mind focus on thinking. Richard rested his forearms across his knees. I don't suppose there is any way for you to take me back to the keep.
Yes, master. If you wish to travel, I can take you.
Richard sat up straighter. You can? How?
You must simply acquire the required magic, and then I can take you again. Then we will travel. You will be pleased.
Acquire the required magic. He didn't even know how to use the magic he had, or used to have. He couldn't imagine what had happened to his gift, and he had absolutely no idea how to get it back. There had been any number of times he'd wanted to get rid of it, but now that it had actually happened, all he could think about was getting it back. When his gift had failed, the beast had apparently lost him in the sliff. As consolation to losing his gift, it seemed the beast would be one less problem he had to face at the moment. His gift, after all, had been the mechanism by which the beast was keyed to him, the way in which it hunted him. There was supposed to be balance in magic. Perhaps that was the balance to losing it. Richard raked his fingers back through his hair. At least Nietzsche and Kara made it through and are safe. He looked up at the sliff. You're sure that they're all right?
Yes, Master, they are safe. I took them to the keep where they had wished to travel. They had what was required to travel.
And you told them where I was. You told them what had happened. She looked surprised by what sounded more like a mandate than a question.
No, Master. I would never reveal what I do with another.
Oh, great, he muttered. He worked to keep his exasperation in check. But you've told me about others.
You are my master. I do things with you that I would not do with anyone else.
Sliff, they are my friends. They're probably frantic with worry for me. You must tell them what they need to know. The silver head tilted toward him.
Master, I cannot betray you. I would not.
It's not a betrayal. I'm telling you that it's all right to tell them what happened. The sliff looked like she thought this was just about the strangest request she had ever had.
Master, you wish me to tell others about us? About what we do when we are together?
Sliff, try to understand. You are no longer a whore.
But people use me for their pleasure.
It's not the same thing. Richard raked his fingers back through his hair, trying not to sound angry. Listen, wizards in ancient times changed you from who you were, from what you were. The sliff nodded solemnly.
I know, Master. I remember. I was the one it happened to, after all.
You're different now. It's not the same. You can't equate the two things. They're different.
I have been given a duty to serve others in this capacity. My nature is still within me.
But there are some of us who use you, who greatly value your help.
I have always been valued for what I do.
This is different from what you did before. Richard didn't want to be having this argument. He had more important matters to worry about. Sliff, when you travel with us, you are often helping to save lives. When you traveled with us to the People's Palace, you were helping me to end the war. You are doing a good thing.
If you say so, Master, but you must understand that those who created me made me the way I am. They used what I once was to create me as I am now. I can be no way other than the way I am. I cannot wish myself to be different, any more than you can travel now simply by wishing it.
Richard sighed. I suppose not. With one hand, he snapped dry twigs in half as he thought it over. He shared a long look with the beautiful face watching him, hanging on his every word. Finally, he spoke softly. There are times when there is no other way, and you must trust others. This is one of those times. Something about his words clearly struck home. The beautiful liquid face came a little closer.
You are the one,
the sliff whispered. The one? Which one?
The one Baracus told me would come.
The hair on the back of Richard's neck stood on end. You knew Baracus?
He was once my master like you are now.
Of course, Richard whispered to himself. He was first wizard.
He is the one who insisted that I possess the emergency elements I told you about. He also directed that there be this emergency portal. Had he not done those things, you would have died. He was very wise.
Very wise, Richard agreed, as he stared wide-eyed at the Sliff. You said that Baracus told you something about one who would come? The Sliff nodded.
He was kind to me. His wife hated me, but Baracus was kind to me.
You knew his wife, too?
Magda.
Why would she hate you?
Because Baracus was kind to me, and because I took him away from her.
You mean you took him away when he wished to travel?
Of course. When I would tell him that he would be pleased, she would fold her arms and glare at me.
Richard smiled a little. She was jealous.
She loved him and did not want him to leave her. When I would return with him after we traveled, she would often be there waiting for him. He would always smile when he saw her, and she would smile in turn.
And what was it that Baracus said about me?
He told me the same thing that you just did, that there are times when there is no other way and you must trust others. Those were his words, just as they were yours. He said that one day another master would say those exact same words, and then add exactly the same words you did. This is one of those times. He told me that if a master ever said these words, that meant that they were the right one, and I was to tell you some things.
Richard could feel every hair on his arm stand on end. You took Magda Cirrus somewhere, didn't you?
Yes, master. After that I never saw Baracus again. But before, when he told me that someday someone would say those words, he told me to tell them his message.
He left a message? When she nodded, he rolled his hand. So what is it?
I am sorry. I don't know the answers that would save you. If I did, please believe that I would give them eagerly. But I know the good in you. I believe in you. I do know that you have within you what you must to succeed. There will be times when you doubt yourself. Do not give up. Remember then that I believe in you, that I know you can accomplish what you must. You are a rare person. Believe in yourself. Know that I believe you are the one who can do it.
Richard sat frozen. The words echoed around in his head. They were oddly familiar. I've heard almost those exact words before. The Sliff glided a little closer, her features tightening.
You have?
Richard concentrated as he ran the words through his mind again, trying to recall, and then he did. It was right after Shota had told him about Baracus. Just before she left, she'd said those very words to him. There was something about those words spoken by Shota that had aroused an indistinct memory. It was Shota, the witch woman, Richard said as he frowned in recollection. She told me those words. The Sliff retreated.
I am sorry, master. You have failed the test.
Richard looked up at her. What test?
The test Baracus just gave you. I am sorry, but you have failed his test. I can tell you nothing more.
Without further word, the Sliff abruptly vanished into the black hole in the stone. Richard threw himself down on his stomach, leaning down into the hole. No, wait! Don't leave! His own voice echoed up out of the empty black shaft. The Sliff was gone. Without his gift, he had no way to call her back. Chapter 34. Nietzsche heard a soft knock at the door. Zed looked up, but he didn't stand. Kara, hands clasped behind her back, gazing out the window, looked back over her shoulder. Nietzsche, standing closest to the door, pulled it open. The small flame in the lamp on the table was not up to the task of chasing the gloom from the room, but it cast what warm light it could across the face of the tall prophet. "What's going on?" Nathan asked in his deep voice. He cast a suspicious look around at those in the room. "Rika wouldn't say much, other than that you and Kara were back
and Zed wanted to see me immediately.
That's right, Zed said. Come in, please. Nathan glanced around the somber room as he strode in.
Where's Richard?
Nietzsche swallowed. He didn't make it back with us.
Didn't make it back?
He paused to take in the bleak look on Nietzsche's face.
Dear spirits.
Zed, sitting at Jebra's side at the bed, didn't look up. Jebra was unconscious. When they tried to close her eyes, her lids would pop open again. They finally quit trying and let her stare up at the ceiling. Zed had already tended to her broken leg as best he could. She was very fortunate that Kara was not only quick but strong, and that she had been able to catch Jebra's ankle just in time as her dead weight had toppled outward from the balcony. Still, her momentum had whipped the seer down around and under the balcony, where her leg smacked a support strut that broke her leg. Nietzsche suspected that the woman had been unconscious the moment she started falling. It had been a bad break. Zed had set to work immediately on her injury, but because of the unusual state Jebra was in, he had not been able to heal the break. All he had been able to do was set it, splint it, and add enough of his gift to help it begin to mend. When she finally awoke, he would be able to finish the healing. If she awoke. Nietzsche had her doubts. Nietzsche knew that Jebra's broken leg was the least of the woman's problems. Despite everything they had tried, they had been unable to arouse her from her catatonic state. Zed had tried. Nietzsche had tried. She had even tried dangerous conjuring involving subtractive magic. Zed had been against it at first, but when Nietzsche confronted him with the stark nature of their choices, he grudgingly agreed. Unfortunately, even that hadn't helped. Jebra's mind was locked away from them. Whatever magic the witch-woman had used on her was something they were unable to break. Whatever had been done didn't appear to Nietzsche to be intended to be reversible. If they knew its nature, perhaps they might stand a chance of breaking the spell, but they didn't know its makeup. Nathan bent and touched 2 fingers to the unconscious woman's temple. He straightened and helplessly shook his head at Zed's questioning expression. Nietzsche had never seen anything like it. Zed, on the other hand, had in the beginning rubbed his chin as he brooded. He'd muttered that there was something oddly familiar about its nature. What, he couldn't say. Despite how insistent Nietzsche had been, and despite his own desperate desire to do something, Zed was at his wit's end that he could not pinpoint why he felt that he had seen some aspect of such conjuring before. He was, after all, he had reminded them, the first wizard, and he had spent a good portion of his life studying such things. He believed that he should be able to identify what kind of web had been spun around the woman. Nietzsche knew that if Jebra had been conscious, it would have made the job a great deal easier, but Zed wasn't willing to use an excuse for his own failure to identify what the conjuring involved. Nietzsche heard a commotion out in the hallway. Nathan stuck his head out the doorway for a look. "What is it?" a voice in the distance called out. It was Anne, rushing up the hall, escorted by Rika. She finally reached the door. "What's going on?" As she came into the room, laboring to catch her breath, Nathan laid a big hand on her shoulder.
"Something has happened to Richard."
Strands of gray hair stuck out from the loose bun at the back of her head like a plume of ruffled feathers. Her calculating gaze swept over those in the room, assessing the degree of seriousness she saw in each of them. It was the kind of swift, lean evaluation Nietzsche associated with Anne. As the prelate of the Sisters of the Light, she had always had a commanding presence that would strike fear into just about anyone, from high-ranking sister to stable boys. Even though Nietzsche was no longer a Sister of the Light, her guard always went up whenever the former prelate came into the room. The woman's short stature in no way diminished the air of looming menace that seemed to surround her. Anne turned an intent look up at Nathan. "What happened? Is the boy hurt?"
"I don't know yet," Nathan said.
holding up a hand to forestall a flood of questions before they could landslide in on him.
Let the woman explain.
All we know for sure, Nietzsche said when Anne turned a hot glare on her, is that while we were traveling in the Sliff back here from the People's Palace, the beast attacked us. Kara and I tried to help Richard fight it off, then we were separated from him. As soon as that happened, I felt some kind of extrinsic magic. Next thing we knew, Kara and I were back at the keep. Richard wasn't with us. We have no idea what happened to him after he was touched by the strange power I sensed. We never saw the beast again, either. After we got back here, Jebra was attacked by a web that I could discern had been cast by the same person who cast the power that touched Richard in the Sliff. Because Zed recognized its unique composition, we now know that it was power conjured by a witch-woman. "And my Aegil doesn't work," Kara said, holding the weapon up. "Our bond to Lord Rahl is broken. We can no longer sense him." "Dear Creator," Anne whispered as her gaze dropped away. Zed gestured to the woman lying in the bed before him. "Whatever power it is that this witch-woman cast, it left Jebra unconscious. We can't rouse her. Although I know that it was a witch-woman's spell that somehow took her, I can't figure out how a witch-woman could do such a thing. Cast such webs from afar. From my experience, they not only keep to themselves, but can't accomplish things of this nature. It's beyond their ability." "Are you certain that it was a witch-woman?" Anne asked. Zed took a deep breath as he considered the question seriously. "I've had dealings with a witch-woman before. Once a cat has had its claws in you, you don't forget what it feels like. I don't know the specific person who did this, but I know the feel of this. It was a witch-woman." Nietzsche folded her arms. "I think we have a pretty good idea who the witch-woman was. 6. And don't forget, just because you recognize the signature of a witch-woman's power, that doesn't mean that the same limits necessarily apply to the individual who did this. After all, for someone to recognize your power as that of a wizard doesn't mean that they know your limits or would know your real potential." "True enough," Zed admitted with a sigh. Nathan waved off the topic of witch-women.
Did Jebra say anything else about the vision she had? Anything at all?
Zed shared a look with Nietzsche. "Well, not until this spell took her. Just before she went into this state, we heard her say, 'Stars, stars fallen to ground, stars among the grass.'"
"Stars," Nathan repeated as he paced in the small room, holding an elbow with one hand and tapping the tips of the fingers of the other to his chin. He finally turned toward Zed. "I'm afraid that such a prophecy means nothing to me. It's probable that she only spoke a fragment aloud. In that case, it could easily be that there isn't enough for me to go on."
Nietzsche's heart sank. She had been hoping that the prophet would be able to decipher the seer's prophecy. Anne scratched the side of her nose, searching for words. "So it is possible, then, that we—" She cleared her throat. "That we have lost Richard? That this witch-woman killed him?" Kara took an aggressive step forward. "Lord Rahl is not dead." In the echoing silence, Zed rose from the chair. He cast Kara a cautionary glance before addressing Anne. "I don't think so either." Anne looked from Kara's heated expression to Zed. "I know why she doesn't believe it is so. Why don't you?" He gestured down at Jebra. "Because of this woman lying here in this bed." Anne frowned. "What do you mean?" "Well, the first vision Jebra has had in several years is about Richard." "That's right," Nietzsche put in. "Her vision was about what was going to happen to him. She told me, specifically, not to let him be alone, not for an instant." Anne arched an eyebrow. "And yet you did." Nietzsche ignored the affront. "Yes, not deliberately, but because of the beast. The beast was an unforeseeable factor, a random event. When Anne only looked more perplexed, Zed explained. "We believe that it was this witch woman's plan to touch Richard with her power, but the beast dropped in at just the wrong moment, spoiling up her carefully constructed plan." Anne's frown deepened. "In what way?" "The beast caused her to miss getting Richard, as she had planned," Nietzsche said. "Because of the beast, she lost Richard in the Sliff, just as we did. Now she has a problem. She has to find him." "So she did the same thing we did," Zed said. "She came here, or at least she sent her power here, to find out from the seer where he will be." "She was seeking prophecy?" Anne asked. "Witch women see things in the flow of time. Why would she need the seer?" Zed spread his hands. "Yes, they see things, but, as I'm sure Nathan can explain better than I could, they can't see exactly what they want to see, when they want to see it."
Nathan was nodding his agreement. "There is a random element to prophecy. It comes when it comes, not when you wish it to come. Perhaps the wizards of ancient times knew the keys to using prophecy at will, but if they did not pass such knowledge on. It is seldom that you can pick and choose with prophecy what events you want to see."
Zed lifted a finger, stressing his point. "Six probably saw, either through her ability or her conjuring having to do with the events, that Jebra had already had a vision revealing what would happen to Richard, and where he would be next, so she simply stole into Jebra's mind to steal the answer." "I think that's why we can't wake Jebra," Nietzsche said. "I don't think that Six wants anyone else to be able to get the information that she already got. While Jebra spoke only a few words aloud, I would bet that Six extracted all of it, the entire vision, from Jebra's mind. I believe that Six then compelled Jebra to jump from the balcony to kill herself, so that she couldn't reveal her vision to anyone else. Failing that, the spell rendered Jebra unconscious. Like suicide, it's a whole lot easier than killing from afar, and just as good for her purpose."
Nathan's brow had drawn down as he listened. He rolled a hand, as if turning over the event in his mind. "So, you think that in her prophecy, Jebra was revealing that Richard is going to find stars that have fallen to the ground? That he will be at a place with stars among the grass? Like a place where meteorites are found?"
Zed clasped his hands behind his back and nodded. "It rather seems that way."
Nathan stared off as he considered, nodding to himself from time to time. Anne didn't look so convinced.
"So, you think that Richard is alive?" she asked. "And that this witch woman, Six, somehow spelled him?"
Nietzsche gave the former prelate a single firm nod.
"That's the conclusion Zed and I have reached."
Anne leaned closer to her former charge.
"For what purpose? I can fathom reasons for Six murdering Richard, but why would she want to get her hands on him?"
Nietzsche didn't shy from the woman's steady gaze.
"Six usurped the witch woman who lived up here, Shota. Why? Well, what did Six take? Shota's companion, Samuel," she said in answer to her own question. "And Samuel has the sword of truth, the sword he once carried."
Anne looked like she had just lost the thread of the story.
"What does that have to do with anything?" "What did Samuel use the sword for? What did he steal?" Nietzsche asked.
Anne's eyes went wide.
"One of the boxes of Orden." "From a sister of the dark," Nietzsche said, "with the help of the sword of truth."
Anne turned a flustered look on Zed.
"But why would this woman, Six, want Richard?"
Zed's gaze sank to the floor as he rubbed the tips of his fingers across the furrows of his brow.
"To open the correct box of Orden, one has to have a very important book. I think you two, of all people, should be quite familiar with that particular volume."
Nathan's jaw fell open with realization.
The Book of Counted Shadows, Anne breathed.
Zed nodded.
The only copy of that book now resides in Richard's head. He burned the original after he had memorized it.
We have to find him first, Anne said.
Zed grunted derisively at the very suggestion, lifting his eyebrows in mock wonder, as if he could never have divined such an idea without her help.
We have a more immediate problem, Nietzsche said.
Kara, across the small room, waggled her aegil.
Until we find Lord Rahl, there is no bond.
Without the bond, Nietzsche said, we are all at the mercy of the dream walker. The realization seemed to hit Anne like a clap of thunder.
Something must be done immediately, Zed added. The threat is dire, and there is little time. If we don't act, we could lose this war at any moment.
What are you getting at? Nathan asked suspiciously.
Zed looked up at the scowling prophet.
We need you to become the Lord Rahl. We dare not risk our people being without the bond for another moment. You must then leave at once for the People's Palace.
Nathan stood silently, looking grim. He was a tall man with broad shoulders. With his white hair brushing those shoulders, he cut an imposing figure. It made Nietzsche sick at heart to think of anyone else taking Richard's place as Lord Rahl. The alternative, though, was to allow the Dreamwalker to ravage their minds. She knew all too well what that was like. She knew how her bond to Richard had not merely saved her life, but shown her the joy of living. Her bond to Richard hadn't been the formal acquiescence to the rule of the Lord Rahl, as it was with the people of Dahara. Rather, it had been a deeper commitment to Richard, the man she had loved from almost the first moment she had seen the spark of life in his gray eyes. Richard had shown her not just how to live again, but how to love. She swallowed back the pain of it, of knowing that she could never have him, worse, of knowing that his heart belonged to another, belonged to someone she didn't even remember. It would be better if Nietzsche could remember this Kaelin, know that she was smart, loving, beautiful, because then she could be happy for Richard. It was hard to be happy for him when he loved a phantom.
I understand, Nathan said at last in a deep voice.
Anne looked like she had close to 1,000 objections, one to match each year of the prophet's age, but she managed to bottle them up under the cork of her realization of the consequences of not having a Lord Rahl.
The Daharan army is not far from the palace, Nathan said. They will soon have to face Jagang's horde. I think you're right that I would best help our cause if I were there.
Nietzsche hadn't told any of them yet. She cleared her throat to make sure that her voice would not fail her. Richard spoke to the army. That's why he went to Dahara. He told them that they could not fight the Imperial Order and hope to win. Anne's face went crimson. So what does he expect them to do? If not fight the army of the Order, then what? Lay waste to the old world, Nietzsche said with grim resolve. Zed, Nathan, and Anne stared silently at her. He told them to do what? Zed asked incredulously. It's the only way, Nietzsche said. We have no hope of destroying their army. Richard intends the Daharan army to instead destroy their will to fight. It's the only chance we have. Dear spirits, Zed whispered as he turned away. He went to the window and stood staring out into the night. He finally turned back, his eyes brimming with tears. I have been in this position. I have had to direct our side to do things that had to be done. He shook his head again. The poor boy. I'm afraid he's right. I should have seen it myself. I guess I didn't want to. Sometimes it takes lonely courage to do what must be done. Kara stepped forward and went to one knee before Nathan. She bowed her head. Master Rahl guide us. Master Rahl teach us. Master Rahl protect us.
In your light we thrive, in your mercy we are sheltered, in your wisdom we are humbled. We live only to serve. Our lives are yours. Zed dropped to one knee, as did Rika. Nietzsche did the same. Finally, reluctantly, Anne followed. Master Rahl, guide us, they all said in unison. Master Rahl, teach us. Master Rahl, protect us. In your light we thrive, in your mercy we are sheltered, in your wisdom we are humbled. We live only to serve. Our lives are yours. Nathan stood tall and silent, hands clasped, looking down at the bowed heads, looking very much like the Lord Rahl. When they had finished the devotion, they all stood, somewhat disquieted by the unspoken significance of what they had just done, of what it meant that Richard was no longer the Lord Rahl. "It is done," Kara said. She tested the feel of her slender red weapon in her fingers, gazing at it with liquid blue eyes. "My Aegil is alive again." She smiled in a distant, sad way. "The link of the bond is whole once more. All the Harans will recognize it, and know that we again have a Lord Rahl." Nathan let out a deep breath.
"At least we have that on our side."
"Nathan," Zed said to the prophet, "you must get to Dahara at once. There are Imperial Order troops at the larger passes east of here into Dahara, still trying to find a way in the back door. I will show you some ways around them. It would be best to have a Lord Rahl, the guardian of the bond, standing with those now standing alone at the palace." "What about Jagang's army?" Anne asked, looking concerned after Nathan nodded his agreement. "What do you think Jagang will do once he discovers that the Daharan army has evaporated right before he could close his fist around them?" Zed shrugged. "He will lay siege to the people's palace. Verna and some of her sisters will be there to help defend the place, but the people's palace is built in the form of a spell that amplifies the power of a Rahl and suppresses it in others. Verna and the sisters will not be able to wield the full force of their ability. Right now, Nathan is the only Rahl we have to help defend the palace and its people." "That's why we need Nathan to leave at once for the palace," Nietzsche said. "Tonight," Zed added.
Nathan's gaze moved from Zed's eyes to Nietzsche's. "I understand. I will do my best. Let us hope that Richard will one day be able to take his place back from me."
At that moment, his words lifted at least a little of the weight from Nietzsche's heart. "We will be working on that," Zed assured him. "You can count on it," Nietzsche said. Kara pointed her Aegil at the prophet. "And you had better not get any crazy notion in your head that you will be keeping the post. It belongs to Lord Rahl." Nathan arched an eyebrow.
"I am the Lord Rahl now."
Kara made a sour face. "You know what I mean." Nathan smiled a slow smile. Anne jabbed Nathan in the ribs with a finger. "And don't you get any grand ideas, Lord Rahl. I'm going with you to make sure you stay out of trouble." Nathan shrugged.
"I guess that the Lord Rahl could use an attendant. You'll do."
Chapter 35. After lying on the ancient cold stone floor in the depths of a lonely forest for what seemed like an eternity, staring down into the black abyss, not knowing what else to do, Richard finally sat back up. He had called to the sliff until he was nearly hoarse, but there was no answer. The sliff was gone. Richard put his elbows on his knees. As his head sank, he clasped his hands behind his neck. He felt like he had lost his way and didn't know what to do next. How many times since he'd left his Heartland woods had he felt just this way? Had he thought that he was at the end of his rope? He'd always found a way. He didn't know if this time he could. As he was growing up, Richard had never known that he had been born with the gift. He'd never known anything at all about magic. Once he discovered that he'd been born with the gift, he didn't want it. He wanted only to be rid of it, as if it was a sickness that had been passed down to him. He just wanted to be himself, but he had finally come to accept the value of his abilities and understand that they were part of who he was. They had, on many occasions, after all, helped him save not only his own life, but Kalen's, and many others along the way. His gift was a part of him, something that couldn't be separated from him any more than his heart or lungs could be taken away. Now, though, he'd somehow lost the gift. At first, when the Sliff had told him that he no longer had the magic required to travel, he'd had a hard time believing that such a thing was possible, that his gift could really be gone. He'd thought it must be a magical malfunction, an anomaly of some sort. Back when he'd wanted to be rid of it, he had inquired as to how he could shed his gift, and had learned that such a thing simply wasn't possible. While it didn't seem conceivable to him, Richard knew that it was true. He knew because, along with his gift, he had lost his ability to remember the Book of Counted Shadows. He might as well have never memorized it, because, along with his gift, that memory was suddenly lost. The Book of Counted Shadows had been a book of magic. The gift was required to be able to read it, and required to remember even so much as a single word of the text. Without the gift, Richard couldn't read books of magic, or, more accurately, recall the words long enough to know that there had been anything there to read. Without the gift, books of magic appeared blank. Now his memory of the Book of Counted Shadows had gone dark. And now he had failed a test he hadn't even known he was taking. He wasn't even at all clear as to what the test had been. Somehow, though, he had failed it. He felt as if he had failed Kalen. He couldn't imagine how those words could have been a test from Baracus. How could they possibly test him? Test him at what? He didn't know what test the Sliff could be talking about, so he had no way to figure out how he had failed it. He wished he had Zed to help him figure it out, or Nietzsche, or Nathan, someone, anyone. He stopped and asked himself how many times that night he had wished for answers, for help, for salvation to come save him. None of the wishes had been answered. Wishes, he knew, never were. He reminded himself that he was wasting valuable time feeling sorry for himself. He had to think, not sit around hoping that someone else would come along and think for him. He lay back on the stone and stared up at the canopy of limbs and leaves above, and beyond them, the stars. He smiled, mocking himself, thinking that maybe a falling star would answer his wishes. He pushed aside the thought of wishes and put his mind to the task at hand. He'd run the whole thing through his mind 100 times, and it still made no sense. Baracus said, through the message left with the Sliff, that he didn't have the answers that would save Richard. Baracus believed, though, that Richard had within him what was needed to succeed. Baracus told Richard to believe in himself and wanted him to know that he believed in Richard, although he hadn't used Richard's name specifically. The message, Richard reasoned, had been meant for the one who would be born with the subtractive side of the gift that Baracus had seen to it was released from the Temple of the Winds. But Baracus didn't know that person's name, didn't know specifically who that person would be. At least, Richard didn't think he did. It made more sense that Baracus simply spoke directly, personally, without using names. The message had been clear enough without having to use the name of the person who would eventually hear it. That gave it the sound of a direct address. How could that be a test? How could Richard fail it? He sighed in frustration as he pulled a long stalk of grass growing from one of the missing mortar joints off to the side. As he considered the issue, he flattened the soft base of the stalk of grass with his front teeth. Page 364. Could it be that the Sliff somehow had been given some power by Baracus, like the power he'd given her to act in an emergency, so that she could see whether or not Richard had what it took to succeed? Could it be that this insight given the Sliff told her that Richard fell short in some way? The source. As he stared up at the stars, Richard mulled that over in his mind. He'd told the Sliff that he had heard those words before from Shota, and then, all of a sudden, the Sliff had been done with him. Could the Sliff know Shota? Maybe, in Baracus's view, Richard should not be associating with a witch-woman. Maybe that was the reason Richard had failed, because he hadn't been doing things on his own by himself. He made a face. He had difficulty imagining that Baracus wouldn't want him to work with people to find answers, to solve problems. He ran over the words in his mind, as best as he could recall them anyway. I am sorry. I don't know the answers that would save you. If I did, please believe that I would give them eagerly. But I know the good in you. I believe in you. I do know that you have within you what you must to succeed. There will be times when you doubt yourself. Do not give up. Remember then that I believe in you, that I know you can accomplish what you must. You are a rare person. Believe in yourself. Know that I believe you are the one who can do it. That was what the Sliff had said was the message from Baracus. Richard recalled, though, that those had been the same words Shota had told him not very long ago, the last time he had seen her, just before she left. Richard didn't really believe in coincidence. In this case, he certainly didn't. Shota could not have said by chance the same words that Baracus had told the Sliff to say. The message was too long and too detailed, with characteristics that were far too idiosyncratic. If that was the case, that it had not been coincidence, and Richard was sure it wasn't, then why would Shota have used the exact same words that Baracus had? Was it a message of some kind? Was she trying to tell him something, warn him about something? If the witch-woman had wanted to help him, then why didn't she warn him about the test and tell him? If she could not tell him the answer, she could at least have told him what the test would be. Zed had often said, though, that a witch-woman never told you what you wanted to know without telling you something you didn't. Could that be it? He doubted it, since she had told him a great many terrible things that day, things, it turned out, that had helped him finally grasp what he had to do with the army, rather than allowing them to fight Jagang in a final battle. The thing that was itching at him, though, was that there were phrases in the message that were unique. Answers that would save you. Give them eagerly. Know the good in you. You have within you what you must to succeed. Know that I believe you are the one. Those were all slightly uncommon patterns in the way people spoke. They were not drastically different, but they were a bit eccentric, almost childlike, and yet rather formal in a simplistic way. Richard sighed. He couldn't seem to put his finger on it, but there was something distinctly unconventional in the use of language within that message. With an icy shock of realization, he remembered. He remembered why those words had sounded unsettlingly familiar when Shota had said them. It was because he had heard those exact words before. Those were the exact words that had been spoken by the night wisp the evening of the first day Richard had met Kalin. They had been in the Wayward Pine. Kalin asked if he was afraid of magic, and then, after approving of his answer, she brought out a little striped bottle that held the wisp. The night wisp, Shar, had guided Kalin across the boundary, but by then it was dying. The wisp was unable to live away from its home place and those of its kind. It didn't have enough strength to cross the boundary again. Richard remembered Kalin saying, Shar has sacrificed her life to help me, because if Darkenral succeeds, all her kind, among others, will perish. The wisp had been the one who told Richard for the first time that Darkenral was after him. Shar had warned that if Richard ran, he would be caught and killed. Richard had thanked the wisp for helping Kalin. He told Shar that his life had been made longer because she had saved him from doing something foolish that day. He told Shar that his life was better for knowing her, and thanked the wisp for helping bring her safely through the boundary. Shar had then told him that she believed in him and the rest of it, exactly as Baracus had related through the Sliff. At the time, he had thought that the slightly odd speech characteristics were simply idiosyncratic of wisps, and perhaps they really were, but Baracus had used those exact words for a reason. Shota had used the same words too, either deliberately or in innocent unawareness of their source, no doubt in order to help him by reminding him of those words from Shar. She probably didn't realize the real reason for saying those exact words, but through her ability, they were intended to make him think, to make him remember. It was probably only because of the terrible vision Richard had had of Kalin witnessing his execution that he hadn't connected Shota's words with the same words he'd heard years before from the Night Wisp. That vision had simply overpowered everything else. Richard listened to the night sounds off in the woods, of bugs chirping, the leaves rustling in the wind, and a distant mockingbird, as another memory began seeping back into his consciousness. Shar, the Wisp, had used his name without being introduced. He supposed that the Wisp could simply have overheard it while in the little bottle in the pouch at Kalin's belt. Or she might have already known his name. Richard's eyes were opened as wide as they would go as he recalled something else. He had asked the Wisp why Darkenrahl was trying to kill him, if it was because he helped Kalin, or if there was another reason. Shar had come close and asked, "Other reason? Secrets?" Secrets. Richard jumped to his feet and cried out aloud with the shock of understanding. He pressed his wrists to the sides of his head, unable to suppress another shout. "I understand. Dear spirits, I understand." Secrets. Richard had thought at the time that the Wisp knew about the tooth that Richard kept hidden under his shirt, but that wasn't it at all. It had nothing to do with that tooth. Shar was asking him something entirely different. She was offering him his first chance at recovering the secret book Baracus had left for him. But it had been too soon. Richard hadn't yet been ready. Richard had failed Baracus's test back then, too. Failed it for the first time that night with the Wisp. Baracus, though, probably had no way to know when Richard would be ready. He had to have a way to test him from time to time. Shota had said that just because Baracus had seen to it that Richard had been born with the ability, that didn't mean he would do the right things. Baracus hadn't taken his free will, and so, from time to time, Baracus needed to test the one born with that ability to see if he had learned to use it to accomplish those things along the way that needed to be accomplished. Richard wondered how many other things put in his path had been the doing of Baracus. At the moment, he had no way to know the answer to that question. He did know that when the Sliff said he failed the test, that was at least the second time he had failed it. The Sliff's test was a reserve test, a repeat test for after Richard had learned more, after he'd had a chance to know who he really was. Secrets. Richard felt as if his head might explode with the power of comprehension. Every emotion he had ever had seemed to collide together, twisting his insides with the excitement and anxiety of it all. He threw himself down on the stone floor, hands gripping the edge until his knuckles were white. "Sliff, come back. I know what Baracus meant. I understand. Sliff!" Mere inches away, liquid metal rose up into the cold, silvery moonlight, forming into the flawless features of the Sliff. It was an impossibly beautiful vision, reflecting the swaying trees and his own face in flowing distortions of reality. The Sliff slowly smiled. "Do you wish to change your answer, Master?" Richard wanted to kiss the quicksilver face. "Yes." The Sliff cocked her head to one side. "What is it you wish to confide in me, Master?" "A Night Wisp told me that before, not just Shota."
Richard gestured with the frustration of trying to get it all out at once before the Sliff could say that he had not passed the test. Shota was second. It was a night wisp who first told me those same words, the words Baracus used. That's when I heard it first. That's what Baracus wanted me to know, that it's the night wisps. Richard half expected Silver Arms to slip around his neck and draw him closer. "Anything else, Master?" the Sliff whispered intimately. Yes. With that message, Baracus wanted me to realize that what he left for me alone, is hidden with the night wisps. The Sliff came closer yet, still showing the gentle curve of a knowing smile. Her gaze drank him in. For the first time ever, her lips moved with her words, her voice coming in the breathy whisper of surrender. "You have passed the test, Master. I am pleased." "Now there's a first," Richard said. The Sliff laughed, a sound as clear and pleasant as the moonlight. "Do you know the place of the wisps, Master?" Richard shook his head. "No, but Kaylin told me a little about them, about their home place. Kaylin is my wife. She has traveled in you before and was pleased, but you don't remember her because she was captured by some very bad people who released a spell to make everyone forget her. Something a little like what was done to you. I'm trying to find her before those same bad people can hurt everyone. That's what this is all about. That's why Baracus left something for me, something to help me in my efforts." "I see. I am happy for you, Master." "Anyway, Kaylin told me about the place where the night wisps live. She said that it's beautiful." "So Baracus told me, too." "Kaylin said that you can't see the wisps in the daytime, only at night. I guess that's why they're called night wisps. Kaylin said they're like stars fallen from the sky. She said that it's like seeing stars among the grass." The Sliff nodded at his excitement. "I am happy that you are pleased, Master." "Can you go there? To the place of the night wisps? This place of stars fallen to the ground?" "Even if you could travel, I'm afraid not," the Sliff said. "Baracus directed that this emergency portal be built here for a reason. He did not want me to be able to go to the home place of the night wisps, because he did not want anyone to know that he went there. He did not want it to become a destination either, but rather to remain a remote and secret place of stars fallen to the ground. Baracus told me that this portal is not a great distance from the wisps, but it is the closest I can get to them. He did not want me to give any hint that this place existed, or to ever divulge anything involving my future masters. It was his way of protecting you. That is why I could not tell your friends where you were. That secrecy and security was also meant to be part of what would bring forth the right words from the right person. That protection not only protected you, but denying you the help of your friends prompted you into thinking for yourself. Thinking is what Baracus said would turn the key for you." Richard's head spun with everything he was learning. He leaned closer, seeking to confirm what he already knew. "You brought Baracus's wife, Magda, here, didn't you? And she was carrying something with her." "Yes. This is the place I brought Magda after the last time I saw Master Baracus. She repaired the stone here before going back. That was the last time I saw her. No one has been through to this place ever since then. You have passed the test, Master. This is the way to the secret library Baracus left for you." Chapter 36. Kaylin stepped carefully among the rubble of ancient buildings that had, over the millennia, crumbled and eventually toppled, sending sections tumbling down the steep hillside. Dusty pieces of brick and stone lay scattered everywhere among the dry, decomposing dirt of the slope. It would be easy to stumble and fall in the dark, and it was a long way down. Jillian, a shadowy, lithe shape just ahead of them, climbed the scrabble as effortlessly as a mountain goat. Sister Ulyssia, ahead of Kalin and the other two sisters behind her, huffed and puffed with the effort of the arduous ascent. As eager as they were to press on, the sisters were getting tired. They frequently lost their footing and slipped, nearly falling from the bluff. Kalin thought that they would be well advised to wait until daylight to finish climbing up into the ruins of the city of Casca. She wasn't about to give them that advice, though. The sisters did what the sisters wanted to do, and there was nothing Kalin could do about it. In the end, the only result of any suggestion she might offer would be a beating for interfering. Kalin would have been happy to see any one of the sisters fall and break her neck, but she knew that the other two would be no less trouble than all three. For that matter, one of the sisters was more than capable of making Kalin's life a torturous nightmare. Any of them could easily use her power through the iron collar around Kalin's neck to put her in a state of unendurable agony. So she climbed without commenting on the wisdom of doing such a thing by the light of the moon alone. Since Jillian's trail was so treacherous, they'd had to leave the horses at the base of the headlands. There were certain items, though, that the sisters would not let out of their sight, much less leave behind, and so Kalin was made to carry them, along with what other packs she could lift. It was a grueling effort to lug the heavy load up the precipitous trail. Jillian had wanted to help with some of the packs, but the sisters refused to allow it, saying that Kalin was a slave and meant for a slave's work. They told Jillian to worry about guiding them to Tovi. Kalin signaled Jillian with her eyes to do as the sisters wanted and move out. She silently reminded herself that such work would only make her stronger, while the sisters, shunning any effort, would only grow weaker. Kalin wanted to remain strong. Someday she was going to need her strength. But it had been a long day, and that strength was flagging. At least they were nearing the end of the lengthy, headlong journey. Soon enough, the sisters would all be reunited, and then maybe they would settle in for a time, be a little less tense, a little slower to anger. While Kalin looked forward to a respite of a day or two, she was troubled by what it would mean. The sisters had given the clear impression that this was to be the end of the journey, the end of their struggle, and the beginning of a new era. Kalin could not imagine what that could mean, but it worried her greatly. The sisters often talked among themselves of the reward that awaited them being nearly in their grasp. More than once, Sister Ulyssia had remarked, in answer to the others' impatience, "It won't be long now." Kalin had no idea what their plan was, what great event was about to take place, but she was certain that it involved the boxes she carried on her back, Lord Ral's boxes. The two sisters following behind kept a careful watch on those boxes. The night before, Kalin had overheard the sisters say that when they reached Tovi and the third box, the preparations would begin. Kalin sighed in relief when they at last reached the top of the steep incline, finding themselves standing at the base of a decomposing wall. In places, gullies had undermined and washed out sections of the wall. Kalin took one last look out over the moonlit plain far below before following Jillian through one of the dark gaps in the wall. Once into the breach in under the wall still remaining overhead, Kalin discovered that the wall was as thick as a small house. Whatever people built such a wall must have been decidedly worried about what might come to attack them. The steep trail leveled out on the other side of the wall and led them among buildings set close together. Many places near to the edge had crumbled or were leaning and about to fall. The massive wall had held much of the decaying rubble back, but in places, parts of falling buildings had gone over the top. Over time, broken bricks, blocks, and mortar had also been washed down through the gullies. They soon found themselves on a narrow street among buildings that were in better shape. The outer fringe of structures had seemed to take the brunt of the weather,
and as a result were the most deteriorated. From the confinement of buildings, they made their way out into a graveyard. In the moonlight, it was a haunting sight. Statues stood here and there like phantoms among the dead. Making their way among the graves, Kalin saw that higher up, the buildings lay like an endless carpet over the rolling landscape. In the clear sky, she spotted Jillian's raven, Loki. The girl had never pointed it out, apparently hoping the sisters would think it was just a wild bird, but when Kalin glanced her way, Jillian would sometimes signal with her eyes to look up. Loki would do aerial tricks that would make Jillian, if the sisters were looking the other way, smile. She seemed a girl searching for some small reason for joy among the desolation of what had befallen her and her grandfather because of the sisters. When Sister Armina once noticed the raven, she thought that it was a vulture following them across the desolate landscape. Kalin didn't correct her. "How much farther?" Sister Ulyssia asked as she paused among the grave markers. For some reason, Kalin thought that she sounded suspicious of Jillian. Jillian pointed. "Not far, up there, through that building. It's the passageway to the dead." Sister Cecilia snorted. "Passageway to the dead. Tovey always did have quite the sense of drama." Sister Armina shrugged. "Seems pretty appropriate to me." "Go on, then," Sister Ulyssia said as she gestured for the girl to get moving again. Jillian started out at once, leading them out of the maze of the graveyard and up into the empty city. Kalin couldn't tell for sure by the light of the moon alone, but it seemed that everything, every wall, roof, street, every part of everything was the same color of dust and death. The ghostly silence in among the buildings shrouded the night with an eerie sense of stillness. Kalin felt as if she were walking through the immense skeleton of a city, as if every bit of tissue and life had been stripped away, and all that was left was crumbling beige bones. Along a broad thoroughfare that, by the look of the decorative curving stone walls to each side, must once have been beautiful, Jillian slipped like a shadow through the arches fronting one of the larger buildings. Inside, it was hard to see. Kalin heard the girl's feet crunching across bits of crumbled mortar. The sisters didn't seem to notice the mosaic underfoot. Where moonlight fell across the floor, Kalin could see faded little tiles that made up a picture of trees, paths, and a wall surrounding a graveyard. There were even mosaic people. Looking at the sweep of the picture across the floor as she lugged her heavy load, Kalin tripped on a missing section of tile and fell to her knees. Sister Ulyssia immediately struck her across the back of her head, knocking Kalin sprawling on her face. "Get up, you clumsy ox!" Sister Ulyssia shouted as she kicked Kalin in the ribs. Kalin was trying, but with the weight of the load on her back, it was easier said than done. "Yes, sister," she said, gasping between the kicks, hoping to gain time to stand. Jillian stepped between them. "Leave her be!" Sister Ulyssia straightened with a glower. "How dare you interfere? I'll wring your scrawny neck." "I think we ought to skin her alive," Sister Armina said, "and leave her bleeding corpse out there for the vultures." Sister Ulyssia snatched Jillian's collar. "Get out of the way so I can teach this lazy ox a lesson." "Leave her be," Jillian repeated, refusing to back down. "Let's just cut the little brat's throat and be done with her," Sister Cecilia complained. "We don't have time for this. We can find Tovey on our own now." Knowing that she had to pacify the sisters before they carried out their threats to harm the girl, Kalin finally managed to regain her feet. She immediately took Jillian's arm and pulled her back out of harm's way. "I'm sorry, it's my fault," Kalin said. "We can go now." Kalin half-turned to start out, but she didn't take a step. She knew better than to do so without permission. Sister Ulyssia didn't move. She had murder in her eyes.
Not until she sees you get the kind of lesson we've owed you for quite a while now, she said. You're getting far too used to being treated lightly at your every transgression. You will leave Caelan be, Gillian said from halfway behind Caelan, trying not to be pushed any farther into the background. Sister Ulyssia planted her fists on her hips. Or what? Or I'll not show you where Tovey is. You foolish child, Sister Ulyssia growled. We already know where Tovey is. She's in here. You've already led us to her. Gillian slowly shook her head. There are miles of passageways down there. You'll get yourself lost among the bones. You leave Caelan be, or I'll not show you the way. I can sense Tovey, Sister Cecilia said with a dismissive sigh. Cut the girl's throat. We're close enough that I can find Tovey now with my gift alone. I, too, can sense her, Sister Armina said. Sensing that she is near, Gillian said, doesn't mean that you will be able to find the correct passageway to get to her. Down there, down with the bones, you may be only a short distance from her, but if you take one wrong turn among many you must make, you will go for miles and never reach her. People have gone down there and died because they couldn't find their way back out. Sister Ulyssia clasped her hands, considering as she peered down her nose at the girl. We don't have time for this right now, she finally announced. Get going, she told Gillian. She turned a meaningful look on the other two sisters. Soon enough we will even this score, along with others. She turned back with a menacing expression that widened Gillian's eyes. You get us to Tovey, or she's liable to get impatient and start breaking your grandfather's bones, one at a time. Gillian's face registered sudden alarm. She immediately led them into a labyrinth of passages and rooms through the back of the building. There were places where the passageways were open to the moonlight. In other places, it was cramped and black as death. The sisters lit small flames that hovered above their palms so that they could see. Gillian looked startled to learn that the women could do such a thing. They emerged from the building into another graveyard. Without slowing, Gillian led them through the place of the dead, among hillocks covered with gnarled olive trees and rows of graves mottled with wildflowers. She finally brought them to a halt above a gravestone standing on its side beside a black hole in the ground. Down this rat hole? Sister Armina asked. If you want to get to Tovey. Gillian grabbed a lantern from beside the coverstone and, after a sister lit it, started down. They all funneled into the narrow stairway, following Gillian down. The ancient stone steps were irregular, with their leading edges rounded over and worn smooth. For Caelan, with all the weight she was carrying on her back, the descent was treacherous. The sisters held out wavering flames to help them see. At landings, they all turned with the stairs and continued ever deeper into the realm of graves. When they finally reached the bottom, the passage opened into wider corridors that were carved from the solid but soft rock of the ground itself. All around were niches carved in the rock walls. Caelan noticed that all those recesses held bones. Watch your heads, Gillian said over her shoulder as she went through one of the doorways to the side. They all ducked as they went through after her and into a room with a ceiling just as low as the doorway. At intersections, Gillian took turns without any hesitation, as if she were following a trail painted on the floor. Caelan noticed that there were a few footprints in the dust, but she also saw footprints going off down many of the different corridors. The prints were bigger than would have been made by the girl's small feet. The cramped corridor finally opened into larger chambers. They passed through seemingly endless rooms stacked with orderly piles of bones. Other narrow rooms were lined with niches stacked full of bones as if they had begun to run out of places to put all the dead. There was a series of several rooms filled only with skulls.
Kalin estimated that there had to be thousands of them. They had all been carefully fitted together into large niches, each skull facing out. Each niche was filled right up to the top. Kalin gazed at all the hollow eyes staring back at her, watching her pass. She reminded herself that these things had once been people. They all had once been alive. Each had once been a living, breathing, thinking individual. They had once lived lives filled with fears and longings. It reminded her of how precious and brief life was. How important it was, because once it was gone, for that person it was gone for good. It reminded her yet again of why she wanted her life back. With Jillian, Kalin felt that she now had a link back to the world, to who she was. When Jillian saw and remembered her, Kalin felt just a little more alive, as if she really was somebody, and her life had meaning. They passed through rooms with leg bones stacked in their own niches, arm bones in yet others. Long stone bins carved at the base of the side walls lined some of the rooms. These bins held smaller bones, all laid in neatly. Separating the bones of skeletons in such a way seemed to Kalin a strange thing to do. She thought that surely it would be more respectful of the dead to leave the bones of the deceased together. It was possible, she supposed, that they didn't have the luxury of space, since stacking them this way did save a great deal of space. Maybe it was simply too much work to carve a niche for just one body or one family when there were so many dead to bury. Maybe there had been a great sickness that claimed a large portion of the population, and they couldn't be burdened with such niceties. The city within the walls looked pretty cramped. Space must have been at a premium. If the people and their dead were to remain within the walls of the city, the living would have had to make concessions. It seemed an odd problem, since the land around the city stretched empty from horizon to horizon. She wondered if it could have been a time of war, when sentimental considerations for the dead had to be abandoned in favor of the needs of the living. The headland did seem the most defensible place around. While parts of the walls were at the edge of the sheer bluffs, they could always have enlarged the city farther back on the headland. She supposed that it could be that expanding such massive city walls was considered too difficult. She wondered if it could be, too, that the people who had once lived here simply didn't have the same sentiment for the dead that other peoples did. After all, what real significance were there in bones? The life was gone from them. The individual they once had been was no more. It was life, after all, that really mattered. Their world had ended with their death. But the people here must have had an attachment to these bones, to the people they had been, considering how difficult it would have been to construct such an underground city for the dead. Kalin noticed, too, the faded, carefully drawn and carved decorations around the niches. No, those alive cared. They mourned for those who had died. She wondered if, when she died, anyone would remember who she had been, or ever even known that this person, Kalin, once had lived, had loved life. She felt an odd jealousy for all these bones. Friends and family of each set of bones down in this place had known the person they had been, grieved for them, and put these talismans of that valued individual to rest, in a way that the living would remember those who had passed. Kalin wondered what had happened to all the people who had lived in this place, to the people who buried these bones. She wondered who had buried them. After all, the empty buildings bore silent testament that no one was left, except Jillian. From what Kalin had learned, Jillian lived with a small band of nomadic people who came to this place from time to time. They abruptly arrived at a section of the passageway that looked like it had partially collapsed, leaving the floor strewn with rubble. Sister Armina snatched the girl's arm. "This tour of the catacombs is getting ridiculous. You had better not be leading us on some silly roundabout lark." Jillian lifted an arm to point. "But we're almost there."
Come on and you'll see."
"All right," Ulysses said. "Get on with it, then."
Gillian stepped around a huge slab of stone that looked like it might have once sealed what was beyond. There were gouges on the floor where it had been slid aside to clear the passageway and allow access to what lay beyond. When Gillian went in, Kaelin could see that her lantern lit a chamber beyond with shelves carved from the solid rock. The shelves were all loaded with books. The colors of the leather spines were faded, but they looked to once have been mostly an assortment of rich reds and deep blues, with the rest being a variety of other colors from pale green to gold. The sisters marveled as they gazed at all the books. They were suddenly in good spirits. Sister Armina let out a low whistle as she slowed to peer around at the shelves. Sister Cecilia laughed out loud. Even Sister Ulysses smiled as she ran her fingers over the dusty spines. "This way," Gillian said to move them along. They happily followed the girl as she went through a series of rooms, mostly small and cramped, with shelves all stuffed full of books. Gillian wound her way through a warren of passageways carved through the soft rock, taking them ever deeper into the underground library. The sisters' heads swiveled, seemingly lost in reading what titles they could make out as they shuffled along behind Gillian and Kaelin. The light of the lantern fell into dark rooms they passed, revealing yet more books. "Curse the light," Sister Ulysses whispered to herself in delight. "We have found the central site in Casca. This is the place where the book will be. I bet that Tovey has been spending her time searching for it." "I bet she's already found it," Sister Cecilia said, excitement animating her voice. Sister Ulysses grinned. "I have a feeling you're right." Through a more finely carved, barrel-ceilinged hallway adorned with a vineyard mural that had long ago faded to a ghost of what it once had been, they rounded a corner and arrived at a set of double doors. The two doors, carved with simple designs of grapevines and leaves, were each narrow enough that they could easily have been one wide door. Kaelin supposed that the two doors made the entrance a little grander for some reason. "I sense Tovey beyond, at last," Sister Cecilia said with a sigh of relief. "I think we should start the rituals tonight," Sister Armina said in a bubbly voice. Sister Ulysses nodded as she laid a hand on the bronze lever. "If Tovey has managed to find the book, and I bet that by now she has, then with the 3 boxes finally back together, I don't see why it can't begin at once." She smiled distantly. "The sooner the keeper is freed from his prison, the sooner we will have our reward." Kaelin wondered if there was any way she could ruin their plans. She was sure that once they accomplished whatever it was they intended to do, there would be no going back for anyone. She considered the boxes she was carrying and wondered what would happen if, when the sisters were distracted with finally seeing Tovey again, she were to smash at least one of the boxes. She might even have time to smash both. Kaelin knew that such an act would do more than incur the full wrath of the sisters. She expected that they would probably kill her. But then Kaelin had come to believe that if the sisters succeeded, she would be as good as dead anyway. Sister Armina leaned in. "And as our first act, I think we should settle an old score." Her expression turned venomous. "I remember all too well being sent to the tents by that arrogant brute. I'll never forget what his soldiers were allowed to do to us." Sister Ulysses' brow drew down with a murderous glare. "Oh, I think that is one score we will all relish settling." A baleful smile spread through the glare. She twisted the bronze lever. "Let's get on with it." Chapter 37. Sister Ulysses threw open the doors and marched into the pitch-black room beyond. "Tovey, what are you doing in the dark? Sleeping?" Annoyance took control of her tone. "Wake up! It's us. We finally made it here." With the sisters in the lead, carrying small flames above their upturned palms, there was just enough light to make out nearby torches in brackets on the walls to each side, but not much else. The sisters sent those small flames into the cold torches, igniting them with a hot whoosh. As the torches flared to life, light flooded a room that wasn't very large, with bookshelves carved into the straw-colored rock of the walls. On the other side of the small room sat a heavy iron and plank table. In the tall, decoratively carved chair behind the table sat a burly man, his chin resting on a thumb as he watched them. He was the fiercest-looking man Kalin had ever seen. The three sisters froze in mid-stride, their eyes opened wide, reflecting their confused, disbelieving shock at what they were seeing before them. The powerfully built man sat calmly behind the table, watching the three sisters. That he didn't speak, didn't move, didn't seem to be in the least bit of a hurry, only increased the palpable sense of danger in the room. The only sound was the hissing torches. The man, with massive muscled arms and a bull neck, was the embodiment of pure menace. Without a shirt, his brawny shoulders bulged from a lambskin vest that lay open in the middle, displaying his naked, powerful chest. Silver bands encircled his arms above bulky biceps. Each of his thick fingers bore a gold or silver ring, as if brazenly proclaiming them plunder rather than decoration. His shaved head reflected glimmers of the fluttering torchlight. Kalin couldn't imagine him with hair. It would have diminished his intimidating presence. A gold ring in his left nostril held one end of a thin gold chain that ran to another ring at mid-height in his left ear. He was clean-shaven, except for a 2-inch braid of mustache growing downward from the corners of his smirk, and another braid in the center under his lower lip. As frightening, as formidable, as remorseless as the man looked, it was his eyes that were the true nightmare. There were no whites to them at all. Instead, they were clouded over with sullen, dusky shapes that shifted in a field of inky obscurity. Even so, there was no doubt whatsoever in Kalin's mind when his gaze settled on her. That gaze made her feel naked. She thought her knees might buckle under the weight of her galloping panic. When his grim gaze moved to the sisters, Kalin reached out blindly, finding Jillian, and pulled her protectively under an arm. She could feel the girl trembling. Kalin noticed, though, that Jillian didn't seem surprised to find the man in the room. Kalin couldn't understand the sisters' silence or their inaction. By the overt look of threat presented by the man, she expected that they would have incinerated him by now, just to be on the safe side. The sisters had never before been the least bit shy about killing anyone they even suspected might be trouble. This man was clearly far more than trouble. He looked capable of crushing their skulls in his fist. The look in his eyes said that he was used to seeing such deeds done. Behind Kalin, 2 burly men stepped out of the dark corners and closed the double doors. They, too, were fierce-looking, with wild tattoos and menacing swirls over their features. Their massive muscles were sweat-slicked and sooty, as if they never washed off the smoke of oily fires. As they stepped together before the closed doors, Kalin could smell their sour sweat through the stench of the burning pitch. These 2 looked more than ready for any eventuality. Heavy, studded leather straps holding a variety of knives crisscrossed their chests. Axes and flanged maces hanging on their weapons belts glinted in the light of the hissing torches. Their faces were also studded with metal spikes, in their ears, eyebrows, and through the bridges of their noses. It almost appeared that they had hammered nails through parts of their faces. They, too, were shaved bald.
The two men didn't look entirely human, much less civilized, but rather a deliberate corruption of the notion of mankind, embracing instead steel, soot, and elements of a beast. Even though they carried short swords, they didn't draw them. They didn't appear the least little bit afraid of the sisters.
Emperor Jagang.
Sister Ulyssea's watery, weak voice trailed off in abject terror. Emperor Jagang! The shock of those two words jolted Kaelin down to her soul. There was something about her concept of this man, formed from seeing his army from a distance and from having been through some of the places they had attacked, that made Kaelin fear him even more than the sisters. In contrast to the sisters, masculinity added an alien dimension to the nature of the threat he projected. For as far back as she could remember, they had done everything possible to stay away from Jagang, and yet here he sat, right in front of them. He looked relaxed, like a man who had everything well in hand. He appeared to have no worries. Not even Sisters of the Dark appeared to concern him. Kaelin knew that this was no accidental encounter. It had been staged. More than Kaelin's fear of Jagang, engendered by the sisters' overheard conversations and their dogged avoidance of the man, there was something else, something deeper, a dark dread, rooted in her very soul, almost like a memory beyond her reach, betrayed only by its indistinct but sinister shadow. When Kaelin stole a glance to the side, she saw that the sisters appeared frozen in place, as if they had been turned to stone. They had also gone ashen. Sister Ulyssia was wearing her blue dress, chosen especially for the reunion with Tovi. It was now dusty, not only from the climb up onto the headland, but from the descent down into the interior of it. Sister Armina wore a dress with white ruffles at the wrists and at the low neckline. Under the circumstances, in a dusty grave and standing before leering brutes, the ruffles looked naively ridiculous. Sister Cecilia, older, tightly controlled, and habitually tidy with curly gray hair, now looked on the ragged rim of a leap into the refuge of madness. Jagang's sullen eyes watched the three sisters. He was savoring the moment, Kaelin knew, savoring their startled horror. If the sisters had been able to do anything about the situation, Kaelin was sure that they would already have done it. Sister Armina's tongue darted out to moisten her lips. "Excellency," she said in a small, strained voice. Kaelin thought it a pitiful attempt at a respectful greeting, conspicuously born of panic, not respect. "Excellency," Sister Cecilia added in a voice no more steady. Kaelin had on rare occasions seen the sisters cautious, even wary, but she had never seen them afraid. She had never even been able to imagine them being frightened. They had always seemed in utter and complete control. Now their habitual haughty dispositions were nowhere in evidence. All three sisters bowed in halting movements, like three puppets on strings. When she straightened, Sister Ulyssia swallowed in trembling terror. As frightened as she obviously was, confused curiosity, as well as the unendurable silence, drove her to speak. "Excellency, what are you doing here?" Jagang's treacherous glare again melted into a smirk at the gentle, innocent, feminine tone of her question.
"Ulyssia, Ulyssia, Ulyssia," he sighed heavily. "You really are one monumentally stupid bitch."
All three women went to a knee as if they had been slammed down by an invisible fist. Small, whining whimpers escaped their throats. "Please, Excellency, we meant no—"
"I know exactly what you meant. I know every last dirty little detail of everything in your minds."
Kaelin had never seen Sister Ulyssia cowed, much less so badly shaken.
Excellency, I don't understand.
Of course you don't, he said with a sneer as her words dwindled away to silence. That is why you are on your knees before me, and not the other way around, which is just what you were wishing, isn't it, Armina?
When his gaze slid to Sister Armina, she let out a small, startled cry. Blood oozed from her ears, running in a little red trail down the snow-white flesh of her neck. Other than her slight trembling, she didn't move. Jillian's arms clutched at Kaelin. Kaelin put a hand protectively to the side of the girl's face, pressing her close, trying to comfort her when there was no real comfort to be had before such a man.
You also have Tovey, then?
Sister Ulyssia asked, still so surprised by the turn of events that she couldn't come to grips with it.
Tovey!
Jagang burst into a fit of gruff laughter.
Tovey! Why, Tovey has been dead for ages.
Sister Ulyssia stared in horror.
She's dead?
He lifted his arm with a dismissive wave.
Finally sent to the afterlife by a mutual friend, a very unfaithful and traitorous friend. I imagine that the keeper of the underworld is quite angry with Tovey's failure in her service to him. You will have all of eternity to find out just how angry.
His smirk returned as he glared at the woman.
But not until I am finished with you in this life.
Sister Ulyssia bowed her head.
Of course, Excellency.
Kaelin noticed that Sister Armina had wet herself. Sister Cecilia looked like she was ready to collapse into tears, or screams.
Excellency,
Sister Ulyssia ventured,
how could you...
I mean, with our bond.
Your bond?
Jagang roared with laughter again, slapping the table.
Ah, yes, your bond to Lord Rahl, your touching loyalty to Lord Rahl that protects you from my talents as a dreamwalker.
Kaelin's heart sank to hear that the sisters were in some kind of alliance with Lord Rahl. For some reason, she had thought more of the man. It hurt to find she was wrong.
We're not the ones attacking Richard Rahl, he said in a falsetto voice,
clasping his hands in a mocking manner, apparently quoting some statement from Ulyssia's past.
Jagang is the one going after him, seeking to destroy him, not us. We are the ones who will wield the power of Orden, and then we will grant Richard Rahl what only we will have the power to grant. That is enough to preserve our bond and protect us from the Dreamwalker.
He lost the effeminate pretense.
Your loyalty and devotion to Lord Rahl is touching.
His fist slammed down on the table. His face went red with rage.
Do you stupid bitches actually believe that such a bond to Lord Rahl as you dreamed up would hold you free of harm?
Kaelin remembered the sisters talking about the same thing, and she hadn't been able to understand it back then either. Why would Richard Rahl have anything to do with these evil women, much less enter into a pact with them? Could such a thing really be true? Could it be that he was really no better than they? One thing about it all didn't seem to make any sense, though. If they were sworn to him, then why would they steal the boxes from his palace?
But the bond's magic.
Sister Ulyssia's voice trailed off into silence. Jagang stood, a move that made the three gasp and tremble all the more. Kaelin was sure that, had they been able to, they would have backed up at least a step and likely more. He shook his head, as if he could not believe that they could be so ignorant as not to understand.
Ulyssia, I was there in your mind watching the whole sorry event. I was there the day, years ago, that you proposed the scheme to Richard Rahl. I have to tell you, I didn't really believe that you were serious. I had difficulty believing that you could be so stupid as to believe that you could strike such a bargain to gain your freedom from me.
But it should have worked.
No, there is no way such a thing could work. It was nothing more than an irrational idea. You wanted to believe it was true, so you did.
You were in our minds that day? Sister Cecilia asked. Why would you allow us to believe we had succeeded? His inky gaze fixed on her.
Don't you remember what I told you all in the very beginning, on the first day you stood before me? Control, I told you, is more important than killing. I told you then that I could have killed you 6, but what good would you be to me then? As long as you're under my dominion, you're no threat to me, and of use in oh so many ways. No, of course you don't remember, because you chose instead to think that you were smart enough to trick me with your convoluted, illogical notion of the bond. You think you are too clever to be outwitted, and so here you stand before me again, never having left my dominion.
And yet, you just let us go about our business? Sister Cecilia asked. Jagang shrugged as he stepped around the table.
I could have stopped you at any moment, if I chose. I knew I had you under my thumb, but what would I have had to gain then? Just a few more Sisters of the Dark, and I already have plenty of those, although their numbers are seriously diminished by now.
He leaned down toward them with an aside.
Your kind has a tendency to do a lot of dying on the behalf of the cause of the Fellowship of Order. But with you, Jagang said as he straightened, I had something highly interesting. I had Sisters of the Dark who were up to things.
He tapped a thick finger to his temple.
Who had devious plans and the knowledge to pursue them. You have a lifetime of experience from the vaults at the Palace of the Prophets. Vaults holding thousands of books that are now gone. No matter how irrational your plans sometimes become, witness your present condition. That does not negate your reserve of knowledge gained through decades of study, or mean that every one of your plans was unworkable.
So, you knew our plans all along? From that day with Richard Rowell?
Jagang glared at Sister Ulyssia.
Of course I knew. I knew your plan the instant you concocted it.
His voice lowered with menace.
You thought I only came into people's dreams. I don't. You thought I wasn't there in your mind when you were awake. I was. Once I enter into your mind, Ulyssia, I am there in your mind always. Whatever you think, whenever you think it, I witness it. Every dirty little thing you conceive, I see. Every thought, every action, every vile wish, I know as if it were spoken aloud the instant you conceive it. Because I wasn't making you aware of my presence, though. You ignorantly believed I wasn't there. But I was.
He waggled a thick finger.
Oh, Ulyssia, I was there. When you told Richard Rowell your plan, that you wanted to swear loyalty to him in exchange for someone he cared deeply about, well, I could hardly believe that you just assumed it would work.
For some reason, Kaelin felt a pang of sadness to hear that Richard Rowell had someone he cared deeply about. She guessed that ever since that day she had been in his beautiful garden, she had come to feel a connection to him on some deeply personal level, even if it was only a shared appreciation for the beauty of growing things, an appreciation of nature, and thus the world around them, the world of life. But now she was hearing that he was dealing with Sisters of the Dark, and that he had someone he cared deeply about. It made her feel all the more like a forgotten nobody. She wondered what she could have been thinking. But, Sister Ulyssia stammered, it worked.
Jagang shook his head.
Fidelity on your terms. Fidelity even though you would continue to work for his destruction, even though you would continue to work for everything he stands against. Fidelity even though you would continue to be sworn to the keeper of the underworld. Fidelity concocted of your selected selfish wishes is just that, wishes. Wishing doesn't turn your desires into reality just because you want it to.
Kalen felt at least a small level of relief to hear that the sisters were continuing to work for Lord Rowell's destruction. Maybe that meant that he wasn't really an ally of the sisters. Maybe in some way he was like her, being used against his will.
I could hardly believe it as I listened to you dictating the terms of your loyalty to him,
Jagang was saying, gesturing in a grand fashion,
claiming that such fidelity was subject to the moral filter you, not he, would apply. I mean, if you were going to contrive beliefs out of thin air, Ulysses, why didn't you just save yourself some trouble and decide that by sheer willpower alone your mind had been rendered impenetrable to a dream-walker? That would have been just as effective a shield.
He shook his head.
My, Ulysses, how cruel of the nature of existence not to allow you your irrational desires.
He swept an arm out.
And just as amazing the rest of your sisters believed it too. I know. I was there in their minds as well, watching as they were overcome with glee that they were to be free of my ability just because you claimed you could tap into the bond to the Lord Rowell with your own form of loyalty.
But you allowed us to do it, Sister Ulysses said, still overwhelmed with astonishment. Why would you not strike us down, then?
Jagang shrugged. I had plenty of sisters under my thumb. This was an interesting opportunity. I learn a great deal from the knowledge others possess. Learning things gives one power one would not otherwise have. I decided to see just what you could accomplish if left to your own devices. See what you could learn for me. After all, I could have dropped any of you at any time if I grew weary of my little experiment. There were times when I was greatly tempted, such as the time not long ago when Armina said, I'd love to string Jagang up and have my way with him.
He arched an eyebrow.
Remember that, Armina? Not to worry if it has slipped your mind. I will be reminding you of it from time to time, just to refresh your memory.
Sister Armina lifted a hand, as if in supplication.
I was only...
He glared at her until she fell silent, unable to conjure an excuse, and then went on.
Yes, I was there all along. Yes, I saw everything. Yes, I could have struck you down at any time. But I have something you don't have, Ulysses. I have patience. With patience, you can move mountains, or go around them, or climb over them.
But you could have had Richard Rowell right there, when we offered him our terms, or you could have had him at his camp.
You could have had him at camp as well. You spelled him and had him down. You could have ended it. Then why didn't you? Because you had a grander plan, so you left him be, thinking that your bond to him was your protection, while you went on to pursue something of greater worth to you.
But you didn't need him, she pressed. You could have taken him.
Ah, but while killing people as punishment is useful, it's not nearly as beneficial as what you can do with them when they are alive. Take you three, for example. Death brings no great punishment, only the reward of the afterlife if you have served the Creator in this one. You three, however, will be denied the Creator's light. What use is that to me? But if a person is alive, I can make them suffer.
He leaned closer.
Don't you agree?
Yes, Excellency, Sister Ulysses managed to say in a strangled voice as blood began to trickle from her ear.
I liked parts of your plan, he said as he straightened. I find them very useful for my own purpose. Things such as the boxes of Orden. Why should I kill Richard Rowell? I have the opportunity to do so much more than simply kill him. I want him to be alive, to endure inconceivable suffering. By letting him live that day at his camp, the same as you did when you ignited your chain fire spell, I knew that I would be able to use this new opportunity to take everything from him. Since I was in your mines, I too was protected from the chain fire spell, the same as you. Now, with everything you have given me, I can strip Richard Rall of his power, his land, his people, his friends, his loved ones. I can take everything from him in the name of the Fellowship of Order.
Jagang drew his hand into a tight fist before him as he gritted his teeth.
For opposing our rightful cause, I intend to crush him down to his soul. And then, when I have wrung everything out of him, given him every kind of pain there is in this world, I will extinguish the flame of that soul. And you have made it all possible.
Sister Ulysses nodded tearfully at all that was lost to her. She seemed resigned to her new duty. Excellency, we can accomplish none of it without the book we came here for. Jagang lifted a volume off the table and held it up for them to see.
The Book of Counted Shadows, the book you came here to find. I thought to search for it while I waited for you to complete your journey here.
He tossed the book back on the table.
An exceedingly rare book. This, of course, is one of the few copies that were never supposed to be made, and so it was hidden in this place. Of course, I was there in your mind when you found all of this out. You even brought me the means of verification.
His unsettling gaze moved to Kaelin.
And you have a collar around her neck by which I can control her.
He turned a condescending smile on Sister Ulysses.
You see? Since I'm in your mind, I have but to command it, and through you, I control her every move, just as easily as you do.
Kaelin's hope for a chance to escape evaporated. If the sisters were cruel masters, this man was something far worse. Kaelin didn't yet know what his intentions were, but she held no illusions that they were anything but vile. An inkling of something else began to well up in her. For some reason, she was of value to the sisters, and now just as valuable to Jagang. How could she be the means of verification of some ancient book hidden away for thousands of years?
She had always been told that she was a nobody, a slave, and nothing more.
She was beginning to understand that the sisters had been lying to her. They only wanted her to think she was a nobody. It appeared, instead, that she was, somehow, pivotally important to all of them. Jagang flicked a hand at Jillian.
Besides the collar, I have her to help me convince Kaelin here to do as she is told. Tell me, my dear, have you ever been with a man?
Jillian pushed up against Kaelin. You said you would free my grandfather. You said that if I did exactly as you said and brought the sisters here, you would set him and the others free. I did what you told me to do.
Yes, you did. And you really were quite convincing. I was there in their minds the whole time, watching your performance. You followed my instructions flawlessly.
His voice turned as threatening as his glare.
Now, answer the question. Or your grandfather and the others will be vulture food by morning. Have you ever been with a man?
I'm not sure what you mean, she said in a small voice.
I see. Well, if Kaelin doesn't do everything I tell her to do, you will be given over to my soldiers for their amusement. They like getting their hands on young things like you who haven't before experienced desires such as theirs.
Jillian's fingers tightened on Kaelin's shirt. She pressed her face against Kaelin's arm as she stifled a sob. Kaelin squeezed the girl's shoulder, trying to comfort her, trying to let her know that she wouldn't let anything bad happen to her if she could help it. You have me, Kaelin said. Leave her be. Tovey has the third box, Sister Ulysses said. It was clear to Kaelin that she was trying to stall, to buy time, as well as ingratiate herself with Jagang. He glared at her.
It was stolen from her.
Stolen? Well, I can help you find it. Jagang leaned his backside on the table as he folded his massive arms.
Ulyssia, when are you going to learn that not only do I stand in front of you, but I am in your mind as well? I know everything you're thinking, but do keep coming up with your schemes. They're quite inventive. And did you ever conceive some grand plans, he said with a satisfied sigh as he strolled closer. You got farther with them than I thought you would ever be able to.
His voice took on an edge that ran shivers up Kalen's spine.
And look at what my patience has netted me, he said as he turned to her, fixing her in the gaze of his terrible inky eyes. You wanted to know why I let you wander around free doing as you wished? Here is the answer. Letting you cast about on your own, Ulyssia, has netted me the prize of prizes.
Kalen knew now that she had been correct. She was, for some reason, valuable. She wished she knew why. She wished she knew who she really was. Kalen could do nothing but watch as Jagang closed the distance to her. There was nowhere to run. Just in case she might have had that thought, though, she felt a shock of pain blaze down her spine and burn through her legs, locking them in place. She knew it was the collar causing the painful paralysis, because the sisters had done that very thing before. He, of course, would know that, because he had been in their minds all along to see it done. She could see in his merciless expression that, this time, he was the cause of the pain. Jagang reached out and ran his thick fingers through Kalen's hair. She didn't want him touching her, but she could do nothing to prevent it. He seemed to forget everyone else in the room as he stared at her.
Yes, Ulyssia, you surely did bring me the prize of prizes. You brought me Kalen Amnel.
Amnel. So, now she knew her last name. She had detected the slightest hesitation after her name, almost as if a title should have been added to her name. Jagang leaned close with an obscene smile that carried meaning she didn't want to consider. Kalen stood her ground by her own will, even if she had no real choice. Jagang's powerful, muscled body pressed up against her. It was like feeling the weight of a bull leaning against her. With one finger, the man lifted her hair away from her neck.
His stubble scraped her cheek as he put his mouth by her ear.
But Kalen doesn't know who she is. Doesn't even know the true nature of the prize that she truly is.
For the first time, Kalen wished that she were invisible, that this man could not see her, just as everyone but the sisters and Jillian could not see her. This was not a man she wanted to recognize her. This was a man she didn't want anywhere near her.
You cannot begin to imagine, he whispered intimately in a voice that seared her with hot dread, just how extraordinarily unpleasant this is going to be for you. You were worth my patience, worth everything I've had to put up with from Ulyssia. We are going to become quite close, you and I. If you think I intend the worst for Lord Rahl, then you cannot even begin to imagine what I have in mind for you, darling.
Kalen had never felt so alone, so helpless in her life. Against her will, she felt a tear run down her cheek, even as she managed to hold back a sob deep in her throat. Chapter 38. Once Jagang turned away and was no longer looking at her, Kalen at last allowed herself to swallow with silent relief to have his hands off of her, even if he had only touched her hair. Helpless dread shivered through her at him having been that close to her. She fully understood the meaningful look he'd given her. She knew that he could do anything he wanted to her, and she was completely at his mercy. No, There was still breath in her lungs. She couldn't give in to such a belief. She couldn't allow herself to think she was helpless. She had to think, instead of simply surrendering to panic. Panic could not help her accomplish anything. Maybe it would turn out to be true that she had no control of her own life, but she knew that she was lost to his will if she resigned herself to the blind guidance of panic. That's what he wanted her to do. Across the room at the heavy table, Jagang pulled the book closer. He opened the front cover and then leaned on both hands as he silently peered down at it. The rounded brawn of his broad shoulders, heavily muscled back, and thick neck looked more like that of a bull than a man. The things he wore only served to enhance his less-than-human appearance. He and his men appeared to deliberately shun the mantle of the noblest ideals of mankind and instead embrace a base animalistic aspect. The aspiration toward the lower form of existence, rather than a higher one, revealed an elemental dimension of the overt threat these men represented. They aspired to be not men, but something less. Back not far in front of the doors, the two huge guards stood silently with their feet spread and their hands clasped behind their backs. Kalin rested a hand on Jillian's shoulder when the girl looked up in silent anxiety at being in the presence of such men, who from time to time cast dark gazes her way. The two guards didn't see Kalin. At least she didn't think they did. She had minded their behavior and noticed that from time to time, besides Jillian, they eyed the sisters, but without much interest. When Jagang spoke to Kalin, the guards looked a bit confused. They said nothing, but Kalin knew that to them it must have appeared that their leader was talking to himself. Like everyone but Jillian, the sisters, and Jagang, through his link to the sisters, the guards forgot Kalin before they knew they had seen her. She wished she could be just as invisible to their leader. "What of your army, Excellency?" Sister Ulysses asked, still plainly trying to buy time by engaging him in conversation. She, too, was trying not to give in to panic. Jagang looked over his shoulder with a wicked grin. "They are close." Bewildered, Sister Ulysses blinked. "Close?" He nodded, still grinning. "Just over the horizon to the north, up into Dahara." "The north? Into Dahara?" Sister Armina blurted out. "But that's not possible, Excellency." He lifted an eyebrow, clearly enjoying their surprise. "They must be wrong in their reports about their location," Sister Armina said, sounding like she was grasping at an opportunity to ingratiate herself with the Emperor. She licked her lips. "What I mean, Excellency, is that we passed them long ago. They were still back up in the Midlands, still on their way south to get around the intervening mountains. They could not possibly have gotten—" Her quavering words dwindled to nothing, as if looking upon Jagang drained her of all courage, even the courage to speak, until she was left a silent shell of dread. "Oh, but they have already rounded the mountains down here and turned north, up into Dahara," Jagang said. "You see, I influenced your minds to direct you to go where I wanted you to go, when I wanted you to go there. It was my aim to have you think you were safe, to think you knew where I was. You never even heard my whispers, but those whispers still guided you without you even being aware of it." "But we saw your troops," Sister Cecilia said. "We saw them and went around them. We left them far behind." "You saw what I wanted you to see," Jagang said with a dismissive gesture. "You thought you were going where you wanted, but you were in fact going where I guided you, right to me and my main force. I sent you past a number of rear guard divisions, and then some units going south to other areas in the Midlands. I was making you believe what I wanted you to believe, seeing to it that you all felt confident in your plans, while I saw to it that the main army proceeded with my plans. Our forces have made it a great deal farther than you thought. I want to finish this war
and I can see that such a goal is finally within sight. So I adjusted my tactics accordingly. Marching the main force at such a grueling pace is something that I usually don't do, because it wears an army down and costs us a number of men, usually to no purpose. But the end is now in sight, so it is worth the losses. Besides, they are there to serve the cause of the Order, not the other way around."
"I see,"
Armina said in a small voice, disheartened to learn yet more of their complete deception and of their helpless plight.
"Now, we have work."
The three sisters suddenly sprang forward, as if yanked closer by invisible leashes around their necks. "Yes, Excellency," they all said as one. Apparently, Jagang had growled a silent order that only they could hear, probably just to remind them that he was there in their minds. It occurred to Kalen that he could control her by the collar around her neck, through his control of the minds of the sisters, but it didn't appear that he was able to control her directly. Besides merely having some basic hatred for her, he also seemed to be trying to paralyze her with fear as one aspect of controlling her behavior by stopping her from thinking, in addition to using the collar and the sisters. It would seem that while he was somehow within the minds of the sisters, he was not in Kalen's mind. Of course, she couldn't be sure of that. After all, the sisters had been deluded into thinking the same thing, that the Dreamwalker was not there in their minds, watching their every thought. So, while she had to assume that it was a possibility, she just didn't think it was true that he was in her mind as well. There was more to it, though. He was treating her in a different way than he treated the sisters. They were treacherous captives. Kalen was a prize. Phantom by Terry Goodkind. Continuing on page 394. He had deceived them for a purpose. In essence, he was spying on their thoughts. They were up to things, and he wanted to surreptitiously eavesdrop on those plans so that he could turn them to his own advantage. He knew that Kalen was not up to anything other than wanting to escape from the sisters. She had no more plans beyond that. She didn't even have a memory of who she really was. There was nothing for Jagang to spy on within her mind. It had to be obvious that she didn't want to be his captive either, that she wanted her life back. So there was nothing that he could really learn by secretly spying on her thoughts, at least not yet. Not unless she began to think rather than be blinded by panic. But if he really wasn't in her mind, then why not? He was a dreamwalker, after all, a man of such power that the sisters had been trying to stay away from him, unsuccessfully as it turned out, precisely because of his ability and power. He very much wanted Kalen as his prize of prizes, as he'd called her. If he was in her mind, he could have controlled her with the same invisible leash he used to control the sisters, and not have to go through their ability to do it. He didn't seem like the sort of man who would resort to such a second-hand method of control if he didn't have to. He wouldn't need the sisters to control her if he could enter her mind. What would be the point now of not making his presence in her mind known, if he really could do it? Even more material, if she was that important to him, he would surely want to have that manner of control if it was possible. So why wasn't he able to get into her mind and control her directly? There was something more going on. She got the distinct impression that there were things he was being careful not to say.
"This is it, then," he said to the sisters. "This is the Book of Counted Shadows. This is what you came here for, what you needed. I want to get started right away."
"But, Excellency," Sister Ulysses said, looking startled by the very idea, "we only have 2 of the boxes. We would need all 3.
"No, you don't. You only need to use this book to discover if one of the 2 boxes we have here is the one you really need. If the missing box is the one that would destroy us, or destroy all that exists, Then why would we need it?
Sister Ulysses looked like she had very good reasons why they would need it, but she really didn't want to argue the point. "Well," she said, searching for the right words, "I suppose that very well might be true. After all, we haven't actually had the chance to study the Book of Counted Shadows yet, so we can't know for sure. The other references could have been wrong. That's why we were coming here, after all. We needed the book. It could be, as you say, Excellency, that we don't actually need the third box." It was obvious to Kalin that Sister Ulysses didn't believe such a thing. Jagang didn't seem concerned by her doubt.
"And here it sits, waiting."
He gestured to the book lying on the heavy table.
"Once you study this book, then you can tell which box is which one is the one we need. If it turns out that these two are the wrong boxes, perhaps by then the third will turn up."
The sisters hesitated at agreeing to his idea, but didn't seem willing to offer an argument. Finally, after glancing to the others, Sister Ulysses conceded the value of his suggestion. "None of us have seen this book before, so we will need to learn from it what we can. I think you are correct, Excellency. Studying the book would be in order." Jagang tilted his head toward the book lying on the table.
"Then get to it."
The sisters crowded close and leaned over, reverently gazing for the first time upon the book they had so long sought. They read in silence, with Jagang keeping an eye on them as well as the book. "Excellency," Sister Ulysses said after only a brief examination, "it would appear that we can't just start, as you put it."
"Why not?"
"Well, look here." She tapped the page. "Right in the beginning, this confirms what we previously had reason to suspect, that there are safeguards against any eventuality. It says that you need—" She fell silent as she glanced over her shoulder at Kalin. "Well," she went on, "right here in the very beginning it says, 'Verification of the truth of the Book of Counted Shadows, if spoken by another rather than read by the one who commands the boxes, can only be ensured by the use of—' Well, Excellency, you can see yourself what it says." It was clear to Kalin that the woman was avoiding saying something aloud. Jagang likewise read it in silence.
"So what?" he argued. "It is being read by the one who commands the boxes. It's being read by me through you. I control the boxes now."
Sister Ulysses cleared her throat. "Excellency, I want to be perfectly honest with you."
"I'm in your mind, Ulysses. It would be impossible for you to be anything but perfectly honest. I know you doubt my idea, but are unwilling to express such thoughts aloud. So, as you know, I would be aware if you were trying to deceive me."
"Yes, Excellency." She gestured to the book. "But you see, this is a very technical issue."
"What is?"
"The verification issue, Excellency. This is an instructional book on implementation of profoundly complex matters. These things are not only profoundly complex, but profoundly dangerous to all of us. So, for that reason, it is critical to pay strict attention to what this book says. This is not a matter to be approached casually. You can't assume anything. The things this book says are exceptionally specific for good reasons. You have to think about every word, every sentence, every formula in it. You have to consider every possibility. Our lives all depend on the utmost caution in these matters."
"What's so technical about this? It says quite plainly, verification if spoken by another. It's not spoken by another. We're reading it directly."
"That's the precise point, Excellency. We are not reading it directly." Jagang's face went red with rage.
"What do you think we're standing here doing, then?"
Sister Ulysses gulped air as if an invisible hand had her by the throat. "Excellency, you command the boxes now, but you are not really reading the Book of Counted Shadows." He leaned toward her in a menacing fashion.
"Then what is it I'm reading?"
"A copy," she said.
He paused.
So?
So, in this case, you are not technically reading the Book of Counted Shadows. You are reading a copy of it. You are, in essence, reading something spoken by another. His frown deepened.
Who is the one reading it, then?
The one who made the copy. Jagang straightened as comprehension dawned in his expression.
Yes. This isn't the original. In a sense, I'm hearing it from the one who made the copy.
He scratched his stubble.
So it must be verified.
Exactly, Excellency.
Sister Ulyssia, visibly relieved.
Jagang looked back over his shoulder at Kalen.
Come here.
Kalen hurried to do as he ordered, not wanting to be given any pain in a fight she knew he would easily win. Jillian stuck close to her side, apparently not wanting to be left standing alone back closer to the two fierce guards. Jagang's big hand grasped the back of Kalen's neck. He forcibly pulled her forward and bent her down toward the book.
Look at this and tell me if it is genuine.
After he released her, Kalen could still feel the painful, lingering impression of his powerful fingers where they had squeezed her neck. She resisted the urge to rub her throbbing flesh and instead picked up the book. Kalen didn't have the slightest idea how to tell if a book that she had never seen before was genuine or not. She didn't have any idea what would constitute authenticity. She knew, though, that Jagang would not accept such an excuse. He only cared about getting an answer. He wouldn't want to hear that she didn't know that answer. Deciding that she, at the least, had to try, she began leafing through the pages, trying to make it look like she was putting in an honest effort when she was really doing nothing more than flipping over blank pages of a book lying open on the table before her. "I'm sorry," she said at last, unable to think of anything to tell him other than the truth, "but this is all blank. There is nothing for me to verify." "She can't see the words, Excellency," Sister Ulyssia said under her breath, as if it were hardly a surprise to her. "This is a book of magic. An intact link to specific kinds of Han is required to read it." Jagang glanced at the collar around Kalen's neck. "Intact." He peered suspiciously into her eyes.
Maybe she's lying. Maybe she just doesn't want to tell us what she sees.
Kalen wondered if this was confirmation that he was not in her mind, or if for some reason he was still carrying out a carefully crafted ruse. It didn't seem to her that at this point such reticence to reveal a presence in her mind, if there really was one, would serve any purpose. After all, the boxes and the book were the central reason for the entire deception of the sisters. He had used his secret presence specifically to bring them here, to this book. Jagang abruptly snatched Jillian by her hair. Jillian let out a surprised but brief clipped cry. He was obviously hurting her. She did her best not to pull against the hand holding her hair, lest he rip her scalp off.
"I'm going to gouge out one of this girl's eyes," Jagang told Kalen. "I will then ask again if the book is genuine or not. If I don't get an answer, for whatever reason, then I will gouge out her other eye. I will ask one last time. And if you again don't give me the answer, then I will gouge out her heart. What do you have to say about that?"
The sisters stood mute as they watched, making no move to interfere. Jagang pulled a knife from a sheath at his belt. Jillian began panting in terror as he jerked her around, drawing his arm up tight against her throat, holding her against his chest to render her helpless and keep her still as he brought the point of a knife perilously close to her face. "Let me see the book," Kalen said, hoping to avert the irrevocable. With a thumb and a free finger of the hand holding the knife, he picked up the book and handed it to her. Kalen thumbed through the pages more carefully, making sure she wasn't missing any page that might say anything at all, but she still saw nothing.
Every single page was blank. There was nothing to see, no way to tell if it was real or not. She closed the cover and smoothed the flat of her hand over it. She didn't know what to do. She had no idea what to look for. She flipped the book over, checking the back cover. She looked at the decal edges of the pages. She turned the book, looking down at the title embossed in gold letters on the spine. Jillian let out a strangled cry as Jagang tightened his grip across her throat, lifting her feet clear of the ground. He brought the point of the knife right up to the girl's right eye. She blinked, unable to turn away from the threat, her lashes brushing the blade's point.
"Time to go blind," Jagang growled.
"It's fake," Kalen said. He looked up.
"What?"
Kalen held the book out to him. "This book is a false copy. It's fake." Sister Ulysses took a step forward. "How can you possibly know that?" She looked clearly confused that Kalen could pronounce the book a fraud without being able to read a single word in it. Kalen ignored her. Instead, she continued to look into the dream walker's nightmare eyes. Cloudy shapes shifted like angry thunderstorms on a midnight horizon. It took all of her willpower not to look away.
"Are you sure?" Jagang asked.
"Yes," she said with all the confidence she could muster. "It's a fake." Now acutely focused on Kalen, Jagang released Jillian. Once free, the girl fled around behind Kalen, using her for cover. Jagang watched Kalen's eyes.
"How do you know that it's not the Book of Counted Shadows?"
Kalen, still holding the book out to him, turned it so that he could see the spine. "You are all looking for the Book of Counted Shadows. This says, the Book of Counted Shadow." His glare heated.
"What?"
"You asked how I know it's not genuine. That's how. It says shadow, not shadows. It's a fake." Sister Cecilia wearily wiped a hand across her face. Sister Armina rolled her eyes. Sister Ulysses, though, frowned at the book, reading the spine for herself. "She's right."
"So what?" Jagang threw up his hands. "So the word shadow is missing a letter. It's shadow singular instead of plural. So what?"
"Simple," Kalen said. "One is real, one is not."
"Simple?" he asked. "You think it's that simple?"
"How much more simple can it get?" "It probably means nothing," Sister Cecilia said, eager to side with her ill-tempered master. "Singular, plural, what difference could it make? It's just the cover. It's what's inside that counts."
"It could just be a mistake," Jagang said. "Maybe the person who bound the copy made a mistake. The book itself would likely have been bound by someone else, so the book itself is no doubt fine."
"That's right," Sister Armina said, wanting to join in with the Emperor as well. "The person who made the binding is the one who made the error, not the one who made the copy. It's highly unlikely they would be the same person. The binder was probably an incompetent oaf. The one writing the words in the book would have had to be gifted. Those words written inside the book are what matters. That's the information that must be true, not what it's wrapped in. There is no doubt that it's a simple error made by a binding artisan, and it means nothing." "We brought her here for this reason," Sister Ulysses reminded them under her breath. "It is irrelevant how simple it might appear. The book itself, before anything else, cautions that in this very circumstance it must be verified by her." "This is a highly dangerous matter. Such an answer is too simple," Sister Cecilia proclaimed. Sister Ulysses cocked her head at the woman. "And if an assassin is coming at you with a knife, is that blade too simple for you to believe it a danger?" Sister Cecilia did not look amused. "This matter is too complex to be decided by something so simple." "Oh?" Sister Ulysses leveled a condescending glare on the woman. "And where does it say that the verification must be complex?
It says only that she must make it. None of us noticed the error. She did. She has satisfied the instruction." Sister Cecilia looked down her nose at the woman who used to be her leader but was no more. Now Sister Ulysses was no longer the one in charge, no longer the one they had to please.
"I don't think it means anything,"
Jagang said, still staring into Kalen's unflinching eyes.
"I doubt that she really knows that this is a fake. She's just trying to save her own neck."
Kalen shrugged. "If that's what you want to think, fine. But maybe there is an absence of doubt in your mind because you want to believe that this copy is real." She lifted an eyebrow. "Not because it is." Jagang stared at her a moment. He suddenly snatched the book out of her hands and turned back to the sisters.
"We need to take a careful look at what's inside. That's what matters in finding and opening the right box. We need to make sure it's not flawed in any way."
"Excellency," Sister Ulysses said, "there may be no way to tell if something written in here is—" Jagang tossed the book on the table, cutting her off.
"I want you three to go over everything in this book. See if you can find any reason at all to think that this might be a fake."
Sister Ulysses cleared her throat. "Well, we can try—"
"Now!"
his booming voice echoed around the room.
"Or would you rather go to the tents and entertain my men? The choice of service is up to you. Pick one."
The three sisters jumped to the table. They all leaned in as they began studying the book. Jagang pushed between Sisters Ulysses and Cecilia, apparently to watch over what they were reading and make sure that they were not overlooking anything. Chapter 39. Once she was sure that the four of them were busy, Kalen quietly ushered Jillian back to the far end of the room, off to the side of the two big guards. "I want you to listen to me very carefully and do exactly as I say," Kalen told her in a low voice that Jagang and the sisters couldn't hear. Jillian frowned up at her, waiting. "I need to be sure of something. I'm going to walk over to those two guards." "What?" Kalen pressed her hand over the girl's mouth. "Shh." Jillian glanced to their captors, now worried that she had caught their attention. She hadn't. Satisfied that she had made her point, Kalen took her hand away. "I've come to suspect that I've been spelled by those three sorceresses. I think that's why I don't remember who I am. It's magic of some sort. Almost no one but them and Jagang can ever remember seeing me. Almost no one does. I have no idea why you can. They also put this collar around my neck and they can use it to hurt me. Now, I don't think the guards can see me, but I need to find out for sure. I want you to stay right here. Don't watch me, or you will make them suspicious of you." "But—" Kalen crossed her lips with a finger. "Listen to me. Do as I ask." Jillian finally nodded her agreement. Without waiting to see if the girl would change her mind and decide to argue, Kalen again checked to make sure that Jagang and the sisters were busy reading. Once seeing that they were, she immediately started across the floor. She moved as silently as she could. The guards may not know she was there, but if Jagang or the sisters heard her, she would lose her chance before she could begin. The two guards stared ahead, watching their emperor. Occasionally, the one closest to Jillian would glance over at the girl. Kalen could tell by his lingering gaze what he was thinking. He was hoping that Jagang would give Jillian to him. Kalen imagined that with a man like Jagang, such occasional rewards were a benefit of having earned such a trusted position as personal guard to an emperor. Jillian had no idea of the fate that was in store for her. Kalen had to do something to change the headlong course of those looming events. Once in front of the guards, she was careful to stay out of the line of sight between them and the four people at the table. She also had to be careful not to draw the attention of the sisters, or Jagang either. Even if the two guards couldn't remember Kalen long enough to be aware that she was there,
She didn't want to find out what would happen if they were mysteriously blocked from seeing their leader. These two were wary men, no doubt of exceptional talents, and there was no telling how small a thing could alert them to trouble. And Kaelin intended on being a great deal of trouble, but not until she was ready. Standing directly in front of the two huge men, she realized that she came up only to the tops of their shoulders, so she wouldn't likely block their view. They didn't look at her, or in any way acknowledge her presence. She gently touched the metal post through one man's nose. He wrinkled his nose and then casually reached up and scratched, but he did not grab her hand. Satisfied that he would do no more, Kaelin reached out and smoothly drew a knife from a sheath on the leather strap crossing the man's chest. As the blade came out into the torchlight, she was very careful to draw it evenly without putting any twisting pressure on the sheath or strap. He didn't notice anything as it came completely free. It felt good to have the weapon in her hand. The emotion of it caused her to remember being back at the White Horse Inn when the sisters had killed the husband and wife who had run the place. She remembered picking up a heavy cleaver to try to stop them from harming the daughter. She remembered the deep inner satisfaction at having a weapon in her hand because it represented a sense of having the means to control her own life, to help her to survive. A weapon meant not being at the mercy of evil people who respected no law, whether of man or reason, of not being a helpless prey of those who were stronger and would use that strength to dominate others. Kaelin twirled the knife across her hand, weaving it through her fingers, watching it reflect the flickering light from the torches as it spun. She caught the handle and for a moment stared at the well-honed, polished blade. It represented salvation, if not for her, at least for Jillian. Remembering where she was and what she was doing, Kaelin quickly slipped the weapon down inside her boot. She looked over to make sure that Jillian was quiet and staying put. The girl's eyes had gone wide. Kaelin turned back to her task and carefully drew a second knife from a sheath on the other guard's chest strap. The blade was a little thinner, the weapon a little better balanced. Like the first, she pierced the blade through the leather of her boot near the top and slid it down into her boot, being careful to position it as she did so that the blade would be behind the bone of her ankle. She then pushed the point securely into the bottom of the boot. In the makeshift sheath, the knife couldn't move around and cut her when she walked. As silently as possible, walking lightly on the balls of her feet, Kaelin quickly returned to a startled Jillian. The sisters and their master were involved in an animated conversation about the relevance of star positions, weather, and time of year to the formation and concentration of power needed for specific spells. The sisters were explaining the meaning of passages, and Jagang was asking questions every few minutes, challenging their assumptions at every turn. Kaelin was a bit surprised to hear how well-versed the man was. The sisters sometimes found that he had learned more than they knew on certain subjects to do with the boxes of Orden. Jagang didn't look like a man who would be the kind to value knowledge from books, but Kaelin was wrong. While she didn't understand most of what they were talking about, it was obvious that Jagang was well-read and more than up to the task of conversing intelligently with the sisters, especially about subjects that they said were found only in the rarest of books. He wasn't just a brute. He was worse than that. He was a very smart brute. "All right," Kaelin said in a voice low enough that she was sure the others couldn't hear her. "I want you to listen to me. We may not have much time." Jillian's eyes were still wide. "How did you do that?" "I was right. They can't see me." "And twirling the knife like you did?" Kaelin shrugged, dismissing a question she couldn't answer to address more important matters. "Look, I need to get you out of here. This may be our only chance." Jillian looked horrified at the notion. "But if I escape, he will kill my grandfather, and probably the others as well. I can't leave."
That is the power he holds over you. But if you don't get away, the truth is that you all very well may be killed anyway. You need to understand that this could be the only chance you have or will ever have for your freedom.
Are you really sure of that? How can I risk my grandfather's life on what you think might happen?
Kaelin took a deep breath. She hadn't wanted to have to explain it. I don't have time to put it to you nicely, to persuade you in gentle ways. I only have time to give you the bare bones of the truth, so that's what I'm going to do, so listen carefully. I know what these men are like. I've seen what they do to young women like you and me, seen it with my own eyes. I've seen their naked, broken bodies left sprawled where they lay when Imperial soldiers are finished using them or dumped in ditches like refuse. If you don't get away, very bad things are going to happen to you at best. You will spend the rest of your short life as a slave, being used by soldiers for their sick pleasure and amusement in ways you don't want to learn about. You will spend the rest of your life alternating between terror and sobbing. That's at best. You will live, but wish every moment that you were dead. At worst, you are going to be killed when Jagang leaves. Either way, it's a fool's wish to think he's going to let you go. No matter what happens, whether you escape or stay, he might let your grandfather and the others go simply because they may not want to take the time and trouble to kill them. Jagang has more important things he's interested in. But you are plunder that has value to him. If nothing else, he will give you to those 2 guards as a bonus for their service. That's how men such as Jagang draw ruthless brutes like those 2 into loyal service, by giving them tasty little scraps like you. Do you have any idea what they will do with you before they cut your throat? Do you?
Jillian was silent for a moment. She swallowed before speaking.
I know what Jagang meant before, when he asked if I've ever been with a man, but I pretended I didn't. I know what he meant when he said that he would give me over to his soldiers. I know what he meant when he said they would like getting their hands on a young woman like me. I know what he meant about their desires. My family has warned me about the dangers from strangers like these. My mother has explained it. I think that she did not tell me everything, though, so that I wouldn't have nightmares. I think the parts you know would give me nightmares. Before, I only pretended I didn't know what Jagang was talking about, so that he wouldn't know how afraid I was of him doing that to me.
Kaelin couldn't help smiling. That was a very wise thing you did, keeping such knowledge to yourself.
Jillian twisted her mouth, fighting back tears at the grim fate she had just admitted understanding.
You have a plan?
Yes. You have long legs, but I still doubt that you can outrun them. There's another way, though, a way that uses what you know and they don't. You said that one wrong turn out there, and people get lost in the maze of tunnels and rooms. If you get even a small head start, you will be able to quickly lose them in all the twists and turns. As complex as this place is, I don't think that even the powers of the sisters would help them get you, and I don't think that Jagang would waste the time trying. She still looked dubious.
But
Jillian, this is a chance for you to escape. Another may never come along. I don't want anything terrible to happen to you. If you stay, it will. I want you to understand that you must take this chance. I want you out of here. This is all I can do for you.
Jillian was overcome with a look of horror.
You mean you're not going with me?
Kaelin pressed her lips tight and shook her head. She tapped the metal collar around her neck.
They can stop me with this. It's magic of some sort. They will be able to put me down. But I think that before they do, I'll be able to help slow them enough so that you can get away.
But they will hurt you, or even kill you for helping me get away.
They are going to hurt me anyway. Jagang has already promised me the worst he can dream up. He can do no more than he already intends. As for killing me,
I don't think they would do that, for now at least. They still need me. I'm helping you get away, and that's all there is to it. My mind is made up. It's my choice. It's the only thing I can do, the only thing that I have a choice about. If I help you, then it makes my own life, no matter what will become of me, mean more to me. I will at least have done something to fight back. I will at least have this victory over them.
Gillian stared at her.
You're as brave as Lord Rowell.
Caelan's eyebrows lifted.
You mean Richard Rowell? You know Richard Rowell?
Gillian nodded.
He helped me, too.
Caelan shook her head in wonder.
For living out here in the middle of nowhere, you sure seem to have met a lot of important people. What was he doing here? He came back from the dead.
Caelan frowned.
What? Well, not exactly the dead, really. At least, that's what he told me. But he came up from the well of the dead in the graveyard, just as the tellings said he would. I am the priestess of the bones. I am his servant, a dreamcaster. He is my master. There have been many priestesses of the bones before me, but he never came for them. I never knew that it would turn out that he would come back in my lifetime. He came to find books, too. He is the one who found this place. I never even knew it was down here. None of my people knew. Even my grandfather never knew this place of bones was here. Richard was looking for a book to help him find someone important to him. The book was called Chain Fire. Once he discovered this place and brought me down here, I'm the one who found the book for him. He was really excited. I was so happy that I was the one who helped him find what he needed. Since coming down here with him, I've spent all my time exploring this place, learning every turn and tunnel and room. I hope Richard will return one day, as he said he might, and then I will be able to show him everything. I very much want to make him proud of me.
Caelan could see the longing in Gillian's eyes to satisfy the man, to do something he would value, to have him recognize her effort and ability. Caelan wanted to ask 1,000 questions, but she didn't have the time. She couldn't resist one, though.
What's he like? Master Rowell saved my life. I've never met anyone else like him.
Gillian smiled in a distant way.
He was, well, I don't know.
She sighed, unable to find the words.
I see,
Caelan said at the dreamy look in the girl's copper-colored eyes.
He saved my life from soldiers sent by Jagang before. They were looking for these books. I was so afraid the man who had me was going to cut my throat, but Richard killed him. Then he held me in his arms and quieted my tears.
She looked up from gazing into her memories.
And he saved my grandfather, too. Well, not exactly him, but the woman with him.
Woman? Gillian nodded.
Nietzsche. She said that she was a sorceress. She was so beautiful. I couldn't stop staring at her. I'd never before seen a woman that beautiful. She was like a good spirit standing there before me, with hair like sunlight and eyes like the sky itself.
Caelan sighed. Why wouldn't a man like that have a beautiful woman with him? After hearing it, she didn't know why she hadn't ever considered such a likelihood before now. Caelan didn't know why, but she felt as if something, some hope she had never dared define, or maybe an unfathomable longing she still clung to for something profoundly valuable hidden beneath the black shroud that had been drawn over her past, had just slipped away from her. She had to look away from Gillian's gaze, lest she lose control at the thought of the forlorn situation she found herself trapped in. She used the excuse of looking over her shoulder, checking to make sure that the Emperor and his sisters were still busy, as she wiped an unexpected solitary tear from her cheek. The sisters looked more involved than ever in a discussion of the technicalities in the book. Jagang was demanding to know how they could be sure that certain parts were correct. When Caelan looked back, Gillian was staring at her.
But she wasn't as beautiful as you.
Caelan smiled.
Diplomacy must be a requirement of being a priestess of the bones.
No,
Jillian said, looking suddenly worried that Kaelin might not believe she was telling the truth.
really. There's something about you.
Kaelin frowned.
What do you mean?
Jillian's nose scrunched up with the struggle of searching for words.
I don't know how to explain it. You're beautiful and smart, and you know the right thing to do. But there's something else.
Kaelin wondered if this could be some link to who she really was. She had been looking for someone who would be able to see her and remember her, and maybe give her a clue.
Like what?
I don't know. Something noble.
Noble?
Jillian nodded.
You remind me of Lord Rall in a way. He saved my life without hesitation, just like you want to do. It wasn't just that, though. I don't know how to explain it. There was just something about him. And you have that same quality about you, too.
Good. At least he and I have something in common then, because I'm about to save your life, too.
Kaelin took a steadying breath as she checked over her shoulder again. The others were still engaged in their heated conversation. She turned back to Jillian and gave her a dead serious look.
We have to do this now.
But I'm still worried about my grandfather.
Kaelin looked into the girl's eyes for a long moment.
Now you listen to me, Jillian. You're fighting for your life. It's the only life you will ever have. They will show you no mercy for staying. I know that your grandfather would want you to take this chance.
Jillian nodded.
I understand. Lord Rall told me much the same thing about the importance of my life.
For some reason, that lifted Kaelin's heart and made her smile. The smile quickly vanished, though, as she put her mind back to the task at hand. She didn't know if Jagang and the sisters would be finished soon, or if they would be at it for the rest of the night, but she couldn't afford to miss the opportunity.
We have to do this now before I lose my nerve. I want you to do exactly as I say.
I will,
Jillian said.
Here's what we're going to do.
You will stay right here. I'm going to go over there and kill these 2 men.
Jillian's eyes went wide.
You're going to do what?
Kill them.
How? You're just a woman, and they're big. And there's 2 of them.
It's not impossible if you know how.
You're going to cut their throats?
Jillian guessed.
No, they would make noise if I did that. Besides, I couldn't do that to both of them at the same time. So I'm going to take 2 more of their knives, and then I'm going to slip up behind them, and I'm going to stab them right here.
Kaelin jabbed a finger in Jillian's back, a little to the side, right in the soft spot of her kidney. Even the small jab made the girl grunt with the pain of how sensitive that place was.
Stabbing a man right there in his kidney is so painful that it makes it impossible for him to cry out.
You can't be serious. Surely they will scream.
Kaelin shook her head.
The pain is so great when you're stabbed in the kidney that your throat clamps shut. Your scream is locked in your lungs. That will be our chance. Before they collapse and hit the floor, as they're dying, we have to get through that door behind them. We have to slip through as quietly as possible to buy as much time as we can. We'll probably only have a brief moment before we're discovered, but that moment is all we need for you to get away. You stand right here. As soon as I drive the knives in their backs, you head for the door, fast as you can, but don't make any noise. I'll be there with you at the doors.
Jillian was panting in fear of such a task. Her eyes were brimming with tears.
But I want you to go with me.
Kaelin squatted and hugged the girl.
I know. This is all I can do to protect you, Jillian, but I think it will be enough to get away.
She wiped at her eyes.
But what will they do to you?
You just worry about getting away. If I get a chance to escape, I promise you I will. Tell Loki to watch for me in case I ever do get away.
All right.
Kaelin knew that it was a false hope. She squeezed Jillian's shoulder and stood. She checked the 4 at the table one last time. She did so just in time.
Jagang glanced over his shoulder to see what Kalin was doing. She stood silently beside Jillian, watching him and the sisters working, as if she had been there the whole time, doing nothing but awaiting her fate. He turned his attention to the heated words between Sister Ulyssia and Sister Cecilia. Sister Ulyssia was being her obstinate self, while Sister Cecilia was trying to find a way to appease Jagang by telling him whatever he wanted to hear. Once she was sure that Jagang's attention was back on the book, Kalin immediately started for the guards. As one was again eyeing Jillian with increasingly open lust, Kalin carefully pulled a long knife from his weapons belt. Without delay, she moved to the far guard and did the same, taking his long knife as well. Standing behind them, she glanced to the sisters and Jagang, and seeing them still busy, she looked over at Jillian. The girl, wiping her palms on her hips, nodded that she was ready. Kalin reached to the man on the right and drew a knife he carried in a sheath hanging from a strap on his side. She placed the blade sideways between her teeth. Without lingering any longer, she scrutinized the lower backs of the guards, selecting the precise spots she needed to hit. She chose the right side of the man on her left and the left side of the man on her right, so that she would have targets closest together and she would be able to put her full strength into the thrust. She looked back and forth between the men, making sure that she would hit the right spot with each knife. If she missed, it would be fatal, but not necessarily for the men. It would be Jillian who paid the price of an error. It had to be right, and it had to be right the first time. Kalin took a deep breath, holding it only briefly. Then she exhaled hard, adding that power to the force she put into her thrust. With all her strength, she plunged both knives into the men's backs. The blades went in up to the hilts. Both men stiffened at the jolting shock. Kalin had already drawn another breath. This time, as quickly as she could, she forced out the breath and used all her considerable strength to pull the handles together toward one another so that the blades would pivot and rip through the men's kidneys. The men stood frozen stiff and slightly twisted, backs arched with the intense wallop of excruciating pain. Their eyes bulged, their mouths opened, but they made no sound. They stood in mortal trauma, unable to draw in a gasp or let out a cry. When Kalin looked up, Jillian was already on her way. Kalin turned and swiftly opened one of the narrow doors. She didn't want to give their pursuers a clear path by opening both. Jillian was there. The men's knees began buckling. Kalin put her hand on Jillian's back, between her shoulders, and rushed her through the doorway, propelling her out into the hallway. Kalin took the knife from her teeth. "Run. Don't stop for anything." Jillian nodded back. She looked as if the keeper himself were on her heels. Kalin turned to close the door, but just then the men hit the floor. 4 startled faces spun around toward her. Kalin pulled the door closed and ran as if the keeper were after her, too. She saw Jillian in the dim distance, just as she reached an intersection where a juncture of branches of passages went off in different directions. The girl paused, looking back at Kalin. They shared a brief look filled with meaning, and then she was gone, vanished down one of the passages. It was so dark in the distance that Kalin wasn't sure which one Jillian had taken. Behind came an explosive splintering of wood, as if the doors had been blown apart. Torchlight suddenly spilled through the hall, surrounding Kalin. She immediately stopped and spun back. She gripped the knife by the point. She saw shadows in the room rushing toward the gaping doorway. With all her strength, she heaved the knife, without there even being anyone there yet in that doorway. An enraged Sister Cecilia burst through first. The knife slammed into her chest. Kalin had hoped it would be Jagang first through, but she had been pretty sure it would be a sister, so she had aimed accordingly. The blade had flown true and plunged right through Sister Cecilia's heart. The sister went down hard. Kaelin turned and ran with all her strength. Just as she had turned, she had seen the others fall over the body of Sister Cecilia. Kaelin ran as she had never run before. She took the first corner to the left. She didn't know which turns Jillian had taken, but she didn't see her. The girl was gone. A flush of pure exhilaration washed through Kaelin, filling her very soul with the thrill of success. It had worked. She had kept her promise to Jillian and to herself. She had at least beaten them in this much of it. She was giddy with the victory, even as she ran like a madwoman. She had not only killed the 2 guards, but taken out Sister Cecilia. Images of the pain that woman had given her and the satisfaction she had derived from it flashed through Kaelin's mind, and she savored her vengeance. Now that it had worked, and Jillian was away, terror flooded up through her. She knew she wouldn't get away. All she could do was run, taking random turns, and wait for the end. It came with a sudden shock of pain she thought must be something like what the 2 men had felt. She knew she hit the ground, but she didn't really feel it. And then it felt as if the entire ceiling and dead city above all caved in on top of her. The world went as black as a grave. Chapter 40. Richard was winded by the time he had finally crested the rise. It wasn't just that he was out of breath, though. He was out of strength as well. He knew that he hadn't taken the time to eat as much as he should have along the way, and now he was paying the price for it. His legs felt like lead. His stomach ached with hunger. He felt weak and just wanted to lie down, but he couldn't, not now, not when he was this close, not when there was so much at stake. He'd eaten some pine nuts and a few handfuls of huckleberries he'd come across as he went along, but he hadn't gone out of his way to collect any more. He just hadn't wanted to take the time. At least he had his pack with him, so the night before he had been able to set out a fishing line in a small lake just at sunset. He then collected an armload of dry wood and started a fire with a flint and steel. By the time the fire was hot, he had 3 trout on his set line. He had been so hungry that he'd been tempted to eat them raw, but fish cooked quickly, so he waited. Not wanting to stop any longer than necessary, he'd gotten little sleep on the short journey from the Sliff. He reasoned that the sooner he got his hands on the book that Baracus had left for him, the better off he would be. The book had already been waiting there for him for 3,000 years. He didn't want it to wait another night. He thought about how, if he had been smart enough to find the book sooner, he might have avoided the problems he now faced. He was hoping that it could somehow help him in finding Kaelin, maybe even help him find a way to reverse the tainted chain fire spell. He'd reasoned that the best plan would be to recover the book as soon as possible. Then he could do some reading while he took the time to eat. He would worry then about sleeping and getting back to the keep. The keep was a long way off. He didn't know exactly where he was, except that he was a good distance south of Agaden Reach, in what appeared to be an uninhabited area, either near or in the wilds, so he was concerned about how he was going to find some horses. One problem at a time, he reminded himself. One problem at a time. As difficult as it had been to undertake the climb up the steep, rocky rise in the dark, he couldn't bring himself to stop when he knew that he was close. Besides, if he wanted to see the night wisps, it could only be at night, so he didn't want to wait until morning to make the climb, and then have to wait around all the next day for it to get dark again. Finally reaching the top, Richard scanned the area to get his bearings. Above the edge of the steep slope, the ground leveled off in a sparsely wooded oak grove. The breeze from earlier in the day had died hours ago at sunset, and it was now dead calm. The silence felt like an oppressive weight lying over him. For some reason, the typical night sounds of small animals, insects, and such that were common in the lowlands, stretching out endlessly behind him, were silent up at the top of the long climb. In the moonlight, Richard immediately noticed that there was something wrong with the trees. It looked as if they were all dead. The fat, squat trunks were twisted and gnarled. The bark had started to come away in ragged strips. The bent and distorted branches looked like claws, reaching out to snatch anyone who dared enter the place. Richard had been focused at the trek and the climb, but he suddenly switched to being on guard. His attention riveted as he listened for any sound in the eerie silence. He moved carefully beneath the trees, trying to make as little noise as possible. It was difficult, though, since the ground was littered with dry sticks and leaves. The branches looming overhead cast grotesque shadows in the moonlight, and the air had a chill to it that ran a shiver up his back. With the next step, something underfoot broke with an odd, bony pop. In all the years he'd spent in the woods, Richard had never heard a sound like that. He froze in place, listening, waiting. His mind raced as he went over the memory of the sound, trying to come up with its cause. Try as he might, he couldn't place it. When he heard nothing more and saw nothing move, he carefully backed up, lifting his foot off whatever it was that had broken. After checking in every direction, appraising every shadow, he squatted down to see what it was that he had stepped on. Whatever it was covered in leaves. He cautiously pushed the decaying leaves aside. There, half buried in the forest loam, dark with age, was a broken human skull staring up at him. The weight of his foot had broken in the rounded top of the skull. The eye sockets, which seemed to be watching him, were still intact. Richard scanned the forest floor and saw other humps under the leaves. He also saw something else. More skulls that weren't buried beneath the forest litter. Just from where he crouched, he could see a good half-dozen skulls lying at least partially atop leaves, and even more rounded shapes below them. Beneath the leaves, he found the rest of the bones that belonged to the skull he had stepped on. He stood slowly and began moving again, scrutinizing the ground, the fat, twisted tree trunks, as well as the limbs overhead as he went. He saw no one and heard nothing. Now that he knew what he was looking for, he was able to spot skulls seemingly everywhere. He stopped counting once he'd reached 30. The bones appeared scattered, not bunched together as if people had all died together or in groups. With a few exceptions, they appeared to have been individuals who had died at those particular places. He supposed that the bodies might have been placed there. He had no way of really knowing. The few exceptions were skulls close together, but he reasoned that might have been chance. People who had happened to have fallen near another body. Richard crouched down to inspect a number of the skulls, both those lying exposed and those buried beneath the litter. His initial thought was that it was possibly the site of a battle, but as near as he could tell in the moonlight, these people had not died at the same time. There were some bones that were sound, while others were moldering away. Some appeared so ancient that they fell apart when he touched them. The place was like a graveyard, with all of the bodies above ground, rather than being buried. The other thing that he noticed was that no predators looked to have disturbed the dead. Richard had come across remains in the woods when he had been a guide. Animals always got at the dead, human or otherwise. It looked as if each one of these bodies, though, had rotted away over time, leaving the bones lying in the exact same position in which the person had fallen, on their sides or with arms sprawled or face down. None had been laid out as if in burial, with arms neatly crossed on their chests or at their sides. They looked simply to have fallen dead. It still might not have seemed quite so peculiar, except that not one of the corpses looked to have been touched by any predator. As Richard walked endlessly through the oak grove, he wondered if it would ever end. On a moonless, cloudy night, or even a cloudy day for that matter, it was the kind of place where it would have been easy to get lost. Everything looked the same. The trees were spaced evenly, and there was nothing to indicate if he was going in the right direction, except the moon and stars. For what seemed like half the night, Richard moved ever onward through the forest of the dead. He was sure that he had followed the directions the Sliff had given him. The Sliff, however, had no way to know exactly what he would find. She had only been given directions from Baracus, and that had been 3,000 years before. The landscape could have changed a great deal since the time of Baracus. The bones, though, didn't look to be anywhere near that old. Of course, it could be that lying in the oak grove there were bones thousands of years old, but by now those would have all crumbled to dust. As Richard continued on, the woods began growing murkier, until he found himself entering the black shadows of a dark forest of immense pines, their trunks standing close together, and each nearly as big as his house back in the Heartland woods had been. It was like encountering a wall of mountains that rose up into the sky. The trunks, like pillars, were clear of branches until somewhere up out of sight, but those branches completely closed off the sky and left the forest floor below a dark and confusing maze among the massive trunks. Richard paused, wondering how he would keep to a direction in the pitch blackness that lay ahead while being unable to move in anything resembling a straight line. That was when he heard the whispers. He cocked his head, listening, trying to make out the words. He couldn't, so he carefully stepped deeper into the gloom, letting his eyes adjust to the darkness before taking a few more steps. Before long, he began to be able to make out the shapes of the trees ahead, so he moved forward, ever deeper into the close canyons among the trunks of the monumental pines. "Go back," came a whisper. "Who's there?" he whispered back. "Go back," said a faint little voice, "or stay forever with the bones of those who have come before you." "I've come to speak with the night wisps," Richard said. "Then you have come for nothing. Go now," the voice repeated with more strength. Richard tried to lay the sounds of the words over his memory of what a wisp sounded like. While it wasn't the same, it did have qualities in common. "Please come forward that I may talk with you." Only silence surrounded him. Richard moved ahead a dozen paces into the darkness. "Last time warned," came the eerie voice. "Go now." "I have come a long way. I'm not going back without speaking with the wisps. This is important." "Not to us." Richard stood with one hand on a hip as he tried to conceive of what to do next. He was far from clear-headed. His weariness was hampering his thinking. "Yes, this is important to you, too." "How?" "I have come for what Baracus left for me." "So did those whose bones you have passed." "Look, this is important. Your lives ultimately depend upon this as well. In this struggle there will be no uninvolved bystanders. All will be drawn into the storm." "The stories you have heard about a treasure are empty lies. There is nothing here." "Treasure? No, you don't understand. That's not what this is about at all. I think you misunderstand me. I've already passed the tests Baracus left for me. That's why I'm here. I'm Richard Rall. I'm married to Kaelin Amnell, the Mother Confessor." "We don't know this person you speak of. Go back to her while you still can." "No, that's the point. I can't. I'm trying to find her." Frustrated, Richard ran his fingers back into his hair. He didn't know how much time he might have to say what he needed to say, or how much he should leave out, if he was to convince the wisps of his true reason for being there, to convince them to help him. "You once knew her. Magic was used against Kaelin to make everyone forget her. You knew her, too, but you forgot her like everyone else. Kaelin used to come here.
In her role as the Mother Confessor, she fought to protect the land of the night wisps and to keep others out. She told me about the beautiful land of the night wisps. She told me about the open fields in ancient remote forests. She has been among the wisps as they gather at twilight to dance together in the grasses and wildflowers. She told me that she spent many a night lying on her back in the grass as the wisps gathered around her, speaking with her of things common to both of your lives, of dreams and hopes, of loves. Please, the wisps knew her. She was your friend. Richard saw then a tiny light come out from behind a tree.
Go, or your bones will remain out there with the others who seek treasure, and no one will ever see you again or know what became of you.
If I need gold, I earn it. I have no interest in treasure. The tiny spark of light started away.
Not all treasure is gold.
As it glided into the distance, the shafts of spinning light played over the trunks of trees it passed. I knew Shar, Richard called out. The light paused. It stopped spinning. For a moment, Richard watched as the spark of light hung there in the distance, faintly illuminating the closely gathered monarchs of the forest standing like sentries for what lay beyond.
You did not come because of the legends that there was treasure to be found here?
No.
What do you know of the name you spoke?
I was with Shar after she went through the boundary. Shar crossed that boundary to help stop the threat from Darken Ral. Shar crossed the boundary to help in the effort to find me, so that I, too, could help in that struggle. Before she died, Shar said that if I ever needed the help of the night wisps, then I should say her name and they would help me, for no enemy may know it. Richard pointed back toward the grove of dead oaks, where the forgotten, moldering remains reposed. I have a feeling that none of the people whose bones lie back there knew her name, or the name of any wisp. The light slowly returned through the trees, finally coming to a stop not far from him. He could feel the softly glowing shafts of light gliding over the contours of his face. They almost felt like the faint touch of a spider's web. Richard took a small step closer. I spoke with Shar before she died. She said that she could not live away from those of her kind any longer, and she did not have the strength to return to her home place. She gave me my first test from Baracus. She said that she believed in me, believed that I had inside me what it takes to prevail. It was a message from him. She asked me about secrets. The tiny light turned a warm, rosy color as it spun in silence for a moment.
And you passed her test?
No, Richard admitted. It was too soon for me to understand it all. Later, I finally came to understand. The Sliff said that I have now passed the test that Baracus left for me.
What is your name?
I grew up named Richard Cipher. Since then, I've come to learn that I am Richard Ral. I have been called by other names as well. The Seeker, the One Born True, the Bringer of Death, Richard with the Temper, the Pebble in the Pond, and Kaharan. Does one of those names mean anything to you?
Does the name Ghazi mean anything to you?
Ghazi? Richard thought a moment. No. Should it?
It means fire. Ghazi was given that name by prophecy. If you were the one, you would know that name, too.
I'm sorry, but I don't. I don't know why, but I can tell you that I don't hold much with prophecy.
I am very sorry, but misery has come to this land. The wisps are in a time of suffering. We cannot help you. You should go now.
The wisp began leaving again, spinning as it floated off into the towering trees. Richard took a step forward. Shar said that if I needed the help of the wisps, they would help me. I need your help. The little point of light paused again. Richard got the distinct impression by the way it hovered motionless that it was considering something. After a moment, it slowly began rotating, casting off shimmering beams of light. It came partway back. The wisp then spoke a name that Richard had not heard spoken aloud in many years. His blood turned to ice.
"And does this name mean anything to you?"
the wisp asked. "How do you know my mother's name?" Richard whispered. The wisp slowly drew closer.
"Many, many seasons ago, Ghazi went through a dark boundary to find her, to help her, to tell her of her son, to tell her many things she needed to know, many things her son would need to know. Ghazi never returned."
Richard stared, his eyes wide. "What do the wisps do in the day, when it's light?" The wisp, like nothing more than a glowing silver ember, slowly spun, throwing shafts of light across Richard's face.
"We go where it is dark. We do not like being in the light."
"Does fire hurt you?" The shafts of light dimmed.
"Fire can kill us."
"Dear spirits," Richard whispered. The wisp came closer, the shimmering light brightening again as it seemed to study his face.
"What is it?"
"What was the prophecy about Ghazi?" Richard asked. The slowly spinning light paused.
"The prophecy was about Ghazi's death. It said he would die in fire."
Richard's eyes closed for a moment. "Many seasons ago, when I was but a boy, my mother died in a fire." The wisp remained silent. "I'm sorry," Richard said in a small voice, as Shota's words rang through his head. "I think Ghazi died in my home. Our house caught on fire. After my mother brought my brother and me safely out, she went back in for something. We never knew what. She was probably overcome by the smoke. She never came out. I never saw her again. She died in the blaze. I think she went back for Ghazi. I think my mother and Ghazi died together in that fire, without him ever completing his purpose." The wisp seemed to watch him for a time.
"I am sorry for what happened to your mother. After all this time, tears still come to you."
Richard had run out of words and could only nod. The wisp again started spinning faster.
"The name Richard Cipher is the name we know you as. Come, Richard Cipher, and we will tell you what Ghazi went to tell your mother."
Chapter 41. Richard followed the sparkling point of light into the ancient stand of timber, a place of quiet and peace. He had never seen trees this big. It struck him as odd that creatures so tiny would live among trees so big. It seemed like they walked for hours, though Richard knew that it only felt that way because he was so drained. When they at last emerged from the trees into a vast clearing, Richard could hardly believe his eyes. It was just as Kalin had described it. The grassy meadows sparkled with hundreds of night wisps gliding among the tall blades of grasses and wildflowers. The swath of stars above, through the gap in the towering pines, seemed lifeless and dead compared with the stars in the grass. It was a beautiful sight, but it brought pain into Richard's heart because it reminded him of Kalin, of the first day he had met her, when she had introduced him to Shar, of the time she'd told him about the wisps. Kalin and the wisps were forever linked in his mind. And now, after all this time, he knew that it was a night wisp that his mother had run back into the burning house to save. She had not died alone. All because a man thousands of years before had gone to the Temple of the Winds and done something that would result in Richard being born with both sides of the gift, both sides that the Sliff said he no longer had. As Richard stepped into the grass, some of the night wisps came closer, curious to see the stranger among them. The wisps flashed brighter and dimmer, as if in conversation among themselves. "What are you called?" Richard asked the wisp who had escorted him.
I am Tam.
Richard watched wisps gliding closer, rising up the length of him before shooting away.
Our numbers dwindle,
Tam said.
Such a thing has never happened before. It is a time of suffering for us. We don't know the cause.
The cause is in part why I am here, Richard told him. I'm hoping to find help, so that I can stop what is causing this sickness among the wisps. If I don't succeed, you will all vanish from the world. Tam considered in silence for a time. Others who had heard Richard's words drifted away, sinking into the dark places in the grass, as if seeking a quiet place to weep. Some, though, came closer.
Many here knew Ghazi,
Tam said.
They miss him. Can you tell us any of what he said before his life was gone? The way you have spoken of Shar's words?
I'm sorry, Tam, but I never saw Ghazi. I never knew that he had come to see my mother. Ghazi and my mother must have died before he had a chance to tell us anything of his reason for being there. Richard wondered if that had been the reason for the fire. Many of the wisps dimmed, as if in disappointment that he could tell them none of Ghazi's last words. Richard remembered his purpose and turned to his guide. Please, Tam, I have come for an important reason that, as I said, may in the end help the wisps with what they suffer. I have come because Baracus left something here for me. His library is here. He sent his wife with a book for me.
Magda,
one of the nearby wisps said. He wasn't sure which one was speaking, but it sounded decidedly more feminine than Tam. That's right.
This was long before our time, she said, but the words of Baracus have been passed down to us. We still hold the secrets he asked us to keep. I am Jas. Come, Tam and I will show you.
Tam and Jas led Richard off through the silky grass, toward the towering trees to his left. Among the trees, away from the open meadow, it was again like descending into a dark world. Only the two wisps gave him enough light to see his way. How far? Richard asked.
Not far,
said Jas.
It is a place within our realm, said Tam, a place where we can watch over and protect it. Over the millennia, the seed of stories planted in the fertile soil of bits and scraps of facts was watered by wishes and began to take root and grow. Eventually, a bountiful fruit of rumors burst forth to be spread on the wind of whispers that said we hid a fabled hoard of gold. Nothing could convince the believers that it was not true. The truth does not glitter for these people like gold does. Their dream of reaping unearned wealth was so strong for them that they would rather sacrifice everything truly precious to them than accept the truth that it was an empty belief. What we hide is not a treasure,
Jas said,
but a promise made by our ancestors.
It is a treasure of a sort, Richard told them. To the right person, anyway. What seemed not far to them seemed quite far to Richard. It was getting ever more exhausting for him to put one leg in front of the other. His stomach growled with hunger as they moved through the silent wood. It had to be somewhere deep in the middle of the night when the trees opened up and Richard could see at last, illuminated by the silvered moonlight, a valley spread out far below. Lush forests carpeted the bowl of the valley, with the mat of trees ascending the slopes of mountain close in on each side. The place where he stood overlooking the length of the valley was not only a commanding spot, but a place with hauntingly beautiful views of the things that Richard had always loved. He ached to be able to explore such a place, to be down in those woods, but to be there with Kaylin. Without her, beauty was only a word. Without Kaylin smiling at him, the The world was empty and dead.
"This is the place of the library that Master Baracus left with us for safekeeping," Tam said.
Richard looked around. He saw only ferns, some vines trailing down from the darkness above, and the massive trunks of the pines standing with him at the rim of the overlook. "Where?" he asked. "I don't see a building anywhere."
"Here,"
Jas said, as she drifted down to a small boulder, coming to rest atop it.
"Under here is the library."
Richard scratched his scalp. It seemed an odd place for a library, but then he recalled finding the entrance to the library in Casca under a gravestone. In light of that, this made more sense. A building might have long ago been discovered and raided. He bent and put his shoulder against the rock in a curved niche that wasn't sharp. He was sure that he wasn't strong enough to move such a huge slab of stone, but he put all his weight against the stone socket anyway. With great effort, it slowly began to pivot to the side. The wisps came close, looking with Richard at what lay below. The stone had rested on a small, carefully smoothed lip. There was no hole, no stairway down into the ground within that lip. Richard knelt and dug at what was under the rock inside the stone lip. It was soft and dry. "This is just sand."
"Yes," Jas said. "When Magda came, she followed her husband's instructions, using magic, and filled what was below."
Richard was incredulous. "With sand?"
"Yes,"
Jas said. "How much sand?" Richard asked. He wasn't looking forward to digging out a sand-filled hole, no matter how small it turned out to be.
"You see that small river down in the valley?"
Jas asked. Richard squinted in the dim moonlight. He saw the sparkling reflections off the water wandering among sandbars. "Yes, I see it."
"The words passed down to us," Jas said, "say that Magda brought with her a powerful spell from Baracus. She used it to create a whirlwind that drew the sand up from the riverbanks and funneled it into this hole here, filling up the place below to protect it."
"Protect it?" Richard asked. "From what?"
"From any who might make it this far. This sand is meant to foil anyone who might come for what is down there."
"Well, I suppose that if there was enough sand, that would certainly slow them down." Richard looked over suspiciously at the two wisps spinning slowly in the moonlight. "How much sand is down there, anyway?" Tam floated out past the edge of the drop-off.
"You see that ledge down there?"
Richard carefully leaned over the edge of the cliff and looked. It had to be several 100 feet down to the narrow stone shelf. "I see it."
"That is how far down the rooms of the libraries are to be found."
"The rooms of the library are buried under all this sand down there at the bottom?"
"Yes,"
Tam said. Richard was dumbfounded. There had to be a palace worth of sand. "How am I to dig such a thing out? It would take forever to accomplish such a thing." Tam returned, coming close to his face.
"Maybe, but Baracus said that if you were the one, you would know what to do."
"If I'm the one?" Richard felt the weight of discouragement, like a mountain of sand on top of him. "Why do I always have to be the one?" Tam spun for a moment.
"That is not for us to say."
Richard groaned with the disappointment of being so close but so far. "If I'm the one, then why couldn't he just leave a message for me so that I would know what to do?" Tam and Jas were silent for a moment, as if thinking.
"Well, there was one other thing passed down,"
Jas finally said. "What would that be?"
"Baracus said that the wisps would have to guard this for ages and ages, but when the sands of time had finally run out, the one who was meant to have the book would be here and take it with him."
Jas spun closer.
"Does that help, Richard Cypher?"
Richard wiped a hand across his face. Why couldn't Baracus simply tell him how to recover secrets of a war wizard's power? Maybe Baracus thought that the man who was meant to have the book must already have mastered his power to the point where this would present no obstacle. Maybe he thought that Richard should know how to spin a magical whirlwind and suck out the sand. If that was so, then Richard was not the one. Not only did he not know how to use his power, but, since being in the Sliff, he no longer had his gift. Page 427. As far as Richard was concerned, the sands of time had already run out for him. The Sisters of the Dark had put the boxes of Orden in play. The chimes had contaminated the world of life, beginning the destruction of magic, which was probably the great misery the Wisps were suffering. And the army of the Imperial Order was rampaging unchecked through the New World. But worst of all for him, personally, Kaelin had been abducted, was under the influence of the chainfire spell, and desperately needed his help. And here he stood, waiting for the sands of time to run out. Richard took his hand away from his face as he frowned. He leaned out over the edge of the cliff, looking down at the ledge far below. The sands of time. He looked to the left side and studied the rock. He didn't see anything he could use there, but on the right he thought he saw a way to use the rocks to climb down. He swung his pack off his back and set it on the ground while he dug out his camp shovel and hastily assembled it. When the sands of time had finally run out, the one who was meant to have the book would be here and take it with him, he quoted. Isn't that what you said?
Yes,
Jas said.
that is what we were told.
Richard gazed out over the cliff again. I have to go down there, to that ledge, he told the Wisps.
We will come and light the way,
Tam said. Richard wasted no time climbing down the side of the rock precipice. It turned out to be just as difficult as he had judged it would be, but it didn't take long, and he was soon standing on the narrow shelf far below the top where he had pivoted the boulder out of the way. He searched around, picking at the face of the rock wall until he found what he was looking for. He immediately started digging, chipping, and prying out rocks that had been so tightly jammed in that it was hard to tell for sure in the poor light of the moon and two wisps if it really was what he thought it was. When rock began coming out, his confidence level rose. The more rock fragments he pulled out, the easier it was to get out more. He had to work carefully to free some of the larger stones. One wrong step, and he could slip and fall off the narrow ledge. Some of the boulders back in the growing hole were larger than he could have lifted, so he had to roll and walk them out of the ever-expanding opening. Fortunately, he was able to loosen the rock beneath most of them and then roll them out. He stood to the side of the narrow ledge and let the rocks and boulders tumble out past him. He watched them sail out into the night air, falling soundlessly, until they finally crashed down into the forest far below. Suddenly, when the shovel broke through to something soft, the rest of the rock plug began to let go with a grating sound and abruptly burst out in a cascade of fragments. Richard had to duck out of the way. With a rumbling roar, the sand followed in a column, pouring far out into space before beginning to arc downward. Richard stood with his back pressed against the rock wall, his heart pounding from the surprise of the sudden explosive clearing of the opening into the hollow interior of the cliff. The two wisps spun as they watched the amazing sight. One of them, Richard wasn't sure which one, followed the column of sand out and down for a ways before returning. It seemed to go on forever, but the last of the sand finally dwindled away as it poured out of the hole, leaving only small amounts to drizzle out in fits. Richard wasted no time climbing into the hole. "Come on," he called back to the wisps. "I need light." The two wisps obliged, passing over the tops of his shoulders to enter first. Once past him, they lit the chamber beyond. Richard stood up inside brushing himself off as he gazed around at shelves filled with books. It was astounding to think that he was the first person who had stood in this place since Magda Cirrus, the woman who would become the first confessor. That reminded him of Kalin and his need to find her, so he immediately started looking around. It appeared a rather simple library, with a doorway at the far side that he could see led deeper into the interior of the cliff. He saw shadows of doorways and circular stairs. Despite the sand pouring out of the hole, there was still a lot of sand covering everything. It would take some time to clean the place and really tell what was there. To the right, though, on a stone pedestal against a blank stone wall, sat a book all by itself. Richard lifted it off the stand and blew the sand and dust off of it. On the cover it said, "Secrets of a War Wizard's Power." His fingers gently glided over the gilt letters on the cover as he again read the words meant for him. It was an awe-inspiring feeling to realize that a war wizard, first wizard Baracus himself, had made this very book for the person who would be born with the power that he saw to it would be released from the Temple of the Winds. Richard had at last found the treasure that Baracus had left for him. A night wisp hovered over each shoulder, watching him as he reverently stared at the book that would finally answer his questions, that would finally help him master his gift. Finally, his heart pounding, Richard opened the cover to see what Baracus wanted him to know. The first page was blank. Richard turned over more pages, but they were all blank. He thumbed through the entire book, and other than the words on the cover, he found that the entire book was completely blank. Richard squeezed his temples between the fingers and thumb of one hand. He thought he might be sick. "Can either of you see anything on the pages?"
"No,"
Jas said.
"Sorry. I see no marks of writing at all,"
Tam added. Richard realized then what the problem was. His heart sank. Secrets of a War Wizard's Power was an instruction book on the use of a specific form of the gift. The book involved magic. For some reason, Richard had been cut off from his gift. Without that gift to assist him, whatever was written on the pages would not stay in his mind. He would forget the words before he could remember reading them. Just as he no longer remembered a single word of the Book of Counted Shadows, he could not remember the words of Secrets of a War Wizard's Power long enough to remember having seen any words. Without the gift, it would appear blank to him. Until he could figure out what was wrong with his gift, he wouldn't be able to read this book. "I'll have to take this with me," Richard told the wisps.
"Just as Baracus said you would, Richard Cipher,"
Tam said. Richard wondered if Baracus somehow knew this as well. Whether he did or not, Richard didn't have time to ponder it. He climbed back out of the hole and up the rock face of the cliff. He noticed that the rock jutted out over the opening into the library, probably so that water wouldn't eat away at the plug over time or work its way inside. The sand had to be dry, not only so that the books inside wouldn't be ruined, but so that it would pour out. Richard decided that for the time being, the library was relatively safe from rain. At the top of the cliff, he stored the valuable blank book away in his pack. He saw that inside the stone rim, where there had been sand before, there was now a spiral stairway down into the darkness below. To make sure that no one discovered the library, he struggled mightily against the boulder until he managed to pivot it into place. Panting from exertion, he swung his pack up onto his back. His mind was racing with 1,000 different thoughts. On the way back through the dark wood, Richard spoke little to the wisps, other than to thank them for their help. Once they had reached the meadow again, he gazed out over the sight of all the night wisps gliding through the grass and wildflowers, some spinning in an intricate dance as they moved together in pairs. He wondered how many more night wisps there had been when Kalin had been here. Richard missed Kaelin so much that it brought a lump to his throat. She was his world. The whole world, in so many ways, seemed to be slipping away. "I have to go," he told Tam and Jas. "I hope to use what I found here to help stop the suffering of the wisps and others."
"You will come back?"
Jas asked. Thinking briefly about the hidden library, Richard nodded. "Yes, and I hope to bring Kaelin with me, and that by then you will remember her. I know she will be overjoyed to see you all again."
"When we remember her,"
Jas said,
"then we will be filled with joy, too."
Unwilling to test his voice again, Richard nodded and then started out. Tam escorted him through the ancient forest, helping him find the way. At the edge of the ancient trees, the wisp came to a halt.
"Baracus was wise to choose you, Richard Cyper. I believe that you have it in you to succeed. I wish you well."
Richard smiled sadly. He wished he was as sure. He no longer had access to the gift within him, if it was still even there, and he had no idea how he would succeed. Maybe Zed could help. "Thank you, Tam. You and the wisps have been good protectors of those things Baracus left with you. I will do my best to protect you and the other innocents who are in so much danger."
"If you fail, Richard Cypher, I know that it will not be from lack of effort on your part. If you ever need our help again, as Shar told you, say one of our names, and we will try to help you."
Richard nodded and started away, turning once to wave. The wisp spun a rose color for a moment, and then vanished back into the trees. He suddenly felt awfully forlorn by the light of the moon alone. The dead oaks seemed to go on forever. He plodded along in a numb daze. He needed to get some food and rest, but he wanted to get out of the strange wood and back down into the forest first. He saw bones among the roots of the oaks, as if the trees were trying to gather in the dead to hug them to their bosoms. Somewhere in the dead wood, after walking endlessly, absorbed in his troubled thoughts, Richard felt a sudden chill to the air that made him shudder and gasp the sharp cold into his lungs. It felt as if he had walked into the fangs of winter. When he looked up, he spotted what at first looked like an upright shadow among the skulls. When he saw at last what it really was, another shudder shivered up his spine. It was a tall woman with black, wiry hair. She wore inky black robes. Her skin was as pale as the moon, making her gaunt face seem to float in the darkness. Her desiccated flesh was stretched tight over her bony features, the way he imagined the dead would have looked for a time as they lay lifeless in this forsaken forest, waiting for the worms to do their work. Her thin, menacing smile marked her unmistakably as the sort to leave the bones of used-up people to rot in just such a place, among the moldering dead. Richard felt so cold he couldn't move. He realized that he was shivering, but he couldn't seem to make himself stop. He couldn't feel his fingers or toes. He wanted to move, to run, but he couldn't force his legs to move. He had no gift to summon. He had no sword to draw. He felt helpless in the beguiling gaze of her blanched blue eyes. Richard wondered if his lifeless remains would end up discarded in this desolate place to rot, forgotten, along with all the other anonymous bones of those who had come with lofty dreams. The woman's arms swept up like a raven's wings lifting, and the night swallowed him. Chapter 42. Kaelin ever so gradually became aware of the bewildering drone of voices, both near and far. She was so dazed, though, that she wasn't sure if it was real or if she was only imagining it. She knew that some of the thoughts streaming endlessly through her mind had to be her imagination, despite how real they seemed. She knew that she wasn't one moment in a flowered field among the stars, the next moment in the middle of a pitched battle with desiccated corpses atop horseback, and the next instant flying through the clouds atop a red dragon's back. It all seemed real, but she knew that it couldn't be. After all, there weren't any such things as dragons. That was only myth. But if it really was voices that she was hearing, she couldn't understand the words. They came to her more as disembodied raw sounds, each tonal pulse resonating painfully with something deep inside her. What she was sure of was that her head throbbed in a slow rhythm, and each time the agonizing beat squeezed, it felt as if her skull would split open from the pressure. As each intermittent cycle subsided, nausea oozed up inside her, only to be forced back into relative insignificance once again by the next overwhelmingly torturous compression. Try as she might to open her eyes, Kaylin couldn't lift her heavy lids. It would have taken more strength than she could call forth right then. Besides, she feared that there might be light, and she was sure that light would hurt like long needles stabbing into her defenseless eyes. It felt as if some unknown thick pressure were suspending her, keeping her immobile, while a hidden force tortured her under the throbbing pressure. Trying desperately to escape the grip of it, she attempted to bend her arms, but they were too stiff. She tried to move her legs, or even to lift a knee, but her legs were tightly encased in the cocooning, dense darkness. A sound, possibly a harsh word, startled her, bringing her closer to the brink of wakening awareness, lifting her up through the numb confusion toward the world of life. This time she was sure that the sounds were voices. She began to be able to make out the occasional word. She mentally seized those words like a lifeline and used them to help pull herself up out of the dark dregs of unconsciousness. She breathed evenly, concentrating on the words, forcing the throbbing to the background, as she listened carefully for each word, trying to string them together into meaningful concepts. She recognized women's voices and a man's voice, a surly man. The pain of being awake, though, was even more debilitating than the dreamlike suffering she had felt while unconscious. Reality had a way of adding an agonizing dimension to the pain, an inescapable misery, a relentless torment throbbing through her body. In an effort to get her mind off the pain she was in, Kaylin opened her eyes just enough to peek out and take a careful look around. She was inside some kind of structure. It looked something like a tent made of a pale tan canvas, but if it really was a tent, it was much larger than any tent she remembered ever seeing before. Rich carpets hung to one side, looking to serve the purpose of double doors. She was lying on thick furs that were atop something slightly elevated rather than being spread out on the floor. In the hot, muggy air, the furs were making her sweat. At least she wasn't covered with blankets. She thought that maybe she had been placed there to keep her out from underfoot. There was a chair with a carved back opposite where she lay, but no one sat in it. Several lamps were set around the room on chests, while others hung from chains. They did little to chase away the gloomy atmosphere inside the tent, but at least the smell of the burning oil helped cover the heavy stench of sweat, animals, and manure. Kaylin was relieved that the light didn't hurt her eyes as she'd feared it would. One of the sisters paced in the dim light, like a phantom who couldn't find her grave. Jumbled, muffled voices from outside drifted through the heavy canvas and carpeted walls of the tent. It sounded like a whole city surrounded the muted sanctuary. Kaylin could hear the murmured drone of men in the thousands, along with the clop of hooves, the rattle of wagons, the braying of mules, and the metallic jangle of weapons and armor. Men in the distance shouted orders, or laughed, or cursed, while those closer told stories she couldn't quite make out. Kaelin knew what this army was like. She had seen glimpses of it from afar, been through places where they had been, and had seen those that they'd tortured, raped, and murdered. She didn't want to ever have to go out there, among such savages as she knew these men were. When she noticed Jagang glance her way, she pretended to still be unconscious, breathing evenly, lying perfectly still, and keeping her eyes almost closed. Apparently thinking she wasn't yet awake, he let his gaze drift back to the pacing Sister Ulyssia. "It can't be that simple," Sister Armina insisted from where she stood beside a table. She lifted her nose in a haughty manner. Kaelin could just make out the edge of a book on that table. Sister Armina's extended fingers rested on the book's leather cover. "Armina," Jagang asked in a calm, almost pleasant voice, "can you even begin to imagine how entertaining it is for me to be in the mind of a troublesome sister that I send out to the tents to be passed around among my men?" The woman paled as she backed up a step until her back met the tent wall.
"No, Excellency."
To be there, witnessing their dread, to be in their mind, seeing how completely helpless they are, as powerful hands rip their clothes off and grope their bodies, as they are pushed to the bare ground, their legs forced open, and they are mounted by men who consider them of no value except as a bit of lustful entertainment. Men who have absolutely no sympathy for them at all, who don't care in the least what suffering they inflict in their heedless pursuit of what they want. Can you imagine how satisfying it is for me to be there in the minds of such vexatious sisters? To be an eyewitness, so to speak, of their well-deserved punishment?"
Her eyes wide in panic, Sister Armina spoke in a barely audible voice.
"No, Excellency."
"Then I suggest that you stop protesting based not on what you think, but on what you think I want to hear. I'm not interested in your bootlicking. In my bed you may flatter me if you think it will gain you favor, which it won't, but in this I'm only interested in the truth. Your obsequious arguments will not make us successful, only the truth will. If you have something worthwhile to say, then say it. But stop interrupting Ulyssia to criticize her opinion with what you think I want to hear, or you will again be sent out to the tents sooner rather than later. Do you understand?"
Sister Armina's gaze dropped away.
"Yes, Excellency."
Sister Ulyssia took a settling breath as Jagang turned his attention on her. Her pacing came to a halt. She lifted an arm toward the book on the table. "The problem is, Excellency, there is no way for us to confirm if the copy inside is true or not. I know that's what you want us to do, and believe me, we've tried. But the truth is we can't find anything that could settle the matter."
"Why not?"
"Well, if it says, 'Position the boxes facing north,' how are we supposed to be able to detect if that is a true or false instruction just from reading it? For all we know, facing them north could be an accurate copy of the original manuscript, in which case not doing as it says would prove fatal. Or it could be a corruption of the true direction, and doing as it says would be fatal. How are we to know? You may wish us to be able to come to a conclusion as to the book's validity just from reading it, but we have no way of doing that. I know you don't want me to lie to satisfy your request. I'm serving you best by being truthful."
Jagang eyed her suspiciously.
"Be careful, Ulyssia, not to cross the line into fawning. I'm not in the mood."
Sister Ulyssia bowed her head.
"Of course, Excellency."
Jagang folded his husky arms across his massive chest and turned to the matter at hand.
"So, you think that for this reason the ones who made the copies left us this other way to tell the false from true?"
"Yes, Excellency," Sister Ulyssia said, despite looking anxious to be taking a stand that she knew would not please him. Since the Emperor could read her thoughts, he would know the truth of what she honestly believed. Caelan imagined that Sister Ulyssia reasoned that her best chance of not incurring his wrath was to be true to her belief. Sister Ulyssia was nothing if not smart.
You believe that this is the real explanation, then? That it isn't a mistake, but that it was calculated and deliberate?
Yes, Excellency. There has to be some way to tell. Otherwise, the successful use of the book would only be the result of chance. The boxes of Auden were made as a counter. She paused as she glanced briefly Caelan's way. Caelan kept her eyes almost closed into the narrowest of slits so that the woman wouldn't know she was awake. Sister Ulyssia turned her attention back to Jagang. They would have reasoned that if it ever became necessary to use that counter, it could only be because the situation was desperate. So they would need very badly to know that the book was true, or else they risked losing everything they believed in. They would, after all, be using the book to save everything they believed in. If the ones using the counter of the boxes were wrong about the copy they were referring to, then they stood to lose more than just their lives. They risked losing the world of life itself.
Unless those who made the copies wanted the false copies to foil a greedy thief, Jagang said.
But, Excellency, Sister Ulyssia said, to stop any treacherous plans, those in charge of the boxes would need to have a way to know the true copies from the false. If they didn't leave such a method to those who would come after them, then they would have abandoned their descendants to survival by chance. Their whole reason for making the copies in the first place was because they were worried about the risks that might develop in the future with having only the original text. After all, the only book in existence would be subjected to any number of threats, from fire to water to worms, and that isn't even including the array of deliberate threats. They were trying to make sure that there would be an accurate copy, if it ever came to be necessary to use the boxes, and the original book was unavailable for reasons they might not even be able to imagine. Risking that future on chance would be counter to their purpose for making the copies in the first place. Do you see what I mean? Since they made only one true copy, and the rest false, they were attempting to discourage the wrongful use of the boxes, putting another obstacle in the path of them being used, but at the same time, if the boxes were ever truly needed, they most certainly would not have wanted that call to have been answered by chance. They would have left those coming after them a way to confirm the truth. Since the text inside the book is not contradictory in and of itself, it seems to me that those who made the copies would unquestionably have devised another means to determine the true from the false.
Jagang turned to the other sister.
Armina has had a thought. Do speak up, darling.
Sister Armina cleared her throat.
We are being asked to believe that a singular, rather than a plural word, served as their only indication of validity?
Sister Armina shook her head.
While I grant the general point, I believe that this is just too simple an answer, if not far too opaque a message. This means of telling true from false in and of itself becomes chance, too, unless they gave us a way to confirm it. And they have now, haven't they?
Sister Ulyssia arched an eyebrow as she leaned a little toward the woman.
It's right there, right in the beginning, where it tells us precisely how to detect if the book is true or not. It says that she must verify it. She has.
Armina folded her arms.
Like I said, I think that's just too simple to be the answer. If it's so simple, Armina, then why didn't you see it? Sister Ulyssia asked.
Caelan closed her eyes a little more when Sister Ulyssia pointed at her.
She found the flaw. Why did none of us see it? Only she saw it. Without her, we probably would not have noticed it, or, if we had, we probably would have thought that it couldn't be important, and we would have ignored it. She has done what the book said she must. She found it. She said that it means the copy is a false copy,
That is precisely the purpose for which the book itself said she must be used. Some of us may not consider that flaw complex enough to be the determining element, but that's irrelevant. The fact remains that she must verify the veracity of this book, and because of a flaw that only she noticed, she claims it is a false copy. That's what matters. We have to take that pronouncement as valid. Considering the words of each woman, Jagang rubbed a meaty hand back over his bull neck as he paced before the table. He stared down at the book for a time, then spoke.
There is one way, to be sure.
He glared at each sister in turn.
We find the other copies and compare them. If they all, or only a few, have this exact same flaw in the title, then it would point it to being meaningless. On the other hand, if all but one has this same flaw, then the one that doesn't would likely be the true copy. We can then compare all the versions of the text, and if the one without the flawed title is different from all the others, we will have confirmed that it's the one true copy.
Excellency, Sister Armina said with a deferential bow of her head, that is an excellent idea. If we can locate the others, and this is the only one with this flaw, then it would prove my point that it is nothing but a simple, isolated mistake by an ignorant bookbinder. Jagang stared at her for a moment, before finally breaking eye contact and going to a chest to the side. He opened and pulled out a book. He tossed it on the table so that it slid across the top toward the two sisters. Sister Armina picked it up and read the cover. Even in the dim light of the oil lamps, Kalin could see the woman's face going a deep shade of red. "The Book of Counted Shadow," she said in an incredulous whisper. "Shadow?" Sister Ulyssia asked, peering down over Sister Armina's shoulder. "Not shadows?"
"No," Jagang said. "It is the Book of Counted Shadow, the same as the one from Casca."
But, Sister Armina stammered, "I don't understand. Where is this copy from?" A condescending smile joined his glare.
"The Palace of the Prophets."
Sister Armina's jaw dropped in speechless shock. Sister Ulyssia frowned. "What? That can't be. Are you sure?"
"Am I sure?" he grunted in derision. "Oh, yes, I'm sure. You see, I've had this book for quite some time. That is part of the reason why I allowed you fools to continue in your quest. I needed the same woman you were after in order to find out if this is a true copy or not. All the time I had this book, I never noticed the word shadow in the title as being anything other than what it should be. I just assumed it said what it was supposed to say. But our unconscious friend over there noticed it immediately." "But how could you have gotten this from the Palace of the Prophets?" Sister Ulyssia asked. "From what we've learned, these copies were buried with bones, like in Casca, in hidden catacombs. No catacombs were ever discovered at the palace before it was destroyed." Jagang smiled to himself, as if he were explaining things to children. "You think you are so clever, Ulyssia, finding out about the boxes, about the book needed to open them, about the catacombs, and about the one person needed to verify the text of the book. But I have known for decades what you have only recently discovered. I have been visiting mines for a very, very long time to aid our cause. You would be surprised at all the things I learned long ago. While you sisters were engaged in palace politics, in battles for power on your own little island, in courting either the Creator or the Keeper, seeking favors in return for loyalty to one or the other, I have been working to unite the old world in the cause of the Fellowship of Order, which is the true cause of the Creator, and therefore the only righteous cause of mankind. While you were teaching young men to be wizards, I was showing those same young men the true light. Without the sisters even being aware of it, many of those young wizards had already devoted themselves to the future salvation of mankind by becoming disciples of the Order. They spent decades walking the halls of the Palace of the Prophets right under the noses of the sisters, while working as brothers of the Fellowship of Order, and I was there in their minds as they read all those restricted books down in the vaults of the palace. As a dream walker, I gave them direction and purpose in their studies. I knew what was needed. I had them search for me. As brothers of the Order, they long ago found the secret entrance down into the catacombs. It was hidden under an unused and long-forgotten storage area in the older section of the stables. They spirited this book, as well as other valuable volumes, out of the catacombs, and then when I finally arrived at the palace after triumphantly unifying the old world, they delivered them to me. I have had this particular copy for decades. The only thing I didn't have was a way through the Great Barrier so that I could get at both the boxes and the means of verification. But then, through their meddling, the sisters obliged me by doing things that resulted in the destruction of that barrier. Now that the Palace of the Prophets has been destroyed, I'm afraid that the catacombs and the books they held have been lost for all time. But those young men searched through most of those hidden volumes, and through their eyes I've read most of them. The palace and the catacombs are now gone, but not all the knowledge contained there has been lost. Those young men grew up to become brothers, many still alive and serving in our struggle. When I witnessed you hatch your plan to capture the Mother Confessor, I realized I could use that plan to finally get my hands on her and use her for my purposes, so I allowed you to think you were accomplishing exactly what you wanted, while you were, in fact, accomplishing what I wanted. I now have the book, and the Mother Confessor that the book says must be used to confirm their validity.
Both sisters could only stare. Kalen's mind spun in confusion. Mother Confessor. She was the Mother Confessor. What in the world was a Mother Confessor? Jagang flashed the sisters a cunning smile.
You have been the perfect fools, don't you think?
Yes, Excellency, they both conceded as one in small voices.
So you see, he went on, we now have 2 copies of the Book of Counted Shadows, and both have the same mistake, the word shadow instead of shadows on the cover.
But this is still only 2, Sister Armina said. What if all the other copies have the same flaw? I don't think that's going to happen, Sister Ulysses said.
Well, if they did, it would certainly prove something now, wouldn't it?
Jagang arched a questioning eyebrow over one dark eye.
I now have 2, and they have the exact same error. We will need to have the rest to confirm the theory that one will have the title written correctly as Shadows. So, as it turns out, we will need to keep the Mother Confessor alive until we can see if she has really found the flaw that will verify the true copy.
And if all the copies have the same flaw, Excellency? Sister Armina asked.
Then we will have learned that the error in the title isn't the method for verifying the Book of Counted Shadows. It may turn out that we need to give her access to the copy itself, so that she can have a broader basis for making the verification, for making it on things that for now she isn't able to see.
Sister Armina lifted a hand. But, Excellency, I don't know that such a thing is even possible. Jagang didn't answer Armina's concern, but instead took the book from her and set it beside the one on the table.
The Mother Confessor is still vital to us. She is the only way to verify the one true copy. We can't yet be certain that she has done that. So far, she made a judgment on the only information available to her. For now, we need her alive.
Yes, Excellency, Sister Armina said. I think she might be waking, Sister Ulysses said. Kalen realized that she had been listening so intently that she had failed to completely close her eyes when Sister Ulysses looked her way. The sister came closer, peering down at her. Kalen didn't want them to know she had heard them call her by the title Mother Confessor. She stretched a little, as if trying to escape the bounds of unconsciousness while she tried to imagine what such a title could possibly mean.
Where are we?
She mumbled, feigning a groggy voice. I am confident that it will soon enough become all too clear to you. Sister Ulyssia forcefully jabbed Kalen's shoulder. Now wake up.
What is it? Do you wish something, sister?
Kalen rubbed her eyes with the backs of her knuckles, trying to look uncoordinated and dazed.
Where are we?
Sister Ulyssia hooked a finger through the collar around Kalen's neck and jerked her upright. Before Sister Ulyssia could say anything more, Jagang's meaty hand grabbed her arm and drew her back out of his way. He was intent on Kalen. His fist seized her shirt at her throat. He lifted her clear of the ground. You killed 2 trusted guards, he said through gritted teeth. You killed Sister Cecilia. His face was going red with rapidly building rage. His brow drew down over his dark eyes. It seemed that lightning might flicker in the cloudy shapes drifting through those black eyes. What made you think that you could get away with killing them?
I didn't think I could get away with it,
Kalen said as calmly as she could manage. As she had suspected, her calm only served to provoke his fury. He roared in unleashed anger and shook her so violently that it felt like it might have torn muscles in her neck. It was obvious that he was a man who at the slightest provocation flew into fits of uncontrollable rage. He was on the brink of murder. Kalen didn't want to die, but she knew that a swift death might be preferable to what he had promised her for later. She couldn't really do anything to stop it anyway. If you didn't think you could get away with it, then why would you dare to do such a thing?
What difference does it make?
Kalen asked with calm indifference, as his fists on her shirt held her up so that her boots were clear of the ground. What are you talking about?
Well, you've already told me that your treatment of me will be terrible beyond anything I have ever experienced. I believe you. That's the only way people like you can ever win, by threats and brutality. Because you are such a pompous fool, you made the mistake of telling me that I could not begin to imagine all the terrible things you intend to do to me. That was your big mistake.
Mistake? What are you talking about? He drew her up against his muscled body. What mistake?
You've made a tactical error, Emperor,
Kalen said, managing to stress his title in a way that made it sound like a mocking insult. She wanted him angry, and she could see that it was working. Despite hanging from his white-knuckled fists, Kalen tried to sound composed, even aloof. You see, you have made it clear to me that no matter what I do, I have nothing to lose. You've made it clear that you can't be reasoned with. You said that you are going to do your worst to me. That empowers me because I am no longer bound by any hope for mercy from you. In revealing that I have no hope whatsoever for any mercy, you have given me an advantage I didn't previously have. You see, by making that mistake, you showed me that I had nothing to lose by killing your guards, and since I'm to be subjected to your worst anyway, I might as well have my revenge on Sister Cecilia. By making such a tactical mistake, you have shown me that you are not so smart after all, that you are just a brute and can be bested. He relaxed his grip just enough for Kalen to touch the toes of her boots to the ground so that she could gain some leverage. You really are something, he said, as a slow, cunning smile overcame his rage. I'm going to enjoy what I have planned for you. I've already told you your mistake, and you repeat it? Apparently you don't learn very well either, do you? Before, when he'd pulled her up against him in a rage and had brought her face close to his, when his hands had been firmly occupied holding her in a threatening manner, Kalen had used the distraction to gingerly slip his knife from the sheath on his belt. With 2 fingers, she'd worked it up into her hand. He had been so angry he hadn't noticed. Rather than get worked up into another fit of rage at her latest insult, he began to laugh. Kalen already had his knife gripped tightly in her fist. Without ceremony or warning, she thrust it at him as hard as she could. Her intention had been to drive the blade up under his ribs, to cut open vital organs, maybe even his heart, if she could get it in that far. The way he was holding her, though, hampered her movement just enough so that she missed her mark by a fraction of an inch and instead struck his lowest rib. The point stuck in bone. Before she had time to yank it back and stab him again, he seized her wrist and wrenched her arm over, spinning her around. Her back slammed against his chest. He had the knife out of her grip before she had a chance to do anything about it. His arm across her throat cut off her air as he held her against his massive muscles. His chest heaved in anger against her back. Rather than admitting defeat, and before she blacked out from lack of air, she used all her muscle to drive the heel of her boot into his shin. By his cry, she knew it hurt. She struck sharply with her elbow directly into the fresh wound. He flinched. As her elbow rebounded from the blow, she cocked it forward to gain momentum and then smashed back into his jaw. He was so big, though, so strong, that it didn't have a disabling effect. It had been rather like punching a bull, and like a bull he was only enraged further. Looking no worse for her attack, Jagang seized a fistful of her shirt before she could slip out of his reach. He punched her in the middle hard enough to double her over and drive her breath from her lungs. She gasped, trying to draw a breath against the stunning pain. Kaylin realized that she was on her knees only when he lifted her by her hair and placed her back on her feet. Her knees wobbled unsteadily. Jagang was grinning. His flash of anger had been washed away by an unexpected, dangerous, but one-sided brawl and an opportunity to inflict pain. He was beginning to enjoy the game.
"Why don't you just kill me?"
Kaylin managed to get out as he stood watching her.
Kill you? Why would I want to kill you? Then you would just be dead. I want you alive so that I can make you suffer.
The two sisters made no move to rein in their master. Kaylin knew that they would not have objected to anything he did to her. As long as his attention was on Kaylin, it wasn't on them. Before he could strike her again, light abruptly flooded the tent, drawing his attention.
"Excellency,"
a deep voice said. It had come from the side. One of the big brutes held the carpet aside as he waited. The man looked similar to the two guards she had killed before. Kaylin supposed that Jagang had an endless supply of such men.
"What is it?"
"We're ready to strike your camp, Excellency. I am sorry for interrupting, but you asked to be told as soon as we were ready. You said that you wanted us to make haste."
Jagang released Kaylin's hair.
"All right. Get started, then."
He swung around unexpectedly, backhanding her across the face hard enough to send her tumbling across the floor. While she lay on the floor, recovering her senses, he pressed a hand to the wound over his rib. He pulled the hand away to see how much he was bleeding. He wiped his hand on his trousers, apparently deciding that it was a relatively minor wound and nothing to be concerned about. From what Kaylin could see of him, he bore a number of scars, most testifying to injuries far worse than the ones she had given him.
"See to it that she doesn't get any more ideas," he told the sisters as he headed for the carpet that the guard was holding aside for him.
Kaylin felt fire race down from the collar, through her nerves all the way to her toes. The burning pain pulled an involuntary gasp. She wanted to scream in rage at having that hot pain yet again ripping through her. She hated the way the sisters used the collar to control her. She hated the helpless agony they could put her in. Sister Ulysses stepped closer and stood over her. "That was a pretty stupid thing to do, now wasn't it?" Kaylin couldn't answer through the stunning pain. What she would have told the sister was that it wasn't stupid at all, that it had been worth it. As long as she had breath in her lungs, she would fight them. With her last breath, if need be, she would fight. Chapter 43. At the opening out of Emperor Jagang's tent, Kalin recoiled at seeing the army of the Imperial Order up close for the first time. Distance had taken off a bit of the rougher edges. Even though she had a pretty good sense of them, it was still an unnerving sight. The dense mass of men spread unbroken to the horizon. With everyone in motion and moving about, bending, standing, turning, lifting gear, joining into ranks, saddling horses, loading wagons, with different groups on horseback moving like waves through the mass of men, it looked like an endless, churning, treacherous black sea. There was not a single man in sight, and she could see thousands upon endless thousands who looked kindly or harmless. Every single man looked grim and grisly, as if there was nothing he looked forward to in life as much as the prospect of doing violence. These men looked driven by the singular prospect of an unrestrained rampage. Kalin feared to think of those who might find themselves in these men's path. As she took it all in, she began to notice that there were differences among the men. The closest group to the Emperor were more disciplined, orderly, and measured in everything they did. They were more attentive to their weapons. All the men in closest around the Emperor's tents looked much the same as the two Kalin had killed. Out past them were other men dressed in different kinds of uniforms made of chain mail and leather. They all looked to be nearly as big and well-trained as the men closest to the Emperor, but their primary weapons appeared to be crescent axes. Beyond were more encircling layers of men, including men with loaded crossbows, swordsmen, and ranks of pikemen forming up in close formations, preparing for the long march ahead. While each of the layers of men around the Emperor were outfitted in their own distinctive uniforms that matched the rest of their group, they were all big, muscled, armored, and heavily armed with well-made weapons. This was the core of the Emperor's force of the deadliest, the most fearsome and formidable of his army. In among the inner circles were men who looked to be officers. Some gave orders to messengers, some gave orders to lower-ranking men, while others assembled in groups, making plans over maps. Yet others came from time to speak briefly with Jagang. Out beyond the barriers of career soldiers were the rabble, who made up by far the largest mass of the army. The weapons carried by those men, swords, axes, pikes, lances, maces, clubs, and knives, were inelegantly made and looked all the more deadly for it. These were coarse men who looked to be out for a riot. They shared one thing with the men in closer to the Emperor. They all looked like wide-eyed idealists intent on enforcing their beliefs under the heel of their boot. Kalin felt as if she were stranded on a treacherous island, surrounded by monsters in a wild sea. Kalin saw something else different in among the inner circle. There were women. At first, she hadn't noticed them, because their dress was so drab that they blended in with all the men. Given the way these women watched everyone, she began to suspect that they were sisters who served to guard the Emperor. There were also men who were largely unarmed, but who had a look to them that in a way reminded Kalin of the sisters. They were probably gifted as well. None of the men or the sisters so much as glanced Kalin's way. No one but Sister Ulyssia, Sister Armina, and Jagang knew she was there. There were also young men who, by their simple, loose trousers and total lack of weapons, appeared to be slaves taking care of the menial tasks. From some of the other tents in the Emperor's compound, Kalin saw young women emerge to be herded into wagons before the tents were taken down. By the way the men openly stared at these women and by their scanty clothes, their purpose among the men of rank was obvious to Kalin. The hollow, dead look in the women's eyes told her that they must have been captives pressed into service as whores. The mob out beyond made a ceaseless, noisy ruckus, while most of the men in closer were silent as they went about preparations to strike camp. Most of the men close by had studs, rings, chains, and tattooed faces with unique designs that made them look not just savage, but deliberately less than human, as if they were rejecting a higher value in favor of a lower one. Their chosen purpose in life was clearly brutality. As they went about their work, they talked little and paid attention to orders shouted by officers riding through their midst. They worked with practiced precision as they packed gear, readied weapons, and saddled horses. The great masses of men out beyond, though, were nowhere near as orderly or careful. They threw together their gear in a haphazard fashion. As they departed, they left behind mounds of refuse and broken plunder. They couldn't be bothered with such concerns. Their calling in life was bringing to task those who didn't believe in their superior ways. At seeing Caelin's reaction to all the fierce men, Sister Ulyssia gestured with a nod out to the men, and then leaned a little closer to Caelin. "I know how you feel." Caelin doubted it. She didn't want to say anything because she was pretty sure that Jagang was in the sister's mind, watching for what Caelin might have to say when he wasn't around.
"It doesn't really matter how I feel now, does it?" she said to the two sisters, watching her. "He will do what he wants to me." She checked the cut on her cheek from one of Jagang's rings. It had finally stopped bleeding. "He's made that clear enough." "I suppose he will," Sister Ulyssia said. "He will do what he wants to all of us," Sister Armina added. "I can't believe we were so foolish." A group of officers returned with Jagang. Soldiers behind them pulled already saddled horses along with them. Other men were already taking chests, chairs, tables, and smaller items out of the Emperor's tent and loading it all into crates in the waiting wagons. As soon as the tent had been emptied, the lines came down, followed by the poles, and at last the tent itself. In a matter of moments, what had looked like a small town of tents, with the Emperor's large tent at the center, was just an empty field. Jagang gestured for a man to hand Caelin the reins to a horse. "Today you will ride with me." Caelin wondered what she would be doing the next day, but she didn't ask. It sounded like he had plans for her. She couldn't begin to guess at them, but she feared what was in store for her. She stuffed a boot in a stirrup and swung up into the saddle, then scanned the sea of men, estimating her chances if she made a run for freedom. She might be able to make it past the men, because with the exception of the two sisters and Jagang, the men couldn't remember her long enough to recall that they saw her. Out among those men, as daunting as such a thought was, she was as good as invisible. To them it would appear as if a riderless horse was running away, and they probably wouldn't want to get trampled for no good reason. The sisters, watching her carefully, mounted up as well, one to each side of her to make sure that she didn't get a chance to bolt. Even if she was invisible to the soldiers, Caelin knew that the sisters could use the collar to drop her where she was. They didn't need to be close, either. She had learned that the hard way. Her legs still ached from what they had done a little earlier. It was a good thing that she was to ride, because right then she didn't think she would make it far on foot. The sea of men had already begun moving away in a dark, surging tide. The dawn light sparkled off millions of weapons, making the army look liquid. As if floating in the tightly formed raft of the Emperor's personal guards and retinue of sisters, servants, and slaves, they began to drift out into the vast, churning ocean of men moving north toward the horizon. They rode with the hot rising sun to their right. Caelin, between the sisters, in among the Emperor's personal guards, moved along in the mass of men streaming northward. She had a good view of it all from high in her saddle. At least she didn't have to carry the sisters' things on her back, as she had always had to do before. The early chatter among the soldiers soon died out with the monotonous effort of the march. Talking became too difficult for them. It wasn't long before Caelin was sweating in the heat. Men carrying heavy packs plodded onward, eyes to the ground in front of them. To stop would probably mean being trampled. There had to be a force of millions that she could see behind them,
driving north with them. Throughout the day, wagons or men on horses worked their way through the men passing out food. Wagons dispersed throughout the army at intervals carried water. There was soon a line of men marching along, waiting their turn to get some water from each of the wagons rolling among them. Near midday, a small wagon arrived in the center of the Emperor's people. It had hot food that was passed out to all the officers. The sisters passed Kalin the same as what the rest of them were offered: flat bread wrapped around some kind of salty, mushy meat. It didn't taste very good, but Kalin was starving and glad to have it. By nightfall, everyone was exhausted from the arduous march. They had eaten on the move and had stopped for nothing. They were covering more ground than she thought an army of this size capable of doing in a day. She felt as if she were coated with much of the ground they had covered. She didn't know if she would be any happier for rain that would knock down the dust, because then they would have to contend with mud. Kalin was surprised when she saw out ahead of them what looked like the Emperor's compound. Flags atop tents flapped in the hot wind, as if to welcome the Emperor home. She realized that the wagons with all the Emperor's equipment must have ridden on ahead and set up camp. The army was so vast and covered so much area that it took hours, if not days, for them all to pass the same spot, so the wagons would not have had to ride out ahead of the protection of the army. Men would merely have opened a path for them to race ahead through the marching men, and before dark start setting up camp, so that by the time the Emperor arrived, everything would be ready. Kalin saw meat roasting on spits over a series of fires. The aromas made her stomach ache with hunger. Other fires held steaming cauldrons on iron cranes. Slaves scurried here and there, carrying a variety of supplies, working at tables, turning spits, stirring what was in the cauldrons, and adding ingredients as they prepared the evening meal. Platters with breads, meats, and fruits were already being readied. Jagang, riding directly in front of Kalin, dismounted before his large tent. A man rushed in to take the reins. When the sisters and Kalin dismounted, more young men ran in to take their horses as well. The sisters, as if directed by wordless commands, ushered Kalin along with them as they followed Jagang in under the large, ornate hanging covering the tent's opening that was being held aside by a muscled soldier without a shirt. He was slick with sweat, probably from the work of erecting the tents, and had a sour stink about him. Inside, it looked just like it had that morning when they had left. Just by looking at it, it was hard to tell that they had gone anywhere. The lamps were already lit. Kalin was glad for the smell of the burning oil because it covered some of the stench of urine, manure, and sweat. There were a number of slaves inside, all rushing about the task of preparing the Emperor's meal being set out on the table. Jagang abruptly turned and seized Sister Ulysses by her hair and yanked her forward. She let out a small cry of pain and surprise at first, but quickly cut off the whimper and offered no resistance as he pulled her close. The slaves only briefly glanced over at Sister Ulysses' cry, and then immediately went back to their work as if they saw nothing. "Why does no one else see her?" Jagang asked. Kalin knew what he was talking about.
"The spell, Excellency. The chain fire spell."
Sister Ulysses was being held in an awkward and uncomfortable position, bent halfway over and standing off balance.
"That was the whole purpose of the spell, so that no one would see her. It was created specifically to make a person appear to vanish. I think it may have been envisioned as a method of creating a spy who couldn't be detected. We used the spell for that purpose, so we could get the boxes of Orden out of the people's palace without anyone knowing what we had done."
Kalin felt as if her heart had come up into her throat at hearing how she had been used, at how her life and her memory had been stripped from her. A lump swelled in her throat at hearing the arrogant disregard the sisters had for her precious life.
What gave these women the right to steal anyone's life in such a way? Only a short time ago she had thought she was a nobody without a memory, a slave to the sisters. Now, in a short time, she had found out that she was Caelan Amnel, and that she was the Mother Confessor, whatever that was. Now she knew that she hadn't known her name was Amnel, or that she was this Mother Confessor person, because the sisters had spelled her.
"That's the way it's supposed to work," Jagang said. "So why did that innkeeper see her? Why did that little rock rat back in Casca see her?"
I don't know," Sister Ulysses stammered. He jerked her a little closer. She began to reach up to grasp his wrists, to try to keep from having her scalp torn off, but she thought better of trying to resist anything he did, and let her arms drop to dangle from her stooped shoulders.
"Let me rephrase the question, so that even a stupid bitch like you can understand it. What did you do wrong?"
"But, Excellency—"
"You must have done something wrong, or those two would not have been able to see her."
Sister Ulysses trembled, but didn't answer, as he lectured her.
"You and Armina can see her because you were controlling the spell. I can see her because I was in your minds, and so I was protected by the same process. But no one else should be able to see her. Now," he said after a pause to grit his teeth, "I will ask again. What did you do wrong?"
"Excellency, we did nothing wrong. I swear."
Jagang crooked a finger at Armina. She meekly came forward in mincing steps.
"Would you like to answer my question and tell me what you did wrong? Or would you also like to be sent to the tents along with Ulysses?"
Sister Armina swallowed back her terror as she spread her hands.
"Excellency, if I could spare myself by confessing, I would. But Ulysses is right. We did nothing wrong."
He turned his glare back on the sister he had by the hair.
"It seems pretty obvious to me that you two are wrong. The spell should make her invisible, but others can see her. And yet you continue to stick to a story when that's obviously a lie. You had to do something wrong, or those two people would not have seen her."
Sister Ulysses, tears dripping from her cheeks from the pain she was in, tried to shake her head.
"No, Excellency. It doesn't work that way."
"What doesn't work that way?"
"The chain fire spell. Once ignited, it runs its course. The spell does the work. It's self-directing. We didn't guide it or control it in any way. In fact, no intervention is possible during the process. It is ignited, and then the spell runs through its predetermined routines. We don't even know what those routines are. In some aspects, they function similarly to a constructed spell. We wouldn't dare try to tamper with any of it. The power unleashed in chain fire is far more than we know how to regulate, and we have no way to alter such a spell, even if we wanted to." "She's right, Excellency. We knew what it was supposed to do, what the result was supposed to be, but we don't know how it works. What would we change? Our goal was for it to work, to do what it was designed to do. We had no reason to try to tamper with it, so there is nothing we could have done wrong."
"All we did was ignite it," Sister Ulysses insisted, tears starting to weep through her words. "We ran the verification webs to make sure that everything was as it should be, and then we ignited it. The spell did the rest. We have no idea why those two people can see her. We were completely surprised by it." He turned his glare on Sister Armina.
"Can you fix whatever is wrong?"
"We have no idea what the problem is," Sister Armina said, "so there is no way we can fix it. We don't even know for sure that there really is something wrong. For all we know, it could be that this is simply the way the spell works, that there will be a few people who, for some reason unknown to us, can still see her. The spell is far more complex than anything we've ever encountered before. We have no idea what is wrong, if there really is something wrong, or how to correct it. I think that maybe it was a random anomaly," Sister Ulysses suggested when the silence in the tent became ominous.
Those things sometimes happen with magic. Small little issues that aren't anticipated by the spell's creator slip through and aren't affected. It might be nothing more than that. After all, the spell is thousands of years old. Those who created it never tested it, so there might have been unresolved issues they weren't aware of.
Jagang did not look convinced. There must be something you did wrong.
No, Excellency. Not even those ancient wizards could do anything with the spell once it had been ignited. After all, the magic of Auden was created to deal with the spell if it was ever unleashed. Nothing less can alter its course.
Kalen's ears perked up.
She wondered why the sisters would have used a spell to steal the boxes of Auden that were designed to counter the spell. Maybe their intent had been to make sure that no one could use that counter.
Jagang finally released Sister Ulyssia by tossing her to the ground with a grunt of disgust. Her hands covered her scalp, comforting the hurt. Emperor Jagang paced as he thought about what he'd been told. Seeing someone peeking into the tent, he stopped and signaled. Several women entered with pitchers and poured red wine in mugs set out on the table. Serving boys began spilling into the room, carrying platters and trays filled with a variety of steaming hot food. Jagang paced, paying the slaves little attention as they went about their work. When the table was finally filled, Jagang took a seat at the carved chair behind the table. He brooded as he watched the two sisters. The slaves all silently lined up behind him, ready to do his bidding or bring him anything he requested. He finally turned his attention to dinner and dug his fingers into the ham. He squeezed off a fistful of the hot meat. With his other hand, he tore off long strips of the large chunk and ate them as he watched the sisters and Kalen, as if judging whether they should live or die. When he had finished the ham, he pulled the knife from his belt and used it to slice off a piece of roast beef. He stabbed the red slab of meat and held it up, waiting. Blood ran down the blade and down the length of his arm to his elbow resting on the tabletop. He paused and smiled up at Kalen. A better use for my knife than the use you had for it, don't you think? Kalen considered keeping silent, but she couldn't resist speaking. I liked my use better. I only wish my aim had been true. Had it been, we would not be having this conversation. He smiled to himself. Maybe. He took a gulp of wine from a mug before using his teeth to pull a chunk of the beef off the slab stuck on the knife. As he watched Kalen, and while he chewed, he said, Take off your clothes. Kalen blinked. What? Take off your clothes. He gestured with the knife. All of them. Kalen clenched her jaw.
No. If you want them off, you will have to rip them off me.
He shrugged. I will do that later, just for the satisfaction of it. But for now, take them off.
Why?
He lifted an eyebrow. Because I said so.
No, she repeated. The gaze of his nightmare eyes glided to Sister Ulyssia.
Tell Kalen about the torture tents.
Excellency?
Tell her about the extensive experience we have in convincing people to do as we wish. Tell her what tortures we employ.
Before Sister Ulyssia could speak, Kalen spoke first. Just get on with it and torture me. No one is interested in hearing you gossip about it like an old hen. I'm sure that you'd rather make me suffer, so get on with it.
Oh, the torture isn't for you, darling.
He twisted a leg off a roasted goose and used it to gesture to a young woman behind him.
The torture is for her.
Kalen glanced at the suddenly panicked woman and then frowned at Jagang. What? He bit off some of the dark goose meat. Grease ran down his fingers. He sucked the grease off the rings.
Well, he said as he picked at the meat hanging from the leg, perhaps I should be the one to explain. You see, We have this torture where the Inquisitor makes a small incision in a lower abdomen of the person in question."
He turned and poked the goose leg at the young woman's belly, just below her navel. The goose leg left a greasy spot on her bare flesh.
"Right about there." "Then," he said, turning back, "the Inquisitor pushes the jaws of a pair of tongs deep into the belly and gropes around until he is able to grab hold of a bit of the small intestine. It's all quite slippery in there, and the person being subjected to this treatment is not just lying still for it, if you know what I mean. So it usually takes a bit of doing to snag the proper bit of their insides. Once he has it, he slowly begins to pull a few feet of it out. Quite an ordeal."
He leaned over and pulled off another strip of ham.
"Now, if you don't do as I say, then we are all going to go over to the torture tents."
He gestured with the limp strip of ham off to his left.
"And we're going to let one of our experienced Inquisitors do that to this girl behind me."
He turned an icy look up at Kalin.
"All because you refuse to do as you are told. You will get to watch the whole agonizing thing. You will get to listen to her screams, listen to her begging for her life, watch her bleed, see her vital insides being drawn out of her. After the man has pulled a few feet free, he then begins winding it around a stick, like spare yarn, just to keep the mess all neat and tidy. After that, he will pause and look to me. At that time, I will again politely ask you to do as I have instructed. If you again refuse, then we will slowly pull out a few more feet of her tender, delicate, bloody gut, winding it around the stick while we all listen to her scream and cry and beg to die. This whole process can go on for quite a long time. It's an excruciatingly slow and painful ordeal."
Jagang gave Kalin a cheerful smile.
"And then, near the end, you will get to see her convulse in her death."
Kalin looked up at the girl. She hadn't moved, but she had gone as white as the sugar mounted in the bowl to the side of the table. Jagang slowly chewed, and then washed the mouthful down with a swig of wine.
"After that, you can watch us throw her lifeless carcass on the dead cart, with other ruined bodies of people who have been questioned. Then, I will offer Ulyssia and Armina the choice of either being sent to the tents to entertain my men, who have quite the lustier desires, or, if they would rather, think of ways to use that collar around your neck to give you more pain than you have so far experienced from it. The stipulation will be that they must not allow you to pass out. I will, of course, want you to feel it all."
Outside, the din of the army carried on without let-up, but inside the tent it was dead quiet. Jagang sawed off another slab of the bloody beef as he went on.
"After the sisters have exhausted their imaginations, and I believe that the incentive will spark some inventive ideas, then I will personally beat you to within an inch of your death. After all of that, I will rip your clothes off of you, and you will be standing there naked before me."
His nightmare eyes fixed on her.
"Your choice, darling. Either way, in the end, you are going to comply with my order and end up standing there naked before me. What method do you choose? Make it quick, or I'll not offer you the choice again."
Kalin had no choice. Resisting in this was pointless. She swallowed and immediately started unbuttoning her shirt. Chapter 44. Jagang scooped a handful of pecans from a silver bowl and popped a few in his mouth. He smiled at his triumph as he watched Kalin begin removing her clothes. His self-satisfied expression made her feel all the more forlorn and powerless. She was certain that her face had gone crimson. She made no further attempt to fight his order. She knew that she had to pick her battles, and this was not one she could win. She wondered if she would ever win another. She began to doubt that it was really possible. There would be no salvation for her. This was her life, her future, all there would ever be for her. She had nothing to look forward to, no reason to aspire to anything good. As unceremoniously as possible, she dropped her clothes in a pile as she removed them, not bothering to stall by folding them. When she was done, and had removed every stitch, she stood hunched in the dead silent room, not looking up at Jagang because she didn't want to face his gloating, leering triumph. She tried her best to keep her trembling from being evident.
"Stand up straighter," Jagang said.
Kaelin did as she was told. She suddenly felt weary. Not weary of physical effort, but weary of all effort. What was she struggling for? What life could she ever have? She stood no chance of ever being free, of ever experiencing love, of ever feeling safe. What chance had she of ever achieving any happiness in life? None. At that moment, she wanted nothing so much as to curl up into a ball and cry, or just stop breathing and be done with it. Everything seemed hopeless. Her efforts were futile against such strength, such numbers, such abilities. She ceased to be embarrassed. She didn't care if he stared at her. She was sure that it wouldn't be long until he was finished with his dinner and then did a lot more than merely stare. She had no choice in that, either. She had no choice in any of it. She had only an imitation of life. Without the ability to control even this much of her life, control if she would have to submit to any indignation, she didn't really have life. Life was something that others had. She breathed, she saw, she felt, she heard, she tasted, she even thought, but she did not live in a meaningful sense.
"There is a rock formation straight out from the opening to my tent," Jagang said, as he leaned back in his chair. "Do you remember seeing it when we arrived?"
Kaelin looked up at him, feeling dead inside. She went through the task of doing as instructed, like a good slave. She thought about his question. She remembered seeing it. It was a long way off, but she remembered the way the dark river of men poured around the rock outcropping. "Yes, I remember it," she said in a dull voice.
"Good."
He took a swig and set the mug down.
"I want you to walk to that rock. Don't go straight there, but go around in a circular route."
He lifted an eyebrow.
"No need to go all red, darlin'. The men can't see you, remember?"
Kaelin stared at him.
"Then why do you want me to do this?"
He shrugged.
"Well, you killed my 2 guards. I need some more."
"There are plenty of your men right outside."
He smiled.
"Yes, but they can't see you. I want men who can see you."
Kaelin began to grasp his meaning. She suddenly began feeling very naked again. Page 458.
"The way I figure it, there is probably no better way to ferret out men who can see you than to have you walk by them, showing them all you have to offer."
His gaze roamed the length of her before returning to her eyes.
"Believe me, if they can see you, there is no chance they will fail to make themselves known. I have no doubt whatsoever that if they can see you, like that innkeeper or that girl could see you, and they see you like this, then they will drop whatever they're doing and come out to pay you a kindly greeting."
He laughed heartily at his own joke. No one else in the tent so much as cracked a smile, but he didn't seem to care. Finally, his fit of laughter died out.
"With all the men we have, I would bet that we are bound to net us a few who can see you. Among this many men, there are bound to be more anomalies, as Ulysses put it."
He cocked his head toward her.
"Then we will have guards that you can't sneak up on, or sneak past, the way you did the others. You see, darlin', you made a tactical mistake. You should have kept that trick for a better chance to escape. Now you wasted it."
She hadn't wasted it. She had done what she had done to save Jillian's life. Kaelin knew that she had no chance at freedom for herself, but at least she had given that gift to Jillian. There was no benefit to saying so, though, so she didn't dispute what he thought had gained him an advantage in the game he was playing with her. Kaelin could think of nothing to say that would talk him out of such a plan. Her only hope now was to remain invisible, but she didn't feel at all invisible. She suddenly felt as if, when she walked out of the Emperor's tent, every man in camp would be able to see her. She could already feel millions of lewd men leering at her. Jagang gestured.
"Ulyssia, Armina, you will go along, but hang back a goodly distance. If any man can see her, I don't want them to notice you two and go all shy before they have a good chance to make themselves known to us. I want any men who can see her to be eager enough and bold enough to drop whatever they're doing to come and investigate our fine young lady here."
They both bowed and as one said, "Yes, Excellency." Jagang lost his cheerful pretense and turned menacing.
"Now get going. Make a big circle to the right, through the camp, to that rock formation, and then continue the circle on around back to here. Move, woman."
Kaelin padded across the soft rugs to the carpet hanging over the doorway. She could feel his leering gaze on her. She pushed the carpet aside and slipped through the opening. Outside, facing the sprawling camp, she went stiff with dread. She forced herself, trembling every step, to walk among the hulking brutes near the Emperor's tent. Tears stung her eyes. She felt humiliated and completely naked to all the men in camp. She paused at the first defending ring of soldiers, terrified to go out among the men beyond. She wanted to scream with fury, with mortified embarrassment. She felt trapped by those who controlled her. She couldn't make her legs take another step. She looked back over her shoulder. Emperor Jagang was standing just outside his tent, holding by the hair the woman he had threatened to torture. She was in helpless tears. Kaelin had done something hard to save Jillian's life. She decided that she would devote herself to doing this, to save the life of the woman Jagang now held under such terrible threat. She, too, was a slave who had no choice in her life. Only Kaelin could make a choice that would spare the woman terrible suffering. Kaelin turned back to the pandemonium of the camp and started out. The ground was rough, and she had to step carefully to avoid not only rocks and bits of broken gear, but fresh manure as well. She reminded herself that none of these men could see her. She paused at another defensive line where big brutes stood guard. She peeked up at the man beside her. He didn't notice her, but instead watched those out beyond. So far, none of the men could see her. She looked back and saw the sisters waiting for her to get farther away. Jagang was still holding the woman by the hair. Kaelin understood the message, and without wasting a moment, started moving again. She saw horses nearby, and briefly contemplated making a run for them. In her mind, she envisioned jumping up onto the back of a horse and galloping away, escaping out of the camp altogether. She knew it was only a fantasy. The sisters would unleash a torrent of pain through the collar and bring her down. What's more, the woman Jagang held would die. He was not a man to make idle threats. He carried them out, lest anyone ever think he was the kind to bluff. Kaelin knew such an escape was impossible, but thinking about it took her mind off all the men so close all around her, off all the filthy hands she couldn't help staring at. She felt completely vulnerable and exposed. She stood out among the sprawling encampment like an alabaster water lily blossom stranded in the middle of a vast, reeking mudflat. She moved quickly, reasoning that the sooner she made the circuit, the sooner she would be back in the sheltering protection of the tent. It was a terrible thought, Jagang's tent being her protection. That terrible man, her security. At least she would be out of sight again, and right then that was all she wanted. It became the focus of her thoughts. Make the distance to the rocks and make it back. The sooner she did it, the sooner she would be back inside. Unless there were men out in this mass of soldiers who could see her. It only made sense. She had run across 2 people who could see her, and that was among a small sampling of people. There were millions of men in this army. The chances were that she would run across men who would see her only too well. What would she do then? She glanced back over her shoulder. The sisters looked like they were way back across a river of men. What if a man grabbed her and pulled her down, dragged her away? The sisters finally started following after, but they were a long way back. Kaelin worried about what would happen if men could see her and grabbed her. What if a whole group of men all could see her? Would the sisters be able to pull a whole mob off her? Besides, the sisters were a long way back. Kaelin worried how far a rape would go before the sisters showed up. But the sisters could cast magic. Surely they would not allow men to ravish her. She wondered what made her have any such confidence. Jagang. He wanted her for himself. He was not the kind of man to let underlings have his prize of prizes. He would want to take her himself. The thought of him on top of her ran a shiver of icy dread through her. The immediate problem, though, was not Jagang, it was these men. In one fluid movement, as she passed a soldier with his back to her, she lifted a knife from the sheath at his hip. She made the motion fit in with the swing of her arms so that if the sisters were looking, they wouldn't have seen what she had done. The man glanced around, having felt something. Even though he looked directly at her for an instant, his gaze moved on, and he went back to his conversation. The men she had been moving among were all still the outer rings of the many layers around the Emperor's compound, but she was now moving out beyond, in among the regular soldiers. They were drinking, laughing, gambling, and telling stories around fires. Horses were picketed among them. Wagons stood about at various places. Some men had already pitched crude tents, while others were content to cook over fires or sleep. She saw, too, women being taken into the tents. None went cheerfully. She saw other women emerge only to be snatched up by waiting men and dragged to the next tent. Kaelin remembered Jagang mentioning sending the sisters out to the tents as punishment. Hearing the women in those tents weeping made Kaelin sweat in dread of her own fate when she finally returned to Jagang's tent. As terrifying a circumstance as being taken into those tents with those men would be, Kaelin could not feel sorry for the sisters. If they ended up being raped by these men, it was not enough punishment to Kaelin's mind. They deserved far worse. One of the nearby men glanced up at her. Kaelin could see recognition flash in his eyes that fixed on her. He saw her. His mouth fell open, thrilled with his luck at what sort of woman had just stumbled into his arms, so to speak. As he rose up, before he was fully erect, Kaelin sliced his belly open from one side to the other as she swiftly continued to move past, as if nothing had happened. The man, his face registering the shock of it, weakly tried to catch his guts as they spilled out in a heavy mass. He toppled over and crashed to the ground while making panicked grunts that weren't noticed as anything more than the other raucous noise all around. When he hit the ground, his insides spilled out. Men turned to look, some shocked, some laughing, all of them thinking the man had just lost a knife fight. Kaelin didn't slow or look back. She kept moving, without breaking her stride, reminding herself of her task. Get to the rock, get back to the tent, make the circuit, do as she had been told. As a man appeared out of the crowd and rushed up to her,
She tightened her muscles and used his momentum to drive the knife up under his ribs, ripping his vital organs apart. The lifting cut, like a punch, along with his descending weight, drove her fist through the gash and into his warm insides. By the way he went down like a sack of sand without so much as a word, she was pretty sure that she had managed to cut open his heart. As a memento of the brief encounter, she now wore a glove of his blood. She wondered where she had learned to do such things. It felt like they came instinctively to her, the way emotions just came naturally without the need to summon them. She couldn't remember anything about herself, but she remembered how to use a weapon. She supposed that she should just be glad she could. In making her way out into the sea of men, she came to a dense island of activity. Men had all drawn back to leave an open field in the center of a low area, and teams of men were playing jala there. Soldiers gathered all around in the tens of thousands, cheered on one team or the other. The game was a violent affair, with the point man encountering the worst of it from the other team. When he went down bloodied, half the men surrounding the field cheered wildly.
"Well, well," a man to her left said. "Looks like a fine whore come to pay me a visit."
As she began to turn toward him, another man to the right seized her wrist, twisted, and had her knife. In an instant, both men were on her, grabbing at her, pulling her back away from the crowd gathered to watch the jala game. Kaylin fought to get free, but they were a lot stronger and had taken her by surprise. She silently raged at herself for being caught unawares like that. None of the men around noticed anything at all. They couldn't see her. She was invisible to them, but not to these two, who pressed in tight to hide her from their fellow soldiers, lest they have to fight for their fresh prize. She might as well have been alone with these two. One of them shoved his hand between her legs. She gasped at the sudden violation. As he leaned in to grope her, she managed to get her wrist free. In an instant, she whipped her arm around and slammed her elbow into the center of his face, breaking his nose. He fell back screaming, blood gushing across his cheeks and eyes. The other man laughed, seeing it as his opportunity to have her for himself. He changed direction, pulling her along, holding both of her wrists together in one of his powerful hands as he used the other to explore the spoils. Kaylin struggled and twisted, but he was far too big and husky for her. She couldn't get any leverage to break free of his grip.
"You're a feisty one," he said into her ear. "What did you think? That you could avoid your sacred duty to the soldiers of the Order? Think you're too good to serve in the tents? Well, you're not. Here's my tent, so it's time to do your duty."
Kaylin twisted around to try to bite him as he dragged her toward an empty tent not far away. He backhanded her. The blow stunned her. The noise of the encampment seemed to fade away. She couldn't make her muscles do as she wished, couldn't make them resist the grimy soldier as he pulled her toward the tent. Suddenly, Kaylin saw Sister Ulyssea's face. She had never before been glad to see one of the sisters, but she was now. The sister distracted the man's attention from Kaylin for an instant, then pressed her fingers to the side of his forehead. Finally free, Kaylin jumped back as her captor dropped to his knees, clutching his fists to his head as he cried out in pain. "Get up," Sister Ulysses told him, "or I'll do worse by far." He stood on wobbly legs. "You are ordered immediately to the Emperor's tent to serve as a special guard." The man looked confused.
"Special guard?"
"That's right. You will be guarding this troublesome young lady for His Excellency." The man gave Kaylin a dangerous look.
"It would be my pleasure."
"Pleasure or not, get moving. That's an order from Emperor Jagang himself." She pointed a thumb back over her shoulder. "That way." The soldier dipped his head in a bow, obviously fearful of her ability with magic. He regarded the sister with a kind of wary, if unspoken, loathing. These men obviously did not hold those with the gift in high regard.
"I'll be seeing more of you soon," the man promised Kalin before he ran off to do as he'd been ordered.
Kalin saw Sister Armina giving the man with the broken nose the same instructions. She spoke in a voice that Kalin couldn't hear over the riot of cheering, but the man clearly heard her, because he stiffened with fear, bowed to her, and ran off after the first man. Sister Ulyssia turned her attention back to Kalin. "Tears won't do you any good. Now get going." Kalin didn't argue. The sooner it was over, the better. She started out at once, counting herself fortunate to have eliminated 2 of the 4 who had so far been able to see her. She had to skirt the Ja-La game that was working the crowd of men to a fever pitch of excitement. She paused at one point to rise up on her tiptoes and make sure where the rock was. Then she headed for it. By the time she had made it back to Jagang's tent, they had collected 5 men. All of them stood outside the tent awaiting orders, including the one nursing his broken nose. He glared at her as she walked past him, ushered through the tent's opening by the 2 sisters. Kalin had managed to quickly arm herself after Sister Ulyssia had rescued her the first time. This time, though, Kalin had seen to it that she secured 2 knives, one for each hand. She held the hilts to her fists, with the blades lying up against the insides of her wrists, so that the sisters, following her at a good distance, hadn't been able to see them. Kalin had managed to kill another 6 men who could see her, without the sisters realizing what she had done. It hadn't been hard. They saw no threat coming from a naked woman. They were dead wrong. With their guard down, she had been able to thrust her weapons home quickly and without a fuss. There was so much noise, confusion, drinking, yelling, and fighting in the camp that the sisters never noticed the men Kalin had taken out. When she hadn't been able to dispatch the men who could see her, either because Sister Ulyssia or Armina were too close, or because they were watching closely and rushed in to rescue her and give the soldiers their new assignments as special guards, Kalin always let her knives slip to the ground and vanish under the throng of soldiers, so that the sisters wouldn't suspect what she had been up to. Being invisible to almost all the men, it had been easy enough to get more knives throughout the long, nerve-wracking walk among the soldiers. Once she was inside the tent, Jagang threw Kalin's clothes at her. "Get dressed." Rather than questioning his reasons for a command she hadn't expected, she wasted no time in complying with his orders. Under the unwavering dark gaze of the man, it was a huge relief to finally have her clothes back on. It didn't seem to lessen his obvious interest in what he had seen, though. His attention finally turned to the 2 sisters. "I've instructed our new guards in their duties." He smiled in a way that made both sisters swallow in dread. "What with some guards to take the load off your backs, you will have some free time to spend in the tents, being on your backs for a different duty."
"But, Excellency," Sister Armina said in a trembling voice, "we have done everything you requested. We got the men—"
"You think that because you do as you're told for a short time, I will forget the years you have been running around plotting and scheming to do me in? You think I will so easily forget your neglect of your duty to others, your obligations to the cause of the order, your moral responsibility to sacrifice your worldly wishes to the good of others?"
"It wasn't that way, Excellency." Sister Armina dry-washed her hands as she searched for words that might save her. "Yes, we were shamefully selfish, I admit, but we had no direct thought to harm you." He snorted a laugh.
"You don't think freeing the keeper of the underworld would harm me? You don't think turning mankind over to the keeper of the dead would be against me, against the ways of the order, against the Creator?" Sister Armina fell silent. She knew she had no argument. Kalin had always thought of the sisters as vipers, but now they were writhing before someone with hide too tough to sink their fangs into. Sister Ulyssia and Armina were attractive women.
Kalin had the feeling that their looks were only going to make it worse for them out among the animals that were the Imperial Order army.
I have control of the...
Jagang caught himself almost using her title.
Of Kalin, through the collar, through your ability. You don't need to be present for me to call upon that power if necessary. Just alive. I will instruct the men that I don't want you two murdered while they are enjoying your feminine charms.
Thank you, Excellency, Sister Ulyssia managed in a small voice. She was gripping her skirts in white-knuckled fists.
Now, there are 2 men waiting outside who have been instructed in what they are to do with you both. Go with them.
He grinned at them like death itself.
Have a good night, ladies. You deserve it, and many more.
As they left the tent, Kalin stood in the center, awaiting a similar fate. Jagang stepped closer to her. Kalin thought she might either faint from dread or be sick at the thought of what was about to happen to her. Chapter 45. Kalin stared at the pattern in the carpet on the ground at her feet. She didn't want to look defiantly into Jagang's black eyes. A show of bravery at the moment, she knew, would serve little purpose. When she had been made to walk while the sisters rode, she had always told herself that it would make her stronger for a time when she would need strength. In much the same way, she wouldn't now use her resolve for a useless show of defiance. Railing against her captor and what he was about to do to her when she knew that she could do nothing to stop it would only be squandering her strength. She wanted to save her hot rage until the time was right. And that time would come. She promised herself that such a time would come. Even if it was when she threw herself into the teeth of death itself, she would unleash her smoldering anger at those who did this to her and all the other innocent victims of the Imperial Order. She saw Jagang's boots appear right in front of her. She held her breath, expecting him to seize her. She didn't know what she would do when it actually happened, how she would be able to endure what she knew he was going to do. Her gaze lifted just a little, just enough to see where his knife was on his belt. He rested the heel of his hand on the knife handle.
We're going out, he said.
Kalin looked up with a frown.
Out? For what purpose?
Tonight is a night of Jala de Jinn tournaments. Different units of our soldiers have teams. There are nights devoted to the tournaments. It lifts the hearts of our forces to have their emperor there to witness how they play the game. Men are also gathered from all over the conquered parts of the New World and given the chance to join in challenging other teams. It is a great opportunity for them to begin to fit into the new culture we bring to defeated lands, to become part of the fabric of the Order, to participate in our ways. The best players can sometimes become heroes. Women fight over such men. The men of my team are all such men, heroes who never lose. Crowds of women wait for these men after the games, eager to open their legs for them. Jala players have their pick of any woman.
Kalin noted that while, as Emperor, Jagang probably had the pick of many women who would want to be close to such a man of authority and power, he would rather force himself on her. He would rather take what was not offered, have what he had not won as a result of merit.
Tonight, some of those teams play for ranking. They all hope that one day they might have the chance to play my team in a grand contest for top honors. My team plays the best of the best, once or twice a month. They never lose. There is always a burning hope among each new group of challengers that they will be the ones to defeat the best, the Emperor's team, and be crowned champions of the games. There would be many rewards for such a team, not the least of which would be the most beautiful of the women, who now are eager only to be with the men of my team.
He seemed to enjoy telling her about the habits of such women, as if he were generalizing about all women,
and in so doing telling her that he thought she was at heart the same. She would rather open a vein. She ignored the innuendo and asked him something else instead. "If your team is not playing, why do you wish to watch? Surely a man such as you would not bestow your precious presence on the faithful on such a regular basis just to be generous." He peered at her with a puzzled look, as if it were a strange question.
"To see their strategy, of course, to learn the strengths, the weaknesses of those who will become the opponents of my team."
His sly smile returned.
"That is what you do. Size up those who might be your opponents. And don't try to tell me that you don't. I see your gaze go to weapons, to the layout of rooms, to the position of men, cover, and escape routes. You are always searching for an opportunity, always watching, always thinking of how to defeat those who stand in your way. Jala de Jin is much the same way. It is a game of strategy."
I've seen it played. I'd say that the strategy is secondary, that it's primarily a game of brutality.
"Well, if you don't enjoy the strategy," he said with a smirk, "then you will no doubt enjoy watching men sweat, strain, and struggle against one another. That's why most women like to watch Jala. Men enjoy it for the strategy, the give and take of the contest, the chance to cheer their team to victory, and to imagine being such men themselves. The women like to watch half-naked bodies and sweat-slicked muscles. They like to watch the strongest men prevail, dream of being the desire of conquering heroes, and then scheme of ways to make themselves available to such men."
Both sound pointless to me. Either brutality or meaningless rutting.
He shrugged.
"In my tongue, Jala de Jin means the game of life. Is not life a struggle, a brutal contest, a contest of men and of sexes? Life, like Jala, is a brutal struggle."
Kalin knew that life could be brutal, but that such brutality did not define life or its purpose, and that the sexes were not rivals, but meant to share together in the work and joys of life.
"To those like you it is," she said. "That's one difference between you and me. I use violence only as a last resort, only when it's necessary to defend my life, my right to exist. You use brutality as a tool of fulfilling your desires, even your ordinary desires, because, except by force, you have nothing worthwhile to offer to exchange for what you want or need, and that includes women. You take, you do not earn. I'm better than that. You don't value life or anything in it. I do. That's why you must crush anything good, because it puts the lie to your nothing of a life, shows by contrast how you do nothing but waste your existence. That's why you and those like you hate those like me, because I'm better than you and you know it."
"Such a belief is the mark of a sinner. To consider your own life meaningful is a crime against the Creator as well as your fellow man."
When she only glared at him, he arched an eyebrow with an admonishing look as he leaned a little closer. He held up a thick finger, adorned with a plundered gold ring, before her face to mark an important point, as if lecturing a selfish, headstrong child who was within an inch of getting a well-deserved thrashing.
"The fellowship of order teaches us that to be better than someone is to be worse than everyone."
Kalin could only stare at such a vulgar ideology. That pious statement of hollow conviction gave her a sudden, true insight into the abyss of his savage nature and the vindictive character of the order itself. It was a concept that had abandoned the distant foundation upon which it had been built, that all life equally had the right to exist for its own sake, in order to justify taking life for the order's own contrived notion of the common good. Within that simple-sounding framework of an irrational tenet, he had just unwittingly revealed everything. It explained the depravity of his whole cause, and the determinant emotions driving the nature of those monstrous men massed outside, ready to kill anyone who would not submit to their creed.
It was a dogma that shrank from civilization, praised savagery as a way of existence, and required constant brutality to crush any noble idea and the man who had it. It was a movement that drew to it thieves who wanted to think themselves righteous, murderers who wanted holy absolution for the blood of innocent victims that drenched their souls. It assigned any achievement not to the one who had created it, but instead to those who had not earned it and did not deserve it, precisely because they did not earn it and did not deserve it. It valued thievery, not accomplishment. It was anathema to individuality. At the same time, it was a frighteningly sad admission of a rotting core of weakness in the face of life, an inability to exist on any level except that of a primitive beast, always cowering in fear that someone else would be better. It was not simply a rejection of all that was good, a resentment of accomplishment. It was, in fact, far worse. It was an expression of a gnawing hatred for anything good, grown out of an inner unwillingness to strive for anything worthwhile. Like all irrational beliefs, it was also unworkable. To live, those beliefs had to be ignored to accomplish goals of domination, which in themselves were a violation of the belief for which they were fighting. There were no equals among those of the order, the torch-bearers of enforced equality. Whether a Jala player, the most professional of the soldiers, or an emperor, the best, were not simply needed but sought after and highly valued. And so as a body they harbored an inner hatred of their failure to live up to their own teachings, and a fear that they would be unmasked for it. As punishment for their inability to fulfill their sanctified beliefs through adherence to those teachings, they instead turned to the self-flagellation of proclaiming how unworthy all men were, and vented their self-hatred on scapegoats. They blamed the victims. In the end, the belief was nothing more than fabricated divinity, unthinking nonsense repeated in a mantra in an attempt to give it credibility, to make it sound sacred. "I've already seen the Jala games," Kaelin said. She turned away from him. "I have no desire to see more of it." He seized her upper arm, pulling her back around to face him. "I know you're eager to have me bed you, but you can wait. Right now we are going to watch the Jala games." A lecherous smile oozed onto his face, like greasy muck bubbling up from his festering soul. "If you don't enjoy watching the games for their strategy and competition, then you can let your eyes roam over the naked flesh of the rivals. I'm sure that such sights will make you eager for what comes later tonight. Try not to be too impatient." Kaelin suddenly felt foolish for protesting any reason to avoid his bed, but the Jala game was out among the men, and she had no desire to go out there again. She also had no choice. She hated being among those vile men. She reminded herself to get a grip on her feelings. The soldiers couldn't see her. She was being silly. He pulled her toward the passageway of the tent. She went without resisting. This was not a time to resist. Outside, the 5 special guards waited. They all noticed that Kaelin was dressed, but none of them spoke. They stood tall, straight, and attentive, looking ready to jump if told to do so. They were obviously on their best behavior before their emperor, wanting to impress him. Kaelin guessed that to be better than someone was all right if you were the emperor, and that it wouldn't make him worse than everyone. He fought for a doctrine from which he exempted himself, as did each and every one of his men. Kaelin knew better than to point it out. "These are your new guards," Jigang told her. "We'll not have a repeat of the last incident, since these men can see you." The men all looked pretty content with themselves and the apparently harmless nature of the woman they were to guard. Kaelin took a quick but good look at the first man the sisters had brought to task, the partner of the one with the broken nose. With a glance, she evaluated the weapons he carried, a knife, and a crudely made sword with two halves of a wooden hilt wired onto the tang, and how graceless he appeared in the way he wore them. In that glance, she knew that they were implements he no doubt used with bravado when slaughtering innocent women and children. She doubted that he had ever used them in combat with other men. He was a thug, nothing more. Intimidation was his weapon of choice. By his self-satisfied smile, he looked unimpressed with her. After all, he had already by himself nearly brought her to task and to his tent. In his mind, he had been only a few steps away from having her under him. "You," she said, pointing right between his eyes. "You I will kill first." The men all snickered. She swept an appraising gaze over them and their weapons, learning what there was to learn. She pointed at the man with the broken nose. "You die second, after him."
"What about us three?" one of the others asked, unable to suppress a chuckle. "What order will you kill us in?"
Kalin shrugged. "You will know just before I cut your throat." The men all laughed. Jagang didn't.
"You would be well advised to take her seriously," the Emperor told them. "The last time she got her hands on a knife, she killed my two most trusted bodyguards, men a lot better at soldiering than you, and a Sister of the Dark, all by herself, and all in a matter of a few brief moments."
The laughter died away.
"You all will stay on your toes," Jagang said in a low growl, "or I will gut you myself if I even think you are being inattentive to your duty. If she gets away under your watch, I will send you to the torture tents and command that your death take a month and a day, that your flesh rot and die before you do."
There was no longer any doubt in the men's minds as to the seriousness of Jagang's orders or the value of his prize. A vast escort of hundreds, if not thousands, of the inner and most expert of the Emperor's guards formed up around their leader as he strode purposefully away from his tent. The 5 special guards surrounded Kalin on every side except the side Jagang was on. They all moved out into the camp in a wedge of armor and drawn weapons. Kalin supposed that, as a leader, Jagang was just taking normal precautions against spies. But she thought it was more than that. He was better than everyone else. Chapter 46. By the time they returned to the Emperor's compound and his large tent after the Jala contests, Kalin's level of worry had risen. It wasn't just the obvious dread of being alone with such an unpredictable and dangerous man, or even her near panic over what she knew he intended to do to her. It was all of that, with a sinister undercurrent to his cruelty churning just beneath the surface. There was a flush to his face, a more assertive nature to his movements, an edgy quality to his short comments, a fierce intensity in his inky eyes. Watching the games had put Jagang in an even more violent mood than what she believed was his norm. The games had worked him up. They had excited him in every way. Back at the games, he'd felt that one of the teams had not played to their full potential, had not given it everything they had. He'd thought they were holding back and not putting their all into the contest. When they lost, he had them executed on the field. The crowd had cheered more at that than at the rather tedious play of the game itself. Jagang was hailed for putting the losers to death. The games that followed were played with considerably more passion and on ground soggy from the blood of the beheadings. Jala was a game in which men ran, dodged, and darted past one another, or blocked, or chased the man with the heavy ball, the brock, trying to capture it, or attack with it, or score with it. Men often fell or were knocked from their feet. When they did, they rolled across the ground. In the summer heat, without shirts, they were soon slick, not just with sweat, but with blood. From what Kalin could see of the female camp followers watching from the sidelines, they weren't in the least put off by the blood. If anything, it made them only more eager to catch the attention of the players, who were now whipping the crowd into a frenzy with their fast-paced, aggressive tactics. In all the rest of the games, after the one resulting in executions, as in the ones previous, the losing teams, since they had at least played with wild determination, were not put to death, but flogged. A terrible whip, made up of a number of knotted cords bound together, was used for the penalty. Each of those cords was tipped with heavy nuggets of metal. The men were given 1 lash for each point by which they lost. Most losing teams lost by several points, but even 1 lash from that whip ripped open the naked flesh of a man's back. The crowd enthusiastically counted out each lash to each man on the losing team kneeling in the center of the field. The winners often cavorted around the perimeter of the field, showing off for the crowd, while the losers, with bowed heads, received their whipping. It had made Kalin sick to witness such a thing. It had excited Jagang. Kalin was relieved that the games were at last over. But now that she was back inside the Emperor's compound and about to enter his tent, a gnawing sense of dread was eating away at her insides. Jagang was in a temper provoked by violence and aroused by blood. Kalin could see in his eyes that he was in no mood to be denied anything. And the only thing left for him that night was her. As the special guards were just about to be posted outside the tent, she spotted a man running into the compound, being followed by a small group of men. Jagang paused in his instructions to Kalin's special guards as the rings of defenders parted to let the man and a gaggle of officers through. When the man came to a breathless halt, he announced himself as a messenger.
"What is it, then?"
Jagang asked the messenger, scrutinizing the half-dozen men of rank with him. Jagang was not at all pleased to be bothered when he had his mind set on other things. Kalin knew that she was the focus of his brooding thoughts, and that he wanted to get her inside and alone. The time had come, and he was impatient to get at her. He had so far not touched her in any improper manner. He was saving it all up. In much the same way that any city in the path of his army had to wait in agonizing dread for the impending assault, she, too, felt the stranglehold of overpowering fear as she waited for what she knew was coming. She tried not to imagine what he was going to do to her and what it would be like, but she could not think of anything else any more than she could slow her galloping heart. The messenger handed over a leather tube. It made a hollow thunk when Jagang popped the lid off. With 2 fingers he extracted a rolled piece of paper. He broke the wax seal, unrolled it, and held it up to read it in the light of the torches, flanking the entrance to his tent. The rings he wore on each finger sparkled in the flickering torchlight. At first, frowning, the Emperor began to smile as he read. He finally laughed aloud as he looked up at his officers.
"The army of the Daharan Empire has fled the field of battle. Scouts and sisters alike have all reported the same thing, that the Daharans were so terrified of the prospect of facing Jagang the Just and the army of the Order that they all deserted and have scattered in every direction, proving what faithless cowards they really are. The forces of the Daharan Empire are no more. There is nothing standing between us and the people's palace."
The officers cheered their emperor. Everyone was suddenly in a jovial mood. Jagang bestowed his congratulations on the officers for being a part of putting the enemy on the run. As she listened, standing off to the side, while the others all watched Jagang waving the paper and speaking of the end of the long war being at hand, Kalin slowly, carefully, lifted a leg until her fingers found the hilt of the knife tucked into her right boot. Making as little movement as possible so as not to draw the attention of the 5 men who could see her, or Jagang himself, she worked the weapon up out of the boot and into her fist. As soon as it was securely in hand, she retrieved the second knife from the other boot. She tightly grasped the leather-wrapped handle of each well-made weapon, working her fingers to get a secure grip on the hilts. Having weapons in hand filled her with a sense of purpose, banishing her helpless dread at what was in store for her that night. She now had a way to strike at them. She knew that she might not be able to stop Jagang from what he would do to her, but it would not be without a fight. This was her chance to extract a price. She didn't move her head, only her eyes, as she took stock of where each man was standing. Jagang, unfortunately, was not close to her. He had stepped to the messenger, and then closer to his officers. Kalin knew that he was far from stupid. If she were to walk up to his side, he would instantly be suspicious. He would know that she would not do such a thing willingly. She also knew that he was an experienced fighter. He would react before she could lunge at him. Having him closer probably wouldn't have done her much good anyway. There were better targets, a better chance for surprise. The 5 special guards were close to her left, the officers a little farther away to her right. The officers couldn't see her. Beyond was a camp of men who couldn't see her. But even though the officers couldn't see her, the 5 could, and as soon as she moved, she would have only an instant before they reacted. She knew that she could draw a lot of blood, but there was little chance she would escape. The alternative was to submit meekly to her impending rape. Kalin summoned her rage. She gripped the hilts of the knives tighter. This was a chance to strike back against her captors. With a straight-in, direct, and mighty thrust, she slammed the long knife in her left hand into the center of the chest of the special guard she had promised to kill first. Some dim part of her mind noted his stiff surprise. Just beyond him, the eyes of the man with the broken nose went wide as he, too, stiffened with shocked surprise. Kalin used the knife planted in the chest of the first man as an anchor for leverage. With that grip to help her, she spun around the man already stabbed. At the same time, she brought the knife in her right hand around with her in an arc. The blade slashed open the throat of the man with the broken nose. In 2 beats of her hammering heart, she had killed them both. Kalin drove her left boot into the first man as he fell in order to pull free the embedded knife and to spring herself in the opposite direction toward the officers. On the 3rd beat of her heart, she hit the first officer like a Jala tackle. As she flew into him, she plunged the knife in her right hand deep into his belly, jerking up as she did so to rip him open. At the same time, she stabbed the other knife square into the throat of the man immediately to the side and a little behind the first officer. He had been the ranking officer and the one she was really targeting. She hit him with such force that the blade not only drove through the man's throat, but, hitting the space between the vertebrae, pierced all the way through his neck. His spinal cord cut. His entire dead weight dropped straight down so fast that Kalin's grip on the knife twisted her off balance and pulled her with him. At the same time, before she could catch herself or yank the knife back, the power from the collar hit Kalin like a lightning bolt. At the same time, the other 3 special guards tackled her, taking her the rest of the way off her feet and ramming her face first into the soft ground. With the collar making her arms numb and useless, and her legs unable to respond to her wishes, the men had no trouble disarming her. When Jagang shrieked the order, they hauled her to her feet. Kalin panted from the effort of the brief battle. Her heart still raced. Even if she had failed to escape, she wasn't entirely disappointed. She hadn't really thought that her chances of making it were that good to begin with. She had expected, though, to at least kill a couple of officers, and she had accomplished that. She was disappointed only that the special guards had not killed her rather than capture her. Jagang dismissed the confused officers, explaining that it was a bit of magic that had gotten loose. He assured them that he had everything well in hand. They were men used to violence, and seemed to take the sudden death of 2 fellow officers by an invisible hand, if not in stride, at least with a level of self-control, reassured by the demeanor of their emperor. As they made their way out of the Emperor's compound, they collected a number of men who rushed in to remove the bodies. The guards who came to see what the commotion was all about were dismayed to see such a murder within their layers of defenses. They all glanced to Jagang to gauge his mood, and seeing him calm, swiftly went about the business of carrying off the 4 dead men. Once they had departed, Jagang finally turned a glare on Kalin.
I see that you were closely watching the games. You appear to have been paying more attention to the strategy than the bare flesh of muscular men.
Kalin met the gazes of the 3 special guards holding her. Just keeping a promise. Jagang slowly let out a deep breath, as if trying to keep from murder himself.
You are quite a remarkable woman, and a formidable opponent.
I'm the bringer of death, she told him. He glanced at the 4 bodies being carried out into the night.
So you are.
He turned his intense attention to the 3 men holding Kalin.
Is there a reason that I should not send you 3 off to be tortured?
The men, who had been smug about having taken her down, suddenly didn't seem so smug. They glanced nervously at one another.
But, Excellency, one of them said, the 2 men who failed you paid with their lives. The 3 of us stopped her. We didn't let her escape.
I am the one who stopped her, he said through barely restrained rage. I stopped her with the collar she wears around her neck.
He considered them silently for a moment, letting his flash of rage calm down a little.
But I am called Jagang the Just for good reason. I will allow you 3 to live for the time being, but let this be a lesson to you. I warned you that she was dangerous. Now perhaps you can see that I know what I'm talking about.
Yes, Excellency,
the 3 said over one another. Jagang clasped his hands behind his back.
Release her.
He passed a withering glare over each man before taking Kalin's arm and leading her back toward the opening of the tent. She was still reeling from the shock of the collar. Her joints ached, her legs and arms burned from inside. She had wondered if Jagang had been telling the truth that he could use the collar without the sisters needing to be present. Now she knew. Without that collar, she might have stood a good chance of breaking free. With it, she didn't. She dared not take Jagang's ability lightly from now on. At least now she knew. Sometimes it was worse to wonder if something would have been possible.
I want you 3 to guard outside my tent tonight. If she comes out without me, you had better stop her.
The 3 soldiers bowed.
Yes, Excellency.
They no longer looked at all smug. They looked like what they were, men who had just escaped a death sentence. As the men took up their posts, Jagang turned a grim look on Kalin.
The last time you only went for a walk among the men. It was a short walk. You saw only a small sampling of my army. Tomorrow, you are going to have a much better chance to see a great many more of my men. And a lot more of those men are bound to see you. I don't know what the anomaly is that Ulysses spoke of, or its cause, but it doesn't really matter to me. What matters is that, like in all things, I intend to use it to my advantage. I intend to see to it that you are well guarded. You will ride again tomorrow, and we will take a tour through the troops. But you are going to do it without your clothes. In that way, you will help find us a goodly supply of new special guards. It should be quite an exciting day.
Kalin didn't offer an argument. None would have done any good. She could tell by the careful way in which he explained it that he meant for it to make her uncomfortable. She suspected that her humiliation was only just beginning. Emperor Jagang ushered her in through the opening of his tent as if she were royalty. He was mocking her, she knew. As she moved inside, she could feel the power of the collar release its grip on her. She could at last move her feet and arms on her own. The pain, thankfully, began to fade as well. Inside the tent it was nearly dark, lit only by candles. They gave the tent a warm glow, making it feel cozy and safe, almost like a sacred place. It was anything but. She felt as if she were being led to her execution. Chapter 47. The slaves who had prepared a late-night sampling of light foods for the Emperor were all dismissed. At seeing the look in his eyes, and after having heard the screams of dying men, everyone was only too happy to leave when he growled at them to get out. He watched as they all rushed out, and then with a thick finger pressed into the center of her back, Jagang silently steered Kalin past the table with mugs of wine, platters of meats, loaves of dark bread, bowls of nuts, and arrangements of fruits and sweets, escorting her beyond another tapestry hanging before an opening into an inner bedroom within the tent. The bedroom was isolated from the rest of the tent and from the outside by what looked to be padded panels, probably to make it quieter. The walls were also covered with hides and fabric hangings of material woven into muted patterns. The room was warmly decorated with exquisite carpets, a few small pieces of fine furniture, glass-fronted bookcases filled with books, and ornate silver and gold lamps. The bed, covered in furs and satin, had spiraled dark wooden posts at each corner. Kalin hid her trembling fingers behind her back as she watched Jagang cross the room and remove his lamb's wool vest. He tossed it over a chair at a small writing desk. His naked chest and back were covered in dark, curly hair. He looked like a bear of a man in more ways than one. He looked like anything but a man who would have satin bed coverings. She suspected that he didn't really appreciate such things, but wanted them as a mark of his station. She guessed that he must have forgotten that no one was supposed to be better than anyone else in the order. She guessed that he never considered whether or not the men out in the grimy tents had satin blankets to sleep under. Jagang looked up at her.
"Well, woman, take off your clothes. Or would you rather I tear them off you? Your choice."
"Whether I take them off or you rip them off, it is still rape." He straightened and peered at her for a time in the silence within the tent. The camp outside had quieted down considerably, leaving only the muted sounds of distant words to melt together into a dull hum. The men were tired from the day's long march, as well as the excitement of the Jala games, and Jagang had decreed that each day's march would be equally swift until they reached the people's palace, so most of the men were no doubt in their tents, sleeping. The only one not quieted down for the night was Jagang. If he was in an excited state after the games, then after her killing the 4 men, he was on the edge of a rampage. Kalin didn't really care. If he beat her senseless, then she wouldn't have to be conscious for what else he was going to do to her.
"You are mine now," he said in a low, dangerous tone. "You belong to me, to no one else, to me alone. I can do whatever I wish with you. If I choose to cut your throat, then it is your duty to bleed to death for me. If I give you to those 3 men who can see you, then you will submit to them, whether you like it or not, whether you do so willingly or not. You belong to me now. Your fate is what I choose for you. You have no choice in what happens to you. None. Everything that happens to you is by my choice alone."
It's still rape. He crossed the room in 3 angry strides and backhanded her, knocking her sprawling. He pulled her up by the hair and heaved her at the bed. The world spun as Kalin tumbled through the air. She only missed the wooden post by inches.
"Of course it's rape. That's what I want it to be. That's what you have coming."
He charged to the bed like an enraged bull. His black eyes were filled with wild storms of shapes. Before she knew it, he was above her. Kalin had it all planned out. She wasn't going to try to stop him, to give him the satisfaction of having to use force to have her, but with him right there on top of her, straddling her hips, those thoughts were lost in a sudden panic of events that she desperately didn't want to happen. She forgot all her plans and desperately tried to push his hands away, but in such a mood there was no stopping him. She had no strength to begin to match him. He didn't even bother to slap her to make her stop resisting. With one yank, he ripped her shirt open. Kalin went still as he stopped, her chest heaving from the effort. He stared down at her breasts. She used the sudden quiet to school herself. She had just killed 4 brutes. She could do this. This was nothing compared with having a collar around her neck, having her memory stripped away from her, losing her identity, losing who she was, becoming the helpless slave to Sisters of the Dark and an emperor of a mob of thugs. This was nothing. She was better than to fight him in such a foolish manner, like a schoolgirl trying to slap away the hands of a bully. She didn't fight like that. She wouldn't. She knew better. Yes, she was terrified, but she didn't have to surrender to panic. She was afraid when she'd killed those 4 men, but she had controlled her fear and acted. She was better than he was. He was only stronger. He could only have her by force. That knowledge gave her a thread of power over him, and he knew it. He could never have her willingly because she was better than he was, and she deserved better by far. He could never have a woman like her except by force because he was weak and worthless as a man. "Is your prize of prizes satisfactory, Excellency?" she mocked.
"Oh, yes." Jagang's wicked smile widened. "Now, take off those traveling pants."
When she made no move to comply, he did it for her, opening the buttons one at a time, as if opening something valuable. She lay with her hands at her sides. He hooked his fingers over the waist of her pants, drew them down her legs, and pulled them inside out, getting them off over her feet. He threw them aside as he paused to take in the length of her nearly bare body. Kalin silently bit the inside of her cheek to keep from pushing his hand away in a panic as he glided his hand up her leg, feeling the softness of her thigh. Kalin fought back her tears. She would have given anything not to be there, to be anywhere else but at the mercy of this monster.
"Now, the rest of it," he said in a thick whisper. "Take off those underthings."
She could tell that pulling her clothes off had only excited him even more, so she did as he told her to do, trying to make it look anything but seductive as she did so. As he watched her following his orders, he sat on the edge of the bed and pulled off his boots. He dropped his pants and kicked them off. As sickened as she was terrified by the sight of him naked, Kalin gave in to weakness and turned her eyes away from him. She wondered how she would ever be able to fall in love and let a man touch her after this. She reproached herself. She was never going to have the chance to fall in love. She was fretting over a problem she would never have. The bed moved under his weight as he climbed up beside her and lay down. He paused to stare at her, to run his hand over her belly. She'd expected it to be a rough touch, a harsh grabbing of her, but instead it was a furtive touch, a slow, measured evaluation of something quite valuable. She didn't expect his gentle approach to last much longer.
"You really are quite extraordinary,"
he said in a husky voice, almost more to himself than to her.
"Perceiving you through the eyes of others just wasn't the same. I can see that now."
His tone had changed. The anger had melted away under the heat of his desire for her. He was on the brink of surrendering to uninhibited lust.
"It's not at all the same. I always knew you were exceptional. But now that I see you like this, you are a remarkable creature. Just remarkable."
Kalin wondered what he meant when he'd said that he had perceived her through the eyes of others. She wondered if he meant that he had watched her through the eyes of the sisters. She was struck by an unexpected thought that rattled her. It was the thought of him having watched her undressing when she had thought that only a sister was there. It filled her with an icy rage at such a violation. He had been there then, watching her, planning this. But at the same time, she got the feeling that he was talking about something else, too. There was more to his words, more meaning in them, something hidden. Something in the way he'd said it made her think that he was talking about something in her life before the sisters, back before she had lost who she was. She was angry thinking about him watching her through the sisters, but thinking about him seeing her before, in her life that she couldn't remember, rattled her. He abruptly rolled over onto her.
You can't imagine how long I've wanted to do this to you.
Her breathing and her heartbeat had only just started to settle down. Now it was happening too fast. Her heart was again thumping against her ribs. She wanted to slow him down, to give herself time to think of a way to prevent him from doing this to her. At the feel of his flesh against hers, though, her mind went blank. She couldn't think of any way to stop him. She could only fixate on how badly she didn't want him to do this. She reminded herself of the promises she had made to herself. She was better than him. She should act like it. She said nothing. She stared past him, up at the roof of the tent, illuminated softly in the lamplight.
You can't imagine how much I've wanted to do this to you, he said in a suddenly menacing voice. You can't imagine how much you have this coming to you.
She shifted her gaze to meet his nightmare eyes. No, I can't. So just get on with it and spare me a speech that means nothing to me, since I have no idea what you're talking about. She turned her eyes away to stare off once more. She wanted to show him only indifference. She freed her mind to wander. It wasn't easy with him pressing against her, about to have his way with her, but she did her best to ignore him, to think about other things. She didn't want to give him the satisfaction of a struggle she would only lose. She thought about the Jala game, not because it was something she wished to think about, but because it was fresh enough in her mind to be easy to recall in detail. He abruptly hooked his arms behind her knees and pulled her legs up almost to her chest. It was hard to breathe. It hurt her hip joints to be bent like that, with her legs spread that way, but she swallowed back the scream and tried to ignore the way he was trying to control her, to dominate her as he took her.
If he knew, this would kill him.
Kalen's eyes turned to him. She could only pull in half a breath against the weight of him. Who are you talking about? She thought that maybe it was her father, a father she didn't remember. Perhaps she had a father who was a commander in the army, and that was why she seemed to know how to fight with a knife. She couldn't imagine who else he would be talking about. She wanted to say something to deflate him, but she thought better of it and remained silent, indifferent. Jagang's mouth was on her ear. His rough stubble scraped painfully against her cheek and neck. His breathing was fast and ragged. He was lost to the lust he was about to unleash on her.
If only you knew, this would kill you, he said,
obviously and profoundly pleased with the thought. Even more puzzled, she remained silent, her worry building about what he could possibly mean. She thought he was about to resume his obviously lecherous need, but he rested there, holding her legs open, staring down at her. The length of his hairy body pressed against her, on the brink of his intent. With his weight on her, she could hardly get a breath, but she knew that any protest would only be met with disinterest in what discomfort he might be causing her. In a way, she wished he would just hurry up and get it over with. The waiting was making her crazy. She wanted to scream, but she refused to allow herself to. She couldn't help dreading how much he would hurt her, how long it might last, how it would undoubtedly be repeated, not just this night, but in the nights to come. Had not his bull weight been pressing her down into the bed, she would have been trembling in terrible anticipation.
No, he said to himself. No, this is not what I want.
Kalin was bewildered. She wasn't sure she had heard what she thought she'd heard. He let go of her legs, letting them slip down onto the bed as he pushed himself up on his hands. She wished he weren't lying between her legs so that she could draw them together.
No, he repeated, not like this. You don't want this, but it would only be onerous. You would not like it, but nothing more. I want you to know who you are when I do this. I want you to know what I mean to you when I do this. I want you to hate this more than you have ever hated anything in your entire life. I want to be the one to do this to you both. I want to plant the memory of what it means to you in your mind when I plant my seed in you. I want that memory to haunt you for however long you might live, to haunt him forever, every time he looks at you. I want him to learn to hate you for it, to hate what you have come to represent to him, to hate your child, the child that I will give you. To do that, you have to know who you are first. If I do this to you now, it will only dull you to it, spoil the exquisite suffering it would cause you if you knew who you were when it happens to you.
So then tell me, she said, almost willing to endure rape to know. A slow, sly smile came to him.
Telling you is no good. Words would be hollow, without meaning, without emotion. You have to know. You have to remember who you are. You have to know everything, if this is to truly be rape. And I intend it to be the worst rape you can suffer. A rape that will give you a child that he will see as a reminder, as a monster.
Staring down at her, he slowly shook his head with the self-satisfaction of the dimension of his intent.
To be that, you have to be fully aware of who you are and everything this will mean to you. Everything it will touch, everything it will harm, everything it will taint for all time.
He abruptly rolled off her to the side. Kalin drew in a breath that was almost a gasp. He gritted his teeth, and his big hand seized her right breast.
Don't think you've escaped anything, darling. You'll not be going anywhere. I'm only seeing to it that it's a lot worse for you than this would have been tonight.
He chuckled as he squeezed her breast.
Worse for him as well.
Kalin could not imagine how anything could make it worse than it would have been. She could only imagine that to him, rape cast guilt on the victim. That was the way he thought, the way the order thought, that the victim was to blame. He abruptly shoved her out of the bed. She landed painfully on the floor, but at least her fall was broken by somewhat soft carpets. He looked down at her.
You will sleep on the floor right there beside the bed. Later I will have you in my bed.
He grinned.
When your memory returns, when this will destroy you, then I will give you what you deserve. What only I can give you, what only I can do to ruin your life and his.
Kalin lay on the floor, fearing to move, fearing that he might change his mind. She felt heady relief that this night she would not have to endure it. He leaned over the edge of the bed, closer to her, peering down at her with his disturbing black eyes. He shoved his big hand between her legs so unexpectedly that she cried out. He grinned at her.
And if you get the idea of trying to think of a way to sneak away, or worse, to do me in while I sleep, you had better forget it right now. It won't work. All it will get you is time in the tents later on, after I've ruined everything for you. I'll see to it that all those men will have you right there where my fingers are. Do you understand?
Kaelin nodded, feeling a tear run down her cheek.
If you move off those carpets beside the bed tonight, then the power of that collar will stop you. Do you wish to test it?
Kaelin shook her head, fearing her voice might fail her. He withdrew his hand.
Good.
She heard him turn over on his side, facing away from her. Kaelin lay perfectly still. She could hardly breathe. She wasn't sure what had happened this night, or what it could all mean. She only knew that she felt more lonely than she had ever felt in her life, at least the part of her life that she could remember. In a strange way, she almost wished he had raped her. If he had, she would not now be trembling in fear of what he'd said, wondering what he'd meant. Now she would have to wake each morning not knowing if that was the day she recovered her memory. When she did, it was somehow going to make that rape all the worse, make everything worse, far worse. Kaelin believed him. As eager as he had been to have her, and she knew very well how eager he had been, he would not have stopped at that point unless everything he'd said was true. Kaelin realized that she no longer wanted to know who she was. Her past had just become too dangerous to her for her to want to ever know who she was. If she knew, he would do the worst to her. Better that she remain in oblivion and safe from that. When she heard his even breathing, and then his low, rumbling snore, she reached out and with trembling fingers pulled on her underthings and then the rest of her clothes. Despite it being summer, she was shaking with icy dread. She pulled a nearby carpet over her as she lay beside the bed, knowing better than to test his word about the consequences of any attempt to escape. There was no escape. This was her life. She now only hoped to keep the rest of it buried and forgotten. If she ever remembered who she was, then her life would get infinitely worse. She wouldn't let that happen. She would stay behind the dark shroud. This night she was a new person, separated from who she had been. That person had to remain forever dead. She wondered who the man could be that Jagang had talked about. She feared to imagine what Jagang was going to do to him through her that would so destroy him. She forced those thoughts away. That was the old her. That person was gone forever and would remain so. In the depths of loneliness and despair, Kaelin curled up in a ball and wept silently in racking sobs. Chapter 48. Richard walked in a daze, watching the ground before him lit by moonlight. Through that dark, hazy state, only one spark of anything seemed able to burn through. Kaelin. He missed her so much. He was so tired of the struggle. He was so tired of trying. He was so tired of failing. He ached to have her back, to have his life with her back, to hold her, just to hold her. He remembered the time years before in the spirit house, when he had not known that she was the Mother Confessor, and she had been feeling desperately lonely and overwhelmed by the crushing secrets she had to keep. She had asked him to hold her, just to hold her. He remembered the pain in her voice, the pain of needing to be held, comforted. He would give anything to do that now. "Stop," a voice hissed at him. "Wait." Richard halted. He had trouble trying to care what was going on, even though he knew he should. He could read the tension in her posture. She was like a bird of prey, cocking its head, lifting its wings the slightest bit. He couldn't seem to escape the thick lethargy that weighed him down so that he could think it through. Her deportment appeared to be the coiled potential for aggression, but underlying that he saw a hint of fear. He finally managed to summon the concern to try to understand. Then, in the moonlight, He saw what Six was watching, what looked like a vast encampment spread across a valley. Because it was the middle of the night, things were relatively quiet down below. Even through the numb miasma of her presence, Richard felt his level of concern rising. He saw something else, too. Past the valley encampment, he saw, up on the high ground beyond, a castle that he thought he recognized.
"Come on,"
Six hissed as she glided past him. Richard trudged after her, once more sinking back into the indifferent haze where all he could think about was Kalin. They walked for what seemed like hours through the countryside in the dead of night. Six was as quiet as a snake, moving, pausing, then moving again as she made her way along minor trails through thick woods. Richard felt comforted by the smell of balsam and fir trees. The moss and ferns delighted him with childhood memories. The delight of the woods evaporated when they walked along cobbled streets, among closed shops, past dark buildings. There were men in the shadows, pairs of them carrying pikes. Richard felt as if he were in a dream, watching it all pass before his mind's eye. He half expected that all he would have to do was imagine the woods again, and they would appear. He imagined Kalin. She did not appear. Two men in polished metal armor rushed out of a side street. They fell to their knees before Six, kissing the hem of her black dress. She slowed only slightly for their groveling supplication. They followed along as she continued up the streets, becoming escorts for the night's shadow trailing darkness behind her. Phantom by Terry Goodkind, continuing on page 491. It all felt so dreamy. Richard knew that he should fight it, but he couldn't make himself care. He cared only about doing as Six told him. He couldn't help himself. Seeing the flowing form of her charmed him. Looking into her eyes captivated him. Hearing her voice bewitched him. Without his gift, she filled that empty void within his soul. Her presence somehow completed him, filled him with purpose. The two guards with them gently rapped on an iron door in a great stone wall. A small door on the inside over a small slit in the iron door opened. Eyes peered out. They widened a little at seeing the pale shadow before them. Richard could hear men on the other side rushing to draw back a heavy bar. The door opened and Six slipped through with Richard in tow. He saw great stone walls in the moonlight, but paid them little heed. He was more fascinated by the snaking shape leading him through the silky night. Once they passed through great doors, men rushed about, opening yet more doors, shouting orders and bringing torches. "This way," one man said as he led them into a stone stairwell. Down they went, spiraling and turning ever deeper. Richard felt as if they were being swallowed down the gullet of some great stone beast. As long as Six was taking him, though, he was content to be swallowed. At lower levels, in a dank corridor, the men led her into a gloomy place. Hay was scattered over the slimy floor. Water echoed as it dripped in the distance. "Here is the place you requested," a guard told her. The heavy doors squealed in rusty protest as he pulled it open. Inside, on a small table, he lit a candle with the torch.
"Your room for the night," Six told Richard. "It will be light soon. I will be back then."
"Yes, mistress," he said. She leaned toward him a little, a thin smile slitting her bloodless face.
"If I know the Queen, she will want to begin immediately. She's quite impatient, to say nothing of being impulsive. She will no doubt bring the big men with whips. I expect that before the morning is over, she will have the flesh torn from your back."
Richard stared. He couldn't make his mind grasp it all. "Mistress?"
"The Queen is not only vicious, but vindictive. You are going to be the object of her venom. But not to worry, I still need you alive. You may suffer excruciating agony, but you will live."
She turned with a billowing flourish and swept out the door, a shadow swallowed into the darkness. Men funneled out the door after her. The door banged closed. Richard heard the lock click home. Before he knew it, he was suddenly standing alone in a stone room, deserted, forsaken, forgotten. In the silence, terror began to seep into his bones. Why would a queen want to hurt him? What did Six need him alive for? Richard blinked. As the moments passed, he felt his mind working to understand. It felt as if the farther away Six went, the better he could think. After the torches were gone, it was a while before his eyes adjusted to the light of a single candle. He looked around at the stone room. There was only a chair and a table. The floor was stone. The walls were stone. The ceiling had heavy beams. It hit him like a thunderclap. Denna. This was the room where he had been taken when he had first been captured by Denna. He recognized the table. He remembered Denna sitting in that very chair. He looked up, and there, right where he remembered it being, he saw the iron peg. His wrists had been in iron manacles. Denna had hung the chain holding them together over that iron peg. He had hung from it as Denna tortured him with her aegil. Horrifying images of the night Denna had broken him flashed through his mind. The night she had thought she had broken him anyway. He had partitioned his mind, but he remembered the things she had done to him that night. And he remembered what had prompted her to such violence. He had been hanging there when Princess Violet had come in to watch. The princess had decided that she wanted to participate, to join in his torture. Denna gave the little monster her aegil and showed her how to use it on him. Richard remembered Violet bragging about how she was going to have Kaelin raped, tortured, and finally killed. Richard had kicked Violet hard enough to shatter her jaw and sever her tongue. This was that room. Richard leaned back against the stone wall and slid down to sit and rest. He needed to think, to figure it out, to understand what was going on. He was leaning against his pack, so he pulled it off and set it in his lap. A thought struck him, and he looked through the pack, pushing his war wizard outfit and gold cape aside until he found the book Baracus had left for him. He thumbed through the pages. They were still blank. If only he hadn't lost his gift, he would have been able to read the book. If he knew how to use his ability, he would have been able to save himself. If only. He suddenly had a thought. He couldn't let them find this book. Six had the gift. Some form of it, anyway. He couldn't let her see this. Baracus had hidden it for 3,000 years. It was meant for no eyes but his. He couldn't fail such a trust. He couldn't let anyone know about this book. He got up and paced around the room, searching for any place he could hide the book. There was no place. It was a simple stone room. There were no cubbyholes, no niches, no loose stones. There was nowhere to hide anything. As Richard stood in the center of the room, thinking, he looked up and saw the iron peg. He moved through the room, inspecting the beams. There was one beam running parallel to one wall, without much room between the beam and the wall. The beam, like most in the ceiling, had long cracks from when the freshly cut beam had been hewn and then dried. An idea struck him. He immediately pulled the chair over and climbed up on top of it. It wasn't high enough. He pushed the chair out of the way and dragged over the table. After stepping from the chair to the top of the table, he at last was able to reach the iron peg. He wiggled it, but it was stuck tight. He needed that iron peg if he was to hide the book. He hooked his hands over the peg and used all his weight to spring up and down. At last, the peg began to loosen. Working swiftly and using all his muscle, he finally managed to get the peg to wiggle. He wiggled it back and forth until he was able to pull it free. Richard dragged the table over to the side of the room near the dark corner and got up on top. He inspected the crack in the beam, finding a place where it wandered toward the top near the cross planks overhead. He wedged the iron peg into the split in the beam, working it in until it was stuck fast. He retrieved the pack and crammed it up in the tight space between the beam and the wall. Once he had it as high and as flat as he could get it, he shoved it along the beam until it wedged above the iron peg. He tested the pack by tugging on it, but it was stuck tightly in place. It wasn't going anywhere. He hopped down and put the table and the chair back where they had been. The pack was a color similar to the aged oak of the beam, and it was in the shadows. Unless a person was looking for it, he didn't think anyone would notice the pack lodged up where he had put it. Besides, it was the best he could do. Satisfied that he had done everything he could to keep the book and the war wizard outfit from falling into the wrong hands, he lay down on the cold stone floor against the opposite wall and tried to get some sleep. He found it impossible to sleep thinking about what Six had promised him for the next day. Fear gnawed at him, making his mind race. He knew he needed to get some rest, but he just couldn't calm himself. He did feel a sense of relief to be away from Six. He'd lost all track of time since he had been with the Wisps, and Six had been there as he left the ancient trees. He couldn't think when he was with her, couldn't do anything. She consumed his entire mind. His entire mind. He remembered being in this room before with Denna. She had told him that he was to be her pet, and that he would be broken to her will. He remembered telling himself that he would let her do what she would, but that he would save a piece of himself, put it away, and not allow anyone into that part, not even himself, until he needed to unlock that safe place and be himself again. He had to do that again. He couldn't allow Six to have all of his mind, the way she had since she had captured him. He could still feel the weight of her influence, the pull of her will, but now that he wasn't in her immediate presence, it seemed so much less by comparison that he felt free of her and able to think, able to decide to a degree what he wanted. What he wanted was to be free of the witch woman. He created a place in his mind, as he had done so long ago in this very room, and he locked a part of himself away, a part of his strength, the core of his will, in much the same way he had hidden his pack away in a hidden corner where no one would find it. With his new ability to think and to plan, he felt a sense of relief. Even though he could still feel the witch woman's fangs in him, he felt that she no longer had the control she thought she did. He at last was able to relax a little. He thought then of Kaelin. Her memory brought a sad smile. He made himself think of happy times with her. He thought about what it felt like to hold her, to kiss her, to be alone in the night with her whispering to him how much he meant to her. Thinking about Kaelin, he drifted off to sleep. Chapter 49. Richard woke with a start when he heard the door being unlocked. It was a rude awakening, because Kaelin had visited him in his dreams. He didn't remember his dreams, but he did know that those dreams involved her. He felt suffused with her presence, as if he had really been with her, only to be pulled away by being awake. Once he was awake, her essence immediately began draining away. The loss of even her dream presence to cold, empty consciousness was disheartening. The world seemed to have been much richer in his dreams. Even though he didn't remember them, those dreams seemed sweet, like music in the distance. Just the feel of them was enough for him to know that he would rather not be in the waking world. Richard started to sit up, only to realize how much he ached from sleeping on the stone floor. Given how foggy his head felt, he doubted that he had more than a few hours' sleep. When he saw guards spilling into the stone room, Richard staggered to his feet, trying to stretch his cramped muscles as he did so. 6 swept into the room like an ill wind. Against her wiry black hair and flowing black robes, her skin looked ghost-like. Her blanched blue eyes fixed on him as if there was nothing else in her world but him. Richard felt that look come down on him as if it were the weight of a mountain. That look, her presence, crushed his will. He swam in the feeling inundating him. As she came closer, he fought to keep his head above the dark waters of abdication of his will. It felt like fighting for his life in a raging river whose powerful current was pulling him under.
Come along. We have to get to the caves. We don't have much time.
Rather than ask what she meant by not having much time, a question he doubted he would have been able to summon the strength to ask, he instead asked something else, something for which he had the strength, something still strong in his thoughts.
Do you know where Kaelin is?
6 stopped and turned halfway back to peer at him.
Of course. She is with Jagang.
Jagang. Richard was stunned senseless. 6 not only remembered Kaelin, but knew where she was. She seemed pleased by the pain she had so obviously just caused him. 6 turned and marched for the door.
Now, come on. Hurry.
Something was wrong. He didn't know what, but he could feel it in her power over him. She held him under her spell of seductive influence like a balmy leash of iron strength, yet it was not the same as before. He could feel that something was different. There was a trace of distress in her demeanor. But that was hardly what concerned him. Jagang had Kaelin. He could not imagine how 6 even knew who Kaelin was because he was so stunned by the meaning of those words, "She is with Jagang." If not for the pull of 6 dragging him along in her wake, Richard would surely have collapsed to the floor. He could not conceive of a worse nightmare than Jagang having Kaelin. His thoughts tumbled in blind panic as he followed the witch-woman through the dark twists and turns of the stone passageways. He had to do something. He had to help Kaelin. Not only was she in the hands of Sisters of the Dark, but they were in collusion with Richard and Kaelin's worst enemy. The thought uppermost in Richard's mind, other than his fear for Kaelin, was that he knew where Jagang was. The Emperor was on his way up into Dahara, toward the People's Palace, and now Kaelin was with him. So deep was he in thought that he found that they were outside before he even realized it. He understood at once what had 6 so agitated. There were troops pouring into the grounds from every direction. These were the troops they had seen camped in the valley the night before. 6 cursed under her breath as she looked for a way to escape the courtyard. At every entrance, soldiers flooded in. The passageway back into the castle, back to the stone room, was already closed off by a wall of men marching into the castle grounds. They were all grimy men, some wearing plate armor, some chainmail, but most wore dark leather for protection. Studded leather straps crossing their chests held leather pouches with supplies, or sheathed knives at the ready. Hung on heavy leather belts, they carried axes, maces, flails, and swords. They were as menacing as any men Richard had ever seen. The guards in chain-mail shirts covered with red tunics were not foolish enough to make an attempt to stop such men, especially not in such numbers. Richard knew without a doubt that these men pouring onto the grounds of the castle were Imperial Order troops.
By agreement,
a muscular man said as he strode up to Six.
"We have come to see that Tamarang is secure for the cause of the Imperial Order."
Yes, of course, Six said. But this is considerably earlier than you were supposed to arrive.
The man rested a hand on the hilt of his sword as his dark eyes scrutinized the layout of the place. Richard recognized the quality of the weapons the man carried, how well made his armor was, and the way he immediately took charge. This was the commander of all these men.
"We made good time," he said. "Some of the towns and cities along the way offered no resistance, so we were able to get here now, rather than after winter, as we had thought."
"Well, please accept our welcome on behalf of the Queen," Six said. I was just going to go look for her."
The commander wore shoulder plates of formed leather, along with a pressed leather breastplate embellished with designs. Looking to have served him well, the leather plate had cuts and scrapes from fending off weapons. He had rings lining the back of his left ear, and a tattoo of scales down over the right half of his face, as if he were half man, half reptile.
"The Order operates for the good of the Order and our cause. Tamarang is now part of the Imperial Order. I trust all here are pleased to now be people of the Order."
The sound of boots on stone covered the sound of birds singing at the impending sunrise. Men closed in all around, flowing into the courtyard walkway right up to Richard.
"Yes, of course,"
Six said to the commander. She seemed to be regaining her composure.
"The Queen and I trust that you will honor the agreements made, that the castle is not to be entered by anyone from the Order, that the castle itself is to be left to Her Majesty, her advisers, and servants."
The man stared into her eyes for a moment.
"Makes no difference to me. The castle is of no use to us."
He blinked, as if somewhat surprised to hear himself agreeing to such a thing. He puffed up his chest, regaining some of his fire.
"But by our agreement, the rest of Tamarang is now a province of the Empire of the Imperial Order."
Six bowed her head in acknowledgement. Her thin smile was back.
"By agreement."
Richard noted, but hardly heard the conversation. He had been using the loosened grip Six had on him to slip out of it. He used her distraction like an iron bar to pry her invisible claws off of him. He had managed to pry open that grip just enough to let his mind slip out. It was time he did something for himself, for Kalin. Even though he had lost the gift and had lost the sword of truth, he had not lost the lessons mastered from that weapon, much less the lessons learned throughout his life. He might not have had the gift, but he remembered the meaning of the symbols. He knew the rhythm of the dance with death. He was still one with a blade. Now he needed only to get his hands on a blade. While Six and the officer decided the limits of where the men would go on the grounds, where they would stay out of, and what was theirs within the city itself, Richard glanced behind, noticing the wooden handles on the swords of the soldiers and the leather handle on the sword of the subordinate officer right behind, just a little to Richard's right. He smiled at the man as he pulled a copper penny from his pocket and casually rolled it across his knuckles. He let the penny slip and fall as if he were clumsy. He squatted down to pick it up, pressing one hand to the sandy dirt beside the path for balance as he reached out for the coin, letting grit stick to his palms and fingers. He scooped up the penny, getting as well a small amount of sandy dirt. The officer behind, watching his superior speaking to Six, glanced Richard's way only as Richard wiped the dirt off the penny and then returned it to a pocket. Six presented a much more captivating subject than an awkward nobody. Richard acted like he was idly brushing his hands, but he was really covering his palms and fingers with the grit. Once he began, he didn't want his hands slipping on leather. Without turning, He leaned back toward the lesser officer standing behind him. The man was intent on the bewitching figure of 6 as she spun her web, telling the men what she would like them to do. Out of his peripheral vision, Richard could see the hilt of the weapon hanging at the man's hip. It was better made than the weapons carried by most of the men. As 6 and the commander were talking, Richard turned a little, feigning a stretch. In an instant, his hand was on the sword. In another instant, the blade was free. Having a weapon, a sword, in his hands instantly flooded Richard with memories, forms, and skills he had spent long hours learning. The lessons might have in part come from otherworldly sources, but the knowledge was not magic. It was the experience of countless seekers before Richard. Even though he didn't have that weapon with him, he still had that knowledge. The officer, apparently half thinking Richard was just being foolish, made a move to recover his weapon. Richard spun the sword and with a backward thrust ran him through. Other men sprang into action. Swords came free in the cool dawn air. Big men freed huge crescent battle axes from their belts along with maces and flails. Richard was suddenly in his element. The haze was gone from his mind. He had not expected the part of his mind that he had locked away for safekeeping to be called upon this soon, but the time had come, and he had to act. This was his chance. He knew where Kaelin was, and he had to get to her. These men were in his way. Richard swung, taking off an arm wielding an axe. The cry, the spray of blood, made the men nearby flinch. In that sliver of an instant, Richard made his move. He brought his sword up through another man lifting his sword. The man died before he even had his arm fully cocked back. Richard spun out of the way of weapons coming for him. Despite the sudden cacophony of metal clanging, of men yelling, Richard was already in a silent world of purpose. He was in control. These men might have thought that they had an army against him, but in a way that was his advantage. He didn't fight an army. He fought individuals. They thought like a collective mass, a collective element, allowing one another to move, as if the soldiers were trying to be one big fighting centipede. That was a mistake. Richard used it to cut into them. While they hesitated, waiting for others to act, waiting for an opening, Richard was already moving through their lines, cutting them down. He let them swing and lunge, using strength and effort, while he floated through the onslaught of steel. Every time he thrust, he made contact. Every time he swung his weapon, he cut. It was like going through thick brush, slashing aside the branches that reached out at him. He let the momentum of the sword power the next strike, keeping it in continuous motion rather than using effort and precious time to draw it back. If he brought the blade down, slicing through the side of a man's neck, he continued the movement, bringing the weapon up behind to run a man through as he rushed in, and then as he pulled the blade out, he spun away as swords, axes, and flails came down where he had been only a moment before.
It was a fluid dance, moving through the grunting, diving, jumping men. Slice, 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 letting the screams fill the morning air, letting the alarm of not being able to stop him cause others to hesitate in fear of what could be happening.
At all times, Richard kept his objective in sight. He was heading for the opening out of the wall. Even though he charged, wove, and feigned his way through the onslaught of men, he headed relentlessly for that opening and his freedom. He had to get through, and then he could get to Kaelin. Richard scythed down some of the men in his way while he spun past others. His object was not to kill as many as he could, but to get to his goal of that open doorway. Even though orders were being shouted, soldiers were screaming in rage for a chance to get at him, and men were shrieking in pain as they were slashed open, disemboweled, or stabbed. There was quiet purpose in Richard's mind. He cut from that void. He selected targets swiftly and cut them down just as swiftly. He didn't waste effort swinging, but cut with certainty. When he saw a leader among the men, a man who moved with more skill, a man others looked to in the attack, Richard cut into that strength. As he moved toward the opening in the wall, he slipped through gaps in their guard all the time, cutting. He didn't allow himself to pause for an instant in his relentless advance. He didn't allow the enemy to catch their breath as he cut into them. He cut without mercy, taking any man he could. Whether he looked fierce or afraid, Richard cut him down. They had expected him to be intimidated by their numbers, by their battle cries as they rushed him. He was not. He cut them down mercilessly. At last he made the door, beheading the man just to the left and then the one to the right. The opening was at last free of Imperial Order soldiers. Richard dashed through. Everything came to an abrupt halt. Beyond was a wall of archers, all with bows drawn, all aiming their arrows at him. Men with bows and men with crossbows were formed into a semicircle beyond the doorway, trapping him in that pocket of razor-sharp, steel-tipped arrows, all aimed at him. Richard knew all too well that he didn't stand a chance against the hundreds of arrows aimed at him, especially not at this close range. The commander appeared in the doorway.
"Very impressive. I've never seen the like of it."
The man truly did sound amazed, but it was over. Richard heaved a sigh and tossed his sword down. The commander stepped closer, frowning as he appraised Richard, looking him up and down. Behind, Six appeared in the opening through the wall, a black silhouette against the sunrise. The commander folded his muscled arms.
"Do you know how to play Jala de Jin?"
Richard thought it the oddest question he could imagine at that moment. In the background, beyond the rather small opening in the wall he had made it through, grievously injured men screamed, cried, and begged for help. Richard didn't shy away from the commander.
"Yes, I know how to play the game of life."
The man smiled at Richard using the translation of Jala de Jin from the Emperor's tongue. The commander, looking far from concerned about the numbers of his men Richard had cut down, smiled to himself as he shook his head in wonder. Richard wasn't concerned for the dead and injured either. They had chosen to be part of a conquering army, to plunder, rape, and murder people who had done them no wrong, people who had committed the sin of not believing in the ways of the Order, people who had wished to live their own lives free. Six stalked up beside the commander.
"I appreciate your valiant efforts to apprehend this dangerous man. He is a condemned prisoner and my responsibility. His punishment is to be directed by the Queen herself."
The commander glanced over at her.
"He just killed a number of my men. He is my prisoner now."
Six looked ready to spit fire.
"I'll not allow—"
Hundreds of arrows, all lifted as one, to point right at the woman. She froze, still and silent, appraising the threat. Like Richard, she obviously knew that her talent was no match for this many masked men with weapons that could be released with a twitch. It would take only one twitch to end her life.
"This man is my prisoner,"
Six said to the commander in a quiet but firm voice.
"I was just taking him to the Queen for—"
"He's my prisoner now. Go back to the castle. The grounds belong to the Order now. This is no longer the Queen's or your dominion. This man is ours now."
"But
You are dismissed. Or do you wish to break our agreement and have us slaughter the whole lot of you?" Six's blanched blue eyes swept the hundreds of men aiming arrows at her.
"Of course our agreement stands, Commander."
She turned her intense eyes on the man.
"I have honored it, as agreed, and so will you."
He tipped his head in a slight bow. "Very well. Now leave us to our duty. As agreed, you, as well as those in charge here, May go about your business, go where you wish, and my men will not accost you, them, or the castle staff." With one final murderous look at Richard, she turned and stalked away. Along with the commander and all his men, Richard watched the witch woman glide through the opening in the wall and up the bloody path among the dead and dying, not giving them so much as a second look as she headed for the entrance to the castle. Men parted for her, letting her through. The commander turned back to Richard. "What is your name?" Richard knew that he couldn't give his real name. He couldn't even give the name he grew up with, Richard Cipher. If he did, he was liable to be recognized for who he really was. His mind raced as he tried to think of another name he could use. The name Zed liked to use when he needed to disguise his identity popped into his head. "I'm Reuben Ribnick." "Well, Reuben, I will give you a choice. We could skin you alive, stake you out, slit open your belly, and let you watch as the vultures pull your intestines out and fight over them." Richard knew he wouldn't have to face such a fate, because all he would have to do was attack and the archers would kill him. Still, he didn't want to die. He couldn't help Kalin if he was dead. "I don't much like that choice. You have another?" A sly smile spread on the man's face, befitting the reptilian half with the scale tattoos. "Yes, as a matter of fact, I do. You see, the different divisions of the army have Jala teams. Ours is made up of a mix of my men and the very best of those we have come across. Men blessed by the Creator with exceptional talent. It was quite impressive the way you made your way through all those men into the opening in the wall, like you were making your way toward a goal. You continued on toward that goal without allowing yourself to be stopped, no matter what the men threw at you. Well, you're a natural point man." "Dangerous position, being the point man." The commander shrugged. "That is the game of life. We are absent a point man right now. He died in the last game. As he was evading a blocking man, he missed a catch, and the brock stove in his ribs. They punctured his lungs. It was a messy, painful death." "That doesn't sound like a very tempting job." The commander's eyes gleamed with menace. "If you would rather, you can take your chances without your skin, watching the vultures fight over your bowels." "Would I get the chance to play the Emperor's team?" "The Emperor's team," the commander repeated. He stared at Richard for a moment, interested that he would have asked such a question. "You really are a competitive sort." He finally nodded. "All sanctioned Jala teams dream of having a chance to face the Emperor's team. If you show your worth and help us win tournaments with your skill as point man, then yes, you might very well get the chance to play the Emperor's team, if you survive that long." "Then I'd like to join." The commander smiled. "You are thinking of being a hero? Is that it? A Jala player who is cheered? A player of renown?" "Perhaps." The commander leaned a little closer. "I think you are dreaming of the women such a victory would earn you. The looks in the eyes of beautiful females, the smiles of attractive women." Richard thought of Kalen's beautiful green eyes, her smile. "Yes, that thought had crossed my mind." "Crossed your mind?" The man snorted a laugh. "Well, Reuben, banish the thought. You are not a player who has come to join. You are a captive, and a dangerous one at that. We have provisions for players of your kind. You will be put in a cage and taken by wagon. You will be let out to play or to practice, but otherwise you will be no more than a caged animal. During practice sessions, you will have to work hard to learn to work with the rest of the team, to learn their strengths and weaknesses. After all, you are the point man. But even so, you will not be one man alone." Richard didn't see an alternative. "I understand." The commander took a deep breath as he hooked his thumbs in his weapons belt. "Good. If you play well, if you do your best in every game, and if we should happen to beat the Emperor's team, I will allow you to have your choice of the women who will be gathered, eager to lie with the players."
"With the victors," Richard corrected.
The commander nodded. "With the victors." He lifted a finger. "Make one wrong step in the meantime, and you will be killed."
"Bargain struck," Richard said. "You have your new point man."
The commander lifted an arm, signaling other officers closer. They came to attention before the commander. "Have the wagon brought up, the one with the iron box, for our new point man here. I think you already know how dangerous he is. Handle him as such. I want to unleash his talent against our opponents." The officer gave Richard an appraising glance.
"It would be nice to win more than on occasion."
The commander nodded as he started reeling off orders. "Post guards near the castle and in town, enough to ensure that there will be no trouble from the people of Tamarang. Then have all the laborers start setting up the stations for our supply trains. You'll first have to find a place big enough. Look just outside the city, near the river. Summer is waning, winter will be here before you know it, and the supply trains soon coming up through here will be large and often. All our troops in the New World will be needing supplies to last them the coming winter. The city of Tamarang will provide what our men will need for the construction. There is a port on the river where the lumber is to be brought in, so you will need to make provisions for roads to the new site, and for the barracks for all the men who will eventually be billeted here." One of the officers nodded.
"We have all the plans ready."
Richard could only assume that the order intended to use the city of Tamarang for help in all the construction for the depot. He had seen them do such things before. It was easier to deal with places that were eager to join in the order than to destroy everything and then just have to build it up again. "I will be leaving at once with our troops and this supply train," the commander told the officers. "Jagang wants all the men he can get for the assault on the Daharan Empire." The leader of the Daharan Empire stood quietly, listening to the plans for the final assault on the people of the New World, for the slaughter of those who believed in freedom, for the battle that he had made sure would never happen. Chapter 50. Rachel woke when she heard Violet padding around the bedroom. Through the little slit in the door of her iron box, Rachel could see the tall window across the room. Even though the heavy royal blue drapes were drawn, she could tell by the color of the light coming in the narrow gap between them that it was just dawn. Queen Violet did not ordinarily get up this early. Rachel listened, trying to hear what Violet was doing. She heard a long yawn, and then the sounds of the cave queen getting dressed. Rachel's legs were cramped from being in the box all night. She wanted to get out and stretch. That was not a desire she dared to voice, though. At least they hadn't put the tongue clamp on her the night before. Sometimes Violet didn't feel like bothering. All of a sudden there was a bang, bang, bang that made Rachel jump, made her heart race. It was Violet beating the heel of her shoe on the top of the iron box. "Wake up," Violet said. "Big day. A messenger slipped a note under the door in the night. 6 returned, a few hours before dawn." The Queen whistled as she went about dressing. That in itself was a little unusual, because the Queen usually called in her attendants to get out her clothes and dress her. Now she was dressing herself and whistling while she did it. Rachel had rarely heard Violet whistle. It was pretty clear that she was in a good mood because of 6 returning. Rachel's heart sank at all that meant. What little light came into the sleeping box darkened as Violet's eyes appeared just outside the slit in the door. "She has Richard with her. The spells I drew all worked. Today is going to be the worst day of his life. I will see to that. Today he begins to pay for his crimes against me." Violet's face vanished. The whistling started in again as the Queen crossed the room, finished getting dressed, and drew on stockings and laced boots. In a few moments she returned and leaned close again.
I'm going to let you watch while the men whip him." She cocked her head. "What do you have to say?"
In the back corner of her box, Rachel swallowed.
"Thank you, Queen Violet."
Violet snickered as she straightened.
"He won't have an inch of flesh left on his back by the time the sun sets today."
She went a short distance to the desk in the corner and then returned. Rachel heard the key turn in the lock. The lock made a metallic clang as it popped open, banging against the iron door. Violet pulled the lock off the hasp.
"And that's only the beginning of what I will have done to him. I'll—"
There was an urgent knock at the door. A muffled voice demanded that the door be opened. It was Six's voice.
"Hold on, I'm coming,"
Violet shouted across the room. Rachel moved a little closer to the slit and saw Violet hurriedly hook the lock back through the hasp. She pushed it to lock it again just as Six banged on the door.
All right,
Violet said as she let go of the lock and rushed across the room. She turned the latch on the big, heavy door, and almost immediately it burst open. Six swept into the room, all dark and towering like a thunderhead.
"You have him, right? He's here, locked up where I told you to put him?"
Violet asked, her voice filled with trembling excitement as Six closed the big door.
"We can start punishing him immediately. I will have the guards assemble."
"The army took him."
Rachel moved closer to the iron door and cautiously peered out the slit. Six was standing just inside the door. The Queen's back was to Rachel. Violet stood in a white satin dress with a deep blue belt and laced boots over her white stockings, staring up at the stark figure of the witch woman.
"What?"
"Imperial Order troops appeared right before dawn. They're flooding into the city as I speak, into the grounds of the castle. There are thousands of them, tens of thousands of them, maybe hundreds of thousands of them for all I know."
Violet looked confused, not wanting to believe what she was hearing as she searched for words.
"But that can't be. The message you sent said that he was locked up, just as I instructed, locked up in the cell where he hurt me."
"Was is the operative word. We arrived in the night, and I locked him up just as you wished. Then I sent you the message and saw to a few things, waiting for morning. I was bringing him with me just now. I was bringing him to face you when we encountered the occupying soldiers. It's one of those massive advance columns of reinforcements. Their purpose is not a slaughter and rampage. They want to establish a staging area in Tamarang for other supply trains coming up from the old world. They were open to my offers of—"
"What about Richard?"
Six heaved a sigh.
"I was too late. There was nothing I could do. The troops were pouring in from every direction. Our men had no chance to stop them. Those who tried were swept aside. I thought that it was best to deal with the Order's men myself, to try to find a way to secure safety for you and your staff while I had the chance. While I was speaking to the commander, ensuring favorable terms for us in return for help in what they want to do with establishing supply routes, all of a sudden Richard came up with a sword."
Violet planted her fists on her hips.
"What do you mean he came up with a sword?"
Her temper, along with her voice, was rising by the moment.
"You saw to it that he doesn't have his sword."
"No, it wasn't the sword of truth. It was another sword. Just a plain sword. He must have grabbed it from a soldier when no one was looking. Plain though it may have been, he knew how to use it. All of a sudden a war broke out. Richard was like death itself unleashed. He was killing Imperial Order troops by the dozens. It was madness. The men thought they were facing a major battle. Everyone went into combat without even knowing what they were up against. Things just went crazy in an instant. I can't control pandemonium on that level. There were too many men. There was too much violence. I would have needed some time to gain control, and there was no time. Richard made it out through the wall.
He escaped? After all this, he escaped?
No. Outside the wall waited hundreds of archers. They had him trapped. He was captured.
Violet sighed in relief.
Good. For a moment I thought...
No, not good. The commander would not release him. Because Richard had killed so many of his men, the commander wanted Richard as a prisoner. They probably intend to execute him. I doubt he will live to see tomorrow. Once in the castle on the way up here, I looked out a window and saw them put Richard in an iron box in a wagon. They took him away with the column of troops heading north.
Violet blinked indignation.
You let him get away? You let those filthy nobodies take him? Take my prize?
In the sudden quiet, Rachel saw Six's glare darken. She had never seen the witch woman give the Queen such a look before, and she thought that Violet would do well to be a little more prudent.
I had no choice, Six said with an icy inflection to her words. There were hundreds of archers pointing arrows at me. They left me no choice in the matter. It's not like I wanted to give Richard over to them. A lot of work has gone into this.
You should have stopped it. You have powers.
Not enough for...
You boneheaded moron! You stupid, worthless, no-good, dim-witted jackass! I trust you with an important task, and you don't even see it through for me. I'll have you whipped to within an inch of your life for this. You're no better than the rest of my worthless, no-good advisers. I'll have you whipped in Richard's place to teach you yours.
Rachel flinched at the resounding sound of the slap. It knocked Violet from her feet. She landed on her bottom on the floor.
How dare you touch me in that way? Violet said, comforting her cheek. I'll have you beheaded for this. Guards, I need you.
Almost immediately there was a knock at the double doors. Six opened one of them. Two men with pikes looked at the Queen sitting on the floor, and then up into the blanched blue eyes of the woman holding the door handle.
If you dare to knock on this door again, Six hissed, I will eat your raw livers for my breakfast and wash it down with your blood.
The two men turned as white as Six.
Sorry to bother you, mistress, one said.
Yes, sorry, the other said, as they turned tail and ran off down the hall. With a growl of rage, Six grabbed Violet by her hair and lifted her to her feet. The witch woman unleashed a blow that sent Violet tumbling across the floor, leaving strings of blood across the carpets in her wake.
You ungrateful little brat. I've had about all I can stomach of you. I've endured it long enough. From now on you will keep that tongue still, or I will rip out what I gave you back.
Her long, bony fingers seized Violet by the hair and pulled her up again, then slammed the Queen against the wall. Rachel could see Violet's arms hanging limp. She made no move to defend herself as Six struck her time after time. Blood ran from Violet's nose, from her mouth, and was splattered across the wall. A bib of blood stood out against the white satin of Violet's dress. When the tall witch woman released the Queen, she dropped into a heap on the floor and fell to helpless sobbing. "Shut up!" Six roared, her anger building. "Stand! Stand up this instant or never stand again." Violet struggled to her feet, finally standing before Six, looking up at her, her eyes filled not only with tears but terror. Violet lifted her chin. She visibly pushed her fear aside and grasped at indignation instead.
How dare you touch your Queen in such a fashion? I will...
Queen? Six sneered. You were never anything more than a puppet queen. Now you are no longer even that. You are no longer queen. As of this moment, you resign. I am the queen now. Not like you, a pompous little twit who thinks herself important because of the extravagance of her tantrums, but a real queen. A queen with real power. Queen 6. Got it?
When Violet started crying in angry resentment, 6 slapped her hard enough to toss her head aside and throw yet more blood against the lacy powder blue designs stenciled on the wall. Again, faced with an angry witchwoman, Violet didn't respond, even to ward the assault. 6 rested her fists on her knobby hips as she leaned down toward Violet.
I asked if you got it.
Violet, on the edge of ragged panic at hearing the deadly threat in 6's voice, nodded.
Say it!
6 slapped her again.
Answer your queen properly.
Violet's sobs grew louder, as if that alone would save her throne.
Say it, or I'll have you boiled alive, chopped up, and fed to the hogs.
Yes, Queen 6.
Very good,
6 hissed with a venomous smile. She straightened.
Now, what good can you be to me?
She looked up at the ceiling, touching a finger to her chin in royal contemplation.
Should I even bother to keep you alive? Yes, I know. You will be the court artist, a petty member of my staff. Do your job properly and you live. Fail me in any way, and you will be boiled and fed to the hogs. Got it?
Violet nodded at the glare that focused on her.
Yes, Queen 6.
6 smiled with grim pride at how quickly she had brought Violet to task. She seized the former queen's collar behind her neck.
Now we have urgent business. We can still save this mess.
But how? Violet whined. Without Richard.
I've clipped his fangs. His gift is mine for now, and he will remain cut off from it. I will decide when the time is right to deal with him. As for the rest of it, there is another way, but it is unfortunately more difficult. I only used Richard in the first place, because certain aspects of it were less complicated. It also kept you quiet and working without complaint while I pulled your strings. The other way is far more complex, because, unlike Richard, a number of other people are involved. So we must get started at once.
What other way?
6 flashed an affected smile.
You will draw some more pictures for me.
She opened the door with one hand, and with the other dragged Violet out into the hall.
I need you to draw a woman. A woman with an iron collar around her neck.
What woman are you talking about?
Violet asked in a trembling voice. Rachel could just barely see them out in the hallway as 6 reached for the doorknob.
You don't remember her. It will be harder to do because of that, but I can instruct you in how to accomplish the elements that I will need. Still, it will be more difficult than anything you've done before. I'm afraid that it will test not only your ability, but your strength and endurance. If you don't want to end up in the trough as hog slop, you will put your all into it. Got it?
Yes, Queen 6,
Violet said in a voice choked with tears. As 6 started to march away, dragging Violet along, she slammed the bedroom door closed behind her. In the sudden silence, Rachel held her breath, wondering if they would remember her and return. She waited, but then finally had to let the breath out. Violet had replaced the lock, so she probably wouldn't give Rachel a second thought. Violet had a lot bigger problems now than worrying about letting Rachel out. Rachel feared that she was going to die in the cursed box. Would anyone ever let her out? Would 6 return and put Rachel to death? After all, Rachel had only been kept around for Violet's amusement. There was no longer any reason for 6 to keep up the pretense. 6 was in charge now. Rachel knew most of the people who worked in the castle. She knew that none of them would dare to say a word when Six told them that she was now the queen. Everyone was afraid of Violet because she had people punished and put to death. But everyone was more afraid of Six because she was the one who enforced Violet's whims. Besides, when Six said things to people, they just seemed to lose their ability to do anything but what she'd told them to do. Those who crossed Six seemed to vanish. It occurred to Rachel that the hogs looked well fed. Rachel thought again about how, when Six was slapping Violet, Violet didn't even make an attempt to protect herself with her hands. Rachel knew that Six was a witch woman. Witch women had a way of making people forget how to fight against what was happening. They just did as she said, no matter how much they didn't want to. Like the two guards. They saw the queen on the floor with a bloody nose calling for help, but they quickly chose to do as Six told them, not Violet. Chapter 51. Rachel sat in her iron box for a while, thinking, worrying, wondering what would become of her. And then she had a thought. Carefully, quietly, even though there was no one in the room and the door was closed, she pressed herself tight up against the door. She put one eye right up to the slit. First, she looked around, fearful that the witch woman might somehow be watching her. The witch woman sometimes came to her in the night, in her dreams. If Six had materialized in the center of the room, Rachel wouldn't have been at all shocked. There were plenty of whispers among the staff of the strange things that had been happening at the castle since the woman had arrived. But the room was empty. There was no one there, no tall figure in black robes. Confident that she was alone, Rachel peered over at the lock. She had to stare a while, because she wasn't sure that what she was seeing was real. The lock, hanging in the hasp, wasn't locked. Rachel remembered Violet pushing at it as Six knocked on the door, but in her haste, she must not have gotten it locked. If Rachel could get the lock out of the hasp, she could open the door. She could get out. Six had taken Violet to the cave. Violet and Six were gone. Rachel tried to reach through the slit to pull the lock off, but it was too far. She needed a stick or something to reach it. She cast about inside her sleeping box, but there was nothing. There was no stick just lying around. There were plenty of things outside the box that she could have used, but they were outside the box. As long as that lock was hooked through the loop of steel sticking out through the slot in the hasp, there was no way Rachel could push open the door. The lock might as well have been locked. She flopped back down on her blanket, dejected, her hope gone. She missed Chase. For a time, her life had been a dream. She had a family, a wonderful father who watched over her and taught her so many things. Rachel idly pulled on the loose end of the coarse thread that had been used to sew the edging on a blanket. Chase would be disappointed to see her giving up so easily, to see her moping, but what was she to do? There was nothing she had in her box that she could use to get the lock off. She had on a dress and boots. Her boots wouldn't fit through the slit. The only other thing she had was her sleeping blanket. Violet had taken everything away from her. She had nothing. As she pulled, more of the heavy thread unraveled. As Rachel looked down at the thread looped around the end of her finger, inspiration struck. She started pulling at the thread, pulling out the stitches, pulling more of it free. She soon had the entire end of the blanket undone, and she had a long length of thread. She doubled it over and rolled it between her palm and leg, twisting it into a heavier thread. It was long enough to make several layers, all rolled together into a sturdy string. She made a loop in the end, and then went to the slit. Carefully, she cast out the string, trying to get the loop over the lock so that she could hook it and pull it up out of the hasp. It sounded a lot easier than it was. The string wasn't heavy enough to throw with any accuracy. Rachel tried several different ways of doing it, but it always fell short, or if it did get over the top loop of the lock, it just slid off over the side. It just didn't want to go down over the far side to hook the lock's shank. The string was too light to throw well, but at the same time it was too stiff to drape over the lock those times when it did land where she wanted it. Yet again she managed to get the end of the string to land over the lock. The end, though, dangled out at an angle rather than lying down where she could slip it over the open shank of the lock. She brought the string back in and wet it with spit, then tried again. The wet string was a little heavier. She was able to throw it with a little more accuracy. Her hand was getting sore and tired from trying because she had to twist it sideways to cast the string. It seemed she had been at it all morning. The string kept getting dry. Rachel brought the string back in and wet it in her mouth, getting it good and soaked. She went to the slit and cast it. The first time it landed over the lock, the loop of the string was just below the end of the lock's shank. Rachel froze. This was as close as she'd ever gotten it. It was difficult to have her hand out of the slit and then to be able to see through the little space that was left over. She could see, though, that if she pulled, the string would be pulled up and not hook over the shank where she needed it to hook. The string, as wet as it was adhering to the long bar that latched when it was locked. Rachel had an idea. She carefully began to roll the string between her finger and thumb. With the string stuck with her spit to the metal, it rolled, sticking, until the end flopped over. Rachel blinked as she stared. It looked like the loop was right where she needed it to be. She was afraid to move, afraid to make a mistake, afraid to lose her chance, afraid to make the wrong move because she hadn't thought it through well enough. Chase had always told her that she had to use her head, her judgment, he called it, and then act on that judgment. By every measure she could judge, the loop was in the right place. If she pulled, and the string stayed stuck with her spit to the shank of the lock, the loop would hook over the end of the bar. Her heart pounded in her chest. She realized that she was panting. Holding her breath, Rachel began ever so carefully to pull the string. The flat end of the metal caught the loop. If she pulled too hard, it might just pop off. She lowered her fingers to change the angle of the pull, to help it pull the loop over the end rather than slip off. The loop stretched tight and then slipped over the end of the lock's shank. She could hardly believe it. Carefully, steadily, she pulled the string upward, sliding the lock up out of the hasp. When it was almost out of the loop of metal, the notched end of the bar on the lock caught the hasp. She tried, pulling just a little harder, but with the way it was caught, it only made the lock twist at an angle rather than lift. Rachel feared to pull too hard. She was afraid that the string would break. She had doubled the thread over several times, making the string several layers thick. She figured that it was probably pretty strong. The question she couldn't answer was how strong it was, and if it was strong enough if she pulled harder. She released some of the tension and let the lock lower, then jerked it a little, twitching it rapidly up and down, trying to jiggle the shaft of the metal bar up through the hoop. Suddenly, the lock jumped up out of the hasp and fell. It dangled from the string, swinging back and forth beneath Rachel's hand, sticking out of the slit. She pushed, and the door squeaked open. With the backs of her hands, Rachel wiped the tears of relief from her cheeks. She had gotten herself free. If only Chase could have seen what she had accomplished. Now she had to escape the castle before Violet or Six returned. Rachel didn't know if Violet was aware that she hadn't latched the lock. If she knew she hadn't locked it, and she mentioned it to Six, they would be back. Rachel immediately headed for the big door, but then she remembered something important. She turned and ran to the desk in the corner. She pulled the angled lid down into the position Violet used when she wrote notes on who was to be punished or put to death. Rachel grabbed the gold knob on the bottom center drawer and pulled the drawer out. She set it aside, then reached her hand way into the back and felt around. Her fingers touched something metal. She brought it out. It was the key. Violet hadn't taken it out yet. It was still there where she kept it for the night. Relieved, Rachel slipped the key down into her boot and then replaced the door and shut the lid of the desk. Remembering her sleeping box, she closed the door and put the lock through the hasp. She pushed the lock, making sure it latched closed. She tugged just to make sure that it was secure, something Violet had failed to do. If anyone came in the room, they might suspect that Rachel was still safely locked in her box. If she was lucky, Six or Violet wouldn't even look, and by then Rachel would be long gone. She ran to the big double doors and opened one just a sliver to peek out. She didn't see anyone in the hall. She slipped out the door, closing it quietly behind her. Checking around again, she made for the stairs, then raced up as quietly as she could. On the next floor, in a hallway of wood paneling without windows, Rachel headed for the room that would be locked. There were reflector lights still lit. They were kept lit throughout the night in case the Queen ever wanted to go to her jewel room. As she hurried down the hall, she hopped on one foot as she reached down into her boot to retrieve the key. Key in hand, Rachel looked over her shoulder as she arrived at the door she was looking for. Just then she saw a man in the distance coming down the hall. He was one of the butlers. Rachel knew him by his face, but she didn't know his name. "Mistress Rachel?" he said, frowning as he reached her. Rachel nodded.
"Yes, what is it?"
"Exactly." He glanced to the door. "What is it?" Chase had taught her to turn things around on people asking questions she didn't want to answer. He had also taught her how to turn suspicions around to make it look like the other person was up to no good. They'd often made it into a game at camp. She knew that she had to do that now. This time, though, it was not a game. It was deadly serious. She put on her best scowl. Chase had taught her how to do that, too. He'd said for her to just imagine that a boy wanted to kiss her.
"What does it look like it is?"
The man arched an eyebrow at her. "It looks like you're about to go into the Queen's jewel room."
"Do you intend to rob me of the Queen's jewels I've been sent to get for her? Is that why you were lurking around the corner, waiting for someone to be sent to the Queen's jewel room, so you can rob them?"
"Lurking? Rob you? Why, no, of course not. I merely want to know—"
"You want to know?" Rachel put her hands on her hips. "You want to know? Are you in charge of the jewels? Why don't you go ask Queen Violet what you want to know? I'm sure she won't mind a butler questioning her. Maybe she will only have you whipped and not beheaded. I'm on her business getting something for her. Do I need to go get some guards to protect me and the Queen's jewels I'm to take back to her?"
"Guards? Why, of course not."
"Then what business have you with this business?" She looked one way and then another, but saw no one. "Guards!" she yelled, but not too loudly. "Guards! A thief is after the Queen's jewels!" The man panicked, trying to get her to be quiet, but then abandoned the attempt and rushed off without another word. He never even looked back. Rachel quickly unlocked the door, checked the hall again, and then slipped inside. She didn't think anyone had heard her, but she didn't want to take any more time than necessary. She didn't give the shiny, polished wall of little wooden drawers a second look. The dozens and dozens of little drawers were filled with necklaces, bracelets, brooches, tiaras, and rings. She immediately went instead to the fancy white marble pedestal that stood by itself in the opposite corner of the jewel room. Atop it had once stood Queen Melena's favorite object, the jeweled box she fawned over at every opportunity. Now, in its place,
was a box that looked like it was made of the keeper's blackest thoughts. It was so black that the room filled with precious jewels seemed trivial in the presence of something so monumentally sinister. Rachel had hated touching Queen Melena's jeweled box of Orden. She hated the thought of touching this even more. She had to do it, though. She knew she had to hurry if she was to have any chance of getting away. There was no telling if Violet would remember that the iron sleeping box in her room hadn't been locked. She might tell Six, or Six might just read her thoughts. Rachel suspected that Six was capable of doing such things. If they knew Rachel wasn't locked in that box, they would come back. Rachel took the black box down off the white marble pedestal and stuffed it into the leather bag that was sitting against the wall. It was the same bag that Samuel had used to bring Six the box. On the way to the door, Rachel paused before the tall wood-framed mirror. She hated looking at herself in the mirror, hated seeing her hair the way that Violet had chopped it all off. When she had lived at the castle before, back when she had been Princess Violet's playmate, Rachel hadn't been allowed to let her hair grow because she was a nobody. As soon as Violet had Rachel back, one of the first things she did was take a big pair of shears and chop off Rachel's long, beautiful blonde hair. This was the first time she had really had a chance to get a good look at it, though, an up-close look. She wiped tears from her cheek. Chase had told her, when she first went with him, that if she wanted to be his daughter, she would have to let her hair grow. Her hair had grown long and lustrous over the last couple of years, and she felt as if she really had grown to be his daughter. She didn't look the same in the mirror now, as she had the last time she had stood in this room, looking at herself in the mirror when she had been helping Wizard Giller steal the jeweled box of Orden. Her features were different now, less childlike, less cute. Now she was starting the gangly phase, as Chase called it, before she would bloom into the beauty of being a woman that he promised she would one day. That day seemed an impossibly long way off. Besides, without Chase, no one would be there to see her grow up, or care. Now Chase was dead, and her hair was chopped off again. Violet had not simply chopped it off either, but had cut it in ragged cuts, bits and pieces, chunks and wads. It made her look like a cur dog that slept beside the midden heap. There was something else, though, that Rachel saw in that mirror. She saw the woman she would be one day, the woman Chase promised she would be. What would Chase think if he could see her now with her hair all chopped up? Rachel pushed her thoughts to the back of her mind and swung the leather bag held closed with a drawstring over her shoulder. She opened the door just enough to look down the hall, then opened it a little more to look the other way. Still all clear. She hurriedly went out into the hall and closed and locked the door. She remembered the halls and passageways of the castle as well as she remembered the curve of Chase's smile when she made him smile when he tried not to. She always liked that best, when he laughed when he was trying to scowl at her. She took the servants' stairs so as to avoid the most guards. They stayed mostly to the main halls and such. People were going about their duties without pause. None of them yet knew that there was a new queen. She didn't know what people would think of such a thing. Rachel knew that people hated Violet, but they were terrified of Six. Washwomen carrying bundles turned as they gossiped, watching Rachel run past. Men carrying supplies didn't pay her any attention. Rachel didn't meet the eyes of any of them, lest they ask her something. She reached the door out into a side hall that had a way out of the castle. She went around a corner and came face to face with two guards. They wore the red tunics over their chainmail and carried pikes with gleaming points. Swords hung from their belts. Rachel could clearly see that they had no intention of letting her pass without finding out what she was doing there and where she was going.
You must get away!"
Rachel cried out at them.
"Hurry!"
She turned and pointed behind her.
"The Imperial Order troops are entering the castle, back that way."
One of the men gripped his pike with both hands and rested his weight on it. "We have nothing to fear from those men. They're our allies."
"They intend to behead all the Queen's guards. I heard the commander giving them their orders. Behead them all, he said. More for us, he said. The soldiers all drew their big battle axes. They were told they could keep anything on the men they behead. Hurry! They're coming! Save yourselves!"
Both men's mouths fell open.
"That way,"
Rachel shouted, pointing toward the servants' stairs.
"They won't think to look there. Hurry! I'll warn the others."
The men nodded their thanks and headed for the door to the servants' stairs. When they had vanished, Rachel started out once more, quickly making the door out of the castle. She took to the pathway that the servants used when going to town to get things they needed for the running of the castle. There were big soldiers, fearsome-looking men who were patrolling everywhere, but they didn't seem to be bothering the servants, so Rachel fell in with some carpenters and walked along beside the tall wheel of their hand cart. She hid her face behind the load of boards. The soldiers paid only casual interest to the servants going about their work, mostly watching the prettier women. Rachel kept her head down and kept walking. With her hair all chopped off, she looked like a nobody, and none of the soldiers stopped her. Once beyond the big stone wall, she kept walking along with the servants until they went through a patch of woods that was right up close to the path. She glanced back over her shoulder and didn't see any soldiers looking her way. Quick as a cat, Rachel slipped into the trees. As soon as she was in among the thick balsams and pines, she started running. She took deer paths through the bramble, following any she could find that went west or north. Once she was running, panic came out of nowhere and took control of her legs. All she could think about was getting away. This was her chance. She had to run. If the Imperial Order soldiers caught her out here, she knew that she would be in trouble. She wasn't sure what they would do to her, but she had a pretty good general idea. Chase had given her those lessons one dark night by the campfire. He told her something of what men like that would do to her. He told her not to let herself get caught by men like that. He told her that if she was facing such men and capture, she had to fight them with everything she had. Chase said that he hadn't meant to scare her, but hoped to keep her safe. Still, it made her cry, and she only felt better when he sheltered her under his big arm. She realized that she had nothing with which to fight. Her knives had all been taken away. She wished she had been smarter, and before she left the castle, had taken a quick look in Violet's room to see if she could find any of her knives. She was so eager to get away that she never thought of it. She should have at least gone through the kitchens when she'd been down in the service areas and gotten a knife. She was so busy congratulating herself over a piece of string and that she had gotten away that she had never thought about getting a weapon. Chase was probably angry enough to come back to life and scold her for being so thoughtless. Her face burned with shame. She stopped when she saw a stout branch lying on the ground. She picked it up and tested its strength. It seemed sound. She whacked it against a fir tree, and it made a solid sound. It was a little heavier than she would have wanted to carry, but at least she had something. She slowed to a trot and kept moving, trying to put as much distance between her and the castle as she could. She didn't know when they would discover her missing, and she didn't know if Six could track as well as she could do everything else. Rachel wondered if Six might be able to gaze into a bowl of water and see where Rachel was. That made her run faster again. By early afternoon, she came across a trail. It looked like it headed roughly north. She knew that Aidendrill was somewhere to the north. She didn't know if she could find something that far away, but she couldn't think of anywhere else to go. If she could get back to the keep, back to Zed, he would help her. She was so deep in thought that she didn't even see the man until she almost ran into him. She looked up
and realized that it was an Imperial Order soldier. "Well, well, what have we here?" As he started to reach down for her, Rachel swung the club with all her strength, whacking him across the knee. The man cried out and fell to the ground, clutching his knee, shouting curses at her.
Page 523. Rachel tore off running. She took to the deer paths again because she was smaller, and it was easier for her to negotiate them than it would be for big men. It sounded like there were suddenly a dozen men after her, crashing through the brush. She could hear the man she had clubbed, far back, still cursing up a storm, yelling at his fellows to get her. As she burst into a clearing, winded and nearly out of strength, she saw that there were men blocking the path ahead. They all started for her. Rachel ducked to the side and ran. It seemed like there were soldiers all around. She was in a panic, not knowing how to get away from them. She heard one man fall. She didn't look back, but kept running. She heard another fall, crying out briefly, then going silent. She wondered if, when running at breakneck speed, they were catching their feet in holes or twisting ankles on low vines. Another man let out a grunt. This time Rachel stopped and turned just long enough for a quick look. It had not been a fall or a twisted ankle. It had been a sound released in death. Rachel's eyes were wide as she stared. Another man shrieked like he was being skinned alive. Rachel wondered what kind of woods she was in and what monsters were loose in them. She turned and ran. She had no chance if the men got her. She didn't know what else was about, but she first had to keep from getting caught, or they were liable to slit her throat for giving them a difficult time. Suddenly, 3 men charged out of the brush, roaring in rage. A little cry squeaked out as Rachel ran with all her strength and fear. The men, though, had longer legs and were catching her. One of them stopped suddenly. Rachel glanced back over a shoulder and saw the man arching his back as if in pain. She saw then a foot of steel jutting from his chest. The other 2 turned to the unexpected attack from behind. As the man who had been run through with a sword started to fall, Rachel's jaw fell open at what she saw behind him. It was Chase, big as life. She couldn't make sense of it. The 2 men charged him. Chase fought them with swift, powerful strikes, taking them both down as if doing no more than brushing aside pests, but at the same time more men poured out of the woods around them. She saw at least a half-dozen of the big Imperial Order soldiers to one side alone, charging the even bigger boundary warden. Rachel ran back as Chase fought all the men at once. When he killed a man to his side, a man to the other side used the opening to go for him. Rachel whacked the backs of his knees. His legs folded under him. Chase swung around and ran the man through, then met the fierce charge of yet more men, all of them grunting with the effort of trying to take down this one big man. They gritted their teeth as they growled and tried to grapple Chase's arms so other men could stab him. Rachel wailed away at them with all her strength, but to no avail. When one of the men fell dead, Rachel snatched the knife in a sheath at his belt and immediately stabbed the legs of a man going for Chase's back. He cried out and turned. Chase took him in an instant. All of a sudden, it was quiet, except for Rachel and Chase's labored breathing. All the men lay dead. Rachel stood staring up at Chase. She couldn't believe what she was seeing, couldn't believe her eyes. She feared that he might vanish like a phantom. He looked down at her, and that wonderful grin of his came over his face.
Chase, what are you doing here?
I came to see if you were all right.
All right? I was held captive in the castle. I thought you were dead. I had to rescue myself. What took you so long?
He shrugged. I wouldn't have wanted to spoil your accomplishment. Isn't it better that you did it on your own?
Well, she said, a bit perplexed, I could have used some help.
Is that so?
He appeared unmoved by her complaint. "You look to have managed."
"But you don't know. It was terrible. They locked me up in the box again, and they locked my tongue so that I couldn't talk."
Chase eyed her askance. "I don't suppose you brought that tongue lock with you, did you? It sounds like a useful device."
Rachel grinned and hugged him around his waist. When she had at first met him, she had to hug his leg, because that was all she could reach. She basked in the comfort of his big hand on her back. It felt like everything in the world was right again.
"I thought you were dead,"
she said as she started to cry. He ruffled her chopped-off hair.
"I wouldn't do that to you, little one. I promised to take care of you, and I meant it."
"I guess that I'm stuck with being your daughter."
"Guess so. Your hair is ugly, though. You'll have to grow it back if you want to stay with me. You can't keep chopping it off like that if you want to be my daughter. I told you that before."
Rachel grinned through her tears. Chase was alive. Chapter 52. With Kara right on her heels, Nietzsche strode through the immense brass-clad doors, covered in elaborate engraved symbols. A flickering flash of lightning came in through the dozen round-topped windows between the towering mahogany columns to illuminate row upon row of shelves all around the cavernous room. They had managed to patch only the worst of the damage to the 2-story tall windows, enough, they hoped, that the room could be used for its intended purpose as a containment field. Some of the heavy dark green velvet draperies with gold fringe were getting wet as rain blew in the remaining holes on some of the stronger gusts. Seeing what was in the center of the room, floating above the large table Nietzsche had once floated above herself, she hoped that a bit of errant rain would be all that came in through those missing parts of the windows. Rushing to meet her, Zed gripped her shoulders. Desperation was clearly evident in his eyes.
"Did you find him? He's alive, isn't he? Is he all right?"
Nietzsche took a breath. "Zed, he survived the events in the Sliff. I at least found out that much." The Sliff had also already told them that much. Rika had been there guarding the well when the Sliff had unexpectedly returned. They were all surprised that the Sliff had returned at all, much less returned to tell them what had happened. The silver creature had abruptly been eager to talk, up to a point, to tell them what had happened to Richard. It wasn't because the Sliff wanted to tell where she had been with one of her travelers, but rather that Richard, her master, had told the Sliff to tell them that he was safe and where he had gone. She was eager to do his bidding. Unfortunately, the Sliff's nature was to be secretive, and they weren't able to get straight answers from her on much more of it. Zed had said that the Sliff wasn't being perverse. She simply couldn't help the way others had created her. She was being true to her nature. He said that they would just have to go along with the Sliff's way of revealing information and do their best to learn what they could from her. Zed had also detected on the Sliff the trace residue power left by a witch woman. They were pretty sure that it had to be Six. They weren't sure what Six was up to, but at least they knew from the Sliff that Richard had somehow escaped her clutches.
"But where is he? Did the Sliff take you there? Take you where she said she left him?"
"She did." Nietzsche glanced at the moored Sith and then laid a hand on Zed's shoulder. "After we got to the place where the Sliff had taken him, she then told us where he had gone, to the land of the night wisps. We still had to travel some distance to get there." Zed stared in astonishment.
"The night wisps?"
"Yes, but Richard wasn't there."
"At least he's alive. It sounds like he was acting on his own volition and not that of a witch woman," Zed said, sounding a little relieved. "What did they say? What were the wisps able to tell you?"
Nietzsche heaved a sigh. "I wish you could travel, so that you could have gone there, Zed. Maybe they would have told you more than they would tell us. They wouldn't even allow us to enter beyond this strange dead forest."
"Dead? Forest? What dead forest?"
Nietzsche lifted her hands. "I don't know, Zed. I'm no expert in the outdoors. There was this vast area of oaks, but they were all dead.
The oak wood is dead?
Zed leaned closer to her.
Are you serious? The oaks are dead.
Nietzsche shrugged. I guess. They were oak trees. Richard taught me what an oak was. They were all dead, though. Zed glanced away as he scratched an eyebrow.
Were there bones among these oaks?
Yes, that's right, Kara said, nodding. There were bones scattered everywhere among those dead trees.
Bags,
Zed cursed under his breath. Why? Nietzsche asked. What is it? Zed looked up.
But you talked to the wisps?
Nietzsche nodded. Tam, he said his name was. Zed rubbed his chin as he stared off in thought.
Tam. Don't know him.
There was another, named Jas, Nietzsche added. Zed's mouth twisted as he considered the name.
I'm afraid I don't know that one either.
Jas said that Richard was looking for a woman that the wisps should know.
That would have to be Kaelin,
Zed said with a knowing nod. That's what we figured, too, Kara said.
But why would he go to the wisps to look for her?
His question sounded more for himself than for Nietzsche, but she answered it anyway. The Sliff wouldn't tell us about any of that part, only where she took him. Apparently Richard wasn't specific enough about what he instructed the Sliff to tell us. She won't go beyond her explicit instructions. Like you said, it's her nature. The wisps wouldn't tell us why he had been there either. They said that his reasons for being there were his own, and were not necessarily for others to know. They said that they couldn't reveal such things on his behalf.
Not for others, but...
His voice ended in sputtering agitation. Zed looked back at both of them.
But didn't they tell you anything about what Richard was doing there? Anything at all? We have to know why he would go to the wisps. He was on his way here, and then something happened to cost him his gift while traveling, probably something involving Six. So he went to the wisps? Why? What did they tell him? What happened when he was there?
I'm sorry, Zed, Nietzsche said. We really weren't able to find out much. The Sliff did tell us some of it, what happened to Richard, where she took him, and that he went to the wisps. But she either doesn't know anything more, or she simply doesn't want to tell us the rest of it for some reason. Richard never returned to the Sliff, but because he can no longer travel, that only makes sense. It could be that the Sliff really doesn't know any more. Richard would probably have started out on foot. I imagine he would head back here to the keep. After all, that's where he was going when something went wrong in the Sliff. For some reason, he went to the wisps, but that may have had more to do with geography than anything else. He was much closer to them than coming all the way back here, so he may have decided to make a quick stop there before heading back to us. It may be nothing more than that. As far as the wisps, they wouldn't tell us much either. They wouldn't let us go beyond the dead trees, into those huge ancient trees beyond. But there is some good news in it. We at least know for sure that Richard is alive and that he went to the land of the wisps. That's what matters. Richard is alive. Knowing Richard, he will try to find a horse as soon as possible, and will probably show up here before we know it. Zed squeezed her arm.
You're right, my dear.
It was a gesture that Nietzsche found comforting, almost as if it were a connection to Richard himself. It was the kind of reassurance Richard himself would have offered at such a troubling moment. Zed suddenly frowned.
You said the wisps wouldn't let you into the big pines?
Nietzsche nodded. That's right. They wouldn't let us proceed any farther than the dead oak woods, or allow us to see the other wisps.
In a way, it makes sense.
Zed ran a finger up along his temple as he considered.
The wisps are secretive creatures, and don't generally allow anyone into their land. But it seems odd under the circumstances, and with word from me, that they wouldn't welcome you in.
They're dying. Zed's eyes turned up at her.
What?
Tam said that the wisps were dying out, and that was why they didn't want us to enter. He said that it's a time of great strife among the wisps, great sadness and worry. They didn't want strangers among them right now.
Dear spirits, Zed whispered. Richard was right.
Nietzsche's insides tightened with anxiety. What are you talking about? Richard is right about what?
The oaks dying. They protect the land of the wisps. The wisps are dying too. It's part of a cascade of events. Richard already told us why in this very room. As if I needed yet more reason to believe him.
Yet more reason? What do you mean by that? He took Nietzsche's elbow and turned her toward the spell forms floating above the table.
Look here.
Zed, Nietzsche said in admonition, that's the chain fire verification web. And it looks suspiciously like an interior perspective.
That's right.
I know I'm right. The question is, what's going on? What are you up to?
I found a way to ignite a kind of simulation of an interior perspective, one without you needing to be in it. It isn't the same in every respect, he said with a dismissive gesture, but for the purpose I had in mind, it was good enough.
Nietzsche was astonished that he had been able to do such a thing. It was almost somewhat disquieting to again see the very thing that had almost taken her life. But that wasn't at all what she found most disturbing. Why are there two of them? She asked. There is only one chain-fire spell. Why are there two spell forms here? Zed flashed her a wry smile.
Ah, there is the trick of it. You see, Richard claimed that the chimes had been present in the world of life. If that were true, their presence would have contaminated the world of life, would have contaminated magic. And yet none of us has seen any evidence of it. That is the paradox of such contamination. It erodes your ability to detect its presence. I wanted to find a way to see if Richard was right.
Richard Rahl is right. Zed shrugged one bony shoulder at her emphatic declaration.
But I needed to see if I could actually find any evidence. I didn't understand all that emblem business Richard was going on about. I believe in him too, Nietzsche, but I don't understand how he can see language in symbols the way he does, how he was able to come to the conclusions that he does. I need to see proof I understand.
Nietzsche folded her arms as she stared at the twin spell forms. I guess I know how you feel. I believe in him, and he makes sense, but I sometimes feel lost, like I used to as a novice, when there would be a test on things that were taught when I hadn't been in class. When Richard... Nietzsche fell silent. Her arms came unfolded. Zed, those two spell forms aren't the same. His smile grew sly.
I know that.
Nietzsche stepped closer to the table, closer to the two forms made of glowing lines. She inspected them more carefully. She pointed at one. That one is the chain-fire spell. I recognize it. This other is identical, but it's not the same. It's a mirror image of the real spell.
I know.
He looked rather proud of himself.
That's impossible. I thought so too, but then I remembered a book named The Book of Inversion and Duplex.
Nietzsche rounded on the old wizard. You know where the Book of Inversion and Duplex is? Zed gestured vaguely.
Well, yes, I managed to lay my hands on a copy.
Nietzsche eyed him suspiciously. Lay your hands on a copy? Zed cleared his throat.
The point is, he said, taking her arm and turning her back to the glowing lines and the subject at hand, I remembered from reading that book many, many years ago that it talked about techniques to duplex spell forms. It never made any sense to me at the time. Why would anyone want to duplex a spell form? But there was more. The book went on to give instructions on how to invert the spell form that had first been duplexed. Craziest thing I'd ever heard of. At the time, I dismissed the book and its obscure procedures. What could be the purpose of such a thing? Who would ever need to do such a thing? No one, I thought. He held up a finger. "And then, when thinking about the possibility of contamination left by the chimes, and trying to think of a way to prove Richard's theory, I suddenly remembered reading that book once, and it hit me. I knew why someone would want to duplicate and invert a spell form." Nietzsche was getting lost. "All right, I give up. Why?" Zed gestured excitedly to the two spell forms. "This is why. Look, this one is the original, much like the one you were in, but without some of the more complex and unstable elements." Zed waved a hand, stressing that it was beside the point. "We don't need them for this purpose. This one here is the exact same spell, duplicated and then inverted. It's a copy." "I understand that much of it," Nietzsche said, "but I still don't see what purpose it could serve to perform such a strange analysis." Smiling knowingly, Zed touched his fingers to the side of her shoulder. "Flaws." "Flaws? What about—" Nietzsche gasped with comprehension. "When you turn a spell inside out and backward, the flaw won't invert." "That's right," Zed said with an impish twinkle and an instructive shake of his first finger. "The flaw won't invert. It can't. The spell form is just a demonstration of the spell, a surrogate for something real. Therefore, it can be manipulated, inverted. It's not the real spell. You couldn't invert a real spell. But flaws are not subject to the influence of the magic in books of instruction. Only the specific target magic is. The flaw is real. The flaw resides whole." Zed turned solemn with the deadly serious nature of the material issue. "When the spell form is activated, it carries with it the flaw, which is already embedded. When you duplicate the spell form, it carries the same flaw. But then when you invert it, the flaw can't invert because it's real, not a stand-in for something real like spell forms are. Don't forget that contamination was what nearly killed you." Nietzsche looked from Zed's intense hazel eyes to the two glowing spell forms. They were mirrored. She started searching the structure, seeing each line, each element, looking to the other spell form that was the same but flipped. And then she saw it. "There," she breathed, pointing. "That part there is identical in both. It's not flipped. It's not a mirror image like everything else. It's the same in both of these, while everything else is inverted." "Exactly," Zed said in triumph. "Hence the purpose of the Book of Inversion and Duplex, to discover flaws that can't otherwise be seen or detected." Nietzsche stared at the old man, seeing him in a new light. She had known of the Book of Inversion and Duplex, but like everyone else who had studied it, she had never understood its purpose. There had been debate about it, of course, but no one could ever offer a purpose for such an esoteric book of magic. It defied the conventional wisdom on the functioning and purpose of magic. In the end, it had been dismissed as a mere curiosity from a time past. In fact, it had been presented in lectures as just that, an oddity, a relic of ancient times, useless, but nonetheless an object of note simply because it had survived. Zed, like Richard, never dismissed any bit of knowledge. Like all knowledge collected, he kept it catalogued somewhere in the back of his mind in case it ever came up again. When he had trouble finding an answer, he would check his memory of forgotten things residing in an index in some dusty corner of his mind. Richard did the same thing. Knowledge, once acquired, remained in his arsenal. It enabled him to put things together in new ways, to come up with surprising solutions that often challenged old established ways of doing things. Many people found such a way of thinking, especially when it had to do with magic, treading dangerously close to heresy. Nietzsche saw its true value. Real answers to problems came from just such a process of thought, logic, and reason, all based on what was known.
It was the essence of a seeker, the foundation of what he did in his search for truth. It was also one of the central qualities about Richard that so captivated Nietzsche. He was a student without formal training who was able to intuitively grasp the most complex issues in a way no one else could. Zed leaned in, pulling Nietzsche with him. "Look here. See this? Do you recognize it?" "The part that didn't invert?" Nietzsche shook her head. "No. What is it?" "It's the contamination left by the chimes. This I recognize. This is the spider in the web of magic." Nietzsche straightened. "This proves that Richard was right, then." "The boy got it right," Zed agreed. "I don't really understand how, but he had it exactly right. Once it's isolated like this, I recognize the corrosion left by the chimes, the same as I recognize the reddish-brown scale of rust. He was able to see it in the language of the lines, and he was right. The spell is contaminated. The source of that contamination was the chimes. This is the mechanism by which the chimes erode and destroy magic. If it has infected this spell, it has to have infected other things of magic as well." "Is that what's killing the night wisps?" Kara asked. "I'm afraid it would seem that way," Zed told her. "The oaks around their home place are also invested with protective magic. That both the oaks and the wisps are dying out together is suspicious in the extreme." Nietzsche walked to the windows, watching the indistinct fits of lightning through the opaque glass. "Creatures of magic are dying out, just as Richard told us." She missed him so much that mournful anguish passed through her like the shadow of death itself, darkening her soul. She felt like she would shrivel and die if she didn't see him soon. She felt like she could not survive if she never got the chance to see him again, see the life in his gray eyes. "Zed, do you think he was right about the rest of it? Do you think that there really were dragons, and we've all forgotten that there were such things in the world? Do you think Richard was right that the world we knew is passing out of existence, vanishing into the realm of legend?" Zed sighed. "I don't know, my dear. I really don't. I'd like to think the boy is wrong in that much of it, but I learned a long time ago not to bet against Richard." Nietzsche smiled to herself. She had learned the same thing. Chapter 53. "Nietzsche," Zed said, hesitating as he gestured vaguely, seeming to search for words, "you are, well, someone who holds Richard in the same regard as I do, feels a similar passion and loyalty for him. In many ways, you almost seem like—" He threw his hands up and let them flop back down at his sides. "I don't know." "Zed, you, Kara, me, we all love Richard, if that's what you're trying to say." "I guess that's the core of it. I don't have any recollection at all of Kalin, but I imagine I must think of you in much the same way I can only imagine I must have thought of her, as more than just his confidant, sharing the same struggle." Nietzsche felt as if she had just been hit by lightning. She dared not allow herself to even begin to consider the emotional charge in his words. With the greatest of difficulty, she managed to keep her composure and merely twitch her brow, finally asking, "What are you getting at?" "Like Kara and Richard, I've come to think a great deal of you, especially considering what I thought of you in the beginning. I've come to trust you, like I say, as I would trust a daughter-in-law." Nietzsche swallowed, but didn't meet his gaze. "Thank you, Zed. Considering where I came from, and what I thought of myself in the beginning, that means more to me than you could know. To have people actually, sincerely—" She cleared her throat, and finally looked up at him. Despite how his words hit her,
She didn't think that he meant them to have any meaning, but merely to preface something important. "You want to tell me something?" He nodded. "I've learned some other things, greatly disturbing things. I would not tell anyone else such things, but, well, other than Richard himself, there is no one I would trust more than you and Kara. You two have become more than friends in all of this. I'm only trying to find a way to express to you how much—" When his words trailed away, and he stared off into the distance, Nietzsche gently laid a hand on his shoulder. "We'll get him back, Zed. I promise you that. But you're right in how we feel about him. Richard completely changed my life. If there's something you need to talk about, I would like to think that you can trust Kara and me almost as much as you would trust Richard. I think that's what you're getting at? We all feel the same about him, and about our cause. Well, she tapped her fingertips together. You know what I mean." Fearing she'd already said too much, Nietzsche felt her face turning red. "What I'm trying to say," Zed finally said, "is that I need your help. And I want you to know what you both mean to me. That I do not now reveal these things lightly or capriciously. All my life I've kept secrets because they had to be kept. It's not the easiest thing to do, but that's just the way it is. Things have changed, though, and I can no longer keep certain knowledge to myself. There is so much more involved now than there ever was before." Nietzsche nodded and turned her full attention to the wizard. "I understand. I'll do what I can to be worthy of your trust." Zed pursed his lips. "That book, the Book of Inversion and Duplex, was hidden in a place no one but me knows exists. It was in the catacombs beneath the keep." Nietzsche shared a look with Kara. "Zed," she asked, "are you saying that there are bones beneath the keep? And there are books there as well?" Zed nodded. "A lot of books. That was where I found the Book of Inversion and Duplex." He took a few steps away to stare at the windows flickering with light from the storm beyond the containment field. "No one that I'm aware of ever knew the place of the bones was down there. I found it when I was a boy. I knew that no other person had been in there for ages. Not a single footprint had marred the dust on the floors in thousands of years. I was the first to make a mark in that dust of ages. I did not need to be told the significance of that fact. As a boy, it rather frightened me to find those ancient catacombs. I was already spooked because I was trying to find a way to sneak back into the keep. When I found the catacombs, I knew instinctively that it would not be hidden as it was unless there was a good reason. So, as much as I wanted to at times, I never told anyone about it. I almost felt as if the place had allowed me entry, but in return required my silence. I not only took my attitude of responsibility seriously, I felt genuinely protective of such an undiscovered place. It contained, after all, the remains of a great many people, perhaps even my own ancestors. I knew that there were always those who would exploit such a find, and I didn't want that to happen to a place so clearly held in sacred regard by those who had hidden it. Added to that, I felt rather guilty for having disturbed such a burial place for the feeble reason of trying to sneak back in to avoid getting in trouble for having gone out without permission in the first place. I had slipped out of the keep to go to the market down in Aidendrill to look at all the exciting baubles being hawked there. It seemed so much more fascinating than the dry studies to which I was supposed to be devoting my time. After my chance discovery, I quietly asked veiled questions and found that not even the old wizards I knew had any knowledge of the place beneath the keep. Over time,
I came to realize that such a place was not even suspected, much less rumored to exist. As a boy, I had a lot of studies that took up nearly all my time. Back then, there were many people living in the keep, and with my assignments, I never had a chance to spend, in total, more than a couple of hours down there. I quickly found that there were many of the same books that we had up in the keep. So, as a boy, I came to believe that it wasn't as important a find as I had at first believed it to be. He smiled distantly. I fancied myself a great explorer, discovering ancient treasures. This treasure was mostly bones and books. There were endless dry books up here in the keep that I had to study, so yet more books wasn't exactly as exciting as thoughts of constructed spells encased in amber or jewel-encrusted curses. But there was none of that down there, just crumbling bones and old books. There are rooms upon rooms down in the catacombs filled with dusty old books. I never had much time to explore those rooms. I can't even begin to guess at the numbers of books hidden down there. I never had time to do more than look at a small sampling. As I said, many I'd seen before up in the keep, and of the ones I hadn't, at such a young age none of them impressed me enough to remember, except a few, such as the Book of Inversion and Duplex. When I grew up, I fell in love with the most wonderful woman, and soon she was my wife. She gave birth to the other light in my life, a daughter, who grew up to be Richard's mother. As a young wizard working at the keep, there was always more to do than there were hours in the day. There was no time to spend down among old bones. And then the world was cast into a terrible war with Dahara. It was a dark time of terrible struggle. I had become first wizard. The battles were gruesome, as battles always are. I had to send men to die. I had to look into the eyes of wizards, young and old, that I knew were not up to the challenges, and tell them to do their best, when I knew their best would not be good enough, and they would likely die in the effort. I knew in my heart that if I were to do it myself, it would get done, and I could make it work. But there were a lot of those kinds of tasks that needed to be done, and only one of me. At times I found responsibility, knowledge, and ability were a curse. To look at all the innocent people counting on me as first wizard, and know that if I failed they would die, was almost more than I could endure. In that respect, I know exactly what Richard is going through. I have been in his place. I have carried the world on my shoulders. He gestured to dismiss his melancholy departure from the subject at hand. Anyway, with all my other responsibilities, the catacombs lay mostly forgotten, as they had for thousands of years before I ever came along. I simply had no time to look into what might be down there. From my limited search as a boy, I believed that there was nothing to be found but old and comparatively unimportant books buried along with forgotten bones. There seemed to be so many more pressing matters of life and death. To me, the most important thing about the catacombs was that they provided a secret passage for me to enter the keep. That passage came to be invaluable when the Sisters of the Dark took the Wizard's Keep. Back when I was younger, after the war in which my wife had died, the Council and I had a bitter dispute over the boxes of Orden. And then, Darken Ral raped my daughter. So I left the Midlands, quit it for good, taking my daughter with me through the boundary to Westland. She was all I had left, and all that mattered to me. I thought I would live out all my days beyond the boundary in Westland. Then Richard was born. I watched him grow. My daughter was so proud of him. I secretly worried that he had the gift, and fretted that forces from beyond the boundaries would one day come for him. And then there was a fire, and all of a sudden my daughter, Richard's mother, was gone from my life, from Richard's life. I turned to Richard for solace. I gave him everything I could that would help him be all he could be. I had some of the best times of my life with him. Unbeknownst to me, as I did my best to forget the outside world, Anne and Nathan, driven by prophecy, had helped George Cypher recover the Book of Counted Shadows from the Wizard's Keep. It had been stored in the first wizard's private enclave, where I had left it for safekeeping.
Wait a minute, Nietzsche said, stopping his story. You mean to tell me that the Book of Counted Shadows, one of the most important books in existence, was just lying around in the keep?
Well, he said, not exactly lying around. Like I said, it was in the first wizard's enclave. That's more secure than the keep in general, and not exactly an easy place to breach.
If it's so secure, Nietzsche reminded him, then how did Anne and Nathan and George Cypher get in to take the book?
Zed sighed as he looked up at her from under his bushy eyebrows. Therein lies what has come to trouble me. The only copy of a book that important being that vulnerable...
That's what Richard was going to tell you, Nietzsche said with a sudden flash of comprehension. That's why he was in such a hurry to get back here. He said he had to get to you right away. That was the reason.
Zed frowned. What are you talking about?
She stepped closer to the wizard and pulled the small book from her pocket. This is the book that Dark and Rahl used to put the boxes of Orden in play.
It's what?
This is the book that Dark and Rahl used to put the boxes of Orden in play, she repeated to the astonished wizard. We found it at the People's Palace. I promised Richard that I would study it and see if there was a way to undo what Sister Ulyssia had done, see if there was a way to perhaps take the boxes of Orden back out of play. I tried to explain to Richard that magic doesn't work that way, but you know Richard. He doesn't so easily accept that something can't be done.
Zed stared at the book she was holding up as if it were a viper that might bite someone. That boy has a way of turning over rocks and finding trouble.
Zed, this warns that to use this book, the key must be used. Otherwise, without the key, everything that has come before, meaning what has been used from this book, will not only be sterile, but fatal. It says that within 1 full year, the key must be used to complete what has been wrought with this book.
The key, Zed whispered, as if it were the end of the world. The boxes must be opened within 1 year of being put into play. You need the Book of Counted Shadows to open the boxes. That book has to be the key.
I think so too, Nietzsche said. The thing is, we found information from back at the time of the Great War, saying that some wizards had made 5 copies of the book that was never to be copied.
And you think that the book that was never to be copied was the Book of Counted Shadows?
Yes. There is a book of prophecy that says, they will tremble in fear at what they have done, and cast the shadow of the key among the bones.
Zed was staring at her as if his world were crumbling apart. Dear spirits, that sounds like it's from Yankley's yarns.
That's right. The thing is, Nietzsche said, all the copies but 1 were false copies. 5 copies. 4 false, 1 true copy.
Zed pressed a hand to his forehead. Nietzsche noticed that his breathing was faster than normal. He looked on the verge of passing out.
Zed, what is it? His fingers were trembling.
You know what you said about the Book of Counted Shadows being too easy to steal? That was always my thought, too, but not something I consciously dwelled on. It was more one of those thoughts in the back of your mind that never fully surfaces.
Yes, Nietzsche said, waiting patiently until he went on.
Well, when I remembered the Book of Inversion and Duplex, I finally remembered where I had seen it as a boy. The catacombs. I needed it to test this spell. So while you were gone with Richard to the People's Palace, I went back into the catacombs and looked for the Book of Inversion and Duplex. Nietzsche knew what he was going to say before he said it. And while I was searching for the Book of Inversion and Duplex, I found a copy of the Book of Counted Shadows. They will tremble in fear at what they have done and cast the shadow of the key among the bones, Nietzsche quoted again. Zed nodded. All my life I never knew there was a copy of that book. I had been taught that there were no other copies. I had been taught that there was only one copy. That alone told me how important that book was. But if it's so important, then why was it not in a safer place? That question was what always stuck in the back of my mind. That was one of the reasons I was so angry with the council for giving the boxes of Orden away as gifts or favors. I knew how dangerous those boxes were, but no one would believe me. They all thought that the things I told them were only ancient superstitions or children's tales. Part of the reason that no one believed the truth of the danger that the boxes represented was that the book that was needed to put the boxes in play had never been found. Without the book, the boxes were only a fanciful tale. He pointed at the book in Nietzsche's hand. In fact, no one ever knew the name of that book. The title looks to be in High Daharan. We'll need someone to translate it. I can read High Daharan, Nietzsche said. Of course you can, Zed said, as if nothing could surprise him any more. What is its name, then? The Book of Life. Zed turned nearly as white as his wavy hair. Apparently he was not yet beyond shock. The Book of Life, he repeated, as he wiped a hand wearily across his face. What an appropriate name, he said. The power of Orden is spawned from life itself. Open the correct box, and one gains the power of Orden, the essence of life itself, power over all things living and dead. They would have unchallenged power. Open the wrong box, and the magic would claim them. They're dead. But open the other wrong box, and every living thing in existence is incinerated into nothingness. It would be the end of all life. The magic of Orden is twin to the magic of life itself, and death is part of everything that lives. So the magic of Orden is tied to death as well as to life. And the key is the means to know which box is which. The person opening them can take a chance, but they would be foolish to do so without using the key first, to be sure of which is which. Foolish, Nietzsche said, like Sisters of the Dark, who don't necessarily care if they open the wrong books. Zed could only stare at her. So, you were saying that you found one of the copies? Kara finally said, when Zed had fallen silent for a time, lost in thought. Nietzsche was relieved that Kara was the one to prompt him when he looked so stricken by contemplation of events so terrible she probably couldn't even begin to imagine them. I'm afraid that's not even the worst of it, he said. You see, Richard memorized the Book of Counted Shadows as a boy. George Cypher feared that the book would fall into the wrong hands, but he was wise enough that he didn't dare destroy the knowledge the book contained, so he had Richard memorize it. After Richard had learned every word, he and George Cypher, the man who had raised him, and who at the time Richard believed was his father, burned the Book of Counted Shadows. When Darken Ral captured Richard and was opening the boxes, he made Richard read out the instructions from the Book of Counted Shadows. I don't recall how, probably as a result of the chain fire spell. The point is, I was there. I remember that part quite well because I was so shocked. For two reasons. First, to learn that the book had been stolen from my enclave at the keep for Richard to memorize, and secondly, because it was a book of magic, and that fact meant that Richard could only memorize and speak the words because he was gifted. When I found the copy of the Book of Counted Shadows down in the catacombs, I was shaken to my core. I read it, and sure enough, it was word for word exactly what Richard had memorized. Nietzsche cocked her head. It was the same? Are you sure? Positive, Zed said emphatically. The two were identical. Nietzsche was beginning to feel sick herself. That can mean only one of two things. Either one was the original, and the other the one true copy of the key, or else they were both false keys, false copies. No, they couldn't be false, Zed insisted. When Richard read the book out, he left out an important element at the very end. It was by leaving out that one piece of the book that he defeated Darkenral. He, in essence, turned it into a false copy, thus tricking Darkenral to defeat him. As I often told Richard, sometimes a trick is the best magic. Nietzsche laid the book on the table. That doesn't necessarily mean it's the true key and not the false. Look at this. She laid the Book of Life open and tapped a page in the very beginning that had only one thing all by itself on the page to emphasize how important, how central it was. This is the introductory statement to the Book of Life. I already translated it. It's a warning to anyone who would read this book. It says, "Those who have come here to hate should leave now, for in their hatred they only betray themselves." Zed squinted at the words in High Daharan all by themselves on the page. So you are saying, what? That because Darkenral turned to the boxes of Orden out of hate, he would have been destroyed by the true Book of Counted Shadows, just the same as by a false one? That's one possibility, Nietzsche said. Zed shook his head. I don't believe that. Some magic works by reading intent. The sword of truth works that way. People who hate don't usually recognize that vile taint within themselves. They spew their hatred as righteous. That corruption is what makes them so evil and so dangerous. They are able to do the most despicable things and think themselves heroes for having done them. Then you are going to tell me that you believe that it was coincidence? Luck? That both those books just happened to be the only true keys? And they just happened to be that close together? You think that the wizards who made the copies, sending them to distant, hidden places, would have put the one true copy here right near the only other true key? What would be the purpose of scattering the copies? Zed rubbed his chin with his fingertips as he thought it over. I see what you mean. With books like this, there has to be a way to confirm the copies, to validate them. There is, Zed told her. In the beginning of the Book of Counted Shadows, it says, verification of the truth of the words of the Book of Counted Shadows, if spoken by another rather than read by the one who commands the boxes, can only be ensured by the use of a confessor. A copy constitutes spoken by another, he said. The person making the copy is, in essence, speaking it. The reader is not actually reading the original, unless it's the original key, and that original key is actually being read by the one who put the boxes in play. This forewarning invokes the necessity of verification. Kalen, Nietzsche said. The other two looked at her, and by the looks on their faces they understood her meaning. Zed, Nietzsche finally asked into the silence, none of us remembers Kalen. If we could find her, and if we could somehow fix this chain fire spell or something, is there a way to make her remember what she right now would not recall? Zed's gaze wandered to the glowing spell forms above the table. No. Nietzsche hadn't expected such certainty. Are you sure? About as sure as I can be. The spell destroys memory. It doesn't cover it over or block it from access. It destroys it. It doesn't make people forget. It actually erases the memory. To the person upon whom such a terrible thing was unleashed, their memory is gone.
But there must be some way, Kara insisted. Some magic this or that will restore her mind.
Restore it with what? What none of us can recall? Memory is the stuff of life. Magic functions in specific ways, as do all things that exist. Magic is not some superintelligent consciousness behind a veil that knows what we want to accomplish and can pull a person's entire memory, their entire life, out of a pocket and hand it back just because we wish it.
Kara didn't look convinced.
But Kent, look at it this way. If I push that book off the table, it will fall to the floor. The invisible force of gravity makes it happen. Gravity functions in a specific way. I can't wave my arms and, by my wish, command gravity to go make me dinner. Same with magic and memory. The chain fire spell destroyed her memory. It can't be brought back. You can't restore what was and is no longer there. You just can't. What's gone is gone.
Kara drew her hand down her long blonde braid. Then it sounds like we're in a lot of trouble.
Trouble indeed, the wizard conceded.
Nietzsche wanted to say that Richard's heart was in a lot of trouble, but she dared not say such a thing out loud. She felt despondent for him, for what he would one day have to face, but she didn't want to be the one to point it out.
Then, if Richard finds her, Nietzsche asked in a weak voice, what is he to do?
Zed, hands clasped behind his back, stared at her a moment before looking away. There's another way to confirm the true copy, Kara said. Zed and Nietzsche both frowned at her, both relieved to have a diversion. You can find the other copies, she said, and compare them. The one Richard memorized is gone. So, if you find the others, you can compare them. The one that's different has to be the one true copy. The other 4 that are all the same have to be the false keys. Zed arched an eyebrow.
And what if the people who made the false keys were worried that one day a clever Mord Sith would think of that, and so they made all the copies different from one another, so that they couldn't be compared?
Kara made a face. Oh. Nietzsche threw up her arms. How would he even go about finding the others anyway? I mean, they've been hidden for 3,000 years.
Not only that, Zed said, but Nathan told us that there were catacombs under the Palace of the Prophets, and that place was destroyed. I know, I set the light spell myself. There would be nothing left, and even if somehow a pocket of the catacombs survived, the palace was built on an island. After the island was destroyed, water would have flooded any underground room that hadn't already been ruined. That one copy, if one of them was there, has already been destroyed. Was it a true or a false key? What if, over all this time, others have been destroyed? The question remains, how to tell if the one Richard knows and the one I found are the only true keys?
Nietzsche stared off. I'm afraid they might be false copies, the one Richard memorized and the one you found down in the catacombs. Zed began pacing.
I don't know any way to be sure.
There might be 2 ways, she said. The first I can't swear to yet. I've only just started translating the Book of Life. But there is material having to do with the mention of using the key. It says that if the person who put the boxes in play fails to use the key properly, the boxes will be destroyed, along with the one who put them in play.
Use the key properly, Zed said, deep in thought.
That seems to me to say that if Darkenral would have failed to use the true key properly, such as by leaving off the last part, as you said Richard did when reciting it back to him, he would have been destroyed.
But so would the boxes of Orden. As we know, the boxes of Orden weren't destroyed. So that tells me Richard may very well have read him the false key, and Darken Rahl simply opened the wrong box and it destroyed him. It doesn't say that the boxes will be destroyed if a false key is used, because at the time this was written, there were no false keys yet. So that problem hadn't been taken into consideration when this material was all created. Zed frowned in thought.
Are you sure of this?
No, Nietzsche admitted. It's complex, and I've only just started to translate it. I scanned that part because it pertained to using the key to complete the required steps. It also has formulas that have to be taken into account. I'm only giving you my preliminary impression. Nietzsche ran her fingers back into her hair with one hand. She stood before the table with the open book on it, with her other hand on a hip. Do you see what I mean, though? She gestured down at the book. If Richard had corrupted the true key, making Darken Rahl pick the wrong box, this seems to indicate that the boxes would have been destroyed along with Darken Rahl. That seems to support the idea that Richard memorized a false key.
Maybe. You said you weren't sure of that yet.
Zed rubbed the back of his neck as he paced.
Let's not make the error of jumping to conclusions.
Nietzsche nodded.
You said there was something else you were going on?
Zed asked. Nietzsche nodded, and then quoted the central prophecy, the one Nathan had told them. In the year of the cicadas, when the champion of sacrifice and suffering, under the banner of both mankind and the light, finally splits his swarm, thus shall be the sign that prophecy has been awakened and the final and deciding battle is upon us. Be cautioned, for all true forks and their derivatives are tangled in this mantic root. Only one trunk branches from this conjoined primal origin. If Fuergrisa Ostdrauka does not lead this final battle, then the world, already standing at the brink of darkness, will fall under that terrible shadow. Do you see? Nietzsche asked. The champion of sacrifice and suffering under the banner of both mankind and the light is Jagang and the Imperial Order. The next words say that when he finally splits his swarm, thus shall be the sign that prophecy has been awakened and the final and deciding battle is upon us. He has split his army. Half is holding the passes, while the other half has gone around to come up through Dahara from the south. As it says, the final and deciding battle is upon us. As if to confirm what she had said, a fit of lightning flickered through the windows, accompanied by thunder rumbling the keep beneath their feet. Zed frowned.
I'm not following your reasoning.
Why did Anne and Nathan steal the book in the first place for Richard? Because they misinterpreted prophecy. They thought the final battle was Darken Rahl. They thought that Richard needed the Book of Counted Shadows to fight Darken Rahl in the final battle. They found the only copy in existence. They thought. Don't you see? That was too easy. Richard was born to fight this battle now with Jagang, and with what the Sisters of the Dark have done by putting the boxes of Orden in play. This now is an extension of the same final battle begun with Darken Rahl. I think the prophecies may hint that Richard learned the wrong key. Be cautioned, for all true forks and their derivatives are tangled in this mantic root. All true forks, true keys, are on the prophetic root of this final battle. It says that the other forks are false. Maybe other forks contain the false keys. Couldn't it be said that the battle against Darken Rahl was a false fork? Anne and Nathan didn't know enough at the time. Not enough events had unfolded. So they went down that fork, preparing Richard to fight Darken Rahl, not Jagang. But this prophecy says, if Fuergrisa Ostdrauka does not lead this final battle, then the world,
already standing at the brink of darkness, will fall under that terrible shadow. That terrible shadow is the power of Orden unleashed by the Sisters of the Dark. They want to darken the world of life. Anne, Nathan, and Richard were preparing for the wrong battle. This is the battle he was meant to fight. Zed paced, his face creased in thought. He halted finally and turned to her. Maybe, Nietzsche, maybe. You've spent a great deal more time studying prophecy than I have. Maybe you have something. But then, maybe you don't. Prophecy, as Nathan has explained, is not subject to study the way you have just explained. Prophecy is a means of communication between prophets. It can't necessarily be studied, analyzed, or understood by those without the gift for prophecy. Just like Anne and Nathan may have jumped to conclusions without sufficient information, I think it's also too early for you to draw such conclusions. Nietzsche nodded, conceding his point. I hope you're right, Zed. I really do. This is not an argument I want to win. I'm only bringing it up because I think we need to consider the implications. He nodded. There is something else to consider. Richard doesn't take to prophecy. He is a creature of free will, and prophecy has a way of having to open up to accommodate him. In this case, with Darken Rahl, maybe Darken Rahl was a false fork. But had he won, there are prophetic roots to cover that eventuality as well. Proponents of prophecy would have pointed to them to confirm that Darken Rahl was the true root. We would now find ourselves on one of those other branches, and this one would be false. You can find a prophecy to support just about any belief. I don't know, Nietzsche said as she ran her fingers back through her hair. Perhaps you're right. She was so tired. She needed to get some sleep. Maybe then she could think more clearly. Maybe her worry was causing her to race down false trails. There is no way we can say at this point if the copies of the Book of Counted Shadows, the one I found and the one Richard knows, are true keys or false. So, what are we going to do? She asked. Zed halted his pacing and faced her. We're going to get Richard back, and he is going to find a way to stop this threat. Nietzsche smiled. He had a way of making her feel better in the darkest of times, just the way Richard did. But I'll tell you one thing, Zed said. Before that time comes, we had better find out if the key he memorized is the true or the false key. Nietzsche closed the cover on the Book of Life and picked it up, holding it in the crook of her arm. I need to learn this whole book cover to cover. I need to find out if there is a way to do what Richard asked of me. Take the boxes back out of play, or somehow annul the threat. Failing that, I had better know it inside and out, so that I can hopefully be useful to Richard in finding an answer to it all. Zed appraised her eyes. That's going to be a great deal of work. It's going to take a lot of time. A book that complex could take months to fully understand. I only hope we have that much time. I have to say, though, that I agree with you. I guess that you had better get started right away. Nietzsche slipped the book back into a pocket of her dress. I guess that I had better. There may be books here that would help. If there are any I can think of, or that are mentioned, I'll let you know. From what I've seen so far, there are technical matters I may need help with. If I get stuck, I could use the help of the first wizard. Zed smiled. You have it, my dear. She shook a finger at him. But if you come up with a way to find Richard, you had better tell me before you finish having the thought. Zed's smile widened. Agreed. What if we don't find Lord Rahl? Kara asked. The other two stared at her. Thunder rumbled through the distant valley. Rain pattered steadily against the windows. We'll get him back, Nietzsche insisted, refusing to consider the unthinkable. Nothing is ever easy, Zed muttered.
Chapter 54. Despite how weary she was of riding, Kalin was awestruck by the sight rising up in the distance. Past a dark flood tide of men of the Imperial Order, across the purple-gray shadows settling across the vast plain, rose an enormous plateau, catching the last golden rays of the setting sun. On that plateau stood a place as vast as any city. The high outer walls glowed in the waning evening light. White marble, stucco, and stone making up the vast array of buildings in an endless variety of sizes, shapes, and heights, shimmered with the departing blush of daylight. Roofs sheltered the place from the coming cold night of the dying season, as if gathering it all up under protective skirts. It was like seeing something good, something noble, something beautiful. After all she had seen for endless weeks of travel had been grim, brooding men restless for someone upon whom to vent their vile nature. It felt to Kalin as if it were a desecration having these men in the shadow of such a place as this. She felt ashamed to be among the profane rabble gathered at the feet of such a shining accomplishment of man so proudly rising up before them. Just looking at the place for some reason made her heart sing. Though she couldn't recall ever having seen it before, she felt as if she should have. All around them were grunting men, baying mules, snorting horses, creaking wagons, and the clang of armor and weapons. The sounds of the beast come to slay all that was good. The stench was like a toxic cloud that always followed along with them to serve to remind anyone they came upon just how unwholesome these men really were. As if anyone would need the additional clue. All around Kalin rode the special guards, who for weeks now had kept a watchful eye on her. There were 43 of them. Kalin had counted, so that she could keep track of them all. She had made it her business as they traveled to learn their faces, their habits. She knew which ones were clumsy, which were stupid, which were smart, and which were good with weapons. As a game, while riding endless day after endless day, she studied their strengths and weaknesses, planning and visualizing how she could kill each and every last one of them. So far, she had not killed any. She had decided that her best chance in the long run was to go along for now with whatever she was told to do, to be compliant, to be obedient. The men had all been warned that she belonged to Jagang, and they were not to lay a finger on her, except to keep her from escaping. Kalin wanted to blend into the monotony of daily life, to have the men guarding her become lulled into thinking of her as innocuous, harmless, even cowed, so that she became just another one of their tedious chores. She'd had a number of opportunities to kill several of the men. She never took that opportunity, no matter how easy it would have been, choosing instead to let them feel comfortable, safe, even bored with her. Such inattention to the danger she represented would one day serve her better than a useless attack that, for now, could not really accomplish anything. It would not help her escape, and would only cause Jagang to use the collar, if not his hands, to bring her pain. While he needed no excuse, she saw no purpose to giving him a good one. The only one not lulled into indifference and carelessness was Jagang himself. He did not misjudge her or her will. He seemed to enjoy watching her tactics, even tactics as uninteresting as doing nothing. Like her, he carried patience in his arsenal. He was the only one not to let his guard down for an instant. Kalin thought that he knew precisely what she was doing. She ignored him as well. Even if he knew what she was doing, she reasoned that it still diminished the level of caution he could maintain when nothing ever happened. Waiting for something that never came was wearing, even if you knew it was inevitable. Even if he knew that she would eventually try something, weeks and weeks of her meek compliance would buy her the element of surprise, even if it was only a momentary surprise. That instant of advantage might be all that made the difference when the time came. Sometimes, though, she could not ignore him. When he was in a foul mood and she angered him, usually by her mere presence, not anything that she did, he would beat her bloody. Twice she had had to be healed by a sister, lest she bleed to death. When he was in one of his truly vile moods, it usually ended up being a great deal worse than a simple beating. He was a very inventive man when it came to how to abuse a woman. When he was in an abusive mood, not simple pain, but humiliation seemed to fascinate him. She had learned that he would not stop until he made her finally cry for one reason or another. If she did cry, it was only when she could not help it, when she fell to depths of such pain or humiliation or despair that she simply could not hold back her tears. Jagang enjoyed watching her cry then. She did not do it just to give in, to make him stop what he was doing, but only because she was at a point where she could not help herself. And that was what he liked seeing. At other times, he would bring women to his tent while Kaylin had to stay on the carpet beside the bed, where she was always made to sleep, as if she were his dog. He usually brought some unfortunate captive woman who was less than willing. He seemed to seek out captives who most feared his attention, and then gave them a violent introduction to being a slave to the Emperor and his bed. When he fell asleep, Kaylin would hold the terrified woman, tell her that things would one day be better, and comfort her as best she could. He might have done it because he enjoyed such things, but that was only a side benefit. His real objective was to constantly remind Kaylin of what would happen to her once her memory returned. Kaylin intended it never to return. Her memory would be her undoing. Now that they had arrived at their destination, there would be more time for Jala games. Kaylin imagined that there would be tournaments. She hoped that they would divert Jagang's attention from her, keep him occupied. She would have to accompany him. She was made to stay close, but that was better than being alone with him. As they arrived at the Emperor's tents, she was at first a little puzzled that the compound specifically, and the camp in general, was so far from their distant objective. He was so close. It seemed that it was only a matter of another hour's ride or two and they would be there. Kaylin didn't ask why they had stopped short, but she soon found out when officers arrived for a nightly briefing.
"I want all the sisters on watch tonight," Jagang told them. "This close. There is no telling what sorts of wicked powers the enemy up there might send down on us."
Kaylin noticed that Sisters Ulyssia and Armina, not far away, were relieved to overhear such orders. It meant they wouldn't be sent to entertain the men. In the long march of weeks, after being sent to the tents almost nightly as punishment for their transgressions against Jagang, they both looked to have aged years. They both had been rather attractive women, but no more. They both had lost whatever beauty they once possessed. Their eyes, heavy with dark bags, were rather hollow and distant. Sister Armina's sky-blue eyes seemed to always look startled, as if she still couldn't believe her fate. Creases had come to their faces, giving them both a heavy, drained, downcast look. They were always dirty, their hair perpetually tangled, and their clothes worn. They often showed up in the morning with lurid bruises. Kaylin didn't like to see anyone suffer, but she could not work up any sympathy for these two. Were it not for them, she would not be in the clutches of a man who was only counting the moments until she recovered her memory, and he could begin in earnest to make her suffer what he had promised to be insufferable agony, both physically and mentally. He had promised her more than once that when she had her memory back he was going to impregnate her, and she was going to bear him a child, a male, he always claimed. He always added a cryptic message about how when she had her memory back, she would then truly understand just what a monster such a male child would be to her. As far as Kalin was concerned, whatever Jagang did to those two women was not enough. Beyond what they had done to her, by hearing bits and pieces, Kalin had put together the nature of their plot and what those two had planned to do to everyone. That alone made it impossible to treat them too brutally. If it was Kalin's choice, though, she would simply have put them to death. Kalin held no favor with torture. She simply believed that they did not deserve to continue to live. They had forfeited their right to live by the harm they had already done to others, and by what they planned to do to deprive everyone of their lives. By that measure, the entire army deserved to die. Kalin only wished that Jagang could suffer a similar fate.
"At least their army has fled,"
one of the senior officers said to Jagang as the Emperor's horse was led away. Another man took Kalin's mare. The officer was missing half his left ear. It had long since healed over in a lump, becoming a distraction that was hard to ignore. Men who didn't ignore it sometimes lost an ear.
"They have no defenders left,"
another officer said.
"I'm sure they have gifted up there," Jagang said. "But they shouldn't present an obstacle that can stop us."
"The reports of the scouts and spies say that the road up the side is narrow, too narrow for any kind of mass assault. There is also a drawbridge that they have raised. Bringing building materials up that road and then defending ourselves while we tried to span the chasm would be hard to do. As for the great door leading to the interior way up into the plateau, it has been closed. No one entertains any faith in breaching that door. It has stood for thousands of years against any assault. Besides, the reports from the gifted say that their powers are weakened near the palace."
Jagang smiled.
"I have some ideas."
The man missing part of his ear bowed his head.
"Yes, Excellency."
As Jagang and his officers talked, Kalin noticed a small cluster of men in the distance riding at breakneck speed through the camp. They were coming up from behind, from the south. At every checkpoint, the men brought their horses to a skidding halt, spoke briefly to sentries, and were ushered through. Jagang had noticed the riders, too. His conversation with his officers dwindled away, and soon all of them were watching with the Emperor as the riders made it to the inner defenses and dismounted in a cloud of dust. They waited at the final ring of steel for permission to enter the Emperor's compound. Page 554. When Jagang signaled, the men were brought forward. They came with haste, despite how tired they looked. The man at their lead was a wiry fellow, older, with a hard look in his dark eyes. He saluted.
"Well," Jagang said, "what is it that's so urgent?"
"Excellency, cities in the old world have come under attack."
"Is that so?" Jagang heaved an impatient sigh. "It's those insurrectionists, mostly from Alturang. Haven't they been put down yet?"
"No, Excellency, it is not insurrectionists, although they are causing trouble as well, led by one called the Blacksmith. Too many places have been attacked for it to be the doings of insurrectionists."
Jagang eyed the man suspiciously.
"What places have come under attack?"
The man pulled a scroll out from inside his dusty shirt.
"Here is the list we have collected so far."
"So far?"
Jagang asked, arching an eyebrow as he unfurled the scroll.
"Yes, Excellency. The information is that there is a wave of destruction sweeping across the land."
Jagang scanned the long list of places on the scroll. Kalin tried not to appear obvious as she glanced at the report out of the corner of her eye. She saw 2 columns of towns and cities listed. There had to be more than 35 or 40 places written on the scroll.
"I don't know what you mean by sweeping across the land," Jagang growled. "These places are all random. They're not located in a line, or cluster, or one area of the old world. They're all over the place."
The man cleared his throat.
"Yes, Excellency. That is the report."
"Some of this has to be overstated."
To make his point, Jagang jabbed the paper with a fat finger. The silver rings on each finger flashed in the fading light.
Takamar, for instance. Takamar has been attacked. It couldn't have been very effective for a malcontent mob of fools to attack such a place. There are troop garrisons there. It's a transfer station for supply trains. There are ample defenses in place. There are even brothers of the Fellowship of Order in charge of the place. They wouldn't have allowed a rabble to have their way in Takamar. This report most likely is overstated by nervous fools who are afraid of their own shadow."
The man bowed apologetically.
"Excellency, Takamar was one of the places I saw with my own eyes."
"Well," Jagang roared, "what did you see then? Out with it."
"The roads into the city, from every direction, are lined with stakes topped with charred skulls," the man began.
"How many skulls?" Jagang waved dismissively.
"Dozens.
As many as 100?
Excellency, there are numbers beyond counting, and I stopped counting at several thousand without having made much headway in a full tally. The city itself is no more."
"No more?" Jagang blinked in confusion. "What do you mean, no more? Such a thing is impossible."
"It has been burned to the ground, Excellency. There was not a single building left standing. The fires were so intense that the lumber cannot be salvaged. The orchards all the way out into the hills were all cut down. The fields of ripe crops for miles and miles in every direction have all been burned. The ground has been salted. Nothing will ever grow there again. A once fertile place will never support anything again. It looks like the keeper himself destroyed the place."
"Well, where were the soldiers? What were they doing during all this?"
"The skulls on stakes were the soldiers garrisoned there. Every last one of them, I'm afraid."
Jagang cast a look at Kalin, as if she were somehow responsible for the catastrophe. His glare told her that he somehow associated the trouble with her. He crushed the paper in his fist as he returned his attention to the messenger.
"What about the Brothers of the Order? Did they say what happened, and why they weren't able to stop it?"
"There were 6 brothers assigned to Takamar, Excellency. They were impaled on posts placed in the middle of different roads into the city. Each had been skinned from the neck down. A cap of office was left on each man's head, so that all could know who they were. The masses of people who fled the city say that the attack came at night. As terrified as they were, we weren't able to get much useful information from them, other than that the men who attacked them were soldiers of the Daharan Empire. They were all sure of that much. Every one of these people has lost their home. The attackers made no move to slaughter the escaping refugees if they offered no armed resistance, but they made it quite clear to the fleeing people that they intended to lay waste to all of the old world and anyone who supports the imperial order. The soldiers told the people that it is the order and their beliefs that has brought this strife upon them, and who will bring them and their land to ruin. The soldiers vowed that they would haunt the people of the old world into their graves and then into the darkest corners of the underworld if they did not give up the teachings of the order and their belligerent ways that flowed from those teachings."
Kalin only realized that she was smiling when Jagang rounded on her and backhanded her hard enough to knock her from her feet. She knew that he was going to beat her bloody that night. She didn't care. It was worth it to hear what she had just heard. She couldn't stop smiling. Chapter 55. Nietzsche pulled her cloak tighter around herself as she leaned one shoulder up against the great stone Merlin. She peered down through the crenellation to the road far below, watching the 4 riders making their way up the mountain toward the keep. They were still quite a distance, but she thought she had a good idea of who they were. Nietzsche yawned as she looked out over the city of Adendril below and the vast carpet of forests all around. The vivid colors of autumn were beginning to fade. Looking at the trees spreading up onto the slopes of the surrounding mountains and how they so boldly heralded the change of seasons made her think about Richard. He loved the trees. Nietzsche had come to love them too, because they reminded her of him. She saw the trees in a different light for other reasons as well. They marked the turn of time, the passing of seasons, the change of patterns. That were part of her world now, too, because of their connection to all the things she had been studying in the Book of Life. It was all intricately interconnected, how the power of Orden worked, and how that power functioned through its connection to the world of life. The world, the seasons, the stars, the position of the moon were parts of the equation, all parts of what contributed to and governed the power of Orden. The more she studied and the more she learned, the more she felt that pulse of time and life that was all around her. She had also come to recognize with complete clarity that Richard had memorized a false key. She never made the point to Zed. It seemed unimportant for the present. It was also a difficult case to make. It wasn't so much what the Book of Life said, but how it said it. The book was in another language, and not just High Daharan. While it was written in High Daharan, the true language of the book was its interconnection to the power invoked through it. The formulas, spells, and procedures were only one aspect. In many ways, it reminded her of how Richard spoke so convincingly of the language of symbols and emblems. She was coming to understand what he meant by seeing it for herself all laid out in the Book of Life. She was coming to see the lines and angles in certain formulas as a language all their own. She was beginning to truly grasp what Richard meant. The Book of Life carried meaning that had forced Nietzsche to look at the world of life in a new way, in a way that very much reminded her of the way Richard had always looked at the world, through a prism of excitement, wonder, and love of life. In a way, it was a profound recognition of the precise nature of things, an appreciation of things for what they were, not for what people imagined of them. In part, that was because the Book of Life was not just additive, but subtractive magic, in the same way that death was part of the process of life. It dealt with the whole. For that reason, Nietzsche couldn't explain it to Zed. He didn't possess the ability to use subtractive magic. Without that ability, a constituent part of what was needed to understand the Book of Life was missing. She could explain the formulas, lay out the procedures, show him the spells, but much of it he could only observe through the filter of his limited ability. While he could intellectually understand some of it, he couldn't actually perform what was involved. It was something like the difference between hearing about love, understanding the depth of such feelings, grasping how it affected people, but never having actually experienced it. Without that experience, it was only academic, sterile. Until you felt the magic, you didn't know it. It was in that sense that Nietzsche had come to know that Richard had memorized a false key. She had been right before, in that if the person who put the boxes in play failed to use the key properly, the boxes would be destroyed along with the one who put them in play. But it was more than that simple statement. There was the whole complex nature of the processes involved in using the boxes that demonstrated that concept in ways that the words only presented in a simplified, condensed manner. Through the mechanisms in the book, she could glimpse how the power functioned. By understanding that function on a profound level, she could see how the magic, if invoked, needed and used the key for completion. Through grasping that process, she could see how, if the key was used improperly, the boxes themselves were inescapably destroyed, along with the person making the fatal mistake. The magic simply would not allow such a breach to go uncompleted. It would be like tossing a rock, and without any outside influence or intervention, having it float in midair rather than fall back to the ground. It simply would not happen. In the same way, the magic of Orden had laws of its identity. By the way it functioned, by those laws of its identity, it had to destroy the boxes if the key was not used properly. The rock has to fall. When Richard used his memory of what he believed was the Book of Counted Shadows, he changed it in order to trick Darkenral into opening the wrong box. But it had only been the wrong box named in a clever simulation that seemed as if it had meaning to the Book of Life. In fact, such a book was only a shrewd fake, a false key. Had it been real and misused in such a way, the boxes would no longer exist. A false key, a clever fake, simply could not trigger the power of Orden to destroy the boxes, but the real key, if used in the fashion that Richard had used it, would have caused the entire structure of spell to collapse in on itself, taking the boxes with it. The boxes of Orden, after all, had been created for the purpose of countering the chain fire spell. To misuse the key meant that someone without the proper intention and knowledge was trying to gain access to Orden's power, in essence, tampering with the purpose for which it had been created. The Book of Life made it all too clear within the structure of the spell forms that, as a safeguard, if everything was not done correctly, namely completed with the key in the exact prescribed manner, the formulas and spells would self-destruct, not altogether unlike the way in which Richard had shut down the verification web, collapsing it to save Nietzsche. Richard had memorized a false key. That was the truth of it. "What is it?" came Zed's voice. Nietzsche looked back over her shoulder to see the old wizard marching across the vast rampart. She knew that she had to set aside the things she had been considering. Telling Zed about the false key now would only cause him to want to argue. Arguing with Zed would serve no purpose. Richard was the one who really needed to know that the key he possessed was false. 4 riders, Nietzsche told him. Zed came to a halt at the wall. He peered down at the road and grunted to indicate that he saw them. "Looks like Tom and Friedrich to me," Kara said. "They must have found someone sneaking around." "I don't think so," Nietzsche said. "They hardly look like prisoners. I can see a glint of steel. The man is carrying weapons. Tom would have disarmed anyone he thought was a threat. Besides, the other one looks like a little girl." "Rachel?" Zed asked, frowning as he leaned out farther, trying to see better between the trees far down the road. It would not be many more days until those golden-brown leaves were gone for the season. "Do you really think it could be her?" "That's my guess," Nietzsche said. He turned and appraised her critically. "You look terrible." "Thank you," she said. "Just what a woman likes to hear from a gentleman." He huffed a dismissal of his rude manners. "When's the last time you got any sleep?" Nietzsche yawned again. "I don't know. Last summer, when I came back from the People's Palace with that book." He made a face at her rather poor attempt at humor. She didn't know why she tried to be funny with him. Zed could make people laugh just by grunting. Whenever she said anything she thought was rather amusing, people just stared at her, the way Kara was doing. "How is it coming?" he asked. Nietzsche knew what he meant. She pulled some hair back off her face, holding it back from the grasp of the wind. "I could use your help with some star charts and angle calculations. It might speed things up if I didn't have to do those myself. I could go on to some of the other translations and problems." Zed laid a hand tenderly on her back, giving her a gentle rub that conveyed a personal, comforting warmth. "On one condition." "What's that?" she asked as she yawned again. "You get some sleep." Nietzsche smiled as she nodded. "All right, Zed." She gestured, pointing with her chin. "First, I think we had better get down there to see who our guests are." They were just coming out the big door of the keep at the side entrance with the paddock when the riders came under the arched opening in the wall. Tom and Friedrich were escorting Chase and Rachel. Rachel's hair was chopped short, rather than long the way it had been, and Chase looked to be in surprisingly good health for a man who had been stabbed with the sword of truth.
"Chase!" Zed shouted. "You're alive!"
"Well, it's hard to ride a horse upright when you're dead."
Kara chuckled. Nietzsche glanced at her, wondering where the woman's sudden appreciation for humor had come from.
"Found them returning," Tom said. "First people we've seen out there in months."
"It was good to see Rachel back," Friedrich said. The older man regarded the girl with a grin, showing how much he really meant it. Zed caught Rachel as she slipped from the saddle while Kara took the reins of the horse.
"My, but you're getting heavy," Zed told her.
"Chase rescued me," Rachel said. "He was so brave, you should have seen him. He killed 100 men all by himself."
100? My, what an accomplishment.
"You stabbed one in the leg for me," Chase said as he swung down out of his saddle. "Otherwise, I'd only have gotten 99.
Rachel kicked her legs, eager to be put down.
"Zed, I brought something important with me."
Once on the ground, she untied a leather bag hanging right behind her saddle. She brought it to the granite steps and set it down, then undid the drawstring. When she pushed back the leather covering, darkness came out into the crisp late autumn daylight. To Nietzsche, it felt like looking into the inky obscurity of Jagang's eyes.
"Rachel," Zed said in astonishment, "where did you get this?"
"A man, Samuel, who had Richard's sword, had it. He stabbed Chase and took me with him. Then he gave it to a witch woman named Six and to Violet, the Queen of Tamarang, though I don't think she's queen anymore. You can't believe how evil Six is."
"I think I can imagine," Zed told her.
Having a little trouble following the story, he lifted the leather back a little for a better look inside. Staring at one of the boxes of Orden sitting on the steps before her, Nietzsche felt as if her heart were in her throat. After the weeks and weeks of study of the book that went with the boxes, to actually see one was startling. Theory was one thing, but to see the reality of what this object represented was altogether something else.
"I couldn't let them have it," Rachel told Zed. "So when I got a chance to escape, I stole it and took it with me."
Zed ruffled her chopped-off blonde hair.
"You did good, little one. I always knew you were special."
Rachel hugged the wizard around the neck.
"Six made Violet draw pictures of Richard. It scared me to see what they were doing."
"In a cave?" Zed asked.
When Rachel nodded, he glanced up at Nietzsche.
"That explains a lot."
Nietzsche took a step closer.
"Was Richard there? Did you see him?"
Rachel shook her head.
"No. Six left one day. When she finally came back, she told Violet that she had been bringing him back, but the Imperial Order captured him."
"The Imperial Order?" Zed said.
Nietzsche tried to imagine what was worse, the witch woman having Richard in her clutches, or the Imperial Order capturing him. She guessed that what was the worst was Richard stripped of his gift, his sword, and being in the hands of the Order. Chapter 56. Kaelin pulled her cloak tighter around herself as she walked beside the Emperor, his constant, compliant companion. It was not by choice, of course, but by force, whether applied or implied. At night she slept on the carpet beside his bed, a constant reminder of where she would end up. During the day, she remained always at his side, like his dog on a leash. Her leash, though, was an iron collar, with which he could bring her to heel at any time. She could not imagine what would engender such hatred for her, what could have given rise to his burning need to bring punishment down on her for the sins he saw in all his enemies. Whatever she had done to earn his hatred, he deserved it. When a gust of bitter cold wind ripped through the encampment, Kaelin hid the side of her face behind her cloak. Men turned their faces away from the blast of grit carried in the wind. With autumn rapidly drawing to an end, winter would soon be upon them. Kaelin didn't think it was going to be at all pleasant out on the open plain around the plateau that held the people's palace, But she also knew that with this bone in his teeth, Jagang wasn't going to let it go for anything. He was nothing if not tenacious. There was supposed to be another copy of the Book of Counted Shadows hidden somewhere within that plateau, and Jagang meant to have it. Out on the Azrith Plain, the construction ground onward. It had been going on throughout the autumn, and she knew it would go on into winter, all winter if necessary, until it was complete. If, that was, the ground beneath them didn't freeze solid. Kalin suspected that he had plans if that were to happen, probably fires if needed to keep the dirt thawed. She supposed, too, that if it remained dry, the ground could still be dug even if it was freezing. There was no way to breach the great inner door into the plateau, and the road up the outside had quickly proven worthless for an attack by such vast numbers of men. Jagang had a solution to the predicament. He intended to construct a great ramped road which would allow his army to march right up to the walls of the palace atop the plateau. He told his officers that once they reached the walls, siege machines could be used to batter their way through the walls. First, though, they had to get up there. To that end, out beyond the vast encampment closer to the plateau, the army was constructing the ramp. The width of the ramp was staggering. They needed it wide for two reasons, both equally important. They needed a ramp wide enough to eventually support an assault massive enough that it couldn't be turned back by the defenders. Just as important, the plateau towered above the Azrith Plain. For the ramp to reach that height, the base had to be monumental, lest the whole thing collapse. They had to, in essence, build a small mountain up against the plateau in order to reach the top. Tenacious indeed. The distance they had to their goal, from where they had started, was daunting. Because of the height, it required great length so that men and equipment could eventually be marched and rolled up the roadway they were building up to the very walls of the people's palace. It seemed at first to be a crazy idea, an impossible project. But what could be accomplished with millions of men who had nothing else to do and a driven emperor who cared nothing about their well-being was nothing short of astonishing. Every moment there was light, and sometimes by torchlight. Long, snaking files of men either carried containers of dirt and rock to the site of the ever-growing ramp, or dug up great mounds of supplies. Rock was mixed with the finer soil to make it stable. Other men had simple weighted tampers to pack the new dirt as it was dumped. Nearly all the men in camp were engaged in the enterprise. Though the task was daunting, the progress made by so many men was continual. Inexorably, the ramp continued to grow. Of course, the higher it got, the longer it was going to take, because it would require so much more material. Kalin thought it appropriate that such men would assault fine construction of marble with dirt. It befitted the philosophy of the order to grub in the dirt in order to bring down some of man's finest work. Kalin couldn't imagine how long it was going to take to complete such a project, but Jagang had no intention of abandoning his plan until he was successful. The end was in sight, he often reminded his officers, and he expected complete devotion and sacrifice from all for their noble purpose. He was implacable in his determination to bring down the last bastion of freedom. From the edge of the Emperor's compound, as they observed the construction, Kalin saw a messenger coming in on horseback. To the south, she could see the long plume of dust rising from an approaching supply train. She had been checking on it for hours, watching it draw ever closer, and now the lead wagons were just beginning to enter camp. Jagang had been relieved to see the supply train finally arrive. An army as vast as this one required constant supplies of all sorts, but mainly food. Out on the Azrith Plain, there was nowhere for the army to scavenge food. There were no farms, no crops, no herds of livestock. It would take constant resupply from the old world to keep the army alive and building the Emperor's ramp up into the sky. After dismounting, the messenger approached and waited patiently. Jagang finally signaled several officers forward along with the man who'd ridden in. The man bowed. "Excellency, I come with the supplies the good people from our homeland have sent. Many sacrificed to see to it that our valiant troops have what they need to vanquish the enemy."
"We can use the supplies, no doubt of that. The men are all working hard, and I need to keep up their strength."
"Our train also brings some of the Jala Dijin teams that wish to join the tournaments, in the hopes of having the chance to one day play His Excellency's renowned team."
"What teams are they?"
Jagang asked absently, as he scanned a manifest the messenger handed him.
"Most are teams of our soldiers from various divisions. One is the team belonging to the commander of our supply train. To supplement his own men, he has gathered men from the New World along our journey north. He thinks that with such men from the New World on his team, he can provide quite a spectacle for His Excellency's enjoyment."
Jagang nodded as he continued to read the list.
"It will do these heathens good to learn our ways. Jala Dijin is a good way to bring other peoples into our culture and customs. It diverts simple minds from the barren existence we all endure in this meaningless life."
The man bowed.
"Yes, Excellency."
Jagang finally finished and looked up.
"I've been hearing rumors. Is this team with the captives as good as I've heard?"
"They seem to be formidable, Excellency. They have defeated teams that no one thought they could beat. At first it was thought to have been simple luck. No one still thinks it is luck. They have a point man who is said to be the best ever seen."
Jagang grunted his skepticism.
"I have the best on my team."
The man bowed in apology.
"Yes, Excellency, of course you are correct."
"What word do you bring from our homeland?"
The man hesitated.
"Excellency, I am afraid that I must report some unsettling news. As the next supply train that was to follow after ours was assembling down in the old world, it was set upon and destroyed. All the recruits who were to be sent north with the train to reinforce our army, well, I'm afraid, Excellency, that they were all killed. Their heads were left on stakes beside the road. The line of stakes stretched from one town to the next. Both towns burned to the ground. A number of cities, along with forests and croplands, are burning. The fires are intense, and when the wind is right, we can smell the smoke even this far north. It is difficult to pin down exactly what is going on, except that the attacks are all reliably reported to be New World soldiers."
Jagang glanced at Kalen. She suspected he was looking to see if she would smile like the last time. She didn't need to smile. She could maintain a stony face and rejoice inwardly. She felt like cheering those unknown men far away who were beginning to vex Jagang with the damage they were causing. Almost as bad as the damage, rumors were sweeping through the camp. The attacks in their homeland were unsettling the men, who had always considered the old world not just invulnerable to such attack, but invincible as well. As the rumors spread, they grew in weight among the men. Jagang had already executed a number of men for spreading such rumors. Since she had little interaction with the men, most didn't even see her, she didn't know if the executions quelled the rumors, but somehow she doubted it. If the rumors of such things unsettled the soldiers, Kalen could only imagine the fear beginning to grip those in the old world. While their army was away seeking conquest, she imagined that the people back there were largely defenseless.
"The reports are, Excellency, that these marauders are destroying everything in their path. They burn crops, kill livestock, destroy mills, break dams, ruin every sort of craft producing goods for our noble effort to spread the word of the order. Particularly hard hit are those who give support to our people by teaching them the ways of the order.
those who instilled the need to sacrifice for our effort to crush the heathens to the north. Jagang was remaining calm on the outside, but Kalen, as well as the officers watching him, knew that inside he was boiling with rage. Any idea who is going after our teachers, our leaders, any particular unit of the enemy? The man bowed another apology. Excellency, I regret to report that all of our teachers and the brothers who have been murdered trying to teach the ways of the Creator and the Order, well, every one of their corpses was found to be missing a right ear. Jagang's face was red with rage. Kalen could see the muscles in his jaws and temples flex as he gritted his teeth. Do you think it could be those same men who plagued us on our way up into the Midlands, Excellency? One of the officers asked. Of course it is, Jagang roared. I want something done about this, he said, directing his orders to the officers. Do you understand? Yes, Excellency, they all said as one as they bowed their heads and kept them bowed down. I want a stop put to this nuisance. We need those supply trains to continue coming. We're close to ending this war and a great victory. I will not allow our effort to fail. Do you understand? Yes, Excellency, they all said together again, bowing deeper. Then get to it, all of you. As the men all departed to see to their orders, Jagang started marching away out of his compound. Kalen felt the shock of pain from the collar prompting her to keep up with him. Armed men, as always, fell in around Jagang as his royal escort and guard.